Chapter 1. The Encounter. The winter of 2019 arrived earlier than in previous years, and though it was still autumn, many had already donned thick garments, with some even wrapped in down coats. Amidst the ceaseless flow of people, a young man stood in a daze, caught in the bustling morning rush, particularly on the first day back to work following the Golden Week holiday. The throng moved with a remarkable fluidity, vehicles gliding smoothly in accordance with the traffic lights, while young children, accompanied by their parents, made their way to school. The year 2019 was one to remember, as the nation rallied around the promotion of righteousness, with soldiers, firefighters, and delivery workers emerging as paragons of positivity. In society, in this environment, Zhang Yang was abruptly roused from his reverie by the sudden appearance of a traffic officer, resplendent in white gloves and adorned with a national emblem. "Sir? Sir?" The officer inquired, and Zhang Yang noticed a gathering of onlookers, their phones raised, capturing his every move with curiosity akin to that of children. "Sir, are you all right?" The officer waved his gloved hand before Zhang Yang's eyes. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow in confusion and replied, "I'm fine. What's the matter?" His voice was hoarse and somewhat unnatural, as if he had not spoken in days, prompting him to clear his throat. The officer, still perplexed, asked, "Fine? Are you certain? Do you have any desire to rush into oncoming traffic?" Confounded, Zhang Yang glanced across the street, struggling to comprehend the situation at that moment. A small boy, sporting a red scarf and clutching a little backpack, hurriedly approached. "Officer! Officer! It's him! It's him!" His gaze is just like that of the uncle who got hit by a car the day before yesterday. The child's innocent voice was like a thunderclap, causing the phones of the surrounding crowd to click incessantly. It turned out that just 2 days prior, at the very spot where Zhang Yang stood, a pedestrian had suddenly dashed across the road and was struck down by a speeding vehicle. Fortunately, kind-hearted bystanders rushed to his aid, discovering that he had merely sustained minor injuries and had been attempting to take his own life. Among those compassionate souls was the boy's father, and the entire episode had not escaped the boy's watchful eyes. Zhang Yang's moment of distraction, his vacant stare directed across the street, had been witnessed by the young lad, leading him to believe Zhang Yang was contemplating self-harm, prompting him to summon the traffic officer. Upon learning the cause of the commotion, Zhang Yang could not help but smile. He crouched down to pat the boy's head gently. "Thank you, little friend. Uncle was not thinking of anything dire. I merely recalled some unhappy memories." "Uncle, if you're thinking of sad things, you should go home to ponder them. When I feel sad, I hide away too." The boy, appearing around 4 or 5 years of age, wore an adorable expression, his seriousness strikingly sincere. Beside him stood a young father, who smiled silently. "Uncle understands. Now hurry along to school," Zhang Yang encouraged. "Okay. Goodbye, Uncle." The boy waved his arms enthusiastically as he and his father hurried off toward the school. Zhang Yang smiled knowingly, then turned to the traffic officer with a hint of apology. The onlookers began to disperse as the hour for work approached, and none wished to be tardy on the very first day back from holiday. "Thank you, officer," he said. The traffic officer waved his hand dismissively, speaking with earnestness. "There is no need for gratitude. Everyone faces their own struggles as long as one is willing to strive. No difficulty is insurmountable. Life is a precious gift bestowed upon us, not to be squandered. You are still young, with ample time ahead. Do not succumb to despair. All challenges can be overcome. Here is my number. Feel free to call me if you need assistance." As he spoke, the officer produced a piece of paper, scribbled a series of numbers upon it, and handed it to Zhang Yang before returning to his post. Zhang Yang glanced at the number in his hand, pondering the magnitude of today's misunderstanding. He had merely been dazed for a moment, yet the little boy had perceived him as being in distress, and evidently, the well-meaning officer shared that sentiment. He chuckled at the irony, recalling how, in a previous life, he had rushed across the street at what seemed to be the same place, only to end up bedridden for a month. Is this the butterfly effect? Could that fellow from a few days ago not be me? If he is indeed me, then who am I? My future self, 20 years hence? Zhang Yang fell into contemplation, the passage of 2 decades seeming both fleeting and monumental. Was he a prophet, or perhaps traversing a parallel universe? Regardless, there's no harm in visiting the hospital to see if that fellow is indeed me. He thought, harboring a flicker of hope that the individual might be himself, granting him a sense of liberation. Some memories are indelible. Even after returning from the apocalypse, using the traffic officer's number, Zhang Yang swiftly located the hospital where this individual was admitted. The Fifth People's Hospital? It was indeed different from the one in his previous life. Riding a bus that halted every few steps, he took thrice the usual time to reach the hospital. Navigating through the outpatient area, he soon discovered the ward of this individual. Amidst the throng of patients, he finally laid eyes on him, a young man, bespectacled with thick lenses, reminiscent of an undergraduate yet to graduate, his face bearing a youthful innocence that in reality, he was a freshly minted graduate, having spent 4 years in university, his gaming habits necessitating the thick glasses, and now, upon graduation, he struggled to find employment. Thus, the thought of death had crossed his mind. His parents, with graying hair, tended to him with utmost care, his mother even feeding him from a bowl. "I am not. Zhang Yang mused, observing the young man, clearly spoiled by his parents, feeling a pang of regret. The young should strive otherwise, they only bring sorrow upon themselves. Having never known his parents, Zhang Yang had never experienced the indulgence of parental care. He had always harbored a slight envy for those children who were coddled by their parents. Yet, despite this wistfulness, he had gained far more freedom. At 10, he had ventured to school alone. By 15, he graduated high school and sought work. Traveling across vast distances, 5 years had passed, broadening his horizons, yet he had earned little. At 20, he arrived in this city, transitioning from a bar security guard to a bartender, until an unexpected incident transpired, irrevocably altering the course of his life. Emerging from the hospital ward, Zhang Yang was resolute in one conviction. He remained unchanged, untouched by any butterfly effect or parallel dimensions. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting reverie or a whimsical journey through time. No transformations had occurred. Life continued its steady course. If there were to be any change, it might only manifest in a few years, should that event prove true, and perhaps this world would indeed undergo a metamorphosis. The atmosphere was oppressive, silent, and composed, qualities instilled in him by 5 years of laboring through life's uncertainties. He was unassuming and genuine, traits reflected in his demeanor. Complementing this was his handsome visage, imbued with a resolute spirit from his past life, rendering him strikingly remarkable. "Daddy, is it you?" A cherubic little girl suddenly appeared before Zhang Yang, her sweet face framed by 2 eyes that sparkled like grapes, blinking innocently at him. "Daddy? Little one, you must be mistaken. I'm not. Wait. How do you?" In the bustling hospital lobby, as Zhang Yang crouched to comfort the child who had misidentified him, he felt a surge of energy rising within him, as if it were yearning to break free. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against his heart. This energy was familiar to him in his previous life. It was a gift bestowed upon nearly everyone by nature. However, the attributes of this energy varied with each individual, and he possessed the essence of wood, referred to as wood cultivation in his former existence. What astonished Zhang Yang now was the overwhelming presence of potent wood energy emanating from the little girl, as formidable as an ancient tree, while he felt akin to a mere sapling. This energy surged toward her with the eagerness of a long-lost kin. The girl appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years old, her hair styled in crooked braids, dressed in gray long sleeves and pants, with shoes that seemed disproportionately large. Her face bore the remnants of sleep, speckled with dirt at the corners of her eyes. Zhang Yang inhaled deeply, gradually regulating his breath and the excitement of the energy within him. "Did you also return from the apocalypse?" he inquired cautiously. Before him stood a being who, in the desolate world of the end times, would undoubtedly be a formidable power. In a realm governed by survival of the fittest, such beings were akin to deities, revered wherever they roamed. Moreover, a master of wood energy was an extraordinary entity, rare even in his past life, though he was puzzled as to why this power took the form of a child. "Daddy, your hand is so warm." The little girl seemed oblivious to Zhang Yang's words, her delicate hand resting in his palm, gently rubbing against it. "Hee. Daddy, your hand is so big." Her cherubic face radiated pure joy, her endearing eyes seeming to possess the power to warm the coldest of hearts. In that instant, Zhang Yang's heart melted, and he felt the energy naturally flow from his palm into the little girl's being. Suddenly, he sensed a profound connection, as if he were intertwined with a colossal tree. In an instant, everything around him faded away, revealing an immense tree, a tree of unimaginable grandeur. An elven tree? How is this possible? Zhang Yang stared in astonishment. Chapter 2. Conversations departing from this city. 2 decades have passed in the realm of the future, yet in reality, it feels as if only a fleeting moment has elapsed. Although the memories have become somewhat hazy, an overwhelming sense of familiarity arises as I traverse these well-known streets. The thoroughfare remains unchanged, and the vendors continue to exude their warmth. Xiaozhong, why have you arrived so late today? A kindly woman selling cilantro and seasonal vegetables inquires with great enthusiasm. I was delayed by some matters today. Is this produce reserved for me? Zhang Yang recalls that Grandma Mo, who sells vegetables, always sets aside the freshest items for him. With a calm smile, Grandma Mo picks up a plastic bag and carefully packs the vegetables before handing them over. If it's not for you, who else could it be for? Nowadays, how many young people like you frequent the market? It's mostly young women, old ladies, and elderly gentlemen. You are truly a rarity in this market. Zhang Yang cannot help but touch his nose, reflecting that after 2 years of buying groceries here, he has seldom encountered peers. Even when he does, it is merely by chance. It is indeed uncommon to see someone like him visiting the market daily. He hands over 5 yuan and, clutching the cilantro, strides deeper into the market. Radishes, potatoes, and tofu have always been his favorite foods, both in the past and present. However, since moving into that lavish mansion 2 years ago, he has seldom indulged in such fare. Boss, I'll have some potatoes, radishes, bean sprouts, and also some tofu skin. And a bit of green onion too. All right, young man, every time you come, you purchase premium goods. I thought you didn't take care for our humble offerings. The proprietor is a short, stout, middle-aged man, with the tofu stall reaching only to his chest, while potatoes and radishes lie scattered on the ground. Zhang Yang threw chest down, picking up a volleyball-sized potato and weighing it in his hand. Boss, this year's potato harvest is bountiful. This one could provide several meals. A bountiful harvest, ISNT, always good. The boss sighs. During the summer, potatoes rotted as no one wanted them. They were dirt cheap. Now, thankfully, prices have risen again. The proprietor rambles on, but Zhang Yang listens in silence, ultimately spending just over 10 yuan for a large bag of goods. He proceeds to the next stall, the port vendor, where prices are significantly higher than in previous years, over 20 yuan per jean. Many thrifty women inquire about the price, only to shake their heads and walk away, deeming it too expensive. Zhang Yang lacks the inclination to haggle, requesting a jean of pork belly. After it is packaged, he pays and exits the market. In the realm of the future, meat is abundant and easily accessible, yet compared to vegetables, it remains highly sought after. With no desire to take a vehicle, Zhang Yang walks for half an hour from the market to a residential area, where a cluster of apartments forms a picturesque skyline of the city, symbolizing status. Owning an apartment in this area speaks volumes about one's identity. Familiar stone steps, lush green lawns, and rows of banana trees greet him, while in the distance, a few elderly men engage in a game of chess under a small pavilion. Each scene appears so natural to Zhang Yang. ISNT, such a life desirable? He murmurs to himself, observing the elderly men gathered around a stone platform. Engaged in animated discussion, Zhang Yang stood before an apartment, naturally retrieving his keys, effortlessly unlocking the door, and stepping inside. He changed into slippers, placed the vegetables in the refrigerator, settled onto the sofa, and turned on the television. Everything unfolded so seamlessly, yet he alone knew that he no longer belonged here. The screen flickered with a mindless rural romance drama, which Zhang Yang found utterly uninteresting. He merely sought to dispel the silence. At that moment, his phone, resting nearby, rang, displaying the word wife. What was destined to come had finally arrived, albeit a month earlier than in his previous life. In that past existence, Zhang Yang had been involved in a car accident, lying in bed for a month before he dared to answer such a call. Hello, he answered, somewhat taken aback. After a considerable pause, a voice emerged from the other end. Zhang Yang, you can no longer avoid this. The contract expired a month ago, and we need to talk." The woman's voice was melodious yet tinged with detachment. "All right, I'm at the apartment," Zhang Yang replied before hanging up, rising to head towards the kitchen. This tale, though seemingly conventional, resonates with the current societal landscape. 2 years prior, while working as a bartender, Zhang Yang encountered a stunning woman. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her icy demeanor was intimidating. Accompanied by friends, she sought an exhilarating encounter, one that could shield her from becoming a mere casualty of a business marriage. Thus, her friend introduced her to Zhang Yang. At that time, he was in the prime of his youth, handsome, vivacious, and possessing a charming eloquence, laced with endearing playfulness that delighted her friend. Zhang Yang had always believed he could win her heart. However, upon gazing into that beautiful yet frigid face, he was utterly captivated. Without a second thought, he signed a 2-year contract, convinced that, within a mere month, he could melt this icy beauty. It was then he discovered her name, Li Bing, aptly named for her cold nature. After obtaining their marriage certificate, Li Bing granted Zhang Yang a year to win her over, allowing him to employ any means necessary to touch her heart. Even the slightest success would permit him to enter her life legitimately, including the prospect of raising a family together. However, reality surpassed Zhang Yang's expectations. It is said that to conquer a person's heart, one must first reach their stomach. Thus, after moving into the apartment, he prepared an extravagant feast, only to learn that Li Bing preferred Western cuisine, which she crafted with her own hands, rivaling his culinary skills. Consequently, Zhang Yang embarked on a journey to master Western cooking, progressing from theory to practice, ultimately presenting a delectable steak to Li Bing. Yet, the reality was stark. "I'm sorry. I don't enjoy food prepared by others. I only relish my own cooking." I should have mentioned that. Devastated, Zhang Yang hoped to engage with her through daily life, believing that proximity would facilitate connection. Unfortunately, yet again, reality thwarted his aspirations. Li Bing had a secretary, a meticulous middle-aged woman who served as both her assistant and protector. Zhang Yang found it nearly impossible to gain a foothold. Once a man resolves to pursue a goal, he can achieve anything. Thus, Zhang Yang commenced the thawing of Li Bing's indifference through his professional accomplishments, convinced that a commendable performance would surely move her. He embarked on a self-directed study of sales management, immersing himself in theory for 1 month and practicing for another. Fortuitously, with 5 to 6 years of work experience, he quickly distinguished himself in a sales company, rising as a novice. Within 3 months, he ascended to the position of sales supervisor. However, when he presented his report card to Li Bing, her response was a crushing blow. "That company belongs to a friend of mine. I merely suggested you to work hard, so do your best." Her words lacked any semblance of emotion, resembling a verdict delivered in a courtroom, leaving Zhang Yang feeling utterly defeated. A year swiftly passed, and in every aspect, Zhang Yang faced failure. Li Bing remained unchanged from the person she was a year prior, showing no signs of thawing. Thus, the judgment was rendered once more. "A year has elapsed, and with another year remaining, I hope you will plan accordingly." The merciless decree descended, and Zhang Yang lost all motivation, ceasing to work or engage in any activities. He languished in their apartment, preparing gourmet steak salads for himself, relishing the solitude. Though they shared meals and a bed, they immersed themselves in their own worlds. Initially, Zhang Yang would initiate conversations, but as time wore on, he too grew reticent, and they lapsed into silence, an oppressive quietude enveloping them. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually developed an affinity for this lifestyle, free from disturbances, unburdened by the need to earn a living, without worries of sustenance or aspirations. He recognized the detrimental nature of this existence. At a young age, losing all ambition equated to forsaking his future. Yet, he found himself unable to resist the allure of such a life, as if he had unwittingly entered a premature retirement. The final month approached, and Zhang Yang sensed that his time was drawing near. He noted Li Bing's several attempts to speak, only to withdraw her words, prompting him to evade confrontation. Familiar with her daily routines, he skillfully orchestrated their avoidance of one another, hoping to prolong the inevitable. A fateful day passed quietly. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Yang would have been in a car accident, subsequently confined to a hospital bed for a month. During this time, Li Bing arranged for him to stay in the finest ward, yet a month later, he received the divorce agreement. 2 years of marriage, a year of effort, and a year of tranquility culminated in an even deeper silence for Zhang Yang. The doctor diagnosed him with depression, revealing that he had been afflicted since the previous year. Stricken with moderate depression, fluctuating between highs and lows, and devoid of financial means, Zhang Yang became a vagabond in the city, colloquially referred to as Sharp Brother. After 5 aimless years in the city, Zhang Yang embarked on a journey back to his hometown, which he had left over a decade prior. Years later, upon returning, he discovered that his grandparents had long since passed, calling out his name in their final moments. In an instant, Zhang Yang's affliction was miraculously cured. By then, he was in his 40s. Tending to a few acres of modest farmland, he embraced the life of a villager, serene and harmonious, a life he had longed for. However, as time progressed to the year 2037, calamity began to descend, and the boundless fields became engulfed by terrifying vegetation. Chapter 3. Separation in the elegant and comfortable kitchen of a luxurious apartment. A plate of freshly cooked vinegar-dressed shredded potatoes emitted steam, the varied thickness of the potato strands, complemented by a sprinkle of scallions and ginger slices, was tantalizing to behold. On another burner, a pressure cooker released steam, the appetizing aroma of meat wafting through the kitchen. Had it not been for the costly range hood drawing away much of the scent, the fragrance would have been even more enticing. The kitchen was spacious, divided into 2 sections. The southern part featured just a stove, a frying pan, a plate, and a set of bowls and cutlery. This was exclusively Li Bing's domain, not to be disturbed by anyone. The northern part housed 2 stoves and numerous bowls and chopsticks, where Zhang Yang prepared his meals. Over the course of 2 years, he spent more time in the kitchen than anywhere else. His culinary preferences were simple. As long as he could eat his fill, he was content. However, since Li Bing often occupied the kitchen, he had developed the habit of lingering there. A plate of shredded potatoes, a dish of braised pork, and a bowl of rice comprised Zhang Yang's entire lunch. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, he would indulge in another bowl of rice, aiming for a clean plate. Unfortunately, just as he finished his first bowl of rice, the apartment door swung open. The sound of high heels echoed through the living room. Oh, wow, braised pork. Where is it? Where is it? A raucous voice erupted, followed by the entrance of a stunning woman clad in a red dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. In an instant, she snatched Zhang Yang's chopsticks and launched an assault on the braised pork on the dining table. Her demeanor akin to that of a wolf spotting a little rabbit, her fangs gleaming, eagerly awaiting her prey. Zhang Yang, momentarily taken aback, felt a pang of sympathy for the braised pork. The attribute of a foodie never changes. Zhang Yang sighed inwardly. The woman in red was Liang Jiujio, a close friend of Li Bing, who had introduced Zhang Yang to her 2 years prior. Although she appeared gentle and refined, her heart burned with fervor. Her personality was boisterous, and she was an unabashed lover of food. In stark contrast, Li Bing was her complete opposite, leaving Zhang Yang to wonder how the two had forged such a friendship. Perhaps it was a case of opposites attracting. Regardless of Liang Jiujio's exuberant entrance, Li Bing entered the apartment, immediately tending to the coffee machine before taking a seat, coolly awaiting the coffee to brew. Dressed in professional attire, with striking shoulder-length hair and half-framed glasses, she embodied the image of a formidable CEO, instilling a sense of intimidation in those who beheld her. 20 years had passed, and upon seeing her face once more, Zhang Yang felt an indescribable wave of emotion, excitement, reluctance, yet predominantly tranquility. She remained as distant and cold as ever. Zhang Yang thought to himself, just as Liang Jiujio, having risen to pour 2 cups of water, one for herself and one placed on the table, returned to her spot. With her mouth full, Liang Jiujio could hardly articulate a proper response. No need for courtesy, Zhang Yang replied, approaching Li Bing, but before he could draw near, he sensed a sharp gaze fixated on him from behind. Qing Yi, a woman of considerable age, Li Bing's bodyguard and caretaker, Qing Yi, can be described as having raised Li Bing with an affection akin to that of family, despite not being related by blood. Whenever Li Bing is at home, Qing Yi is invariably stationed at the entrance, never crossing the threshold of the apartment, standing resolutely by the door, which remains perpetually ajar. Zhang Yang harbors a profound aversion toward her. He once believed that by eliminating Qing Yi, he could win Li Bing's affection. To his dismay, all his efforts proved futile, resulting in an ongoing animosity between them. Qing Yi remains ever vigilant. Zhang Yang, meeting the fiery gaze from beyond the door, managed a polite smile and a nod. At that moment, Li Bing had prepared coffee, holding a cup in one hand while the other rested casually against her elbow, her expression devoid of warmth as she regarded Zhang Yang. "You are avoiding me," she declared with an icy demeanor reminiscent of a regal queen. Zhang Yang replied slowly, settling onto the sofa, cradling his cup, his response tacitly affirming her observation. "I understand what you fear. The opportunity has been presented to you, yet you have failed to seize it. Sign it," Li Bing stated as she produced a contract and tossed it onto the coffee table. Zhang Yang felt no surprise as he examined the document, but to his astonishment, it was not a divorce agreement, but rather a renewal contract, nearly identical to the one from 2 years prior. "Huh? Why is it not? Fool! Little Zhang Yang, did you think it was a divorce agreement? You truly are dim-witted. Sister Bing is offering you a chance. This time, you must grasp it. I believe in you." Liang Jiao chimed in, having polished off all the food and now sipping water with a beaming smile. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang was taken aback. Instead of the anticipated divorce contract, he received a renewal agreement, a stark contrast to his previous experience where Qing Yi had thrust a divorce contract upon him, leaving no room for refusal. Furrowing his brow, he cast a puzzled glance toward Qing Yi at the door and then at Li Bing. Had something transpired during his month-long hospitalization? "Little Zhang Yang, do not hesitate. Hurry and sign. I have yet to savor your braised pork," Liang Jiao urged from the sidelines. Had this contract been presented a month prior, he would have signed without a second thought, but now he found himself yearning only for the divorce agreement. "I am not the slightest bit regretful," Zhang Yang stated coolly. This declaration left Liang Jiao speechless, while a flicker of disbelief crossed Li Bing's usually stoic features. "Why, little Zhang Yang, are you truly giving up? Just look at Sister Bing's beauty. Do you not wish to experience her affection? Do you not want to indulge in her embrace?" Before Liang Jiao could continue, Li Bing interjected with a voice laden with authority. "Oh dear, Sister Bing, do not be upset. I am merely admonishing little Zhang Yang on your behalf. You must have found someone better and no longer desires you. I am here to express that you deserve better. After all, he was the first man to reside in your home for 2 years. How can you allow him to leave?" Liang Jiao, unperturbed by Li Bing's intensity, casually draped an arm over her shoulder, only to be forcefully shrugged off by Li Bing. During this period, Li Bing had been observing Zhang Yang intently. She noticed that after a month apart, Zhang Yang had transformed, as if he were an entirely different person. The oppressive aura that once surrounded him, palpable even from a distance, had vanished, replaced instead by a serene presence imbued with resilience, a demeanor she had once perceived in her grandfather. It exuded an unassuming yet authoritative air. "Qing Yi, present him with the divorce agreement," Li Bing stated coldly, almost as soon as the words left her lips. Qing Yi entered briskly, retrieving a document from her pocket and placing it on the coffee table, casting Zhang Yang a knowing glance as she departed. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Yang deduced that this divorce agreement had been in Qing Yi's possession all along, perhaps since the moment they signed the marriage contract. It was a scheme, the machinations of the affluent, a game that could chill one's spirit. "Please, Xiao Yangyang, do not sign. If you do, you will no longer be a kept man. You will lose everything," Liang Jiao implored, her voice laced with desperation. In the eyes of the ordinary, kept man is a derogatory term, yet among the wealthy, it is a commonplace reality. Zhang Yang had been Liang Jiao's creation, and she was unwilling to see it come to an end. As if he had not heard her, Zhang Yang boldly signed his name in sweeping strokes. "Oh, Xiao Yangyang, how can you be so unappreciative?" Liang Jiao lamented, setting down her pen and ignoring her companion's dismay. She turned her gaze toward Li Bing. Before this agreement takes effect, may I request one favor? I shall repay it. Consider it a debt of gratitude for the past 2 years of your kindness. 2 debts, in fact. What do you say? Zhang Yang asked, sensing a shift in Li Bing's demeanor. She seemed even more distant, as if their relationship as spouses had dissipated. I desire a child, Zhang Yang declared. What? Did I mishear? Xiao Yang, what did you say? A child? Liang Jiao exclaimed, leaping from the sofa, her curiosity piqued. You fool, Zhang Yang. You can only have a child if you're not divorced. Now that you've signed the divorce agreement, isn't it a bit late? Are you having second thoughts? This is impossible. At that moment, Li Bing furrowed her brow and spoke with conviction, her icy gaze fixed on Zhang Yang. Deep down, she understood that he was a man who would not even entertain the idea of such intimacy, let alone fatherhood. It seemed utterly fantastical. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I meant to say I wish to adopt a child. I have researched, and only couples of legal age can adopt. Therefore, I wish to adopt a child before the divorce agreement comes into effect. Rest assured, I will not burden you. If you disagree, it is of no consequence. Zhang Yang clarified. At this point, Liang Jiao ceased her commotion, beginning to assess Zhang Yang seriously. Adopting a child is no trivial matter. Nurturing is one thing. But what about the responsibilities? Well, the father's duties. 2 years ago, he was merely a bartender. She could not discern any semblance of paternal responsibility within him. Are you serious? Li Bing inquired. Yes, Zhang Yang replied resolutely. In that moment, Li Bing fell silent. Cradling a cup of lukewarm coffee as she slowly approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky, remaining wordless. Children hold immense significance within a family. Although the child may be adopted, in the eyes of a schemer, there is little distinction between an adopted child and a biological one. The slightest hint of public opinion can lead to tumultuous waves and a storm of controversy. Bing, this matter is of great importance and cannot be taken lightly. Aunt Qing understands Li Bing's habits. Whenever she faces a significant decision, she invariably gazes skyward. This had already occurred once prior to their meeting, and it has arisen again. Aunt Qing, if marriage cannot alter one's destiny, how can the addition of a child make a difference? Chapter 4. Coercion. The era of male superiority and female subservience has become a relic of the past. In contemporary society, the trend is shifting towards female empowerment. As the imbalance in the gender ratio becomes increasingly pronounced, scholars suggest that among 5 men, at least 4 are single, leaving only 1 to marry. This lone individual, in a bid to avoid divorce, must toil tirelessly, often compromising their own desires. This reflects the current societal ethos. Consequently, the status of women continues to rise, rendering them the darlings of society. Li Bing epitomizes the modern urban woman, symbolizing freedom and independence. She has broken free from the familial confines, emerging as a liberated individual. Thus, she chose to marry. A formal marriage is still a marriage, yet she inadvertently overlooked her own nature. A leopard cannot change its spots. Even in the presence of a familiar man, she detests physical contact. She once doubted whether this aversion was a malady, attempting to seek treatment, only to discover that no physical ailment could be identified, concluding instead that it stemmed from psychological factors. Li Bing acquiesced to Zhang Yang's request to visit the orphanage this Saturday. There is no need for me to express my gratitude further. I owe you 2 favors, and I can assist you in fulfilling 2 wishes. Once you have contemplated your desires, feel free to convey them to me. As the only practitioner during this period, Zhang Yang possesses ample confidence to make such assertions. A practitioner of wood-based cultivation, in contemporary terms, is akin to a formidable healing mage, though not adept at inflicting damage. They ensure the battlefield's vitality remains intact. Of course, this only pertains to lower-tier wood cultivation. The damage dealt by advanced practitioners is not to be underestimated. Who values your favors? Little Yang, are you concealing something from me? We used to share everything. Liang Jiao suddenly clambered onto Zhang Yang's shoulder, her luscious lips fragrant as she spoke. Little Jiao, you ought to consider losing some weight. There is a bit of extra around your waist. Zhang Yang and Liang Jiuzhou's relationship appeared intimate, but at best, they could be deemed good friends. Liang Jiuzhou's exuberant personality simply stood out. Oomph. Liang Jiuzhou swatted away the hand resting on her waist, her expression one of disdain. My figure is naturally exquisite. I have no excess flesh. Oh, little Yang Yang. I thought you were infected by Sister Bing and had turned into an ice person as well. I was genuinely concerned for you. Little did I know, you were merely pretending. Your acting skills are quite commendable. So, do you wish to venture into the entertainment industry? Sister has connections, you know. The entertainment world is too chaotic. I have no desire to wade through such murky waters. Frankly, I have envisioned a pastoral life. This weekend, I will host a gathering to bid farewell. I long to return home. As Zhang Yang spoke, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. I wonder how my grandparents are faring back home. Return home? Little Yang Yang, did you not claim to be an orphan? That was a ruse. You actually believed it? Ah, little Yang Yang, how dare you deceive me? Watch my five-fingered mountain. Liang Jiuzhou playfully tussled with Zhang Yang. Li Bing remained expressionless as she sipped her coffee, her second cup after discarding the first due to its chill. She was acutely aware of Zhang Yang's flamboyant background. His investigation report had graced her desk long before the contract was signed 2 years prior. Enough of this nonsense. Liang Jiuzhou, I need to get to work. You should head back, she declared, setting her coffee down and issuing a dismissal. Oomph. Little Yang Yang, I've eaten too much today, so I'll spare you. Just wait until my hunger strikes. You shall see how I deal with you, Liang Jiuzhou retorted, appearing eccentric yet possessing a keen understanding of social nuances. Without hesitation, she tidied her attire and followed Li Bing out of the apartment. Once again, silence enveloped the apartment. In the aftermath of turmoil, peace was a rare commodity, and Zhang Yang found himself momentarily at a loss. In that fleeting instant, a youthful visage flickered through his mind. Almost forgot, I'm on the verge of becoming a father. What if I lack experience? Right, I should consult Dun Yang and perhaps purchase some literature for guidance. In a flurry of activity, Zhang Yang unearthed a laptop that had been buried beneath the bed for an indeterminate time. After charging it, he was relieved to discover it functional. Clutching the computer, the afternoon slipped by unnoticed. As dusk fell, Li Bing returned, this time without Liang Jiuzhou in tow. Dinner preparations were once again solitary endeavors. In the kitchen, Zhang Yang commenced frying the leftover rice from the morning, crafting a simple egg fried rice. Upshadabing Li Bing. Donned in a long apron with a white chef's hat and sleeves rolled up, she resembled a gourmet chef. A square of beefsteak adorned with a carefully prepared salad dressing, encircled by an array of fruits, looked both delectable and inviting. Moreover, the chef herself was a sight to behold. The two shared a silent meal, Zhang Yang eating while watching Li Bing artfully arrange the dishes, without a trace of awkwardness. In the past, he would quietly observe her eat after finishing his own meal, a taciturnity that marked their interactions. However, Zhang Yang was no longer the man he once was. The charm of watching a beautiful woman eat had faded, and his focus had shifted to parenting videos. Currently engrossed in the section on newborn care. Though Li Bing was engrossed in her tasks, a fragment of her attention wandered towards Zhang Yang. Upon noticing him retreating to his room with a laptop, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, rendering the steak on her plate less appetizing. Did I perhaps overdo the cumin? She pondered, perplexed. In the stillness of the night, just as Zhang Yang was on the verge of slumber, a text message jolted him awake. He quickly donned his clothes and stepped out of the apartment. Behind the building lay a vast artificial lake, its crystal-clear waters a favorite haunt for elderly fishing enthusiasts. At that moment, a striking woman stood gracefully by the lakeside. Truth be told, for over 2 years, I have been oblivious to where you sleep at night. Yet each time Li Bing requires your presence, you appear almost instantly. This is undeniably intriguing, remarked the alluring figure, none other than Qing Yi. Spare me this superfluous chatter. I am not Liang Jiuzhou and will not indulge you. Do not assume that your boyish good looks grant you the liberty to act as you please. Qing Yi's voice was laced with a frigid intensity, unmistakably conveying her ire. I'm tired. State your purpose, Zhang Yang replied, his brow furrowed and his tone rife with impatience. Was it truly necessary to refer to him as the pretty boy. Liang Jiujiu could say such things without malice, but he found it unnecessary. The term little white face that Qing Yi referred to is entirely derogatory, a term for insult. Oof. The little white face has gained some abilities and is becoming emboldened. How delightful. Now, I present you with two options. First, lie still while I break one of your legs, and then you can obediently remain bedridden for a month. Second, pack your belongings and leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was instantly reminded of the fateful car accident in his previous life that occurred at this very moment. However, it seemed merely an accident at the time. Yet, in light of the current conversation, it had transformed into something more sinister. Why? Zhang Yang felt perplexed. Because you meddle too much, she retorted. Let me tell you, Zhang Yang, when you signed the divorce agreement today, I still held some hope for you. However, you should never have mentioned the idea of adopting a child. Do you have any idea what immense pressure the young lady has endured by entering into this marriage agreement with you? Do you understand the compromises she has made for your safety over these past 2 years? You know nothing. You are nothing but a leech, living off others. I thought you had come to your senses today, but I never expected you to utter something as foolish as adopting a child. Do you even comprehend what adoption entails? Do you know what a child signifies for a woman? With a mere sentence from you, the young lady would bear a lifetime of consequences. She deserves far better and should not be subjected to this. At this moment, Qing Yi was filled with fury. After all, she had watched Li Bing grow up, nearly considering her as her own. There could be no blemishes on her future. I don't understand. Zhang Yang shook his head, feeling utterly bewildered. What does it matter if she's not my biological child? Besides, if I adopt, I will raise the child myself. Oof. You fool. Adoption may mean little to you, but for the young lady, it would brand her with the stigma of infertility. When it comes time for marriage, a man may not cherish her, believing that the lineage must not be interrupted. Without the ability to bear children, she would merely become an ornament, and the man would have every justification to indulge in affairs outside the marriage. How tragic her life would become. Qing Yi seethed. As a woman, she considered far more than Zhang Yang did. For years, she had remained unmarried, having lost her ability to bear children while on a mission in her youth. The thought of settling for a marriage was less appealing than living independently. At this moment, Zhang Yang was struck dumb. He had never contemplated such matters, nor had he ever considered them from a woman's perspective. Subconsciously, he had never thought of Li Bing marrying someone else. Despite muddling through 2 or 3 years in his past life, he had never heard news of her remarrying. Reflecting on it now, he felt a twinge of regret towards Li Bing. I apologize, I understand now. Since you comprehend, will you choose to lie in bed for a month? Or will you gather your things and leave? If it weren't for the young lady protecting you, I would have long since dealt with you. Sigh. I had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Zhang Yang sighed deeply as he turned to walk towards the apartment. At midnight, in the stillness of the night, Zhang Yang packed a few simple belongings and departed. Choosing to leave was the wisest decision. As for the matter of children, there must be other solutions. With a single strap bag slung over his shoulder, he vanished into the night, unaware that in the darkened building above, a figure stood by the window. Do you know, I once attempted to accommodate you, for you were my choice. Yet, I cannot persuade my own body. Yet, I am uncertain when I became accustomed to your presence, to having you beside me. Perhaps it will not be long before my body grows accustomed as well. Chapter 5. The rescue on a crisp autumn morning. The air was imbued with a hint of chill, and a delicate veil of mist cloaked the earth. With steady strides, Zhang Yang traversed the highway on the outskirts of the city. Though his attire was light, after nearly 6 hours of walking, he felt no cold. Rather, he was coated in a gentle sheen of perspiration, with droplets of dew adorning his hair, giving the impression of having aged overnight. Zhang Yang's pace was neither hurried nor slow, a simple and steady advance. Behind him, 2 ladies clad in athletic wear, enthusiasts of morning exercise, swiftly passed him by, their laughter mingling with the crisp air as they ran ahead. These young women, with their sleek ponytails and alluring figures, presented a rare and captivating sight. Hey, Xiaomei, look at that handsome guy behind us. Noticed, but don't you think he looks a bit effeminate? Not my type, I'm not interested. Hee hee. I know you fancy soldiers. No need to emphasize that. What do you think about asking for his WeChat? Are you out of your mind? It's early morning, and there's no one around. We don't know his background. What if he has ill intentions? Let us just hurry. Look at you scared. You don't know I have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage. Can I just say it? As their voices faded into the distance, Zhang Yang remained oblivious to their conversation, his thoughts occupied with contemplating how to legally adopt the little girl. The director of the orphanage appeared to be a formidable figure, not one to be easily persuaded. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, or perhaps it was fate. The little girl he encountered yesterday at the hospital was an orphan residing in the Anshin orphanage. Though Zhang Yang cherished children, he had never considered adoption until her presence compelled him to contemplate this significant decision. Her existence was crucial in a world on the brink of collapse. The orphanage director was a stern, elderly woman, her demeanor shaped by the trials of time, and she exhibited a particular fondness for the little girl. When Zhang Yang expressed his desire to adopt her, the woman merely instructed him to bring the relevant documentation for a discussion at the orphanage before taking the girl away. As Zhang Yang pondered how to persuade the elderly director, a sudden cry for help broke his reverie. Help! Someone please! Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang hurriedly looked ahead, only to find one of the young women sprawled on the ground, convulsing, while her companion crouched nearby, panic-stricken and calling out helplessly. What happened? Zhang Yang rushed over and knelt beside her. I don't know. Please check on Xiaomei. Stay calm. Let me see. Do you have a phone? Quickly call 120. As he grasped Xiaomei's arm, he discovered her fist clenched tightly, her eyes rolled back, foam escaping her lips, and her jaw locked tight. It's an epileptic seizure. Does your friend have a family history of this condition? I don't know. She never mentioned being ill. It seems to be an acute episode. Oh no, we must ensure she doesn't bite her tongue. Zhang Yang spoke as he forcefully pried open Xiaomei's mouth with his fingers. Lacking the time to find anything else to secure it, he resorted to using his own arm. Handsome, your arm is bleeding. Are you all right? The girl said anxiously, clutching her phone. I'm fine. Have you called for help? Yes, I've called. The ambulance is on its way. Xiaomei will be all right. She? Epilepsy is a chronic illness, often insidious, with symptoms that are not easily discernible. During an episode, one can lose nearly all faculties and there is a risk of death. Currently, there is no cure for this ailment, but it seems that a miraculous medication may emerge a decade later. In 10 years, healers will be able to erase the chaotic signals in the brain using energy, thus providing a cure. To outsiders, it may appear as simple as a gentle touch on the head. Your friend will be fine. May I ask what you do? Zhang Yang inquired, as his other hand reached for Xiaomei's forehead. The gentle wood energy flowed from his palm in her head. We are kindergarten teachers. Xiaomei teaches the middle class, and I teach the younger class. Handsome, we owe you so much today, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. It's nothing really. Don't dwell on it. Look, your friend seems much calmer now. It appears her condition has improved. Zhang Yang refrained from stating that her ailment had indeed subsided. At this stage, such revelations were unnecessary. Oh, is that true? Are you a doctor? The girl was astonished. At that moment, Xiaomei resembled someone asleep. All her abnormalities vanished. Zhang Yang withdrew his arm, revealing 2 neat rows of impressions still oozing blood. After covering his arm with his sleeve, he stood up and grabbed his bag. What are you doing, handsome? Your friend is feeling much better. You must have heard the ambulance by now. Just wait a moment. As Zhang Yang walked away, he harbored no thoughts of reward for his assistance. He still had his own matters to attend to. Wait, handsome, don't leave. How will we contact you? The girl was evidently anxious. She couldn't forsake her friend to pursue Zhang Yang, yet she wished for him to stay, at the very least to exchange contact information. It's unnecessary, Zhang Yang replied, not looking back as he quickened his pace. At that moment, the sky had brightened, the mist had dissipated, and the sun slowly rose above the horizon, illuminating the earth. Shortly after Zhang Yang departed, the ambulance arrived with sirens blaring, swiftly transporting Xiaomei to the hospital. Merely halfway there, Xiaomei regained consciousness, bewilderedly listening to her friend recount the events. You mean a handsome guy saved me? Yes. Did you manage to get his contact information? No. He left too quickly. AI Xiaoli, what am I to say? Aren't you supposed to be skilled with men? How could you not even obtain a single man's number today? I was worried about you. AI Shally lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, a transnational plane glided through the sky, landing smoothly at the airport. Outside, 3 luxury vehicles had been waiting for some time. Soon, 3 individuals emerged from the terminal. An unremarkable Chinese man with a scar on his face and 2 foreigners dressed in an alternative fashion. Young master, you have finally returned. It must have been quite a hardship for you during your 2 years abroad, exclaimed a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, rushing forward to greet him. Hardship? How absurd. There has yet to be anyone capable of making me suffer. For wherever I go, I am the center of attention, the young man retorted arrogantly, a look of disdain on his face. Indeed, young master, you are a dragon among men. It is only natural that you draw attention wherever you go. Please, enter the vehicle, the middle-aged man flattered. How's the old man? The youth inquired as he stepped into the car. He is well, preparing a banquet at home to welcome your return, the man replied. Oomph. The old man remains as formal as ever. And while my frigid fiancée, it's time to settle the score for the scar she caused me. She is married now, isn't she? Are you aware, young master? Oomph. She believes that marriage can free her from me. What a delusion. I revel in the challenge of conquering difficult women, he said coldly, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Chapter 6. Mutual dependence. The countryside envelopes the city, and the rural areas outside the urban sprawl are not inferior to the city itself. Though lacking towering skyscrapers and upscale venues, they boast homely farmyards and amicable neighbors with whom one can share anything. In contrast to the bustling city life, the rural surroundings offer a sense of tranquility. The mechanized speed of harvesting far surpasses that of laborious manual work. Zhang Yang walked along the road for over half an hour until he heard the distant sounds of barking dogs and crowing roosters, mingled with the bleating of sheep. The familiar sounds brought back memories of his childhood, where flocks of sheep roamed the fields of his hometown. The dog market is currently the only trading hub for all domesticated animals. Decades ago, there were also cattle and sheep markets, but with economic development, large-scale farms have replaced traditional family-owned livestock. The absence of farm animals has led to the gradual phasing out of these markets. The existing dog market is now a private gathering for animal lovers and breeders, operating under specific time constraints. Zhang Yang fortuitously arrived at the dog market, which convenes only once a week. He observed electric tricycles lining the roadside, along with several large off-road vehicles filled with a variety of pets. Dogs were plentiful, but there were also many cats, rabbits, and a plethora of birds, including parrots and starlings. At that moment, a towering Tibetan Mastiff leaped down from a spacious SUV, instantly captivating the entire crowd. Old Wang, why have you brought the king of dogs? A familiar face immediately approached him. I can no longer afford to keep him. I will sell him for money or even give him away. Old Wang replied. Old Wang, do you have no conscience? If your family can't afford to keep such a dog, how can we common folk manage? We have to eat. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter. A dog that large is not necessarily a blessing. Zhang Yang sighed, stepping away from the throng as he continued on his path. The Anshin orphanage lies at the end of the dog market, surrounded by the most spacious area among the nearby villages. Conveniently connected to the main road leading into the city, attracting considerable foot traffic. Thus, it is transformed into a bustling marketplace. Aside from the weekly dog market, the remaining days are filled with vendors, ensuring a vibrant atmosphere every day. Gazing ahead, the sign of the safe haven stood not far off, marked by a gate of welded steel and a courtyard wall of red bricks, with a row of red and white flat-roofed houses comprising the entirety of the orphanage. As Zhang Yang paused to observe, a tiny figure squeezed through the crack of the iron gate, carefully balancing a bowl in her small hands. Before her, a dog dealer was haggling with a buyer, while a shivering puppy sat in a cage before him, roughly handled and tossed back into the cage by the dealer. The puppy yelped incessantly, and at that moment, the little figure finally approached the dog's cage, cautiously squatting down. Don't cry, little puppy. The milk is delicious. The diminutive figure, holding a bowl of warm milk, intended to place it inside the cage, but was spotted by the dog dealer. That child, doesn't she know dogs can't drink milk? Are you trying to poison my dog? But the puppy must be hungry. The little one pouted, on the verge of tears. How do you know it's hungry? Go on, go home to your mother. The dealer replied impatiently, with tear-filled eyes. The little girl seemed on the brink of shedding golden tears. In a few strides, Zhang Yang approached her from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. Feeling an indescribable pang of sorrow, the small figure seemed to sense the familiar warmth, turning around to look at Zhang Yang with tearful eyes. Daddy, the puppy is really hungry. This little girl, a patient from the hospital, was the very child Zhang Yang wished to adopt. Her sweet, childlike voice, still struggling to pronounce words perfectly, tugged at one's heartstrings. Daddy knows, Daddy knows. The puppy is hungry, but it truly cannot drink milk. In that moment, a surge of paternal love erupted within him as he gently patted the girl's back, their foreheads touching, the faint scent of milk enveloping them in a comforting embrace. Yet, the little girl anxiously turned to point at the trembling puppy. I know, Daddy knows everything, Zhang Yang reassured her, wrapping her in his arms once more. In later generations, practitioners of wood element cultivation possessed an innate ability, akin to a passive skill, allowing them to perceive the emotions and needs of animals, sensing their warmth, coldness, and hunger. With the advancement of their cultivation, they could even converse with these creatures. Hey, take your child home for education. Don't disrupt my business. The dog dealer interjected. I bought this dog. How much is it? As he spoke, Zhang Yang retrieved his wallet from his pocket. The dealer's eyes brightened immediately, brimming with enthusiasm. Not expensive, just 100. This is a purebred Chinese rural dog. 100, is it? Here you go. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, pulling out 100 yuan and handing it over. The dealer hurriedly accepted the money, a broad smile spreading across his face. Once confirming the money was genuine, he lifted the puppy and handed it to Zhang Yang. The milk had already been spilled by the dealer, leaving only an empty bowl. The little girl wriggled free from Zhang Yang's embrace, immediately cradling the puppy in her arms, showing no disdain for its dirty fur. Don't cry, puppy. Daddy's money saved you, she said sweetly, stroking the puppy's head. To the astonishment of the dog trader, the puppy at that moment exhibited an unusual tranquility, showing no signs of struggle and reveling in the gentle caresses of the little girl. Ignoring the trader's bewildered gaze, Zhang Yang effortlessly lifted the girl with one arm, retrieved the empty bowl, and made his way toward the orphanage. Are you happy, my little treasure? He inquired, as the girl tilted her head to look at him. Daddy, did you call for me? She replied, her words tumbling out with innocent delight. I knocked once and then, this little one. She raised her tiny finger and traced the air a couple of times. Oh, so your name is Yi. Zhang Yang realized, having forgotten to ask her name in the shock of the hospital. Is it super easy? Yes, super easy. Daddy remembers now. Zhang Yang could distinctly feel Yi's current joy, an indescribable elation, as if immersed in an ocean of happiness. In that moment, Yi felt the warmth of her father's embrace, and her bliss was unmistakable. Just then, the gates of the orphanage swung open, and a woman in a white apron hurried out. Upon seeing Zhang Yang with Yi in his arms, she exclaimed, My little Yi, how did you wander off again? The director was worried because she couldn't find you at mealtime. Grandma, the puppy is hungry, the cheerful Yi declared, lifting the dog to show her. I knew it. The woman shot a disapproving glance at Yi before turning to Zhang Yang, saying, Thank you, kind sir. How much for the dog? I shall pay you. My Yi is a gentle-hearted girl. Since coming here, she has rescued countless animals. My vegetable garden has practically turned into a zoo. At that moment, the bashful Yi buried her head shyly into Zhang Yang's neck. Chapter 7. Confessions upon entering the Anshin home. One is greeted by a magnificent mural adorning the wall, a white backdrop bordered with red. Featuring a grand tree with a table beneath, it's surrounded by a group of laughing children. Adjacent to it, another painting depicts the sun alongside a river, where yet another group of children frolics. These vivid images evoke a sense of longing. Zhang Yang, holding Yi, followed the woman into a spacious flat-roofed room, where a large dining table was surrounded by a dozen children, all around 7 or 8 years old, quietly seated and earnestly enjoying their breakfast. Come, Lily, it's time to eat. the woman gently said as she took Yi from Zhang Yang's arms and placed her at the table. Though Yi appeared calm and obedient, her eyes brimmed with reluctance to part from Zhang Yang. Her round, glistening eyes held back tears, yearning to stay close. In that moment, Zhang Yang felt a pang of heartache, an indescribable emotion stirring within him, wishing to embrace Yi tightly and shower her with affection. However, as he noticed the curious gazes of the other children now fixed upon him, he felt compelled to refrain from picking her up. "Mr. Zhang, please follow me. Aunt Gu is in the office. Yi, be a good girl and eat. I'll come play with you shortly." "Okay." Yi nodded enthusiastically, waving her little hand in the air. Following the woman, Zhang Yang entered another room that resembled a storage area, where an old desk was cluttered with accounting ledgers, large, thick volumes bound with plain white paper. The elderly director sat at her desk, thick glasses perched on the tip of her nose. Her head bowed as she diligently inscribed something. "Aunt Gu, Mr. Zhang has arrived," the old lady announced before stepping outside. She was an uneducated rural woman working at the safe haven, preparing meals for a group of unfortunate children, her understanding limited to this task. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yang, 25 years of age. Please wait a moment. I need to recall a figure, so do not interrupt me." The director of the orphanage, surnamed Gu, was addressed as Aunt Gu by the older residents and as Grandma Gu by the younger ones. At this moment, she remained focused on her writing, not lifting her head. Zhang Yang chose to remain silent, not wishing to intrude, feeling it would be discourteous to watch her closely. Observing the room filled with numerous ledgers, he picked one up to peruse. Upon opening it, he was greeted by rows of meticulously penned small script, the writing clear and vigorous, indicative of the author's remarkable penmanship. A closer inspection revealed it to be a detailed ledger, chronicling everything from daily necessities to educational expenses. He picked up another ledger, and it was similarly thorough. Progressing through the stack, Zhang Yang extracted the final ledger, only to discover that this collection of books belonged to an orphan. It documented the daily minutiae from the time of entering safe haven to being adopted, spanning a full 3 years, amounting to over 20 volumes. Zhang Yang could not help but raise his gaze towards the elderly director, a figure of immense authority and gravitas, whose sense of responsibility commanded respect. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned her, late at night, fervently writing at her desk. I am growing old, my memory is failing, not as sharp as in my youth. I have become somewhat negligent. You are Xiao Zhang, correct? Please take a seat." The director finally lifted her head, glancing at Zhang Yang. "No need. I shall stand for a while." There were no other chairs in the room, and he felt it inappropriate to sit in the presence of such a venerable figure. The elderly director seemed to recall something, removing her reading glasses to rub her slightly irritated eyes before rising and stepping outside. Her slightly hunched form moved with a hint of unsteadiness. Zhang Yang hurriedly stepped forward to support her arm. The aches of old age. Sitting for a while brings discomfort. Come, let us take a stroll in the courtyard. They exited the room, meandering along a small path towards the back of the flat-roofed building, where a vegetable garden thrived, providing sustenance for safe haven. "Xiao Zhang, didn't you say you would come over the weekend? Why have you come today? Is something amiss?" The elderly lady was perceptive, instantly sensing the concern etched on his face. To be honest, there's been a change. In the presence of this respected figure, Zhang Yang felt neither inclined nor willing to fabricate a lie. "Just yesterday, I signed the divorce agreement, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will take effect in a couple of days. Hence my inquiry about any legal means to live with the E." Zhang Yang spoke earnestly. "Is it because of E?" the elderly lady asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "No, it is due to personal reasons. I see a story in your eyes," she remarked, squatting down to tend to a wilting green onion seedling as she continued speaking. "My impression of you in the hospital was rather unfavorable. To be frank, you appeared somewhat effeminate, reminiscent of those delicate young men on television, which I found rather irksome. Do not take offense at my candidness." The elderly woman chuckled to herself. "However, upon seeing you again today, I have come to perceive a different facet of your character. In your eyes, I discerned a sense of indulgence, a paternal affection towards E, which is indeed the hallmark of a true father. The scene at the dog market has not escaped me. I observed it quite clearly through the crack of the door. As she spoke, the elderly woman rose, supporting herself with her knees, while Zhang Yang hurriedly offered assistance. She comfortingly patted his arm. Alas, despite this, I must inform you that unless it complies with legal procedures, you shall not take E away, she stated with utmost seriousness. While she could be accommodating regarding other matters, she was resolute when it came to children. In this society, those with malicious intent often disguise themselves as benevolent beings. Without a doubt, Zhang Yang recognized from the thick ledger that the elderly woman was a person who took her responsibilities towards work and children very seriously. I understand. Give me time, and I will devise a plan. Zhang Yang felt a tinge of worry, having lived in the city for 5 years, apart from Liang Jiujiu. He truly had no one else to rely on. As for Li Bing, he had long abandoned hope. The elderly woman regarded Zhang Yang with a serious gaze and casually remarked, "Have you truly thought this through? You are still young and will have children of your own in due time. I would not wish for you to act on a momentary impulse." Zhang Yang did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed steadfastly at the elderly woman and sincerely nodded. From the moment I laid eyes on E and learned of her orphan status, I resolved to protect her, cherish her, and accompany her through sorrow and joy. We shall become each other's support. Zhang Yang harbored no ill intentions. Even in the absence of such feelings, he would adhere to his heart's desire, striving to protect and love E for a lifetime. The elderly woman nodded approvingly at their mutual reliance. That is a profound statement. When it comes to children, we must learn not to spoil or coddle them. You nurture her in her youth, and she will care for you in your old age. That is the true essence of mutual support. Look at the youth of today. Enough said. Everyone has their own destiny. The elderly woman, having traversed decades, had long seen through the facade of life, choosing not to impose or question further. Chapter 8. An announcement. The vegetable garden at the Anshin home is expansive, with an array of familiar greens planted from north to south. Radishes, cabbages, peppers, cauliflower, and scallions, among others, thrive there. In the corner, a few fruit trees extend their branches beyond the wall. A pile of slender bamboo poles rests against the wall, while the elderly matron struggles to move them into the garden. "Xiao Yuan, have the pigs and dogs been fed?" The elderly director called out. "And good, do not worry. Everything has been taken care of. I have left food for you in the kitchen, and I shall bring it to you shortly," replied the matron named Xiao Yuan. "There is no rush for meals. Winter is approaching quickly. We must find someone to construct the vegetable shelter. We must guard against frost damage to the crops. Why waste money unnecessarily? I am still capable of doing it myself, and they can come to help when they have the time. It will be completed in 2 days." The women referred to by the grandmother are of a similar age to her, typically occupied with mundane tasks such as caring for children and engaging in sewing or cooking. They perform these duties voluntarily, without expecting any monetary compensation. However, the grandmother is concerned, as they are aging, and any potential accidents could be detrimental. The elderly director wears a worried expression, acknowledging that while routine tasks may be manageable, the physical demands of constructing greenhouses can be worrisome. "Rest assured, Inko," the grandmother reassures, "though we may be advanced in years, our limbs remain quite agile." As she speaks, she approaches with her apron still in hand, a smile illuminating her face as she gazes at Zhang Yang. "Ah, young Zhang, are you the new teacher? You are quite the handsome lad." Zhang Yang glances at the grandmother, bewildered by her words. "You speak too freely. He is not a teacher, but rather here to see that troublesome little girl." "See? Could it be?" The grandmother's eyes widen in astonishment as she inspects Zhang Yang, initially believing him to be the new teacher, only to discover he is here to adopt a child. At such a young age, could it be that one cannot bear children? Perhaps a procedure in Thailand? She recalls a television host who once underwent such an operation. Embarrassed under the grandmother's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Yang turns his attention to the vegetable garden. At that moment, a bold idea crosses his mind. Unable to devise a swift plan to take E away, he considers leaving her here as a viable excuse. "Xiao Yuan, Do not let your imagination run wild. We have yet to even begin. The elderly lady spoke with a hint of sadness. Oh, what a delightful child. How could she have fallen ill? Ill? Who is unwell? Yi. Zhang Yang quickly inquires upon hearing the pivotal word. However, he does not feel anxious. After all, he possesses the ability to heal any ailment. Young Zhang, this is what I must share with you. Alas, the elderly director appears particularly aged at this moment. Releasing a deep sigh, Yi suffers from congenital heart disease, specifically a deficiency of the right atrium. She was abandoned at the hospital when she was just 1 year old, and it took several resuscitation attempts to save her life. The doctors claimed she would be unlikely to survive past 3 years. Now, Yi is 2 years and 6 months old, and should her condition worsen. Alas! With a heavy sigh, tears glisten in the corners of her eyes. Since her arrival, the lively and charming Yi has been the joy of the safe haven. Her big, watery eyes endearing her to everyone. Over the past year, many kind-hearted individuals have expressed interest in adopting her, but upon learning of her illness, they all shook their heads in despair. Not to mention the exorbitant medical costs, the emotional bonds formed would render it unbearable should anything happen to Yi. Congenital heart disease? Indeed, a formidable challenge. Zhang Yang muses, yet he remains unfazed. He is already aware of the reason for Yi's missing right atrium. It is due to the presence of another entity occupying that space. With its existence, he believes that even without treatment, her life would not be in jeopardy. You seem remarkably unconcerned, the elderly director remarks with a hint of puzzlement, observing Zhang Yang's evident affection for Yi this morning. She finds it surprising that he remains calm upon learning of her ailment, rather than displaying any signs of panic. Well, how shall I put it? When I find myself bored, I often delve into medical books, which has enlightened me about the challenges associated with congenital heart disease. However, with proper care and maintenance, it does not pose a life-threatening risk. Zhang Yang sensed that his behavior might have appeared somewhat unusual. He continued, moreover, I once came across an ancient remedy in a medical text that is particularly suitable for heart ailments. Yes, an ancient prescription. At this moment, the elderly director gazed at Zhang Yang with increased astonishment. After all, congenital heart disease is not a trivial condition. How could he treat it as if it were commonplace? Furthermore, what ancient remedy could possibly cure heart disease? She had inquired with the nation's most esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and had never heard of any such remedy. Yet this young man asserted its existence with an air of conviction that hardly suggested jest. If he intended to make Yi his experimental subject, then it would be best for him to abandon that notion. This was the only conclusion the director could draw. Various signs indicated that Zhang Yang was quite suspicious at this moment. Oh no, this misunderstanding could be problematic, Zhang Yang thought, furrowing his brow. It would be difficult to explain this confusion. Claiming he could cure Yi would surely invite disbelief, and he might even be expelled. Now, speaking vaguely about an ancient remedy had led to this misunderstanding, and it was indeed hard to articulate a response. I apologize, my previous statement may have been grandiose, but I do possess some knowledge of medicine and can prepare numerous therapeutic dishes. Zhang Yang explained somewhat anxiously. Do you have a medical license? A culinary certification? The elderly director inquired frostily. Zhang Yang shook his head in resignation. He indeed lacked both. The absence of certification does not imply incompetence, and, conversely, possessing a license does not guarantee proficiency. This statement held merit. Those with credentials cannot always be trusted, but one without any certification is entirely untrustworthy. I believe in our country's standards. Those who are unqualified will eventually be exposed, the director remarked as she turned to leave the vegetable garden. She had many other matters to attend to and could not afford to waste time on Zhang Yang. Watching the elderly director depart, Zhang Yang felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet words eluded him. Ah, young man, do not hold it against Aunt Ge. She has always instilled this mindset in her children. Every time a child steps into society, she imparts this lesson anew. It is all with good intentions. One must learn to be grateful, the old woman standing beside him reassured. Indeed, we must cultivate gratitude. Allow me to assist you in constructing the greenhouse, Zhang Yang declared, setting aside his worries. Shouldn't you be at work? You're still quite young. To be honest, I prefer farming to office work, Zhang Yang replied, rolling up his sleeves and dashing towards the storage area for bamboo poles. Wait, do you know how? The old woman called after him, her voice tinged with concern. Zhang Yang smiled without offering an explanation. He had spent over 6 months working at a greenhouse construction site. He was well-versed in constructing greenhouses and small attached structures, having learned everything from seasoned workers. Chapter 9. Mutual Dependence. Zhang Yang pretended not to notice the old woman's curious gaze as he began moving the bamboo poles among the vegetables. Observing the previous construction marks, it was evident that the original setup comprised 3 large greenhouses. This design was not overly laborious and did not require excessive height. It was a rather genteel approach to construction. However, such an arrangement proved somewhat inconvenient for irrigation and harvesting, and it wasted land, as no crops could be planted at the greenhouse junctions. Grandma, your original greenhouse design is too wasteful. How about we construct a single large greenhouse instead? Zhang Yang suggested. A large greenhouse. Can you manage that? The grandmother observed Zhang Yang diligently at work, with no signs of laziness, and thus tacitly accepted his presence. After all, free labor should not be wasted. This was certainly a matter of personal integrity. Zhang Yang exerted himself exceptionally, especially with a little darling supervising from a distance. Just moments ago, the small one, peeked out from the corner, her large eyes sparkling with mischief, holding a piece of steamed bun high above her head, as if trying to protect it from thieves. At that moment, a small dog suddenly dashed out, tugging at Yi's pant leg. The dog's pants aren't tasty, but the bun is. Yi chirped, tearing off a piece of her bun and tossing it to the dog. Some say the purity of a Chinese rural dog can be discerned by whether it eats food placed on the ground. If it rushes to eat from one's hand, it surely is not a true Chinese rural dog. Conversely, if it refuses to eat food off the ground, then it undoubtedly is one. Zhang Yang had not anticipated that the little dog he unwittingly acquired from a dog dealer was indeed a genuine Chinese rural dog, resolutely refusing to eat anything that wasn't offered by hand. Why did you let the dog out? I've already fed it. The grandmother scolded, somewhat annoyed. But the geese and ducks were bullying the dog, and I wanted to help. Ate playing it. After breakfast, seeing that her older siblings had been called away to class by the new teacher and that her father had not yet emerged, she decided to check on the dog. She ran to the vegetable garden beside the kitchen, discovering that the geese and ducks were chasing the dog, prompting her to rescue it. What she did not realize was that it was actually the dog chasing the ducks away, undaunted by anything. Do you want Daddy to hold you? At that moment, Zhang Yang approached her with a fond smile, extending his arms. Daddy, hold me, he exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Zhang Yang's embrace and offering him a piece of the bun. Daddy, try it. The bun is delicious. Daddy isn't hungry, he replied, gently tapping her small nose and lifting her with one hand to stand up. With a quick turn, he held her aloft. Flying. Laughed gleefully, mimicking flight with her arms, her round eyes transformed into crescent moons of joy. In this moment, Zhang Yang was equally delighted. Just as he prepared to lift higher, he was halted by the grandmother. Quickly put down. She mustn't be so excited. The grandmother had not seen this happy in a long time. Each visit to the hospital for injections pained her deeply, yet there was little that could be done. Since she was young, had been remarkably understanding, never crying or making a fuss, which only added to the heartache. Usually, when her siblings played with her, she remained close to the elderly director. After they went to class, she would sometimes wander to the chicken coop or duck pen, babbling in a language only she understood, greeting any birds that flew by. In short, she was an exceedingly adorable yet heart-wrenchingly lovable little one. The grandmothers all cherished always bringing her treats from the kitchen. However, her dietary restrictions were significant. Due to her congenital heart condition, she could not consume greasy, overly sour, sweet, spicy, or salty foods. For instance, she was permitted only 1 piece of candy a day. She also needed to avoid excessive excitement. And great joy or sorrow was strictly forbidden. Just like today, such loud laughter and pretending to fly was decidedly inappropriate. Don't worry, Grandma, it's fine. Watch me make fly. Zhang Yang spoke while spreading his arms wide, allowing Yi to lie flat, and then he hurried off. Yi's body felt as light and soft as a piece of cotton, devoid of any discernible weight. Laughter echoed through the vegetable garden, filling the once tranquil space with an abundance of joy. Observing this scene, the grandmother felt it inappropriate to intervene. She had never seen Yi so blissful and wished not to disrupt this happiness. Though her heart was laden with unspoken worries, she recalled the doctor's words and hoped that Yi could joyfully embrace the coming months. In that moment, he had forgotten the dog that had been protesting for quite some time, while Zhang Yang had momentarily set aside his plans to build a shelter. They both seemed like children, frolicking in the garden, engaging in games of hide-and-seek, hopscotch, and rock-paper-scissors, among many others. After playing for over an hour, he finally felt a bit weary. Zhang Yang held her close, and she clung to his collar, reluctant to let go. "Daddy, don't go. I want to play more," she exclaimed. "Father won't leave. I'll play with Yi every day," Zhang Yang replied, affectionately kissing Yi's forehead. It tickles." Yi giggled, feeling a tickling sensation as if her nose had been pricked, which only made her laugh more. "That's just Daddy's beard. I'll shave it off later so it won't tickle you anymore," Zhang Yang assured her, holding Yi against the radiant sun, his face adorned with smiles. At that moment, the old director rushed over, his face etched with urgency. "Xiaozhang, come quickly," he urged, panting heavily. Zhang Yang, noticing the alarm, hastily jogged toward him with Yi in his arms. "What's wrong? What happened? You mentioned you have some medical knowledge, right? Shan suddenly has a stomachache, and the ambulance is stuck in traffic. Please take a look." The old director trembled, gripping Zhang Yang's arm tightly. These children were her treasures. She could not permit any more misfortunes to befall them. Having already lost the nurturing love of their parents, they must not suffer further from illness. Even if there was a glimmer of hope for Yi, she would exhaust every possibility for treatment. Feeling the director's clammy palms, Zhang Yang sensed her urgency and, without a moment's hesitation, rushed toward the front yard with Yi. In a house to the north of the flat-roofed building, a gathering of people encircled a makeshift scene. Normally, this was the children's classroom, a space not to be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. However, upon hearing the child was unwell, everyone immediately grew tense. Inside the classroom, desks had been hastily arranged into a makeshift bed covered with a newspaper. On top of it lay a boy of 7 or 8, curled up in agony. Clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain. Despite his suffering, he did not cry. Beside him, several children took turns wiping the sweat from his brow. "Hang in there. The ambulance is on its way," urged a young girl, a teacher sent by the Volunteer Association. Having volunteered alongside her affluent father since childhood, she was determined to defy the notion that the wealthy lacked compassion. In her eyes, her father was an exemplary figure, both prosperous and philanthropic. Therefore, upon graduating from university, she joined the Volunteer Association. Today marked her first day, and she had been assigned to temporarily fill in as a teacher here. Understanding the plight of these unfortunate children, she deliberately dressed in a modest manner and chose not to drive. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Just after a class had concluded, she suddenly discovered a child in distress. Collapsed over his desk, his complexion a ghastly shade of gray. In a state of panic, she hastily dialed for an ambulance, only to be informed of potential traffic delays during peak hours. At that moment, she deeply regretted her decision not to drive. Chapter 10. Connection. Zhang Yang rushed into the classroom with urgent yet steady strides, cradling Yi in his arms. Upon entering, he observed the boy's pallid face. Realizing he was on the brink of losing consciousness, Zhang Yang promptly laid Yi on the desk, feeling uneasy about placing him on the floor due to the crowd. Yi, too, was exceedingly anxious. Her little hands were already tense with worry. Shan, brother. Yi leaned over the boy, grasping his hand, and bent down to blow gently. "Brother, it won't hurt, just breathe." This was how the old director often comforted Yi, and she had memorized the words. The boy seemed to hear her. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes and attempted to lift his arm. "Don't move. This is acute appendicitis," Zhang Yang exclaimed, gently pressing on the boy's abdomen to draw a conclusion. Acute appendicitis is a common surgical condition, ranking first among various acute abdominal syndromes. The typical clinical manifestations include migrating pain to the lower right abdomen, tenderness at the appendiceal point, and rebound tenderness, although the clinical presentation of acute appendicitis can vary widely. It typically presents as persistent, episodic, intensifying pain in the lower right abdomen, accompanied by nausea, vomiting, and often fever and muscle rigidity. In severe cases, it can lead to death. What should we do? Hearing this, the teaching assistant, Yang Minghui, became increasingly anxious. She recalled witnessing a classmate suffer from this ailment during her school days, enduring excruciating pain until timely medical intervention saved him. A fellow student had mentioned that had they been even a few minutes late, it could have been fatal. Good child, you are truly resilient. Don't worry, I'm here. In medical terms, the pain of appendicitis is classified as a level 9 pain, immensely intense, even more so than childbirth. Under such torment, a normal person would undoubtedly scream. Yet the boy gritted his teeth, managing to remain silent. Zhang Yang admired the boy's fortitude and quickly placed his palm on the boy's abdomen, gently massaging it. As the healing energy flowed through him, the boy seemed to feel the pain dissipate, his body ceasing to tremble and gradually relaxing. At that moment, the old director rushed over, noticing that Shan appeared less distressed, and his concern eased considerably. How was the child feeling? Zhang, what exactly is wrong with Shan? Is it serious? Grandma, I'm fine now. My stomach feels warm, and it doesn't hurt anymore. The boy, Shan, weakly replied. As long as it doesn't hurt, that's good. My poor child, you truly frightened your grandmother. The old director said, still shaken. Everything is all right now. I will hold him for a while longer, Zhang Yang reassured, withdrawing his hand and lifting the boy into his arms. At that moment, Yi was also taken off the desk, tightly gripping Zhang Yang's clothing as they exited the classroom. Teacher Yang, I apologize for the concern. Children, please return to your seats quickly, the old director instructed as he stepped outside. Although the group of children was somewhat worried about Shan's condition, they understood that they could not assist at that moment. Thus, they obediently returned the desks and chairs to their proper places, sitting upright at their desks in anticipation of Yang Minghui's lesson. At this moment, Yang Minghui found herself in a state of stupor. Just a moment ago, she was consumed by worry, yet now it seemed as if nothing had transpired. How astonishing! It was acute appendicitis, after all. How could it be resolved so swiftly? Who exactly was responsible for this miracle? Lost in thought, Yang Minghui became oblivious to her surroundings until she noticed the curious gazes of the children upon her. Flushing with embarrassment, she hastily grabbed her textbook to conceal her face. How utterly mortifying! With a soft murmur of encouragement, she rallied herself and commenced the lesson. As a university student, teaching from a primary school textbook posed no challenge for her, and before long, she was fully engaged in the subject matter. Outside the classroom, Zhang Yang carried the boy into the dormitory, gently placing him on the bed. The modest room contained 6 beds arranged closely together, reminiscent of the large kangs found in northeast China. A row of cabinets lined the wall, neatly displaying various daily necessities. Daddy, is brother okay? Little Yi skillfully climbed onto the bed and leaned beside Shan. Yes, once your brother has rested well, he won't feel any pain anymore. Zhang Yang reassured, affectionately patting Yi's small head. It doesn't hurt anymore, Yi exclaimed with a bright smile. When the old director arrived, Shan was already fast asleep. Earlier, he had endured considerable pain and, despite his efforts to remain silent, had expended a great deal of energy, leading to his swift slumber. The old director, filled with concern, gently covered Shan with a blanket. Just then, the sound of an ambulance echoed from outside. Worried about the possibility of Shan experiencing abdominal pain once more, the old director decided to take the sleeping boy to the hospital. Zhang Yang contemplated mentioning that Shan was already cured but refrained, remembering the old director's stern expression. In the absence of the old director's presence at the safe haven, there was no panic. Everyone continued with their tasks as usual. Zhang Yang and Yi, with some spare time on their hands, went to the backyard to assist in constructing a greenhouse. Little Yi, eager to demonstrate her capability, helped her father carry bamboo poles. After just 2 trips, her small face was dusted with dirt, resembling a little calico cat. Look, I've turned into a calico cat. Eegiglet. Zhang Yang chuckled softly as he wiped her face. Hee meow meow. Yi raised her tiny fist to her cheek, truly resembling a calico cat. Zhang Yang burst into laughter once more, feeling a wave of nostalgia for the days spent joyfully frolicking in the countryside with friends during his childhood. The morning swiftly passed, and soon, Grandma had prepared lunch. The children had also completed their lessons and were now in the cafeteria, holding their trays and waiting for their meal. Yang Minghui, the teaching assistant, had intended to visit the hospital, but upon calling the old director after class, she learned that Shan was no longer in danger. Merely feeling a bit weak and receiving 4 fluids, and she was advised not to come. Yang, please don't mind the food if it doesn't suit your taste. The meals are certainly not as exquisite as those from a restaurant. However, they are entirely homegrown, pure and organic, Grandma hurriedly assured her, anxious that Yang Minghui would find fault. The children's lunch consisted of stir-fried cauliflower with chili, a cabbage and tofu soup, a steamed bun, and an egg. Oh, Grandma, please don't say that. How could I possibly complain? I'll pass on the egg. I don't eat much, and this is more than sufficient for me. Please save the egg for the children. Yang Minghui expressed, with no hint of disdain, nor had she ever entertained such thoughts. While accompanying her father on charitable endeavors, she persevered despite the dire living conditions in the mountain valley. Who would have thought that teacher Zhang, so beautiful, possesses such a kind heart? Surely, she will be richly rewarded in the future. The grandmother chuckled and said, Grandma, may I ask you something? What about that older brother from this morning, the teacher? Yang Minghui had been searching for Zhang Yang during the break, but could not find him, nor the adorable little girl. Ah, he's working in the backyard. I'll go fetch them. As soon as the grandmother's words fell, Zhang Yang entered, cradling Yi in his arms. Grandma, I want eggs, the little girl exclaimed, having played all morning and now feeling hungry. As she approached, the children at the table noticed Yi's arrival and gathered around, offering her eggs. Sister, I have eggs for you, one girl with pigtails said. I have some too here. Yi beamed with joy, reaching out for the eggs, only to be halted by her grandmother. Yi, you cannot take your sister's eggs. Yours are right here. Children, hurry and eat your meals. The grandmother's words had some effect, and the kids promptly returned to their food. What is your name, little beauty? May I get to know you? Yang Minghui, enchanted by Yi's cuteness, felt a tender spot in her heart. Hello, sister. My name is Yi. The sweet, childish voice instantly captivated Yang Minghui. Had he not been in Zhang Yang's embrace, she would have likely scooped her up in her arms. Xiao Zhang, this is Yi's millet porridge. You take a break and eat something. I will watch over her, the grandmother suggested. I want Daddy to feed me. Yi clung to Zhang Yang like a little princess, and he found it difficult to refuse her. Her adorable face was simply irresistible. The grandmother furrowed her brow and sternly said, Yi, what has Grandma taught you? Look at your older siblings. Immediately, Yi lowered her head, feeling a bit wronged, as if she realized her mistake. Grandma, don't be angry. You will be good. It's fine, Grandma isn't angry. Go eat your meal. Daddy needs to eat too. Zhang Yang comforted her, then set Yi down. She hurried to find her little stool and obediently began sipping her porridge. Chapter 11. Debts owed in the afternoon. The old director returned, and Shan, now recovered, bounced over to Zhang Yang. Uncle, thank you. Shan appeared quite lively. After receiving 4 fluids at the hospital and taking a nap, his grandmother had specially prepared an additional meal for him, allowing for a swift recovery. You're welcome. You're also a remarkably strong child. Zhang Yang genuinely admired the boy, who managed to endure such intense pain without uttering a sound, something even adults might struggle to do. Yes, Shan has always been a strong child. Now go to class, the old director said, patting Shan's head. Okay. Shan nodded and dashed off to the classroom. Watching Shan disappear into the distance, the old director finally felt a sense of relief. Shan had arrived here alone the previous year, at the tender age of 6, having bid farewell to his last family member, his father, and then independently obtained his orphan certificate. With no one to accompany him, He walked for an entire morning, clutching that certificate. He was indeed an extraordinary child. Now it made sense why he was so resilient. He has certainly grown up to be successful, Yang said sincerely. As for success, I, as an old woman, cannot foresee it. I only hope they can live here peacefully and healthily. I must thank you today. I heard from Teacher Yang that your touch on Shan Shan's belly worked wonders. What method did you employ? The old director is not a stubborn man. Although he cannot compromise on principles, some matters cannot be dismissed outright. It is not as miraculous as it sounds. It is merely a technique from traditional Chinese medicine. A simple manipulation. In ancient times, lacking modern technology, abdominal pain could arise from various ailments, and this massage technique was universally applied. If it turned out well, that was fortunate. Yang dared not speak the truth, knowing well that the old director was not easily swayed. Is that truly the case? Do you really have a remedy for Yi's ailment? The old director inquired, somewhat skeptical. Yang was at a loss for words. If he claimed he had one, what would the old director do? He could not write one himself, and even if he did, it would be evident to anyone who saw it that it was fabricated. Seemingly sensing Yang's apprehension, the old director said no more, merely suggesting that Yang could take charge of Yi's meals for a few days and could cook separately. Upon learning that Yang had no place to stay, the old director silently produced a key. This is to the room where Old Pan, the caretaker, resides. He returned to the countryside to harvest corn and called yesterday to say he is ill and cannot come back for the time being. You can make do with this for now. Thank you, Aunt Gil. Yang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Alas, I could be your grandmother. Young man, how could I possibly entrust to you in this manner? I hope you can find a job and, after marrying, return here. The old director spoke with a tone of disappointment. At these words, Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had come here with the intention of living with willing to work hard to stay, yet this was not his true desire. What he truly yearned for was a free and joyful life with along with the grandparents back home who were eagerly awaiting his return. His words jolted him from his reverie. Thank you for your guidance. I now know what I must do, Yang declared, determination evident as he clenched his fists. Just don't lose sight of your goals, the old director encouraged, patting Yang on the shoulder. In the ensuing days, Yang hastened the construction of the greenhouse. After lunch, began her afternoon nap, sleeping for 3 hours. When she awoke and ventured into the backyard, she barely recognized it. At this moment, 3 rows of posts stood in the vegetable garden, with the front half of the bamboo poles already connected. This was made possible by the assistance of many elderly women. Yang was reluctant to rest, and he dutifully stayed close to the old director, not disturbing Yang. By evening, the vegetable greenhouse was nearing completion, with only the plastic sheeting left to be placed. Working together, they finally finished after dinner. Yang had contributed the most effort, moving tirelessly like a machine, which enabled the project to progress swiftly. As they gazed at the completed vegetable greenhouse, resembling a palace in its beauty and artistry, everyone praised Yang for his capabilities. And go, ladies, I have not failed my mission. Young Zhang, you have truly worked hard. The old director spoke with a sense of satisfaction. It's not exhausting. Your father has matters to attend to. He will visit you in a couple of days, all right? Zhang Yang felt a deep reluctance to part with yet he understood that in order to maintain a lasting life together, he must take his leave. With no alternative, he resolved to resort to the old method. Uncertain whether the divorce agreement had taken effect, he was determined to persuade her before it was too late, even if it meant revealing certain truths. Father, don't go. It's already quite dark, said, rubbing her slightly sore eyes. Suddenly, upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, she felt invigorated. Be good, next time I come. We shall never part again. Zhang Yang, suppressing the ache in his heart, gently caressed E's round face. A subtle wood energy flowed into her mind, enveloping her in warmth. With her eyes closed, she drifted into slumber, resting against her father's hand. I am exhausted. This is my phone number. If you wake up tomorrow and wish to find me, you can call. Zhang Yang continued. This weekend, I will bring the necessary documents and be with her. Young Zhang, marriage is not something to enforce. I hope you grasp this principle, the old director stated with gravity. I understand. Thank you, Aunt Ge. I shall take my leave now, Zhang Yang declared, striding out of the safe haven, once again hurrying through the night. Fortunately, his affinity with wood energy allowed him to swiftly regain his strength. Otherwise, he might not have managed. Having departed in the middle of the night, he traveled nearly 20 kilometers to this place, constructing a vegetable greenhouse without a moment's rest. While he might not tire physically, his heart bore a heavy burden. As he walked slowly along the road into the city, a taxi came to a halt. "Hey, buddy, need a ride?" the driver asked, rolling down the window. "Yes, take me to Chuyang Bar," Zhang Yang replied quickly as he entered the vehicle. "There's nothing a glass of wine can't resolve. If there is, then two will suffice." "All right, let us go." The driver pressed the accelerator, and the taxi swiftly sped away, only gradually reducing its pace upon entering the city. "Buddy, we've arrived. Please make your payment," the driver announced, presenting two payment devices. To his surprise, Zhang Yang had cash on hand. He produced a 20 and 2 fives, leaving the driver momentarily stunned. "Buddy, I don't have change. Can you pay with your phone?" "No, I still feel safer with cash in my pocket." "Alas, I guess I'll count myself unlucky. I'll accept 25. The driver continued, "Young man, nowadays it's all about mobile payments. Holding on to old notions like that will earn you scorn." With those words, the driver drove off. Chapter 12. A quaint Chuyang Bar is located in the most bustling area of the city, serving as the largest entertainment venue in town. The spacious three-story structure can accommodate nearly 1,000 patrons, having even hosted star-studded performances in the past. Zhang Yang had worked here for over 2 years, initially as a greeter at the entrance and later reassigned as a bartender due to his appealing demeanor. Since marrying Li Bing, he had not visited for the past year, first due to lack of time, then out of disinterest. Consequently, it had been 2 years since he last set foot in this place. He wondered if the friends he once knew would even remember him. Upon entering the bar, one is immediately greeted by an expansive dance floor, at the center of which lies a stage, encircled by a semicircular bar offering an extensive array of spirits. Here, one can find any drink imaginable, provided one can utter its name. Above, on the second and third floors, private rooms await those seeking solace from the din below. With a hint of nostalgia, Zhang Yang stepped into the bar, observing the bustling bartenders, only to realize that none of them were familiar faces, which left him feeling somewhat despondent. He chose a secluded corner, ordered a glass of red wine, and savored it thoughtfully. During his culinary studies, he had sampled numerous varieties of red wine, yet none could rival the exquisite taste of white liquor. How bland it all seemed. He shook his head and set down his goblet. At this hour, just past 9 in the evening, the bar was still relatively quiet. However, as the clock struck 10, patrons began to fill the space. Energetic songs played one after another, and the crowd, predominantly comprised of the youth, began to sway fervently on the dance floor. The pressures of urban life weighed heavily on them, and it was only in the embrace of music at night that they found respite. Many flamboyantly dressed women approached Zhang Yang, inviting him to dance, yet he politely declined each time. "Hey, handsome, why are you alone? Would you like some company for a drink?" A woman in a waist-length skirt, revealing a trim waist, approached him with a flirtatious smile. "Do you have any old village chief?" Zhang Yang inquired. He was well aware that women like her were typically there to peddle drinks, claiming to join him for a drink, but ultimately, he would bear the cost. "Ah, a fellow escort, I see. Where there are women, men will follow," she mused, mistakenly assuming Zhang Yang was one of her kind. "I used to do that, but I resigned. I'm now simply a patron here," he replied, straightening his posture. "What a pity. You have quite an appealing image. You might consider pursuing this further," she remarked, casting a meaningful glance his way before turning to leave. She had no desire to squander time. After all, time equated to money, and selling a bottle of liquor could yield a 30% commission. Zhang Yang, feeling quite uninterested, shook his head and summoned the bartender to indeed order a bottle of Old Village Chief. This brand of white liquor was a national bestseller, delicious and highly sought after. Although its popularity had waned in recent years, post-apocalyptic times had made it a rare treasure. As he savored the fiery notes of the liquor, time swiftly advanced to midnight. At that moment, a fashionable woman graced the stage at the center of the dance floor, igniting a fervent uproar among the crowd. "Zhang Na, I love you. Zhang Na." A first-tier star from Han Country, renowned for her sultry dances, had made an unexpected appearance on stage, causing an uproar of excitement. Hello, my friends. I am Zhang Yang. This next song is dedicated to young Master Xiao. I hope he enjoys it. Friends, raise your arms and let me feel your presence. Hi. Her extravagant dance moves, coupled with her alluring figure, exuded an irresistible magnetism, compelling both men and women below to sway wildly. On the top floor, leaning against the railing, Xiao Hadong savored his glass of red wine, observing the undulating forms below with a slight smile. What a splendid figure she has. I shall have her sent to my room shortly. Yes, young master. Unbeknownst to many, the Chaoyang bar belonged to the Xiao group. Today, upon Xiao Hadong's return to the country, the esteemed elder of the Xiao family entrusted him with the management of this bar. Xiao Hadong, who was in search of leisure, gladly accepted the responsibility, eager to indulge himself. After consuming a bottle of white liquor, Zhang Yang, already somewhat fatigued, suddenly perked up upon hearing the name of young Master Xiao. He glanced upward, and in the otherwise empty third floor, he spotted a figure standing above. Young Master Xiao? Xiao Hadong? So he has returned. Zhang Yang had previously conducted a private inquiry into Li Bing and was aware of Xiao Hadong's existence. The two were once betrothed, though the reasons for their broken engagement remained a mystery, along with Xiao Hadong's subsequent departure abroad. As Zhang Yang pondered these thoughts, he was unexpectedly approached by a sultry figure. Frowning slightly, he instinctively grasped the stranger's wrist, intending to assert himself, only to be met with a familiar voice. Xiao Yang, what brings you here? Liang Jujio, clad in a form-fitting leather jacket and high-heeled boots, pressed her ample bosom against Zhang Yang. Ah, it's you. I thought it was someone else. Zhang Yang exclaimed. Ugh, the stench of alcohol is unbearable. Why are you drinking such cheap liquor? It hardly suits your taste. Liang Jujio wrinkled her nose in distaste, stepping back. Upon discovering it was indeed the old village chief's liquor, her displeasure deepened. If it weren't for you, Miss Liang, I wouldn't have any taste at all. Just being able to drink is a blessing, Zhang Yang retorted. Is it my fault, then? Liang Jujio feigned innocence, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. She too felt regret over the divorce. Don't worry, I bear no blame. It was all my choice. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Liang Jujio stuck out her tongue playfully, reminiscent of a child. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, she seated herself across from Zhang Yang and inquired, Hey, Xiao Yang, did you know Xiao Hadong was coming back before deciding to divorce? What do you mean? Zhang Yang asked, perplexed. Oh, just confess boldly. He is Xiao Hadong, the illustrious young master. There's no shame in that, Liang Jujio asserted. Fear him? What is there to fear? Zhang Yang took a sip of his drink. Liang Jujio perceived his demeanor as one of concealment. TSK, you're too shy to admit it. You did steal his fiancée, if he discovers this. It would spell disaster for you. Thankfully, you withdrew just in time. However, be cautious. Xiao Hadong is known to be petty and quite ruthless. It's unwise to walk alone at night. Fiancé? Haven't they annulled their engagement? Zhang Yang inquired, furrowing his brow. That was only on Bingjia's side. The Xiao family does not acknowledge it. Today, I heard that the Xiao family plans to visit Bingjia's household soon to formally propose. They intend to finalize the marriage. Liang Jujio whispered. Although her lineage could not compare to that of the Li or Xiao families, it was still respectable, and she was privy to significant family movements. Does Li Bing know? Zhang Yang promptly asked. How could she not? She sought you out yesterday to renew the contract, hoping for one last stand. If she could endure it, she would gain her freedom. But she never anticipated your refusal to agree and that you would sign the divorce papers. Given Xiao Hadong's return today, I suspect you were already aware of his return. Liang Jujio smiled knowingly, leaving her statement unfinished. She had no intention of mocking Zhang Yang. After all, how could a mere country boy provoke such a vast family? So it was, don't underestimate me, Xiao Jujio. Today you shall witness that I, too, possess a spirit of valor. Come, let's return home. With the effects of alcohol stirring within him, Zhang Yang experienced a moment of clarity, promptly taking Liang Jujio's hand and leading her outside. Chapter 13. Inebriated Revelry. It is said that drinking on an empty stomach leads to rapid intoxication. Indeed, After consuming a bottle of white liquor, Zhang Yang awoke the next day with a splitting headache, accompanied by an unbearable warmth surging within his stomach. He had no choice but to summon his wood energy to alleviate the pain. When did I come back? Zhang Yang pondered, gazing around the familiar room, sensing a void in his memory. He recalled drinking in the bar, longing for the taste of the old village chief's brew, ordering a bottle, and then encountering Liang Jiujio, after which his recollections faded into obscurity. Could it be that Liang Jiujio was kind enough to escort me home? Zhang Yang cuestionó incredulously. At that moment, a flash of memory struck his mind. Li Bing. It seemed he had engaged in some extraordinary antics the previous night. He crouched down, patting his head. Wood energy is not omnipotent. It can ease pain and heal ailments, but it cannot restore the consciousness of a numbed brain, just as it cannot revive a comatose patient. The brain is a marvel, and humanity's understanding of it is a mere 5%. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, through various means, we have grasped only about 20% of its mysteries. Thus, Zhang Yang found himself grappling with a rare hangover, compounded by the poor quality of his liquor, which had seemingly driven him into a drunken frenzy. Dingling. The phone rang. After a considerable search beneath the covers, he finally located his phone, noticing it was Liang Jiujio calling. Not feeling particularly hurried, he rose, donned his attire, and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to behold the sun ascending in the sky. Shout, Jiujio, did you bring me back yesterday? Zhang Yang said, pressing his temple with a slightly dazed expression. Hey, Xiao Yang, you finally get up. Are you sober yet? We can continue drinking. Liang Jiujio's exuberant voice boomed through the phone. One hangover was sufficient. He had no inclination to drink further. I'm hanging up. My head hurts. I'm going to make some porridge. Don't. Xiao Yang, you were incredible yesterday. Such a man. Thumbs up for you. Tell me, when did you become so formidable? Liang Jiujio's voice brimmed with excitement as she recounted last night's events. What happened yesterday? Zhang Yang's recollection of the previous evening remained hazy, with only fleeting impressions surfacing. Don't tell me you've forgotten. I have video evidence. She teased. What video? Let me see. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Of course. Just a moment. As they spoke, Liang Jiujio sent a video through the messaging app. Upon opening it, Zhang Yang found himself in a brightly lit living room, his gaze unfocused as he stared at Li Bing, who stood at the balcony on the second floor. Then, something unexpected occurred. In the living room, Zhang Yang suddenly planted his feet firmly on the ground, his body soaring into the air as he executed a graceful 360-degree spin, landing effortlessly on the balcony railing. Locking eyes with Li Bing. Wow, so cool, so cool. Xiao Yang, you're amazing. Liang Jiujio's infatuated exclamations echoed from the video. The video captured the incredulous gaze of Li Bing. It was her, indeed, the very woman who had ensnared my heart at first sight. Yet, she had also bestowed upon me a relentless sense of frustration. She was akin to a colossal mountain, an imposing iceberg that I could never seem to thaw. I had nearly resigned myself, contemplating a return to the simplicity of farming, but upon seeing her once more, my feelings surged uncontrollably. In the footage, Zhang Yang stood precariously by the railing, his figure swaying as though he might plummet at any moment. Opposite him, the icy visage of Li Bing remained unchanged, clad in her nightwear, arms crossed defiantly. Undeniably, my affection for her was justified. Just look at her beauty. Win her over, and I shall support you. Go for it. Liang Jiujio shouted exuberantly, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Liang Jiujio, turn off your phone. He is intoxicated. Li Bing raturta coldly. No, I'm not drunk. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. You, Li Bing, listen closely. In this lifetime, I am determined to pursue you. I shall make you the mother of my children. I will melt this iceberg that is you, but only for me. How tiresome. Li Bing's expression shifted to one of astonishment before she turned to leave, only to be yanked back by Zhang Yang. Wow, what a spectacle, truly riveting. Zhang Yang, you are destined for the history books. Liang Jiujio's voice echoed once more. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang seized Li Bing, who had just turned away, and pressed his lips to hers in a momentary, yet profound kiss. Li Bing's eyes widened in shock, her body seemingly frozen in place. The kiss was fleeting, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, yet Zhang Yang erupted into laughter, reveling in his triumph. "Ha! Li Bing, you are now stamped as mine. From this moment forth, you belong to me." Just as his declaration faded, the video showed Zhang Yang losing his balance and tumbling over the railing. Liang Jiuzhou's startled exclamation marked the video's conclusion. In those brief 2 minutes, Zhang Yang felt as though a century had passed. Silently, he covered his face, overwhelmed by emotions he had suppressed for 20 years, now laid bare by a drunken episode, and heard by Liang Jiuzhou, who possessed a knack for matchmaking. Yet, he felt no regret. To be reborn was to rectify past grievances. The regret of not honoring his grandparents in his previous life weighed heavily upon him, just as the unfulfilled pursuit of Li Bing lingered. If both were to be regrets, he would embrace the opportunity to amend them. No matter the trials ahead, he would not look back with remorse. "Hey, Xiao Yang, are you still there?" Liang Jiuzhou's voice came through the still-connected phone. "You were utterly heartless at the show yesterday." Zhang Yang replied. "Who was heartless? You were the one who took advantage and then feigned innocence. If I and T dragged you into the bedroom, you would still be sprawled on the couch. By the way, as a martial arts master, do you possess any internal protection? To fall from such a height and emerge unscathed, yet still manage to belch?" Liang Jiuzhou exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, I am the greatest hidden gem in this city. Consider yourself fortunate to be associated with me." Zhang Yang just said, "Please, Sister Bing is the real prize here. You are merely a minor player in comparison. And be wary. You knocked Aunt Qing down yesterday, so watch out for her retribution. I must hang up now. I need to wake up and get ready. Oh, what a splendid day it is. Did I really knock Aunt Qing down? I can't recall such an event." Zhang Yang could not fathom the situation and chose not to dwell on it. Rising to brush his teeth and wash his face, he hastily prepared porridge, his stomach grumbling with hunger. Having consumed merely 2 steam buns throughout the day prior, accompanied by a bottle of white liquor, he felt as though his belly was beating a drum. A pot of red bean and corn porridge vanished in no time, and as he patted his contented belly, Zhang Yang could not help but exclaim that being satiated was paramount. How delightful, with the sun already high in the sky. Zhang Yang resolved not to waste any more time and decided to seek out Li Bing. Once he had made the decision to pursue her, hesitation was not an option. Suddenly, the phone rang again. "I was just about to look for you. Where are you?" It was Li Bing's voice, and Zhang Yang immediately answered. After a moment of silence, her voice came through the line. As if accustomed to such pauses, Zhang Yang remained unperturbed. "At the People's Hospital." "People's Hospital? Are you injured?" Zhang Yang inquired anxiously. "No, it's Aunt Qing." The moment the words left her lips, the call abruptly ended. Chapter 14. The distance in the hospital's top-floor ward. Aunt Qing lay on the bed, connected to a ventilator, while the beeping of the life monitor filled the air. Li Bing's face was etched with sorrow, her brows tightly knitted. "Mr. Li, the examination report for Ms. Qing has arrived." A doctor clad in a white coat and stethoscope approached. "What is the situation?" Li Bing did not turn around, her gaze fixed on Aunt Qing, fearful of any unforeseen circumstances. "Alas, the condition is dire. Her internal organs are damaged, and there is internal bleeding. Immediate surgical intervention is necessary," the doctor declared. "Do not hesitate. Bring in the best doctors and the finest medicine. I want Aunt Qing to survive." Li Bing's voice trembled, her heart brimming with anxiety. Having been with her since childhood, Aunt Qing had been more of a mother than her own. After years of deep emotional ties, even the normally icy demeanor of Li Bing could not suppress her fear in that moment. "Rest assured, we will exert every effort," the doctor assured her, hurriedly signaling for the team to wheel Aunt Qing into the operating room. As the doors closed behind her, Li Bing felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had fallen into a void, and she sank onto a bench outside the surgery room. For reasons unknown, Li Bing thought of Zhang Yang, and instinctively took out her phone to dial his number. Yet once connected, she found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she managed to utter the location. A short while later, Zhang Yang arrived at the hospital and was struck by the sight of Li Bing seated on the bench, his heart heavy with unexpressed emotions. Over 2 years together, he had never witnessed her in such a state. Her normally cold eyes were now filled with bloodshot distress, and her trembling legs betrayed her anxiety. "It's all right, I'm here," Zhang Yang said as he hurried to her side, eager to embrace her, but she recoiled. "Do not come near me." Li Bing shot him a stubborn glance, then produced a card from her pocket. In the process, a piece of paper fell to the ground, unnoticed by her. "There is 100,000 here. You should leave. Do not return," Li Bing uttered coldly. The peculiar feelings Zhang Yang had evoked in her the previous night were ambiguous, neither entirely loathed nor embraced. While she might not have driven him away for this alone, the incident regarding Aunt Qing compelled her to push him away. As for the money, it was something she had prepared in advance, but had not yet had the opportunity to give him. "Is it because of what happened last night? I apologize. It was my fault for offending you without your consent. However, I assure you, I shall never abandon you." A man's words, once spoken, cannot be taken back. "And what of Aunt Qing? How severely is she hurt?" "It is entirely my fault for being too forceful," Zhang Yang lamented. "If I caused Aunt Qing harm while intoxicated, Li Bing would undoubtedly hold a grudge against me. Aunt Qing's injury is not your fault. It is my error. Leave me." Li Bing wished to convey that leaving was for his own good, yet the words remained unspoken. "Why? Why can't you grant me one more chance? You wish to make a final attempt. Yet how can I strive for you if you intend to leave? I can assist you." Zhang Yang's gaze was fixed intently on Li Bing. "No, you cannot help me. Once the signature is affixed, we shall have no further ties. This is your compensation." Li Bing coldly thrust the card towards Zhang Yang and turned her back to him, gazing towards the operating room. "I regret it, do you know? Although yesterday's words were uttered in drunkenness, they were indeed my heartfelt sentiments." Zhang Yang was unwilling to relinquish hope, sensing that if he turned away today, he might never see her again. Li Bing did not turn back. Her trembling legs held her upright, steadfast. Zhang Yang attempted to approach, but as he took a step forward, he noticed Li Bing had also moved a step away. The distance between them remained unchanged. This was a signal of rejection. Though Zhang Yang had never watched a coming-of-age drama nor engaged in romance, he now understood the unmistakable sign of refusal. The seemingly mere 2 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm. After a prolonged silence, Li Bing did not turn around, and Zhang Yang, feeling dejected, lowered his head. "Someone once told me that marriage cannot be forced. It appears we are truly fated to be apart. I hope you find your true love." Zhang Yang's voice was laden with sorrow. He had hoped that last night's antics might bring him closer to Li Bing, yet he was met with such bitter rejection. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Just then, a group of 5 approached rapidly, led by a young man with a square face and sunglasses, followed by 4 others clad in matching uniforms. "Little sister, brother is here. I heard the old witch was injured. Is she dead?" This man is Li Bing's half-brother, Li Guahao, accompanied by his bodyguards. Within the Li family, Li Bing was the legitimate child, but after her mother's passing, she learned that her father had long been involved with a concubine who bore children older than her. Thus, Li Bing soon found herself with a stepmother. As a girl, her position was precarious, constantly marginalized by her stepmother and Li Guahao, with only Aunt Qing offering her protection. Consequently, Aunt Qing was also ill-treated within the Li household, and many wished for her demise. "Hey, why are you ignoring your brother? I come bearing good news. Your fiancé has returned tonight. There's a banquet at the Shao family's residence. Surely, you receive an invitation, right?" Li Guahao had come from Li Bing's company. He had been nearby when Aunt Qing was injured. The one who harmed Aunt Qing was a man from Shao Hedong's entourage. He was here to deliver the invitation. But Li Bing, not wishing to see him, had instructed Aunt Qing to dismiss him. Unfortunately, that man seemed intent on causing trouble and refused to leave, resulting in Aunt Qing's intervention, which led to her being grievously injured. In the neighboring space, Li Guahao was in an exuberant mood. The old witch whom he had detested since childhood had finally ceased to be a hindrance to him. "Sister, cease your stubbornness and just marry him. Young Master Shao has been pining for you. Perhaps tonight is the night for discussing marriage." Li Bing appeared to be oblivious to his words, remaining resolutely turned away. Since her early childhood, she had not exchanged a single word with Li Guahao, a silence that persisted to this day. Oomph. Let us see how long you can maintain your lofty ideals. With the old which laid to rest, who will protect you now? Li Guo Skufa, these them fully. By the way, I heard you have a little kept man. It seems you've been married for 2 years. Why not bring him over for your brother to meet? I've long wished to meet this brother-in-law of yours. What was his name again? Zhang Yang, right? Or is it just a kept man? Sister, you are quite audacious. Thinking you can escape the family's grasp. You are deluding yourself. Tell me, what do you think would happen if I were to inform young Master Shao? Do you suppose your kept man would fare well? Accustomed to Li Bing's indifference, Li Guahao continued to speak unabated. Shut your mouth. We're already divorced. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's name, Li Bing felt a jolt in her heart and spoke up abruptly. It seems my sister is quite anxious about that little kept man. After all these years of silence, mentioning him has finally stirred you to speak. It appears that Zhang Yang cannot be allowed to remain. Li Guo remarca coldly. Over the years, he had learned to oppose Li Bing. The more she cherished something, the more he sought to seize it first. Even if he could not possess it, he would strive to destroy it. Moreover, I have already investigated. You're still not divorced. Is it amusing to deceive your brother? If young Master Shao were to discover this, it would not end well. Do you wish to implicate the Li family in your misfortune? Li Guao shouted in anger. It is merely that the legal proceedings have yet to take effect. Li Bing replied. What do you mean? Li Guahao questioned, somewhat perplexed, not having grasped the meaning due to his lack of academic diligence. Boss, there's a divorce agreement here. At that moment, one of Li Guahao's bodyguards noticed a piece of paper on the floor, picked it up out of boredom, and discovered it was a divorce agreement. Ah, I see. It turns out this document has not yet reached the Civil Affairs Bureau. Today, I shall show some kindness and help you deliver it, Li Guahao said with a smile. Boss, that one T-do is missing a signature. Li Guorong focused his gaze and indeed saw that only Zhang Yang's signature was present, with Li Bing's signature conspicuously absent. This is quite troublesome. Come, sister, please sign it. Chapter 15. Confrontation life is challenging. Cherish each moment. It is somewhat excessive to force a girl into such a corner. Zhang Yang was grateful that he had not ventured too far away. Upon learning that the elder was Li Bing's brother, he initially thought there would be no issue. But he did not anticipate the precariousness of Li Bing's standing within her own family, where even her brother conspired against her. Hey, who is this little kept man, daring to meddle in my family's affairs? Is he tired of living? Li Guahao, a notorious scion of wealth in the city, lived a life of luxury, indulging in reckless pursuits such as racing, gambling, and bullying others, with no skill left untried. Zhang Yang stood expressionless, coldly opposing Li Guahao, and swiftly snatched the divorce agreement from his hand. This bears my signature, but I regret it now. Zhang Yang spoke as he tore the divorce papers into shreds, crumpling them and stowing them away in his pocket. All of this was observed by Li Bing, whose cold expression betrayed an infinite worry, not adept at articulating her feelings. She remained silent at that moment. Kid, so you are Zhang Yang, the kept man of my icy sister. Li Guahao remarked disdainfully, pointing at him. You truly have some nerve. If it weren't for my sister using her shares to protect you for 2 years, you would have been fed to the fish long ago. Zhang Yang was taken aback and turned to Li Bing, realizing that the reason for his 2 years of peace was indeed her doing, a fact he had been unaware of. It was hardly surprising, considering that as a high society female CEO, she had little autonomy in her marriage. I exchanged my freedom, and it is none of your concern. Li Bing, feeling flustered under Zhang Yang's intense gaze, offered an explanation. How could it not concern me? Your freedom is intrinsically linked to mine. Rest assured, this deal will not leave you at a loss. As long as I am here, no one will bully you. Zhang Yang replied with a confident smile. Kept man, you must be living in fantasy. Do you even know who I am? Daring to challenge me? Come on, break my legs first. The price for tearing my belongings is steep. Li Guahao had never regarded Zhang Yang as a threat. 2 years prior, upon learning of Li Bing's marriage, he had merely glanced at Zhang Yang's photograph without giving it a second thought. No sooner had Li Guahao finished speaking than 4 bodyguards moved in to encircle Zhang Yang. These bodyguards were accustomed to taking orders and would act without hesitation whenever their employer commanded. Kid, be obedient. My friends can be gentle, but it won't just be a broken leg if you resist, one of them warned. Bring it on. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. In the years that followed, to confront formidable beasts, martial arts families united with the military to introduce a comprehensive fighting technique. This system allowed the weak to triumph over the strong, encompassing the essence of all martial arts, and, when combined with elemental forces, could deliver a decisive blow. Stop. This is a hospital. Get out. Living kumanda coldly. Seems my sister cares for you. Don't worry. Your brother will take good care of you. Throw him out and beat him mercilessly. Without Qing, Li Guahao felt invincible. Kid, please. The four bodyguards pushed Zhang Yang towards the exit. Li Bing intended to intervene, but hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Zhang Yang called back as he followed Li Guahao and the others out of the surgical corridor. Li Bing, filled with anxiety, found herself unable to control her legs and collapsed onto a bench. Moments later, Zhang Yang retourned. What happened? Li Bing stared in disbelief at Zhang Yang's sudden reappearance, feeling quite perplexed. Worried, are we? Let me share a secret. I'm also a martial arts expert. While I may not claim to be invincible, rest assured that no less than 10 or 20 people could approach me, Zhang Yang reassured her. Li Bing regarded him with skepticism. Before their marriage, she had conducted thorough research, discovering that her family had been impoverished for 3 generations. There had been a martial arts champion in their lineage, but that was centuries ago, and it had no connection to martial arts families. Yet now, Zhang Yang claimed to possess remarkable martial arts skills, which struck her as quite odd. Do not doubt, for I have inherited the legacy of my family's martial champion since childhood. I merely concealed it well, and you have failed to notice. Furthermore, I possess medical skills. Once Aunt Qing emerges, I shall heal her with my family's traditional qigong and massage techniques, ensuring she returns to health. Zhang Yang, in a moment of exasperation, recounted the martial prowess of his ancestors, recalling his childhood escapades within the ancestral hall. Li Bing remained silent, seemingly calm, yet lacking in confidence. In contrast, Zhang Yang now exuded an overabundance of self-assurance. As Zhang Yang elaborated, in the emergency corridor of the hospital, Li Guahao and his bodyguards writhed on the floor in agony, clutching their legs, moaning in pain. A handprint marred Li Guahao's face. Damn it, my leg is killing me. That audacious pretty boy actually dared to slap me, he exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Boss, how are you holding up? He asked. You useless lot, what good are you? I must inform my father immediately. I cannot allow him to implicate the Li family, Li Guahao declared, pulling out his phone. Decades ago, the Li family was but a modest clan, owning a few factories and employing dozens. Through connections, they allied with the Shao family, rapidly transforming into a prominent family with numerous factories and enterprises, thus becoming vassals to the Shao family. In a bid to solidify their relationship, the Li family arranged a marriage, with Li Bing becoming the sacrificial pawn, betrothed to the Shao family's eldest son since childhood. 2 years prior, the Shao heir sought to claim his fiancée Yi's virtue, only to be thwarted by Aunt Qing. Enraged, Li Bing struck him with an ashtray, leaving a scar due to a sharp edge. The Shao family, concerned about their reputation, opted not to pursue the matter further, sending their heir abroad instead. Seizing the opportunity, Li Bing sought to dissolve the engagement, but the Li family, desperate to maintain appearances, refused to consent, ultimately resorting to the marriage arrangement. The news sent shockwaves through the Li family, with threats of immediate divorce, lest Zhang Yang face dire consequences. Li Bing, unwilling to yield, had acquired the majority of the family's shares over the years, trading them for 2 years of marital freedom, thus safeguarding Zhang Yang for a time. She believed that 2 years would suffice to solidify their bond, yet regrettably, the prospects remained unripe and frigid, leaving their union unconsummated. Dad, it's Guahao. I have something important to share, Li Guahao said, clutching the phone and enduring the pain as he recounted the events. Are you telling me that Bing Bing is still married? Still with that pretty boy? Came a steady voice from the other end. Yes, that pretty boy is vicious. He even slapped me, Li Guahao replied, seething with anger. What is Bing Bing's stance? What stance could she possibly take? She is inseparable from that pretty boy. It seems we have all been deceived. This is an attempt to drag our family down with her. If the young master, Xiao, finds out, silence. This matter must not reach the Xiao family. Keep an eye on her. I will arrive shortly. Chapter 16. Collision. Aunt Qing endured over an hour of surgery before being wheeled into the intensive care unit. She lay there, intubated and swathed in bandages. Her eyes tightly shut, suspended between life and death. Mr. Li, the damaged internal bleeding site has been sutured. The prognosis is not particularly optimistic. It remains to be seen if she can pull through. We have done our utmost, the attending physician remarked wearily, grasping Aunt Qing's hand. Li Bing felt an indescribable anxiety welling within her. Do not worry, I am here, Zhang Yang declared as he took hold of Aunt Qing's other hand, channeling his wood-based energy into her. As long as there was a breath of life, he was confident he could heal her. With the influx of wood energy, if one possessed the ability to see through, they would witness Aunt Qing's damaged organs rapidly mending and the wounds tended to by the doctor sprouting fresh granulation tissue. In no time, the injured organs restored to their original state, leaving behind only a fine line of sutures made from nanofibers, destined to vanish within days. Is this what you refer to as Qigong massage? Li Bing wondered, feeling Aunt Qing's hand grow increasingly warm as Zhang Yang connected with her. The pallor caused by anemia faded, replaced by a healthy flush, leaving Li Bing utterly astonished, as if her worldview had been fundamentally altered. You feel it now, don't you? You can rest easy. Zhang Yang intentionally allowed Li Bing to perceive this change. He had long wished to prove his abilities, but Li Bing had always kept her distance. Seizing this opportunity for her to experience it firsthand would bolster his credibility. I believe you, Li Bing murmured instinctively. Indeed, that is the most gentle affirmation I have heard in 2 years. Thank you for your trust. I shall strive even harder, Zhang Yang replied, unable to conceal his grin, his heart brimming with joy. Hearing such tender words from Li Bing was a monumental advancement. In stark contrast to Zhang Yang's elation, Li Bing maintained a stoic expression. Yet within her, a sense of tranquility blossomed, one she had only ever felt in Aunt Qing's presence. Mr. Zhang, is it? Mr. Li is looking for you. Could you step outside? At that moment, a young man dressed in a suit and donning gold-rimmed glasses spoke from outside the hospital room. Being addressed as Mr. Li indicated he was undoubtedly the esteemed scion of the Li family, namely Li Bing's father. Zhang Yang had anticipated this visit. Thus, he rose without hesitation. Before departing, he cast a glance at Li Bing, observing her lack of reaction, which reassured him that he need not tread cautiously. The elevator descended to the underground parking garage, where a sleek black, elongated luxury sedan awaited, flanked by 2 burly men in dark suits and sunglasses, standing with their arms crossed. Mr. Zhang, please step inside. The young man who had arrived earlier opened the car door, inviting Zhang Yang to enter. The interior of the sedan was spacious, with 2 rows of opposing seats and a retractable coffee table in the middle, adorned with a complete tea set, steam still rising from the teapot. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man, savoring a cup of tea while perpetually gazing out the window. Life rushes by in mere decades, whether adorned with splendor or steeped in destitution. In the end, it all reduces to a handful of ashes. What's the point? Li Zongming, the contemporary head of the Li family, once captivated by the pleasures of life, began to cultivate a more serene disposition following his father's death. At some point, he became enamored with the art of tea, developing an almost obsessive passion for it. In the time it takes to brew a cup, I have already witnessed 3 individuals being ushered into the morgue, both young and old. Truly a pity. Young man, if you have never witnessed death, perhaps you should take a glance. From his seat, Li Zongming had a clear view of the morgue. In the city's finest hospital, death is a commonplace occurrence. This is merely a display of authority. How could Zhang Yang not comprehend this? The first lifeless body I encountered belonged to a man whose head was crushed by an enormous clamp, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The second was a victim of trampling, reduced to fragments as delicate as tea foam. The third, how audacious! Reality is not a figment of imagination. Before me, one dares to play petty tricks. Li Zoming exclaimed in fury. The young man before him displayed a remarkable lack of discernment. It seemed some truths needed to be articulated plainly. I'm not speaking of fantasies. This is the stark truth. I believe you will certainly witness it yourself in 20 years. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. In 20 years, calamity will strike, monsters will roam the earth, and humanity will become mere sustenance. A single mouse droppings can spoil an entire pot of fine tea. Speak, young man, how much to part with my daughter? Li Zoming had lost all patience. And how much are you willing to pay to sell your daughter? Zhang Yang replied coolly. Forcing your daughter to marry someone she does not love. What else could that be but selling her? Li Zoming's eyes widened in fury, reaching the pinnacle of his exasperation. Be silent. What do you know? That is the Shao family, a lineage with a history spanning centuries. Even a single hair from them could sustain you for a lifetime. Resign yourself to the reality. My daughter is not someone of your station. Merely the Shao family? I truly do not care. Zhang retorted boldly. Young man, you truly do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Do you understand what the Shao family represents? They are a force so powerful that the earth trembles at their stamp. For them, taking a life is as effortless as sipping water. Do not speak to me of the law. You know well that the law holds no sway over them, Li Zoming asserted. To be honest, I fear nothing. You may not fear, but I do. I will not allow you, a mere mouse droppings, to ruin the relationship we have painstakingly maintained. I offer you two choices. Take the money and leave, never to return to this city. I trust you are wise enough not to choose the latter. Li Zoming sipped his freshly poured tea. Once a choice is made, one must not waver. Zhang Yang understood Li Zoming's implication. The second option was simply an invitation to the morgue. Who will end up there is uncertain. In consideration of your relationship with Li Bing, allow me to clarify my stance. I am now Li Bing's lawful husband, present and future alike. Soon, you shall also be a grandfather, Zhang Yang declared. Stepping out of the vehicle, just as he intended to depart, he was intercepted by two burly men. Unappreciative. Take care of this. I hope there will be no reports of unidentified male corpses in the coming days, Li Zoming fumed. Yes, boss. The bespectacled youth nodded and helped close the car door. Raising his head, he was about to issue commands to his subordinates when he discovered two of them sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had already strode away. After all, he was Li Bing's father. One could only hope not to go too far. What are you doing? Get up. We cannot move. The two hulking men lay on the ground like lifeless husks, utterly immobile. They felt a sudden sharp pain in their chests and lost consciousness. Unable to comprehend how Zhang Yang had struck, it is essential to note that these two robust men were hired by the boss at a considerable expense. Both being masters of boxing, one had even killed a man with a single punch. However, today they found themselves in a predicament. Boss, what do you think we should do? Li Zoming furrowed his brow, gazing at his fallen subordinate, indecision swirling within him. What does it matter if one is capable? This world is never short of people. If necessary, let him taste the ferocity of firearms. I do not wish for him to survive beyond this evening. Chapter 17. Mutual destruction in this world. Where there is light, there is also darkness. The Zhang Yang Art Club represents the shadowy underbelly of the city, masquerading under the guise of an art establishment while engaging in clandestine enterprises. The club is modestly sized, consisting of a single room and a spacious corridor adorned with artistic photographs from various nations, reminiscent of a photography studio. Stop! Block him! A voice shouted amidst the chaos. Who dares to attack me? Behind the counter, an alluring young woman was engrossed in a game on her phone. As her character met its demise, she erupted in furious exclamations. Moments later, her character revived, and with a serious demeanor, she resumed tapping furiously on her device. Just then, a notification popped up on her screen, which she hastily dismissed, only to witness her character fall once more. Curse you! Just wait, little short legs. I shall have my revenge. She fumed, rifling through her messages. Upon reading one, her irritation dissipated, replaced by a smile of intrigue. Ah, a business opportunity has presented itself. My, this target is rather handsome. I wonder whom they have offended to spend such a fortune. In the world of the underworld, business is often stagnant for 3 years, only to flourish for the next 3. Especially now, with stringent crackdowns on crime and a resurgence of social order. Such opportunities are dwindling. The Zhang Yang Art Club has managed to persist due to its emphasis on artistry, and the captivating woman is its artistic designer. Near the hospital, a prime location, with a flurry of actions, she devised a flawless plan. Grabbing her bag, locking the shop, she mounted her beloved little motorcycle and sped off towards the hospital. Riding my cherished motorcycle, I shall never encounter traffic. Within the hospital, Aunt Qing awakened, having finally evaded danger. Li Bing hurried back to the company, a myriad of decisions awaiting her. Thus, Zhang Yang volunteered to act as her caretaker. The two exchanged no words, yet they held each other's gaze for nearly 10 minutes. Whom did you learn from? Aunt Qing was reluctant to admit that the man before her was stronger than herself. Over the past 2 years, they had clashed several times, with him always emerging the victor, though she refrained from retaliating out of respect for Li Bing. Moreover, she had once been a special forces soldier, too proud to bully a man she deemed effeminate. Yet, this very individual, whom she had looked down upon, had imparted a lesson to her. That fateful night, she barely caught a glimpse of Zhang Yang's movements before being incapacitated, her body rendered powerless. She could vaguely detect the essence of military boxing in his style. It was executed with far greater speed. I've already stated, this is a family martial art, and I am its sole inheritor. Zhang Yang replied with a sense of resignation. Must you persist in asking such trivial questions? Do you expect me to believe that? Come, let me see your hands. Aunt Qing's expression was one of skepticism. Sigh, is this truly necessary? You are aware that I can protect Li Bing, are you not? Zhang Yang reluctantly extended his palm. Qing Yi promptly seized Zhang Yang's wrist, pressing her index finger firmly against the fleshy part of his hand. Yet, Zhang Yang appeared unaffected, his expression tranquil. Qing Yi, spare your strength. Your injury has just healed and requires rest. The fleshy part of his hand bore no calluses, nor did it suggest any prior martial training. His fingers were smooth, more akin to those of a refined young lady than a seasoned fighter. Pray tell, how did you cultivate such strength? At that moment, Qing Yi's suspicions grew ever more resolute. Zhang Yang remained silent, suddenly transforming his palm into a fist, causing Qing Yi to feel a tremendous force that jolted her hand away. Is this inner strength? Qing Yi gazed at Zhang Yang, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief. Inner strength? Zhang Yang was taken aback that Qing Yi recognized the term. Indeed, this is inner strength. To think that you hail from a martial arts lineage. For so many years, you have concealed it well. I cannot discern such a remarkable individual among us. I fail to understand why you wish to be close to the young lady. During her time in the military, Qing Yi had undergone specialized training from a distinguished martial arts family. A person of extraordinary skill who could shatter stones with a single hand and break trees with a whip kick. Even such prowess was merely the external level of martial arts, far from the realm of inner strength. No, I am not from martial arts family. You know my family situation better than I do. If I must say, my lineage has been severed for centuries, only to be revived in my generation. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Is it truly possible that this world contains martial prodigies? Qing Yi remained skeptical. Zhang Yang's words were without flaw. Though she found them hard to believe, they were the only logical explanation she could conceive. Look, it is already noon. Is there anything you wish to eat? I shall fetch it for you. Zhang Yang stated calmly. No need, I'm hungry for anything. I must return to the company. Qing Yi felt no discomfort in her body as she attempted to rise from the bed. She discovered her body felt remarkably comfortable and powerful, even better than before her injury. Indeed, inner strength possesses wondrous qualities, even capable of healing. No wonder those martial families remain hidden. With such abilities, who would contend with them? Unbeknownst to Qing Yi, while inner strength is indeed remarkable, it merely enhances one's offensive capabilities and agility, lacking any true healing properties. Years would pass before she comprehended this truth. Zhang Yang spread his hands at a loss for words. Faced with someone so imaginative, he felt powerless and reluctant to clarify. Furthermore, Qing Yi's return to the company surely meant she would be by Li Bing's side, which would put his mind at ease. with no intention of detaining her. Qing Yi gathered her belongings and changed back into her clothes. Under the astonished gaze of the doctor, she exited the hospital, with Zhang Yang following closely behind. Now that there were no pressing matters, why not visit Yi? Just one night apart, and he found himself yearning for her presence. The thought of Yi's cherubic face brought a smile to Zhang Yang's lips. Yet, he quickly realized he could not see her now. What would be the point? It would only deepen his melancholy, especially since the little girl had grown quite reliant on him. Perhaps it would be best to seek out Li Bing and see when she might accompany him to the orphanage. With this in mind, Zhang Yang set forth on his way. At that moment, a pregnant woman, her belly prominently protruding, approached Zhang Yang. Suddenly, she collapsed before him. Startled, Zhang Yang hurriedly reached out to support her. "Hey, are you all right?" he asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. "Thank you, young man. I'm experiencing some abdominal pain. Could you please take me to the hospital?" the woman said, clutching her belly, her face etched with discomfort. Zhang Yang, taken aback, quickly summoned his wit energy, eager to assist the expectant mother. Although he had yet to live with the he had absorbed a wealth of parenting knowledge and understood the immense hardships women endure during childbirth. Thus, he felt compelled to help. However, an unsettling realization struck him. This woman didn't seem to be pregnant at all, and there was no child within her womb. Just then, he noticed her grasping an injection pen, poised to act. But she abruptly sensed the situation was amiss and swiftly tucked it away. "I'm sorry, young man. I suddenly feel better. The pain has subsided." "Thank you," she said, her demeanor flustered as she extricated herself from his support and fled. Wait. Zhang Yang felt the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. He attempted to pursue her, but she had already melded into the throng of people, leaving no trace behind. The fleeing woman was none other than Wang Yin, a designer from the Diamond Art Society, tasked with assassinating Zhang Yang. Once lost in the crowd, she ripped off her wig, discarded a pillow she had been concealing in the trash, and retrieved a belt from her pocket, fastening it around her waist, transforming into a striking urban woman. Chapter 18. Mutual Destruction. The Shana building served as the headquarters for Li Bing's company. Zhang Yang made his way there, encountering a series of unforeseen incidents along the route. While taking a taxi, the vehicle's tire inexplicably burst, nearly veering onto the sidewalk. Fortunately, the driver's skillful maneuvering prevented disaster, though he crashed into a traffic enforcement post, narrowly avoiding a collision with the officer on duty. There was no escaping fines and points, and amidst the driver's dejected curses, Zhang Yang resumed his journey. This time, he opted to walk, as he was nearing his destination. However, a second mishap awaited him. A delivery truck suddenly lost control and barreled toward Zhang Yang. He hesitated for a moment before swiftly dodging aside, leaping gracefully to grasp the truck's cabin door, and successfully boarded the vehicle. He pressed the brake, halting the truck just in time, averting a serious accident. It was then he noticed the driver had fainted, a syringe embedded in his neck. Is this some kind of injection gun for animals? What is it doing here? Zhang Yang pondered, perplexed. Yet, reflecting on the string of unfortunate events, it became clear that someone was targeting him. How intriguing. He had no fear of the beasts lurking in this post-apocalyptic world. So why should he fear this unseen foe? He was eager to discover their capabilities and welcomed the challenge. Zhang Yang recalled the pregnant woman he had encountered at the hospital. Perhaps she was part of this conspiracy as well. He disembarked from the driver's seat, hastily blending into the crowd, now swarming due to the recent incident. He wished to avoid any further complications amongst the masses, lest innocents be harmed in the process. After walking nearly a kilometer, he arrived at the entrance of a community building, only to face a third unexpected event. As he ambled along, a whistling sound echoed above him. He halted abruptly and looked up, only to see a brick plummeting from the sky. Unfazed, Zhang Yang swiftly raised his hand and caught it effortlessly. Upon a closer glance, a figure was seen lying against the window of the fourth floor, peering downwards. Dressed in a cap, the face remained obscured. When detected, the individual swiftly vanished. Disguised as a pregnant woman, a car accident, an object falling from great heights. Each scenario seemed reminiscent of a television drama. Today, I never anticipated becoming the protagonist of such a narrative myself. Very well, let me discern your identity. Zhang Yang discarded the brick, maintaining a facade of tranquility as he strode forward. As he continued his journey, no further incidents transpired, and Zhang Yang successfully reached the base of the Shanghai Tower. Just as he was about to enter, a nagging sensation reminded him that something was amiss. He noticed a flower vendor nearby and made his way towards the shop. The shop assistant greeted him warmly, enthusiastically introducing several varieties of flowers, among which the roses were particularly notable. Given the predominance of female employees at Shanghai Tower, these roses enjoyed great demand. "Sir, how many would you like?" she inquired. 1. Indicating my singular affection. 2. Representing a world that contains only the two of us. 3. I love you. 4. An oath of eternal fidelity. 5. Without regrets. 6. May all your endeavors be successful. 7. Endless blessings. 8. Deeply sorry. May you forgive me. 9. Perpetual possession. 10. Wholehearted devotion. The assistant recited an array of numbers, each symbolizing different meanings associated with the quantity of roses. It was the first time Zhang Yang had heard such interpretations, so much so that he was oblivious to the thorn that pricked his finger. Observing the blood oozing from his hand, he instinctively considered using his wood-based abilities for healing, but the assistant noticed and hastily grasped his finger. "Oh dear, how careless you are, sir. Don't worry, I'll apply pressure here to stop the bleeding. I have some bandages in the shop. Just a moment." Before she could finish, an elderly woman approached briskly, cradling a pot of flowers. "Oh my goodness, look at that blood. I must tell you, these roses are poisonous. Thankfully, you encounter me today. My flowers can counteract all kinds of toxins. Just one leaf applied will suffice." As she spoke, she plucked a leaf from the gray-green stem and moved to place it on Zhang Yang's bleeding finger. "Wait, what kind of flower is this?" Zhang Yang grasped the elderly woman's wrist. "Goodness gracious, you little rascal. How can you not appreciate the kindness of others? Let go. I must return home. My grandson will be finished with school soon." The elderly woman attempted to retract her hand, but found herself unable to do so, growing increasingly flustered. "If I am not mistaken, this is Nerium oleander, whose leaves, bark, roots, flowers, and seeds all contain potent glycosides, highly toxic and potentially fatal if ingested by humans or animals. Am I not correct?" Zhang Yang remarqued coolly. In the apocalypse, while the monsters were formidable, they were also predictable. It was these toxic plants that posed the greatest threat to life, especially when once diminutive flora suddenly expanded. The potency of their toxins became lethal, with mere contact being potentially fatal. Thus, in this era of chaos, everyone possessed a comprehensive guide to plant toxins and their antidotes. "Child, what are you saying? I don't understand. Release me. I must go home." The elderly woman was now thoroughly panicked, struggling to free herself from Zhang Yang's grip with no success. "Sir, what is happening here?" The assistant stood bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. "None of your concern. Please wrap 10 roses for me. I will return shortly." Zhang Yang spoke as he forcefully led the elderly woman towards a secluded alley, devoid of any witnesses. The woman, lacking any resistance, lowered her head and followed in his footsteps. Upon reaching the alley, the elderly woman suddenly erupted, wielding a flower pot, and hurled it at Zhang Yang's head with remarkable swiftness, an action utterly unexpected for one of her age. Zhang Yang, already on guard, deftly stepped back, causing the pot to shatter upon impact with the ground. He then seized the woman's arm and executed a swift throw. Yet, the woman showcased her own agility as she hit the ground. She pressed her arms down and sprang back to her feet, delivering a flying kick. Indeed, it appeared she had trained before. Zhang Yang squinted, narrowly evading the kick while his elbow struck fiercely against her waist. The impact sent her crashing against the wall, her body seemingly devoid of bones as she slid down to the ground, motionless. "Do not feign death. I hardly exerted any force," Zhang Yang remarked coolly, just as a glint of silver shot towards his face. In that fleeting moment, his arm blurred into motion, and a silver needle stood poised between his fingers. Seizing the opportunity, the elderly woman sprang to her feet and attempted to flee, only to be caught by Zhang Yang, who gripped her garment from behind. With a ripping sound, her gray robe tore away, revealing the back of a striking woman before him. "Indeed, it is you. Let us see how you escape," Zhang Yang declared, accelerating towards her. The woman, startled, abandoned her flight and retaliated with a whip-like kick. Zhang Yang did not flinch. Instead, he countered with a punch, causing her to feel a tremendous force strike her leg, rendering her body weak and breathless as she leaned against the wall. "No more fighting, please. I did not realize you possessed such strength. I am merely a thief. Spare me, and I shall grant you a request." The woman was none other than Wang Yan. After a series of failed attempts to eliminate their target, she had been trailing Zhang Yang, waiting for the right moment. When she saw him prick his finger while selling flowers, she thought the opportunity had arrived. Yet once again, she found herself unsuccessful and captured. "A thief? If I am not mistaken, you were also the one responsible for the pregnant woman outside the hospital, and you slashed the taxi's tires, did you not? That unconscious truck driver. Was it your doing?" Zhang Yang inquired with a cold expression. "Damn, this guy is far more formidable than he appears. How unfortunate for me. In the prime of my youth, and yet without a boyfriend." Wang Yin lamented internally, though her demeanor remained defiant. "What are you saying? I do not understand," she retorted. "Cease the pretense. Accompany me to the police station. I wish for annihilation. I no longer wish to live," she cried. Chapter 19. The Escape on the Street. A black SUV had remained parked for quite some time, with its doors firmly shut and its windows obscured by curtains. Inside, three men fixated on a computer screen, their mouths agape in astonishment, rendered speechless. "My heavens! Sister Wang has actually suffered a setback. The oleander I painstakingly procured," exclaimed the man on the left. "Goodness! Sister Wang's skills are truly remarkable. It seems she has not even employed her full prowess in jest." The man on the right remarked in shock. "Oh, my heavens and earth! What I witnessed was truly remarkable." The young man displayed exceptional agility. He is just my type. Come into my embrace." The speaker, a bearded man in the center, with his eyes glimmering with excitement, ardently exclaimed. Instantly, the two individuals turned to look, their bodies instinctively recoiling from the man at the center. They were observing the live footage of Zhang Yang and Wang Yin engaged in a fierce battle in the narrow alley, captured by a drone hovering above. Every movement of the two was laid bare for all to see. "Why are you two keeping your distance from me? You're not my type," Wang Yin exclaimed. "Sister Wang has been captured. What should we do? Call the police." "Yes, we should alert the authorities. The police can assist us." "You're out of your mind. Do you want to get us killed?" "We must trust Sister Wang. She surely has a way to escape. Let us just wait and see. No need to fret." As they spoke, the screen revealed Wang Yin, her hands restrained behind her back by Zhang Yang, emerging from the alley. "Little brother, please let me go. My hands hurt." Wang Yin lamented, her face sorrowful, her eyes shimmering with tears, exuding an aura of vulnerability. "Continue the act," Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. "If you intend to harm others, be prepared to face consequences. This woman is truly deceitful. Oh dear, my hands are really in pain. If you don't believe me, just look. They're all scraped up." Wang Yin suddenly halted, pulling her hands upward sharply, causing her shirt to rise. "Behave yourself." "Oh no, my shirt has risen. It's been seen. I am quite modest. Quickly pull it down," Wang Yin said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her slender waist was fully exposed, revealing the fruits of years of training. Neither too thin nor too thick, devoid of any excess flesh, radiating an irresistible allure. "Though I may not be able to defeat you, I refuse to believe I cannot entice you. I'll make you regret it, you filthy men. What are you staring at? If I manage to escape, I'll gouge out your eyes," Wang Yin thought to herself, casting a fierce glare at the onlooking men. "It's all right, it's not my clothing." Zhang Yang remained unfazed by her seduction, accustomed to such antics. He had seen it all before, including Liang Jiujiu in a revealing outfit. Now, that was a figure to behold. "Little brother, you have a heart of stone. Just wait. Don't let me catch you, or I'll teach you how to behave." Wang Yin huffed in indignation. "Do you think you can escape?" Zhang Yang chowling it. "That's uncertain," Wang Yin called out, feigning distress. "Help! Unlawful detention! Help!" Her attempts to entice Zhang Yang were one aspect. Simultaneously, she sought to attract attention. Noticing that her allure had failed to sway Zhang Yang, yet had drawn in many passers-by, she raised her voice further, prompting a crowd to gather around her. "You young man, what are you doing? How dare you treat a lady this way? Release her at once." A woman shouted, brandishing a leek. "You're young. Instead of studying, you choose to bully women? Let her go. I have already called the police." Another elderly man chimed in. In that moment, Zhang Yang sensed the overwhelming force of the crowd. Both he and Wang Yan were encircled by a throng of elderly men and women returning from their shopping, each voicing their opinions, their words resonating with moral authority. He found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The atmosphere of a harmonious society is such that regardless of right or wrong, any individual from a marginalized group is assured assistance. Moreover, the elderly in our community have proven to be stalwarts in promoting social harmony. When faced with such incidents, they step forward without hesitation. Zhang Yang, displaying a countenance of helplessness, was about to hastily pull Wang Yin away when he noticed an elderly man brandishing a stick, aiming directly at Zhang Yang's wrist. "Behold my Wugong Bagua stick. Prepare to pay with your life." The elderly man was so engrossed in his role that the stick had become an extension of himself. It served as a fitness tool, a makeshift carrying pole for groceries, and a means to champion justice, much like the present moment, multifaceted in its utility. Zhang Yang, sensing the inevitable, retracted his hand. Upon realizing her escape, Wang Yin panicked and sought refuge behind the old man, tearfully exclaiming, "Grandpa, he is a scoundrel, a pervert. He stole my husband and now aims to claim me. Oh, please help me." The worth of a woman's tears is often underestimated, yet in this instance, they held significant value. A few drops of sorrow elicited righteous indignation from the crowd. Several elderly men rolled up their sleeves, while a few elderly women brandished cucumbers, ready to unleash their wrath upon Zhang Yang. Fueled by anger, Zhang Yang glared fiercely at Wang Yin, appalled by her audacity. Not only did she attempt to harm him, but she also performed a remarkable act. Had he known it would come to this, he would have preferred to break her legs. Regardless of Zhang Yang's fury, Wang Yin stealthily maneuvered out of the crowd, and when she deemed herself unobserved, she sprinted towards the business vehicle. Zhang Yang, in Genset, deftly evaded the furious assaults of the elderly and pursued Wang Yin. However, she was quick and close to the vehicle, so when Zhang Yang reached her, the car had already revved away. Inside the business vehicle, a bearded man remarked, "Sister Wang, your performance was splendid. My poor brother was utterly deceived by you." Wang Yin retorted, "Deceived indeed. That fellow was exceptionally formidable. Damn that scoundrel. Who provided such intelligence? Where's the promised pretty boy? Where's the spineless shrimp? He is nothing short of a wolf in human skin. Wolves aren't even this fierce. My back aches terribly." Wang Yin lamented, grateful to have escaped Zhang Yang's grasp. The experience had been terrifying. She had nearly met her demise. "Should we continue, Sister Wang?" someone inquired. "Continue? Absolutely not. I've been thoroughly swindled by our employer. I'm done. I'm packing up to return home and tend to the fields. I need to lay low for a while." Wang Yin was still shaken. While others may be oblivious, she had faced Zhang Yang's South terror up close. The pressure was beyond human endurance. She had no desire to confront it again. "What will you say to the employer? Damn it, how dare they swindle me? I won't let them have easy either. I'll declare the task complete. Demand they settle my payment, and then we'll split the proceeds." Wang Yin seethed. She envisioned the scene of her target suddenly appearing before their employer. It would surely be quite the spectacle. "Don't blame me for being ruthless. It was you who deceived me first." Chapter 20. The Selection Xiangnai Building. The most opulent office complex in the city is wholly owned by Xiangnai Company, embodying the dreams of countless women who aspire to beauty. From cosmetics to designer fashion and body optimization, it encompasses all facets of aesthetic enhancement. A comprehensive planning proposal encompassing every product that could be utilized by women. Within a mere few years, Li Bing transformed the Xiangnai brand into a globally recognized name. What began as a modest planning studio evolved into the Xiangnai Group, propelling the Li family to prominence as a notable lineage within the city, bolstered by the support of the Xiao family. At the entrance of the Xiangnai Group building, 2 security guards stood alert, patrolling their designated area. Upon spotting Zhang Yang approaching with a bouquet in hand, they promptly obstructed his path. Sir, please hold on. May I inquire whom you are seeking? The guard spoke with a calm demeanor, exhibiting no signs of aggression, evidently indicative of Li Bing's effective management of personnel. Unlike many other guards who often exhibit a dismissive attitude, mistaking their uniforms for that of the police and treating passersby as potential offenders, these guards were accustomed to visitors bearing gifts, aware that any of them could be a distinguished guest deserving of respect. Zhang Yang, unfamiliar with Li Bing's workplace, hesitated slightly before responding. I am looking for Li Bing. Li Bing? Mr. Li? Could you please repeat that? The guard, seemingly taken aback, regarded Zhang Yang with disbelief. It is worth noting that Mr. Li is renowned as an elusive beauty, and in all his years at this post, this was the first instance he encountered someone delivering flowers to her, prompting admiration for Zhang Yang's audacity. Ves, Li Bing, Merli. Zhang Yang reiterated. Please hold on. I will consult with Chief Qing. The guard, not wishing to risk any oversight, swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie to relay the message. The Chief Qing he referred to was indeed Aunt Qing, and fortunately, she had arrived ahead of time. Otherwise, Zhang Yang might have faced considerable difficulty gaining entry. The junior guard dared not directly contact the boss, as that would be a grave mistake, risking the ire of their superior. Sir, please wait in the lobby. Chief Qing is currently dining and will attend to you shortly. The guard respectfully ushered Zhang Yang into the building's lobby, where two young individuals, each holding a large bouquet, were seated on a bench awaiting their turn. As Zhang Yang approached, the two sprang to their feet, instinctively offering him a place beside them. The only reason for their promptness was the undeniable sense of competition they felt, recognizing Zhang Yang's superior appearance. Observing their politeness, Zhang Yang took a seat without hesitation. May I ask how to address you, sir? One of the young men inquired with a friendly smile once seated. Zhang. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I am Li Can, currently working at Jinding, and I appreciate your consideration. May I ask if you have a particular lady in mind here? The young man questioned nervously. If Zhang Yang were indeed his rival, the situation would be dire for him. Thus it was prudent to clarify. Ladies? What do you mean? Zhang Yang responded, somewhat hat perplexet, wondering if these two were also here to confess their affections. Oh, I mean, do you know Xiao Qing from the planning department? I do not. Zhang Yang shook his head. Upon hearing this, the young man visibly relaxed, a warm smile spreading across his face, elated at the realization that Zhang Yang was not a competitor. Then how about Yuan from the sales department? Do you know her? The other young man quickly interjected. I do not know her either, Zhang Yang replied once more, shaking his head. Good. That is reassuring. Mr. Zhang is a man of discerning taste. How could he possibly engage in rivalry with us, the impoverished? Such thoughts are indeed far-fetched. The young man expressed with a hint of regret. The trio ceased their conversation, and after a brief interval of 10 minutes, two women clad in professional attire emerged from the staff elevator. They scanned the room and soon spotted the three individuals in the lobby. Wow, what a handsome young man. Are you here for me? Exclaimed a girl with a round face, her eyes fixated on Zhang Yang, her excitement palpable. Round, I'm right here. My roses symbolize my heart. Wait, who are you? Don't distract me from admiring this handsome guy. The girl, named Round, wore a look of infatuation, leaving the young man quite embarrassed. The other pair, however, appeared more composed. Having established a certain emotional rapport, they seemed harmonious together. Although the girl noticed Zhang Yang, she did not dwell on him excessively. At that moment, Aunt Qing descended from the upper floor. What brings you here? She inquired coldly. I came to find Li Bing. I have a matter to discuss with her. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. How vulgar, bringing flowers. Does he always dislike flowers? Aunt Qing remarked icily, casting a disdainful glance at the balloons in Zhang Yang's hand before turning to leave. Dislike them? I truly had no idea. Zhang Yang was taken aback, feeling quite awkward as he scratched his head. Glancing at the flowers, he turned and handed them to the still-dazed Round, then followed Aunt Qing into the elevator. Round stared blankly at the flowers in her hands, her expression blossoming with joy, as if she had just won a grand prize. As the elevator ascended, the two arrived at the top-floor office area. The upper level housed the offices of the supervisors. There were only two offices. The larger one served as a gathering place for department heads, while the smaller one was the office of the CEO, Li Bing. Overall, the top floor comprised just these two offices, small, yet certainly not insignificant compared to an apartment. Upon entering Li Bing's office, the outer area was a reception room, while the inner sanctum consisted of a private office and a small kitchen where Aunt Qing and Li Bing often had their lunch. "What do you want?" Li Bing maintained her frosty demeanor, though her tone softened slightly. This was a courtesy extended solely to Zhang Yang. Others were not afforded such privileges. "Is the matter regarding the child still relevant?" Zhang Yang inquired. Li Bing was no fool. On the contrary, her ascent to the position of president of such a large corporation required significant intelligence. She had long been aware of Zhang Yang's purpose for coming. Yet now she felt a twinge of uncertainty. "Before Bing makes a decision, I wish to ask you something," Aunt Qing interjected. "You are aware of the current situation. The Li family is intent on aligning with the Xiao family, utilizing Bing as a bridge. Moreover, Master Xiao harbors a strong interest in Bing. Consequently, all pressure falls upon her. I am not versed in business affairs, but Bing possesses greater confidence than I do. She should be capable of handling it. The pressing issue lies in the underhanded tactics at play. You know, I was brazenly assaulted by the Xiao family, which speaks to their arrogance. Can you guarantee Bing's safety?" "I can," Zhang Yang asserted resolutely. "What a joke! The world is far more perilous than this. I have never feared anything, so why should I fear them? Furthermore, can you ensure the child's safety?" Aunt Qing pressed, her tone insistent. "I can," Zhang Yang replied, his expression serious. "In this world, no one shall dare to move. Not even a single hair. This is a forbidden boundary. To touch it is to court death. But if both Bing and the child were to find themselves in peril simultaneously, whom would you save first?" Qing, Li Bing wished to intervene, but it seemed too late as Qing posed a question of profound significance. "Of course, I would save." Zhang Yang began to respond. But just as he uttered the first syllable, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Li Bing's hopeful gaze, which startled him to hesitation. In that moment, his resolve wavered. "Naturally, I would save them both, and I will not allow such a scenario to unfold," Zhang Yang hastily added, attempting to rectify his response. How can you guarantee that?" Qing retorted, her frustration palpable. She was incensed by his failure to provide the answer she sought. It is essential to note that in her heart, Li Bing held the utmost priority. Even in peril, she must protect Li Bing. She hoped Zhang Yang would feel likewise, yet her hopes were dashed. "I can assure you, as long as I remain by their side, I will undoubtedly keep them safe from worry. Even in the face of landslides and tsunamis, I will shield them," Zhang Yang promised emphatically. As if sensing the sincerity in Zhang Yang's words, the atmosphere seemed to grow still, and at that moment, Li Bing finally spoke. "Tomorrow morning. That is precisely the affirmation I sought. I trust you will delight in meeting that girl." Zhang Yang chuckled, his joy reminiscent of a child's, eagerly anticipating the morrow's encounter with the Yi. "Hey, have you lost your wits? Why aren't you leaving?" Wing Yiqi did. "I almost forgot. I encountered a deranged assassin on the way here, possibly sent by the Li family, but she managed to escape. I shall accompany you today. No need to mind me." "I'll just sit here," Zhang Yang declared cheerfully, settling himself on the sofa in the reception area, perusing parenting knowledge on his phone. Chapter 21. An Invitation After Lunch. The leaders of various departments began to enter the office area one after another. Men and women exchanged laughter and chatter, forming clusters of camaraderie. Upon inadvertently spotting Zhang Yang through the glass as they entered, the group was momentarily taken aback. "Who is that?" He asked, rather handsome. "Could he be the president's brother? I've never seen him before. I haven't heard of him." "Perhaps not. He looks quite grown up. Let us not get infatuated. Your child is already 5. Amidst the speculations and discussions, Qing emerged from the office, casting a mere glance that silenced the crowd, compelling them to return to their tasks. "I heard Minister Qing was severely injured. How is it that he has been discharged? You weren't here this morning? Let me tell you, that person is truly formidable." He knocked Minister Qing down with a single punch, causing him to spit blood. "Don't spread rumors. That was a member of the Xiao family. Do you wish to lose your job? Be careful what you say." With that, the room fell into a hushed silence, and work resumed. While ordinary citizens might not be well acquainted with the Xiao family, employees in the workplace understood fully. They were a colossal presence that no one dared provoke. The afternoon swiftly passed in a flurry of activity, and as closing time approached, Zhang Yang remained seated on the sofa, seemingly glued to his spot. He was indeed captivated by the knowledge of parenting. Until one delves into it, one remains unaware of its complexities. Parenting is far from a simple endeavor. Changing diapers, dressing, feeding, all these tasks harbor their own intricacies. Particularly during the nursing phase, issues related to emotions and sleep are truly remarkable, as if one has unlocked the door to another realm. Zhang Yang had never contemplated that these considerations would soon become irrelevant. As the workday drew to a close, the office workers began to gather their belongings and depart the building, leaving only a few busy department heads absorbed in their duties. The emotional challenges of children are significant concerns. Zhang Yang, feeling the warmth of his phone, wondered whether he had thought of him, glancing at the time to find it nearly 6 o'clock. Meanwhile, Li Bing remained hunched over her desk, scrutinizing documents while diligently jotting down notes. "What are you writing?" Zhang Yang stretched his limbs and approached her from behind. Startled by the sudden proximity of his voice, Li Bing straightened abruptly, her body tensing, arms stiff, and her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. "Step in front," a cold voice commanded. Embarrassed, Zhang Yang rubbed his nose and sheepishly retreated. "I apologize for the interruption, but it is after hours. Aren't you heading home?" Rolling her eyes, Li Bing remained silent, continuing to focus on her writing. She was organizing the company's third-quarter report, requiring her full concentration, leaving her oblivious to Zhang Yang's approach. After waiting for a response that never came, Zhang Yang returned to his previous spot, only to discover his phone's battery was nearly depleted as he attempted to resume his reading on parenting knowledge. Reluctantly, he abandoned the endeavor. Modern smartphones are commendable in many respects, yet they suffer from insufficient battery life. Shortly after the apocalypse, scientists developed life-ion technology from a particular animal, effectively resolving battery issues, enabling a single charge to last over a year. Regrettably, by that era, mobile phones had lost their allure. As dusk approached, a commotion echoed outside the office, only to fade into silence moments later, followed by the entrance of Aunt Qing. "Bing Bing, someone from Li Zhongming's office just sent for you to attend a banquet, but I sent them away. Do you wish to hide?" Aunt Qing inquired. "Hide from what? With me around, no one can force her." Zhang Yang replied coldly. "Oh, such bravado. That is Bing Bing's father. What do you intend to do?" Aunt Qing shot him a fierce glare. Her feelings toward the Li family were ambivalent. She merely remained out of gratitude towards Li Bing's mother for having once provided her with sustenance. After all, that was Bing Bing's father, and prior to the opportune moment, she was reluctant to confront him openly. "Let us go home," Li Bing declared, rising to gather her documents. The apartment shared by Li Bing and Zhang Yang was discreetly acquired, shrouded in secrecy, serving as a means of avoidance. As night fell, the Empire Hotel shimmered with lights, its entrance flanked by smiling hostesses standing tall, while balloon banners stretched up to the rooftop, creating a magnificent spectacle. Tonight marked the banquet hosted by the Shao family, celebrating the return of their eldest son from studying abroad, coinciding with his ascendance to leadership within the Shao group, and, as rumor suggested, his engagement day as well. Prominent figures from the urban landscape have gathered, including media reporters and various self-media writers. Meanwhile, lesser-known entrepreneurs have long aspired to associate themselves with the illustrious Shao family, patiently awaiting outside the hotel, regrettably without invitations to gain entry. Despite this, they are unwilling to depart, as merely catching a glimpse of the Shao family's grandeur is deemed worthwhile. Outside the hotel, a red carpet unfurls onto the street, and as luxury vehicles arrive in succession, the welcome banquet commences. Yang Wanli of the Yang Group makes his entrance with his beloved daughter, Yang Minghui. Upon the receptionist's announcement, a middle-aged gentleman in a suit descends from the car, holding the hand of a young lady adorned in a resplendent gown. "Dad, I detest such banquets. Why must you drag me here?" Yang Minghui, the cherished jewel of her father, has always been indulged in every regard. Yet this time, her reluctance to attend met with a stern reprimand from him. "Silence. Smile for the cameras," Yang Wanli admonishes, maintaining a bright facade for the media. His smile unwavering, as if the words were squeezed through his teeth. Oof. Yang Ming Hui hofs, bo ding in indignation. My dear daughter, this is for your own good. My life has unfolded this way, and I must prepare a path for you for when I am no longer here. Yang wanly reflects, observing his unwilling daughter. As they step into the hotel, another luxury vehicle pulls up. Liang Ba Yi of the Liang Group arrives with his daughter, Liang Jiao. Today, Liang Jiao presents the youthful appearance, clad in a white dress, adorned with a floral hat, and sporting 2 braids, exuding innocence and charm. Careful, gentle now. That hurts. Unbeknownst to others who admire Liang Jiao, Liang Ba Yi feels his arm nearly pinched to the brink of bloodshed. It's your fault for insisting I dress this way. I could strangle you. Liang Jiao exclaims, glaring down with intensified grip. The Liang family's daughter, a treasure in her own right, is evidently overindulged. No one in the household can rein her in. Had it not been for prior discussions coupled with coercion, she surely would have opted out of this gathering. Numerous families have arrived, predominantly accompanied by their daughters, as if by prior arrangement. The Li family, represented by Li Zhongming and his son, Li Guohao, makes their entrance. As soon as the announcement is made, media personnel eagerly lift their cameras, snapping frantically at the Li family. However, the absence of female guests leaves them disheartened. Hey, didn't we hear that the Xiao family is to be engaged to the Li family's eldest daughter? Why is she absent? One wonders. I have no idea. I heard this was leaked by the Xiao family themselves. Something must be amiss. Ah, I see. The Li family is certainly making a statement. This could tarnish the Xiao family's reputation. Indeed, this promises to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 22. Confrontation within the opulent banquet hall of the Empire Hotel. Familiar executives stand in clusters, holding glasses of red wine as they engage in amiable conversation. Meanwhile, acquainted young ladies gather, exchanging shy smiles and conversing gracefully, each exhibiting poise and elegance. Only Liang Jiao, with a reluctant expression, held a piece of cake and devoured it heartily. I knew Qin Jie would come. I shall transform my anger into appetite and thoroughly consume the Xiao family's resources. Liang Jiao muttered softly, her mouth busy chewing. Even in a solemn setting, a foodie's cravings cannot be suppressed. Not far away, Liang Ba Yi wore a grim expression, watching his daughter, who looked like a famished ghost. Feeling a mix of sorrow and frustration he could not articulate. During her most unruly moments, he felt an overwhelming urge to start anew. In a luxurious suite on the hotel's top floor, Xiao Dong sat on the sofa with a sullen expression, a glass of red wine in hand. He suddenly paused, drained a glass, and reclined against the sofa, arms spread wide, staring at the ceiling with closed eyes, as if savoring the moment while also suppressing something within. Not far off, the members of the Xiao family shivered in fear, unwilling to approach. Why? You refuse me, despite the countless opportunities one have granted you. Li Bing, I am no longer the person I once was. My patience is exceedingly limited. Xiao Dong suddenly erupted, shattering the wine glass against the wall, sending shards flying. The Xiao family members instinctively recoiled. Since the young master returned from abroad, he had become increasingly volatile, having already injured 2 or 3 people. The entire household felt as though a shadow loomed over them. Young master, Li Guohao has arrived. Let him come in. Xiao Dong replied coldly. Li Guohao entered with a humble demeanor, bowing deeply as if in the presence of an emperor. Adopting a submissive posture. Xiao Gu, I heard you were looking for me. I dared not delay and came immediately. Speak. Should not come. What is the reason? Xiao Dong inquired, his face darkened. Xiao Gu, please do not be angry. It is all my fault. However, I don't understand. Wasn't he, that Qin Posey, injured by your men? Why is she now unharmed beside that girl? Li Guohao spoke with his head bowed, his voice trembling. Impossible. Xiao Dong roared. That Qin Posey was a thorn in his side, one he had long wished to eliminate. If it weren't for her, Li Bing would have long since been in his embrace, without a scar marring her beauty. After returning from abroad, while other matters could wait, this grievance could not be swallowed. Thus, he seized the opportunity to eradicate Qin Posey. Simi Air, a subordinate he had brought back from abroad, was a master among fighters, with peak external strength. Not even 10 Qing ants could pose a challenge to him. With his involvement, there would be no room for error. Xiao Ge, this is the truth. How could I dare deceive you? Look here, my subordinate captured this photo. Xiao Hidong narrowed his eyes, looking at Li Guahao's phone, where a picture displayed Qing Ani looking down without a hint of injury. At that moment, two foreigners approached, speaking in a language he did not understand. When translated, one of them suddenly shouted in a foreign tongue, "Fuck!" Xiao Hidong's face darkened ominously, his tightly clenched fist betraying the fury within. What a formidable Qing posy! I have truly underestimated you. In his eyes, Aunt Qing was far from being as simple as she appeared. She undoubtedly concealed her strength, feigning weakness to disarm him. Young master, the banquet has commenced. The master requests your presence. Understood. Although Xiao Hadong was filled with indignation, time was still on his side, and he believed that one day he would exact his revenge. In the banquet hall, Xiao Jianxi donned formal attire, and despite being in his 60s, he showed no signs of aging. With a slightly portly figure, he stood in the hall, smiling as he raised his glass to celebrate with the guests. Welcome, everyone, to the banquet celebrating my son's return. After enduring hardships abroad for 2 years, he is finally home. My heart can now rest easy. Xiao Jianxi's words were simple yet sincere, calming the anxious hearts of the attendees. This was his strategy. At my age, it is time to let go. Come, everyone. This is my son. Isn't he a fine young man? Though he has a scar on his face from his mischievous antics, I consider it a mark of manhood. Am I right? Xiao Jianxi said, embracing his son, who towered over him. As a latecomer to fatherhood, who wouldn't cherish such a blessing? The Xiao family had always been lineage-driven. After several wives, it was only then that Xiao Hadong came to be, and thus he was raised with utmost care. The applause that followed Xiao Jianxi's remarks was fervent. In this venue, the Xiao family was the host, and none dared to diminish his stature. Ha ha ha! It seems everyone is in agreement. Allow me to say this. My son has grown up and should consider marriage. Career comes second. Family should come first. I am eagerly awaiting the day I can hold my grandchild. Xiao Jianxi exclaimed with hearty laughter. His words immediately sparked animated discussions among the guests, particularly from the media reporters who hurriedly approached, snapping pictures incessantly. Is the Xiao family confirmed to be arranging a marriage with the Li family? One reporter could not contain his curiosity. Patience. This matter depends on when the in-laws agree to the marriage. I have prepared the bride price. Xiao Jianxi chuckled, glancing towards where the Li family stood. At that moment, Li Zongming wore a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat strained, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The mention of in-laws took him by surprise. Had his daughter been present, he would have graciously accepted the compliment, but with her absence in such a public setting, he felt utterly embarrassed. It felt as though he was placing himself in a precarious position. In-laws, why hasn't ice come? Although Xiao Jianxi was not fond of Li Bing's cold demeanor, he was compelled to support his son, who was quite enamored with her. Moreover, he recognized Li Bing's remarkable talents, having transformed her enterprise into a conglomerate in just a few short years, which he greatly admired. My daughter is feeling unwell. I will definitely bring her over to apologize another day. Li Zhuming Rublia, Sumawat Shapishli. Oh, that makes sense. Little Dong, since Ice is unwell, as her fiancé, you should pay her a visit. Young ladies need to be pampered. In-laws, when shall we arrange the wedding banquet? Mr. Xiao, you decide. I have no objections. Li Zongming was overwhelmed by the repeated address of in-laws, his heart brimming with joy. To forge a union with the Xiao family is a dream that one could scarcely imagine. Just observing the envious glances cast by the crowd speaks volumes. In-laws, how about next month? All right. That sounds splendid. I will have Bing prepare at home. Li Zongming responded with delight. Xiao Dong, why aren't you raising a toast? Xiao Hadong had been poised for this moment, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he raised his glass and respectfully declared, Uncle Li, I shall visit Bing Bing soon. I hope she recovers swiftly. The implications in Xiao Hadong's words were not lost on Li Zongming, who promptly replied, Of course. I shall eagerly await your esteemed presence at home. With a drink downed, The union between the two families was firmly established, thanks to the reporters' relentless efforts. The news spread throughout the city and beyond overnight. Chapter 23. A mutual agreement. At the break of dawn the next day, Zhang Yang arose early, tidying up before commencing the preparation of breakfast. A bowl of rice porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Although simple, the meal was delightful, for soon he would be living with Yi. The mere thought filled him with uncontainable excitement. Li Bing, on the other hand, maintained her usual routine, descending the stairs to prepare breakfast, an American-style meal of bread, milk, and cereal. Unlike Zhang Yang's exuberance, Li Bing had spent the night in restless turmoil. The news of the impending marriage from the Xiao family had reached her ears during the night, and major media outlets had reported it as front-page news. Li Bing was troubled. As the central figure in this matter, she had not consented to such arrangements. Her family had unilaterally set a wedding date, showcasing an eagerness to see her wed. Did this family truly leave no place for her? Mother, what should I do? Bing Bing, what are we to do? Should we clarify the situation, asserting your dissent, and allowing the Li family to create their own chaos? Qing inquired quietly as Li Bing dined. She was aware of the events from the previous night, but had not anticipated the Xiao family's audacity to so openly declare such a significant matter, as if it were an indisputable fact of mutual consent. Do not pay heed. Li Bing had her own plans. The Xiao family, being a prominent clan, undoubtedly valued their reputation. If the news of her impending marriage were to leak, it would likely cause a significant uproar, and naturally, the topic of marriage would fade from discussion. This had been her strategy all along. The news had been kept under wraps until the timing was right. And perhaps this was the opportune moment. I urge you to eat swiftly. It is nearly 7 o'clock. At that moment, Zhang Yang was solely focused on seeing Yi, oblivious to all else. I have finished my meal. As soon as Li Bing spoke, Zhang Yang promptly cleared the table. Before she could react, he had washed and returned the dishes to their rightful place, swiftly donning his clothes and shoes with the speed of the wind, leaving both Li Bing and Qing momentarily astonished. Stop dawdling. Let us go. With that, Zhang Yang opened the door and stepped outside. Since they were leaving the city, taking the bus would not suffice. Thus, they drove out the white sedan that Li Bing had purchased long ago. Zhang Yang was eager to take the wheel himself, but soon realized he lacked a driver's license, leaving him no choice but to let Aunt Qing drive. Naturally, Li Bing found herself seated in the front. The revolution had yet to be accomplished. Further efforts were needed. Zhang Yang mused as he observed Li Bing's reluctance to sit closer to him. As the car progressed along its route, it suddenly halted beside a shopping mall. Why have we stopped? Let's go. Zhang Yang urget. Are you foolish or just plain silly? Don't you think it's wise to bring something on your first visit? Those are a group of unfortunate children. Our capabilities are limited, but we can at least bring them something useful. Aunt Qing, seasoned by life's experiences, was astute in social matters, unlike Zhang Yang and Li Bing, who appeared somewhat emotionally inept. Indeed, their emotional intelligence was rather lacking. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, struck by the soundness of her reasoning, and found himself at a loss for words. It was worth noting that this was Li Bing's first visit to a mall. She had never been to such a place before, and the experience felt rather enchanting. The bustling mall, adorned with a plethora of goods, softened her typically frigid demeanor. Zhang Yang and Aunt Qing purchased an abundance of snacks, clothing, and daily necessities. Given the substantial amount bought, the mall agreed to deliver the items to their doorstep. Just as everything was settled and they were about to depart, Zhang Yang noticed Li Bing fixated on a particular stuffed doll. It was a petite creation, no taller than 30 centimeters, dressed in a pink dress, with brown hair, a round face, and large eyes. Excuse me, how much for that doll? Zhang Yang inquired. Oh, that doll is a relic from the 1990s, no longer in vogue and unwanted. It was merely dug out from the storage of the mall. If you like it, you may take it for free. At that moment, Aunt Qing, having noticed, approached Li Bing and handed her the doll. If you like it, take it. Zhang Yang is buying it for you. Aunt Qing knew all too well that in her childhood, Li Bing had possessed a similar doll, which she had buried beside her mother during the latter's funeral. Li Bing glanced at Zhang Yang and instinctively accepted the doll, cradling it in her arms. Mother, did you sense my solitude and send this to accompany me? The trio resumed their journey, this time trailed by a delivery truck. The vehicle sped along until they arrived at the Anshin home. At that moment, the marketplace outside Anshin home was bustling with activity, the sounds of vendors echoing in a cacophony. The two vehicles maneuvered through the market, eventually entering the courtyard. Inside, the children were attending classes, their bright voices rivaling the noise of the market outside. The elderly director and the grandmothers were not in the front courtyard. Wait for me a moment. They must be in the back garden, tending to the vegetables. I'll go fetch them. Zhang Yang exclaimed as he jumped out of the car and dashed into the back garden like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, Li Bing and Aunt Qing exited the vehicle and began to survey their surroundings. The little courtyard felt warm and inviting, adorned with beautiful murals, although the noise from outside was rather overwhelming. This was Li Bing's initial impression. In the back garden of Anshin home, a newly constructed vegetable greenhouse was already in operation, with grandmothers planting fresh vegetables inside, and even the elderly director had come to lend a hand, accompanied by the joyful laughter of a little sprite. It was the laughter of Yi. Upon hearing the name Yi, Zhang Yang hurriedly entered the greenhouse, only to find Yi conversing with a sparrow perched upon her shoulder. Dowdu, you mustn't peck my face. My face is not tasty. It tickles. Hee. Yi playfully teased the little sparrow on her shoulder. Yi, umihide, I've come to take you home. Zhang Yang exclaimed joyfully as he ran towards her, expecting her to be delighted, yet to his dismay, Yi completely ignored him. Oof, I don't know you. Yi turned her little nose up, refusing to acknowledge Zhang Yang. Yi, it's me, your father. Zhang Yang said in disbelief once more. Oof, I don't know you. With her short legs. She turned away again, not facing him. What happened? How could this be? Zhang Yang was bewildered. It's only been 2 days since we last met. How could she not recognize me? Ha! Little Zhang, you've finally arrived. The little girl is quite upset with you for leaving without telling her. The old director approached and remarked. So that's how it is. Zhang Yang felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had wronged Yi. He hurriedly walked back to her, looking earnestly at her somewhat dirty little face, and said, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I had urgent matters and couldn't tell you. I promise it won't happen again. You won't lie to me? Yi's bright eyes shimmered with tears as she asked. The little girl missed her father dearly, yet she also had her own little temper. I won't lie, I promise. Zhang Yang reassured her once more. Okay, you little trickster. Daddy hug. Upon hearing her father's promise, Yi's face lit up with a smile as she leaped into Zhang Yang's embrace. My little Yi, I've missed you so much. Holding the soft little girl, Zhang Yang felt an indescribable contentment. It is often said that daughters are their father's little treasures, and this sentiment couldn't be truer. At this moment, even if offered an empire, he would not trade it for anything. Daddy, Dowdu is so silly, it got lost. Yi giggled, pointing at the sparrow on her shoulder. Its name is Dowdu, and it really is lost. Let's take it outside so it can find its mommy, shall we? Zhang Yang could sense the sparrow's emotions, though not as clearly as his own daughter's. Yes, little Yi nodded. Chapter 24. A meeting, although Zhang Yang had only spent a day with them. The grandmothers already held a favorable impression of him, viewing him as a hard-working and robust young man. When they heard that Zhang Yang had brought his wife, the grandmothers were eager to see her and were curious about the young man as spouse. Thus, amidst their laughter, they followed the old director to the front yard. In the front yard, Aunt Qing was directing workers to unload gifts prepared for the children, while Li Bing stood at a distance, intently gazing at a mural on the wall. The grandmothers could only see her silhouette. This silhouette, however, captivated them, and they nodded in appreciation. Little Zhang, your wife has a splendid figure. Just look at that waist and her well-shaped backside. She's a wonderful girl. One of the grandmothers, who was more familiar with Zhang Yang, joked. What do you mean by that? Xiao Yi gazed up at her grandmother, her big eyes shimmering with confusion. Oh dear, Xiao Yi, you are still so young and naive. Please refrain from speaking out of turn. Her grandmother promptly clarified. Zhang Yang, too, found himself at a loss, unable to elucidate the situation. The little Yi had begun to observe the actions and words of the adults around her. Henceforth, she must be cautious not to speak indiscriminately. Perhaps, sensing the murmurs of the crowd, Li Bing turned around and cast a nonchalant glance over the assembly. Upon noticing the little girl in Zhang Yang's arms, she was momentarily taken aback. Has the doll grown up? This was Li Bing's first impression of Yi. For the little girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the doll she had just received, albeit magnified several times in size. Wow, Xiao Zhang, your wife is truly stunning. She is simply ethereal. Li Bing's visage captivated the onlookers, leaving them in a state of disbelief. They had never encountered such beauty in their lives, surpassing even that of movie stars. Naturally, the little Yi noticed this but was yet unable to comprehend the allure. She simply wondered why this lady was staring at her, feeling a tinge of fear. Yi, that is your mother. Do you like her? Zhang Yang asked, oblivious to the apprehension in Yi's eyes. The little girl pouted and murmured, Mother? Yes, mother. Yi had no concept of a mother, only memories of various aunts in white dresses, along with her grandmother and great-grandmother. The notion of a father emerged only when she first laid eyes on Zhang Yang. At that moment, noticing the abundance of gifts in the courtyard, her grandmother hurriedly instructed everyone to begin the process of moving them. It was a rare occasion for benevolent individuals in society to bestow such a generous array of presents, and it took them over half an hour to organize everything. Once all was in order, the old director summoned Zhang Yang and Li Bing to the office. Tie, here are all the necessary photocopies of the documents. Please let me know if anything is missing, and I will rectify it immediately. Zhang Yang proclaimed, handing over a meticulously prepared set of materials. The old director donned her reading glasses and scrutinized the documents thoroughly. You are well prepared, but I must inquire if you are truly certain about E. The director, having grown indifferent through decades of service, merely wished for every child to have a complete family and the love of their parents. Of course I am certain, Zhang Yang asserted with unwavering conviction. I'm not asking you, but rather your wife. Are you ready? The old director, astute as she was, immediately sensed something unusual about Li Bing. Yet her expression remained inscrutable, making it difficult to speculate. To Zhang Yang's surprise, Li Bing nodded without the slightest hesitation. He had expected her to waver, yet the process unfolded smoothly. That is reassuring. You are both quite young. To be honest, I have some reservations about you. But it seems Yi is particularly fond of you. As her grandmother, I too wish for her to have a stable home. I will retain the documents and submit them to the relevant authorities tomorrow. After a month-long assessment period, you will receive your certificate. The old director expressed her contentment. What does the 1-month assessment period entail? Zhang Yang inquired, perplexed. The 1-month probationary period stipulates that during this time, you are not permitted to leave the city with EE and must be available at all times. Should EE find you unsatisfactory during this period, she reserves the right to withdraw her approval at any moment. Therefore, it is imperative that you fulfill your parental duties with utmost dedication. Zhang Yang, with a serious expression, remarked, a month seems rather brief. I wish to spend a lifetime proving my love for E. The old director nodded in acknowledgement, his face radiating satisfaction as he regarded Zhang Yang. This is Yi's vaccination booklet, along with her medical examination results. I hope you will review them diligently and remember to take her for regular checkups at the hospital. If possible, consider consulting a larger hospital, the old director said, producing a bag of items as if it had been meticulously prepared in advance, and handed it to Zhang Yang. Just as Zhang Yang reached to accept it, Li Bing swiftly intervened, taking out Yi's medical records to examine them. Congenital heart disease? Li Bing's brow furrowed in concern. Do not worry. I will take care of everything. Have you forgotten? I possess ancestral medical skills. Zhang Yang reassured her. Hearing this, Li Bing's expression relaxed. The old director observed this exchange, recognizing that this woman, though seemingly aloof, harbored warmth within and could indeed be a good mother. With all matters settled, when the old director declared they could take Yi home, Zhang Yang leapt joyfully as if he were a child, rushing outside to where Yi was trying on a new outfit. Xiao Zhang, you seem much more carefree now, a significant improvement from a couple of days ago. When I last saw you, you appeared quite somber, only brightening when you were with Yi, remarked the old director. Xiao Li, I believe you will make an excellent mother. Perhaps one day you will have children of your own, and I only hope you will still be a wonderful mother then. The old director had witnessed many similar scenarios. He had seen individuals who initially desired children to bring joy, only to grow weary once they had their own, resulting in the child bearing undue hardship. He wished to prevent such occurrences. My own child? Li Bing could hardly envision what her child would be like. She had never contemplated such a notion, her icy demeanor causing her to reject all possibilities. There is sufficient wealth here to purchase the land in front, ensuring a tranquil environment for the child's studies. Li Bing placed a card on the old director's desk and exited, leaving him astonished. Indeed, she is a thoughtful child with warmth beneath her cool exterior. The old director welcomed her generosity, knowing that any funds spent on the children were justified. In the courtyard, Zhang Yang lifted Yi onto his shoulders, parading her around as her delighted laughter filled the air, coinciding with the end of the school day. It was said that Yi had been quite fortunate. Who is that? How could she possibly be here? Yang Minghui, a witness to the previous night's banquet, was astonished to see another key figure from the event appear unexpectedly. Yang, that must be Xiao Zhang's wife. Quite beautiful, isn't she? I have lived more than half my life and have never seen such a stunning person, though her demeanor is a tad frosty, remarked the mother-in-law. What? She is married? Yang Minghui was so astonished that her speech became somewhat incoherent. Yes, she is married. The marriage certificate is right there on Aunt Ji's table. Yang, there are plenty of good men. You will encounter even better ones. The mother-in-law assumed Yang Minghui was shocked about Zhang Yang's marriage and thus spoke. Yang Minghui was utterly perplexed by her mother-in-law's words. She only realized the gravity of the situation and could easily imagine the outrage that would ensue in the Xiao family upon learning this news. Oh, my father, should I tell you or not? Chapter 25. Companionship being part of a prominent family in this city. Yang Minghui had never met Li Bing in formal settings. Yet she secretly admired this beautiful, cold, and capable woman. For some time, her father had often used her as a role model, referring to Li Bing as the exemplary child of another family. Yang Minghui looked at Zhang Yang, and her impression of him was quite favorable. He had an appealing physique and countenance, and beneath it all, he possessed a kind heart. His remarkable medical skills made her perceive him as merely a fledgling intern. He didn't appear to be wealthy in his attire, yet it was bewildering how a person like him had captured the heart of the renowned Ice Queen. As the moment of separation approached, the children and mothers from Anshin home lined up in 2 rows, holding hands and singing A Family Bound by Love. This was a tradition of the family, upheld for several years. Whenever a child departed, this song would play, evoking bittersweet emotions. As the children sang, they began to weep, and the mothers were inconsolable. For we are a family, bound by love, sharing blessings and bearing hardships together, with understanding and commitment. We endure through time. I cherish coming home and forgetting my chaotic feelings. I love waking up and bringing smiles to everyone's faces. Watching the older siblings weep. Little Yi cried even louder, clinging to Zhang Yang and wailing. Though she didn't comprehend the reason for the tears, she could not help but join in. Alas! Alas! Let us go. I cannot bear to see this. The old director sighed repeatedly, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, turning slowly to walk back inside. Grandma! Grandma! Yi called out, extending her arms toward the old director. The aged director's frail body came to a halt, yet he still did not turn around, stubbornly taking another slow step forward, as if his legs could barely lift. Yi, my little darling, for your own good, go. Go. This is merely a fragment of your memory, not your home. Being with your parents is home. The old director's heart ached, making it hard for him to breathe. As a tear trickled down his weathered face, Zhang Yang's eyes were already glistening. He understood the old director's intent to spare Yi from excessive concern for her. Just like a reluctant child leaving home, the more one offers endless advice, the harder it becomes to part. Do not cry, my dear. Father will take you for a ride. With tears held back, Zhang Yang tightly embraced Yi as they made their way towards the car. No. I want Grandma to take me for a ride. Wah. Yi continued to wail. Zhang Yang had no choice but to pause and comfort her. Be good, sweetheart. Daddy will take you home. There are fun things and delicious treats in the car. How about that? No, no, I want Grandma. Yi seemed to sense that she was about to leave, her little heart brimming with reluctance. Quickly now. At that moment, the old dean suddenly shouted, hastening his steps back to the office, slamming the doors shut with a resounding thud. Alas, Aunt Ge has truly been affected, he sighed. Let us go. Do visit when you can. Yi's grandmother was also reluctant to part with her. Such a well-behaved little girl, so endearing. The thought of possibly never seeing her again was unbearable. Zhang Yang steeled himself, lifting the sobbing Yi and striding towards the car. He settled her beside him in the back seat. As the door closed, the enclosed space deepened Yi's sorrow. Daddy is mean. I want Grandma Wu. From this moment forth, Father would always be by your side, playing with you and watching you grow. Please don't cry anymore. Zhang Yang gently wiped away the tears from his daughter's face, feeling an indescribable ache in his heart. Daddy is mean. Yi's cries softened considerably, but she continued to whimper. Her pouted lips glistened with tears. Here, doll. At that moment, Li Bing, seated in the front, presented a stuffed doll that had been gifted from the mall to Yi. The doll closely resembled her, though Yi appeared a bit thin, and her attire paled in comparison to that of the doll. Dressed in gray fabric, she seemed somewhat plain, and her hair was disheveled, as if it hadn't been combed in days. At the Anshin home, clothing was passed down, and, as long as it was not beyond repair, it was deemed acceptable. This had been the norm for years. As for Yi's hair, her grandmother would comb it whenever she had time, but after grooming, Yi would often mess it up while playing. Is it a doll? Yi stared, momentarily bewildered by the sudden appearance of the stuffed toy, curiously pondering what it was. Can it talk? It's so beautiful. She forgot her tears and cautiously accepted the doll, gazing at it in awe. Seeing Yi's tears cease, Zhang Yang felt a bit of relief and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. I promise to find an identical doll for you another day. No, it's mine. She is mine. Li Bing declared possessively. Huh? What are you saying? She is mine, my child. Zhang Yang retorted without hesitation. When it came to Yi's claim, there could be no ambiguity or compromise. No, they are all mine, Li Bing reiterated, not one to engage in arguments. Li Bing stood her ground, which left Aunt Qing, who was driving, in disbelief. The little girl is truly serious about this. What is mine is mine, Zhang Yang responded. Somewhat nervously, his wife was vying for their child, a matter that was non-negotiable. Moreover, their daughter was so beautiful and vivacious. If she were to become a cold-faced child under Li Bing's care, where would he seek recourse? No, that simply would not do. All right, let us not quarrel. She belongs to both of you. I truly cannot comprehend your way of interaction. Aunt Qing could no longer bear it, and spoke up. The two individuals in the car were momentarily taken aback, ceasing their debate. Little Yi clutched her doll, occasionally caressing its face, pinching its legs, and then touching its head. Daddy, look, the doll is so pretty, Yi suddenly exclaimed. What's pretty? Oh, you mean the doll. Indeed, it is beautiful, Zhang Yang responded. No, the dress is pretty. Yes, he is also very beautiful. My clever daughter truly is brilliant. Yes, it's the dress, Yi said with some urgency. At that moment, Zhang Yang finally understood that Yi was referring to the doll's attire. Indeed, the doll's dress is quite lovely. When we arrive at the mall, shall I buy you a beautiful dress, just like the little skirt the doll wears? We can get many. The dress is pretty. The sweet, childish voice resonated delightfully in Zhang Yang's ears, providing him an immense sense of comfort, dispelling all worries, and bringing clarity to his thoughts. The car sped along, soon arriving at the grand shopping center. With Yi in his arms, Zhang Yang joyfully dashed into the mall, enthusiastically introducing her to everything, various toys, delicious treats, purchasing one of each. In no time, his hands were filled with a hefty bag, and had he not possessed considerable strength, he would have struggled to carry it. Sir, have you taken a liking to this dress? It will be perfect for your daughter, a children's clothing sales associate remarked. It's lovely indeed. Wrap it up. Zhang Yang replied without hesitation. Sir, wouldn't you like to try it on? The associate inquired with confusion. Of course we must try it. Children's clothes can be uncomfortable if they don't fit well, Aunt Qing interjected from behind. True, then let us give it a try, Zhang Yang said as he made his way to the fitting room. Oh, sir, this is the ladies' fitting room. You cannot enter, the associate protested. Is there no fitting room for men? This is a children's store. There are no men's fitting rooms. Hand the child over to me, Aunt Qing asserted, taking from Zhang Yang's arms. The little one, momentarily displeased, was about to pout, but then shifted to another embrace. Her tiny frame curiously surveyed the somewhat cold countenance, forgetting to cry. Li Bing, who caught stood in a daze, uncertain of what to do. The soft body nestled comfortably, exhibiting a delightful playfulness. Bing Bing, let us take to try on some clothes, Aunt Qing said, leading Li Bing further inside. Zhang Yang, in a state of shock, felt a deep sense of resentment. That is my daughter, mine. This is outright theft. Chapter 26. Collision when emerged. Adorned in a brand new little dress, she instantly attracted envious glances from all around. The pink floral dress, paired with two adorable horn braids and those sparkling big eyes, captivated everyone's hearts, complimenting Li Bing's stunning beauty. A perfect match. What a beautiful pair of mother and daughter. My eyes are dazzled, a portly young man mused, glancing at his chubby son rolling on the ground, feeling a pang of regret. What happened to my fine son that he no longer seems appealing? Oh, my grandmother. This feels like a conspiracy to trick me into having daughters. Is there no end to the envy and resentment? Once again, it's another child. A gentleman exclaimed in surprise. Noticing the envious gazes of those around him, he approached with an air of unrestrained pride and a broad smile, only to be deterred by Li Bing's piercing glare. The little oblivious to the surrounding dynamics, nestled comfortably in Li Bing's embrace, her petite legs crossed and her timid eyes darting towards the onlookers. Despite this being her first encounter with Li Bing, the young one felt no sense of repulsion and thoroughly relished the warmth of her embrace. Zhang Yang's heart was in turmoil, akin to a cat's clawing desire. He longed to take into his arms, yet hesitated, internally lamenting, "My daughter, my little darling." After exiting the shopping mall, the trio prepared to return home. But Zhang Yang found himself relegated to the front seat, as Li Bing and her daughter had commandeered the back. Observing Zhang Yang's troubled expression, Aunt Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Mommy is sighing. Had learned to call out to her mother in the fitting room under Aunt Qing's guidance, and she could not shake off the familiarity as if they were truly mother and child, with no sense of distance. Li Bing was quite fond of her as well, reveling in the moment. Yes, it's beautiful, Li Bing remarked, playfully toying with Yi's tiny hand, though her face bore no expression. It was evident to all that she was delighted. My darling daughter, may I hold you? Daddy wishes to see how lovely you are. Zhang Yang eagerly leaned over the front seat. Turn around. It's unsafe, Li Bing replied coldly, as if guarding her treasure. Zhang Yang's face fell, and he fell silent. Then what about Daddy? With a warm voice, little extended her stuffed doll towards him. My sweet daughter, what I desire is you. Not the doll. You are far more delightful, Zhang Yang thought to himself, though he replied, Daddy sees it. Take it back. Hold on to Mommy tightly. As the car journeyed onward, the trio, along with the adorable child, returned to the apartment around midday. Just as they parked, they were confronted by Li Guahao and his entourage, who had blocked their path. Following the announcement of the marriage date with the Xiao family, the Li family, though excited, harbored concerns of unforeseen complications. Thus, they set out to investigate Li Bing's whereabouts and discovered that she owned another apartment, leading Li Guahao to this location. I say, isn't that the young master of the Li family? What brings you here? Zhang Yang was the first to exit the vehicle. You, how are you here? I thought you were dead. Li Guahao stared incredulously at Zhang Yang. He had been informed by his father that Zhang Yang had been dealt with, which emboldened him to come, only to find that the man who was supposed to be dead was not only alive but thriving. It's indeed you. I have yet to settle the score for the attempt on my life, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. Zhang Yang replied, his expression impassive. Had it not been for his extensive experience in survival, he might have fallen into their trap. Don't come any closer. Someone attack. Li Guahao, filled with trepidation, retreated while commanding his men. 5 individuals charged at Zhang Yang, but were sent sprawling to the ground in mere seconds, groaning in pain. Li Guohao, already terrified, hastily jumped in his car and fled. "Get lost. All of you get out," Zhang Yang scoffed, causing the remaining men to scramble away, disregarding their injuries as they hurriedly crawled to safety. Everything was witnessed by Aunt Qing and Li Bing, who had not yet disembarked. In the heat of the moment, Li Bing covered Yi's eyes, and fortunately, the duration was brief, so Yi felt no discomfort. "Bing Bing, Zhang Yang is truly remarkable. I sense he can protect you well. Cherish this opportunity, for he may indeed be a suitable match," Aunt Qing sincerely remarked. Even though Aunt Qing could subdue 3 to 5 individuals, she lacked the ease and swiftness of Zhang Yang. Perhaps entrusting the young lady to him would not be a bad idea. Upon entering the apartment, Zhang Yang busily tidied up, and in that moment, he realized he had forgotten to prepare a bed for Yi. How could he have overlooked purchasing a small bed for her? Just a few days ago, he had come across a particularly beautiful little bed on his phone. Where could it be? Zhang Yang rummaged through his phone, scrolling quickly. While purchasing parenting books, he had inadvertently spotted a charming little bed, perfectly suited for Yi's slumber. "No need, she is coming upstairs with me," Li Bing declared, holding Yi firmly, completely disregarding Zhang Yang's astonished gaze as she ascended the stairs. "No, she is my daughter. She will sleep with me," Zhang Yang insisted, pursuing after them. Li Bing showed no intention of stopping him, leading him up the stairs. It was Zhang Yang's first time ascending those stairs, and, as he reached the top, he discovered 2 rooms. Upon opening the leftmost door, he was immediately taken aback by the pink decor within. "Is this a child's room? When did you prepare this?" Zhang Yang inquired, gazing at the small bed, cloaked beneath a pink mosquito net and the stars adorning the walls. A large stuffed toy sat atop the bed, and a string of wind chimes hung from the ceiling, emitting a delightful sound. Beside the bed was a desk, adorned with several fairy tale books, while on the opposite side, a picture frame displayed a photograph of a joyful mother and daughter, the mother bearing a striking resemblance to the current Li Bing. This was Bing Bing's room during her childhood. When we moved out of the Li family home, her room was transported intact, Aunt Qing reminisced, picking up the photograph and dusting the frame. In that moment, she noticed the frame was nearly spotless, likely due to the young lady's daily cleaning. Upon seeing such a room, Yi instantly fell in love with it. Her large eyes sparkled with delight as she wriggled free from Li Bing's embrace and leapt onto the bed. "Stars bright, big doggy good. Yi wants it." At the tender age of 2 years and 6 months, she struggled to articulate her desires accurately. "What does Yi want? To sleep here?" Zhang Yang pondered, thoroughly satisfied with the room, for it epitomized a little girl's sanctuary. Want to sleep?" The tiny Yi nodded earnestly. "Well then, it's settled from now on. This will be Yi's bedroom. Come, Daddy, let us test if the bed is warm." Zhang Yang laughed as he lay down beside Yi. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils. How delightful! This scent belongs to Li Bing. Could it be that she still sleeps in this bed? Zhang Yang looked towards Li Bing, curiosity etched on his face. In that moment, Li Bing felt a rush of warmth on her cheeks and quickly turned to exit the room. She had not slept in this room. She had her own. "It is only when I miss my mother that I come here to take a look, sitting on the bed while gazing at a fairy tale book. And before I know it, I have fallen asleep." After Li Guohao, the young master of the Li family, hastily left in a car, he headed straight home. At this moment, Li Zoming was leisurely savoring tea in his study, nodding his head in contentment. As long as the Li family becomes related to the Shao family, the Li family will surely secure its place in this city. Who would dare to disregard our prominence? "Father, something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong." Li Guohao rushed in, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. "Why the panic? Remain calm in the face of adversity. Come, have a cup of tea," Li Zoming replied with an air of composure. Li Guohao, however, lacked the patience for such calmness. He gulped down his tea and exclaimed loudly, "Father, that pretty boy is not dead at all. We have been deceived. That so-called King Kong Arts Club is utterly unreliable." "What? What did you say? That pretty boy is alive? How can this be? The King Kong Arts Club has a good reputation. How could they possibly trick us? No, I must investigate." Li Zhongming took out his phone to access a professional website, only to find that it would not open. In that moment, he realized they might indeed have been swindled. Oof. How dare they stir trouble above our Li family? I must discover who you are. 2 million just squandered like that. It is not the money I lament, but their lack of integrity. Father, what shall we do? Young Master Xiao is coming tomorrow. This cannot be kept under wraps. Even if it cannot be concealed, we must try. The Xiao family is not one to be trifled with. If we cannot act covertly, then we shall proceed openly. As the two whispered, a scheme targeting Zhang Yang began to unfold. Chapter 27. The revelation at noon. With no habit of dining out for years, this occasion was no exception. Zhang Yang, accompanied by Yi, descended and made his way to the market. To celebrate the arrival of the little one, he planned to prepare an extravagant dinner. Meanwhile, Li Bing and Aunt Qing had returned to the company. Being a workaholic, Li Bing was restless when idle. Before leaving, Aunt Qing attempted to persuade Yi to join them, but her efforts were in vain. The little one remained quite attached to her father. In the familiar market, Zhang Yang strolled with Yi, attracting the attention of acquaintances on either side. Ah, Xiao Zhang, is this your daughter? How lovely. Why have we never seen you bring her out before? Previously, she was at her grandmother's in the countryside, but now that her grandmother is unwell, I've taken her with me. Hey sir, don't stare. She is my biological daughter, absolutely. Zhang Yang responded confidently to a disbelieving elder. You must be joking. Such a delicate child must have been taken from a painting. Ah, where's the little one, shining bright? Yi, accustomed to the hospital and unafraid of the crowd, chimed in with her sweet voice. My dear daughter, how can you be so adorable? Zhang Yang smiled fondly, playfully resting his forehead against hers. Hee, Daddy, that tickles. Yi giggled, playfully pushing her father's face away. After wandering through the market, receiving many admiring glances, Zhang Yang finally departed, heading homeward. The dietary regimen for a 2-year-old is quite extensive. In pursuit of a more comprehensive nutritional intake for Yi, Zhang Yang took the initiative to research and discovered that green pepper, carrot, and yam puree would be particularly suitable for her. Despite the complexity of the preparation, Zhang Yang resolved to prepare this dish for lunch. The green peppers and carrots were mashed into a fine puree, while the yam was sautéed until tender and then transformed into a smooth consistency. After a series of culinary maneuvers, the lunch was finally ready. Throughout this process, Zhang Yang occasionally glanced at Yi, who was joyfully exploring their new home in the living room without fussing, which eased his worries considerably. To complement the meal, he added Chiao Hu rice, creating a sumptuous lunch. Daddy, the food smells delicious, Yi exclaimed, sitting obediently at the dining table, her eyes sparkling at the colorful array of food before her. At the previous residence, due to the need for dietary caution, the meals were rather bland, devoid of any oil, making this the first time Yi experienced something richer. However, here, there was no need for such concerns. Her congenital heart condition was non-existent. Sweet daughter, don't just look. Do taste it, it's really delicious. While shopping, Zhang Yang had specially purchased a set of adorable children's utensils for her. A small plastic spoon and a pair of connected chopsticks. With the tiny spoon in hand, he tentatively scooped a bit of the food, bringing it to her mouth to sample. The delightful flavors ignited her appetite, prompting her to scoop a hearty spoonful and pop it in her mouth. Her eyes transformed into crescent moons, and her little lips smacked adorably. At that moment, Zhang Yang was utterly captivated, his heart swelling with contentment. Witnessing her relish the meal made all his fatigue worthwhile. You shouldn't eat the rice that fell on the table. There's still plenty in your bowl, Zhang Yang remarked as he noticed her picking up stray grains from the table. It seemed that Grandma had instilled in her the lesson of not wasting food, a cherished tradition of their safe haven. Wasting? No, Daddy can eat it for you. To shield his daughter from unhealthy habits and prevent her from overthinking, Zhang Yang ended up cleaning up the mess and consuming the remnants himself. In truth, the table had been meticulously cleaned prior to the meal, and even the chairs had been wiped down several times. There was nothing unclean. Zhang Yang was merely overly anxious about Yi. As lunch drew to a close, while Zhang Yang was finishing up, he noticed Yi's head drooping, her eyelids fluttering as they began to close into slits. Only her long eyelashes stood upright. She must be tired, Zhang Yang thought, gently supporting her little head with his hand. Sensing the comfort, he rubbed her face against his palm, her tiny hands clasping his arm. And soon she drifted into a sweet slumber. My dear daughter, even while asleep, you are so adorable. Zhang Yang smiled with satisfaction as he slowly rose, carefully lifted Yi and ascended the stairs to place her in bed. Taking advantage of her nap, he swiftly tidied the kitchen, then returned upstairs to sit beside her sleeping form, his heart brimming with fulfillment. Time flew by, and 3 hours later, Yi finally awoke, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. It felt as though the environment had shifted, and a sense of sorrow threatened to overwhelm me. Yet at that moment, a familiar face appeared before my eyes. Daddy, a hug. My dear daughter has finally awakened. Zhang Yang lifted the little one and exited the room. The child, cradled in his arms, squirmed restlessly, and it soon became apparent that she was in urgent need. After addressing her predicament, the little one regained her vitality, eagerly pulling her father to play with her new toy. The block fortress quickly took shape in Zhang Yang's hands, and upon witnessing the splendid structure, the child burst into joyous dance. Daddy is amazing. Zhang Yang reveled in his daughter's admiration, a broad smile illuminating his face. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yang rose to answer it, only to find 2 police officers standing at the entrance. Is this Zhang Yang? Please accompany us. Someone has reported you for intentional assault. Intentional assault? When did that happen? I had no knowledge of it. Zhang Yang expressed his bewilderment. Although he had encountered some altercations recently, they had involved Li Guohao's men, and he doubted they would resort to filing a police report. It seemed rather pitiful. You will understand more at the police station. The officers maintained a cordial demeanor, refraining from any harsh words. Very well, I will cooperate, but I must bring my daughter along. She is too young to be left at home alone. Zhang Yang replied with concern. After dressing the little one in her outerwear and shoes, he carried her and followed the officers into their vehicle. This was the child's first ride in a police car, and she gazed curiously at the 2 officers in hats, her large eyes sparkling with confusion. Daddy, what is that? That is a police hat worn by the officers in the police car. It is quite solemn. Zhang Yang explained. The police car soon arrived at the station. Zhang Yang was invited into the interrogation room, but the presence of the child posed a dilemma. The female officers took turns trying to coax the little one away from her father's embrace, but she was on the verge of tears. Mr. Zhang, could you please call your partner? The officers implored, realizing it was inappropriate to have such a young child in the interrogation room. No need. She is far too busy. If not, would I be at home looking after the child? Zhang Yang responded. The officers resigned, agreed, and thus a unique interrogation commenced in the administrative hall. Through the questioning, Zhang Yang learned that it was indeed Li Guohao's subordinates who had filed the report. Earlier that morning, they had attempted to assault him, but had instead become the victims, with the number of assailants reduced from 5 to 1. The incident stemmed from Zhang Yang's provocation, resulting in the victims' injuries and hospitalization. This is not a conspiracy. It is an open scheme. Zhang Yang lamented. Chapter 28. The Revelation, Mr. Zhang. Based on the current evidence, you are suspected of intentional harm, resulting in bodily injury, which may lead to criminal charges and imprisonment. However, you also have the option to reach an agreement with the victim. By compensating for their medical expenses, you may mitigate the legal consequences. Of course, you could also hire a lawyer, and if there is evidence to refute the existing claims, you may absolve yourself of criminal liability. The older officer spoke earnestly. In the eyes of the police, everything hinged on the evidence. Regardless of one's identity, any infringement of the law would inevitably attract legal repercussions. Before Zhang Yang lay 2 significant pieces of evidence. The first was a seemingly blurred video of an assault, yet the face was remarkably clear, particularly Zhang Yang's, appearing almost like a frontal portrait, albeit his expression was frozen. The second piece of evidence was the victim's disability certificate, which was comprehensive, including a report issued by the hospital detailing the extent of the injuries, leaving no room for doubt. I'm sorry, officer, but I cannot confess to something I did not do. How could I possibly commit such an act of deliberate harm? Zhang Yang stated calmly. After all, this was a society governed by law, not a post-apocalyptic world. He had always exercised restraint in his actions, even during the harshest times, never harming others without cause. Rather, he had saved many. In his embrace, he gazed up at her father with her large, fluttering eyes, opening her mouth as if to speak. Yet no words came forth. Zhang Yang noticed her hesitation. What is it, my dear daughter? He asked. Dadi, em festi. The little one said, feeling a bit shy as she nestled closer to Zhang Yang. Thirsty, you say? Here, have some water. Oh no, I forgot to bring your cup. Zhang Yang exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration. As a newly appointed father, he realized he needed to be more attentive. How could he forget his baby's cherished Pikachu cup from the mall? Don't worry, sweetie, your sister will get you some water. The little police officer, who had been watching immediately filled a cup with water upon noticing the child's need. It's a bit hot, so take your time drinking, she cautioned, using a disposable cup that was slightly warm. Zhang Yang gratefully accepted the cup, quickly blowing on the liquid to cool it down. Children's lips are delicate, and he was concerned about the temperature. After a brief moment of testing, he deemed it safe enough to offer to Yi. I say, Captain, look at this gentle father. How could he possibly harm anyone? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. The young officer whispered to her older colleague, naive and inexperienced. She saw goodness in everyone and could not fathom that this kind-hearted man could be a perpetrator. Have you forgotten what I taught you? One cannot judge solely by appearances. The evidence is substantial. Can we really wrongfully accuse someone? The middle-aged officer replied sternly. As he watched E drink, tiny droplets of water clinging to her delicate lips, Zhang Yang felt a wave of contentment. Yet, upon overhearing the officer's conversation, an idea struck him. Officer, have you ever heard of a technology that can swap faces between individuals? It's an advanced technique, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. I haven't heard of such a thing. What do you mean? The middle-aged officer inquired, furrowing his brow. Captain, I have heard of it. It's called face-swapping technology. During video recording, software can analyze and adjust to match the face of a celebrity, creating a near-perfect illusion. I've even read that some stars don't appear in their own films, using stand-ins instead, relying on this technology to create the illusion of authenticity. The young officer chimed in, familiar with the latest gossip. Is that so? How come I was unaware? Are you suggesting that this video is fabricated? The middle-aged officer asked, skepticism creeping into his voice. I haven't done anything wrong, so of course it must be fake, Zhang Yang asserted. Little dear, please send the video to the technical department for examination. Once the results are available, come back to me. Although the middle-aged police officer had never encountered this technology before, he could not assert its non-existence. Thus, it was prudent for the technical department to conduct an inspection. The submission for examination was swift, and within mere minutes, the results emerged. The young female officer rushed over, brimming with excitement, and announced to her captain, Captain, the video is indeed fake. Here is the inspection report. The middle-aged police officer cast a glance at the report, his mood soured. As the captain of this police force, he had pressing cases to attend to. An urgent call from superiors had summoned him to review a minor case of intentional injury, which, although trivial, felt inappropriate given the possibility of a wrongful accusation. His years of experience suggested either someone was falsely accusing or this individual possessed formidable connections. Am I free to leave? Zhang Yang inquired. Not so fast, the captain replied. Even if the video is fabricated, the victim's injury report is authentic, and you cannot depart just yet. Out of a sense of responsibility, the captain could not allow Zhang Yang to leave. But I didn't inflict those injuries. This is a false accusation. Zhang Yang protested, perplexed. That may be the case, but the victim is adamant that you are the assailant. Therefore, you must assist us in our investigation. You may call a guardian to come and sign, and then you can leave. You claim the victim insists it was me, yet if the video is false, can I not suspect that the injury report is also fabricated? Zhang Yang was reluctant to endure the back and forth at the police station. This matter needed resolution. Since the victim was resolute in his accusation, he would ensure the victim faced consequences. Very well, the injury report is here. You may consult any hospital for verification. I trust that modern hospitals would not dare to falsify such documents. Moreover, I have seen the victim myself, lying in bed and groaning, which hardly seems feigned. No need for hospital verification. I wish to meet the victim, Zhang Yang insisted. All right then, the captain responded. Little dear, gather yourself and accompany me to the hospital. With that, the captain led the young female officer and Zhang Yang in their vehicle towards the hospital. In the hospital, the little one was quite at home in the environment, unrestrained compared to the police station. After playfully urging her father to set her down, she cheerfully mingled with the bustling nurses. The young girl, unperturbed by the masked figures in white, sweetly called out to everyone, her charming demeanor endearing her to all. In the ward, the victim lay in bed, one leg and arm suspended, his face contorted in pain. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, his eyes widened in fear as he attempted to rise, only to find himself restrained. Sir, do not be afraid, the captain reassured him. We brought him here because he doubts the legitimacy of your injuries and wanted to take a look. CC, can this be fabricated? I assure you, you must take charge. He is truly ruthless. He has broken my arm and leg. You must ensure he is imprisoned. Zhang Yang immediately discerned that this noisy victim was one of Li Guohao's subordinates, evidently sent to falsely accuse him under Li Guohao's instructions. He was acutely aware of the force he exerted at noon, which could not possibly result in such a debilitating injury. Quite the performance, he mused, examining the arm. I sense no issue here, and as for the leg, surely it cannot be broken. Zhang Yang, guiding Xiao Yi, approached the bedside, placing his hand on the victim's arm, and then brushing his palm over the leg as he spoke. The victim dared not utter a word, his expression one of bitterness. Eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at Zhang Yang. Upon hearing these remarks, he was momentarily startled, but soon found solace, for the injury was indeed genuine. The charade was meticulously orchestrated, and the price for this arm and leg was a staggering 500,000. Quite a lucrative deal. Doctor, I need to see a doctor. Have him explain how this injury could possibly be fabricated. The victim shouted, immediately attracting the attention of a physician. Once the doctor grasped the situation, he addressed Zhang Yang, stating, the patient has fractures in both his arm and leg, and I issued the disability report. If there are any doubts, feel free to inquire directly with me. As a doctor, I find no merit in deception, the irate physician asserted. You claim there are fractures, yet I remain unconvinced. Look at this leg. There isn't even a trace of swelling. How could it be broken? Zhang Yang felt a pang of guilt for the earnest doctor, but circumstances left him no choice. Perhaps this physician would face repercussions, and he might find a way to compensate him later. Stop. You cannot handle the patient in that manner. The doctor intended to prevent Zhang Yang from disturbing the affected areas, but he quickly discovered that the bandages on the patient's leg were remarkably loose, and the previously swollen leg appeared as normal as ever. I knew it. This is nothing but an act. Zhang Yang had achieved his desired outcome, stepping back while still holding Xiao Yi's hand. At that moment, the police captain approached to take a look. This is impossible. The swelling has diminished excessively. What on earth is happening? Is the patient truly in pain? The doctor, unable to believe his eyes, squeezed the victim's leg bone. The victim, with a bewildered expression, replied, Am I supposed to be in pain? He too was perplexed, as the arms and legs that had previously throbbed with pain were now inexplicably comfortable. Had there not been so many witnesses present, he would have eagerly unwrapped the bandages to investigate. With a face full of dread, the doctor hurriedly wheeled the patient into the examination room. After a thorough and serious assessment, the conclusion was reached. The patient exhibited no signs of illness whatsoever. There were no broken bones, nor even a mosquito bite to be found. Doctor, you must believe me. My leg is broken, and my arm as well. You cannot treat me this way. The victim lamented, his face a mask of indignation as the doctor and nurses pulled him from the bed. He was utterly confounded. How could it be that he had sustained a broken leg, yet felt no pain? The arm, the focus of careful attention, was also unscathed. He had merely received a bottle of 4 fluids earlier. How could he have suddenly recovered? Doctor, how have you managed to cure me? I shall file a complaint against you for deceiving me. I demand to be hospitalized. The police captain expressed his apologies to Zhang Yang and then departed with a cheerful female officer, eager to return and ascertain the truth from his superiors. Was it mere boredom that had led to this peculiar situation? The task is accomplished. Aren't you amazing, Daddy? Zhang Yang joyfully exclaimed while lifting his little daughter. Daddy is great. The little one giggled. Chapter 29. Nursery rhyme within the Li family courtyard. Li Zhongming hung up the phone with a grim expression. What was once an infallible scheme had now revealed a fatal flaw, and the painstakingly accumulated goodwill had gone to waste, inciting his ire, like losing a chicken while trying to catch a rat. Just then, loud voices erupted from outside, prompting the irate Li Zhongming to fling open the door. What is all this noise? Get out of here. Who is this, throwing such a tantrum? Let me see. Isn't this the head of the household? A woman, clad in a qipao with elegantly curled hair and carrying a handbag, spoke with an air of superiority. Wancho, what do you want now? Li Zhongming furrowed his brow, feeling anger simmering within, but unable to express it. After decades of being under a thumb, it was not so easy to break free. Yuanqiu, the current matriarch of the Li family and the biological mother of Li Guohao, had been in a relationship with Li Zhongming since the days when the Li family was still a small clan. Though their affair had begun clandestinely, it had soon become public. What do I want? Don't you know? Our family is now a prominent clan. These old, dilapidated furnishings are beneath our dignity. I feel it's a disgrace. Yuanqiu shot a glare at her husband. Mr. Li, you must stop your wife. These pieces of classical furniture were the late mistress's favorites. We cannot part with them. An elderly woman suddenly interjected. She was the oldest among the women in the Li family, cherishing the antiquated decor that reminded her of a bygone era. Though Mr. Li often neglected home, the late mistress had always treated them kindly. Be quiet. I've long found you displeasing. Get out of here. Return to your hometown. Yuanqiu retorted angrily. She was the rightful mistress of the house, not the deceased. If it's not hers, I shall not discard it. Good riddance to her. Li Zhongming glanced at the elderly woman's hopeful gaze, then at his wife's widened eyes, and reluctantly waved his hand, sighing. Haven't you long wanted to visit your hometown? Go back. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's eyes grew misty, her voice trembling. Had it not been for the desire to see the young lady once more, she would have left this place long ago. Wanqiu, I do not oppose your tidying up. And besides, the young master from Xiao family is coming to our home tomorrow. The better it looks, the better. So now you realize I was right. Hey, if the workers can't move the junk, throw it out. The antique furniture appeared remarkably exquisite. Even the workers were reluctant to handle it carelessly. However, these old pieces cannot be discarded. I have a use for them. Li Zhongming suddenly declared. What use could they possibly serve? You're not still pining for that woman, are you? Yuanqiu's eyes gleamed with suspicion. How could that be? I have no feelings for her whatsoever. You must believe me. Spare me your lies. No feelings could lead to children. Men are all the same. With that, Yuanqiu turned and ascended the stairs, clutching her bag. As time passed slightly, Zhang Yang and Yi chose to walk back rather than take the complimentary ride offered by the police station. Certainly, the little Yi was cradled in Zhang Yang's arms. Her tiny limbs bore no weight at all. As they passed a shopping mall, Yi expressed great interest in the rocking horse at the entrance, having never experienced one before. When she finally climbed aboard, her excitement was palpable. Her small hands grasped the steering wheel tightly, and she sat up straight. Come, my dear daughter, let's fasten the seatbelt. This ride will soon begin, Zhang Yang said, producing a coin from his pocket and inserting it into the machine. Instantly, the rocking horse sprang to life, swaying back and forth while delightful children's songs filled the air. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and when the rocking horse finally halted, Yi looked up at her father with a hint of confusion and anticipation in her eyes. Daddy, why did it stop? It's all right, just wait a moment, Zhang Yang replied. Enchanted by his daughter's eager gaze, he hurried to exchange a handful of coins from the operator and returned, feeding them into the machine once more. The cheerful melodies mingled with Yi's joyous laughter, and soon, half an hour had slipped by. At that moment, Yi, feeling a bit restless, began tapping on the steering wheel. Zhang Yang promptly shut off the machine. Daddy, I feel dizzy. It was her first time on such a ride, and after such an extended duration, A little dizziness was to be expected. No worries, Daddy will hold you. You won't feel dizzy for long. He lifted the small one into his arms, disregarding the remaining coins, and turned to leave. As long as his little girl was happy, nothing else mattered. One of the greatest joys of the ride was that Yi had learned to sing a children's song, the one that played most frequently on a rocking horse. The generational song. What does Daddy's father call? Daddy's father is called Grandpa. What does Daddy's mother call? Daddy's mother is called Grandma. The playful melody flowed from Yi's lips with an enchanting charm. Zhang Yang could hardly believe that such a small child could memorize the lyrics and sing them so completely. It was simply astonishing. My dear daughter, your singing is delightful. Could you sing it again for Daddy? She hesitated, slightly bashful from the praise, and snuggled into his chest. My precious one, you are the smartest. How can you be so adorable? Zhang Yang exclaimed, holding her tightly, fearful that she might slip away. Joyful moments always seemed to pass swiftly, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Zhang Yang took Yi to the market, where they procured a bounty of vegetables to prepare a sumptuous dinner in celebration of her arrival. He had also informed the food-loving Liang Jiujio. However, to Zhang Yang's surprise, Liang Jiujio entered simultaneously with Li Bing, whom he had expected to arrive first. When Liang Jiujio opened the door and spotted the little one playing with the doll, her eyes sparkled with delight. So cute. Whose baby is this? Let me hold her. Liang Jiujio rushed forward, eager to embrace Yi, but Li Bing swiftly intervened, scooping the child into her own arms first. Yi, slightly startled by Liang Jiujio's enthusiasm, nestled against Li Bing's shoulder, turning her face away in shyness, clinging tightly to her mother's neck. Observing Yi's comfort in her presence, Li Bing displayed remarkable tenderness, effortlessly cradling the little one while engaging in her usual activities, such as brewing coffee and reading, all with one hand, exhibiting an effortless grace. Liang Jiujio was momentarily taken aback. This was entirely unlike the cold and aloof so she had come to know. Instead, he resembled a devoted housewife, albeit with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Sister Bing, I adore children. Would you allow me to hold one, please? I promise to be gentle. With an exuberant spirit, she trailed eagerly behind Li Bing, transforming into a playful imp. No, you may not hold him. Li Bing was bemused by her antics, yet her heart brimmed with joy regardless. Sister Bing, please let me hold him. If you refuse, I shall seek little Yang Yang, Liang Jiujio declared, huffing as she marched into the kitchen, only to be captivated by the sight before her. Wow, so much delicious food. Little Yang Yang, are you hosting a feast? She exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Don't touch anything. Have you washed your hands? Zhang Yang admonished, swatting Liang Jiujio's reaching hands away. A little dirt never hurt anyone, she retorted, swiftly snatching a chicken claw and popping it into her mouth. Soon, a lavish banquet was laid out, a grand table brimming with culinary delights. Liang Jiujio was overjoyed, and naturally, Aunt Qing took her seat as well. Only Li Bing, accustomed to her routine, retreated to the kitchen to prepare her own beef salad. Aunt Qing, I've always been puzzled as to why Sister Bing never eats anyone else's food. I've never witnessed her dining in any setting. Why is that? Liang Jiujio finally voiced her long-held curiosity. Ever since she had met Li Bing, she had never seen her partake in any meal, not even a sip of water, which intrigued her immensely. Zhang Yang also found this strange and had previously inquired, yet no one had provided an answer. Clearly, Aunt Qing knew the truth. So she settled in, eager to hear the story. It's a long tale. In brief, Li Bing's mother succumbed to food poisoning right before her eyes, caused by her favorite dish. They had both consumed it, and despite her own discomfort, Li Bing's mother forced her to vomit, neglecting her own condition. From that moment on, Li Bing could no longer eat any Chinese food. The mere thought made her ill. Aunt Qing recounted with a tinge of sorrow as she observed the bustling figure in the kitchen. I only knew about the poisoning incident at Fenghua restaurant. I had no idea there was such a backstory. Sister Bing's mother was truly remarkable, Liang Jiujio remarked. Are you saying it happened at the restaurant? How could that be? Zhang Yang questioned, his brow furrowed. There is nothing impossible in this world. The restaurant chef claimed that a new hire mixed up white vinegar with caustic soda, Quite absurd. I assenti it. Aunt Qing's eyes glinted with a cold light. Zhang Yang sensed that this matter was far from simple, and while he wished to press further, Aunt Qing seemed reluctant to divulge more. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Zhang Yang opened the door, only to find Li Zongming standing there. "Step aside, I demand to see Bing Bing." Li Zongming was well aware that Li Bing resided here with Zhang Yang. He had prepared himself for this confrontation, but the sight of Zhang Yang filled him with discomfort. If it weren't for this insufferable pretty boy standing in his way, he wouldn't have to exert so much effort to manipulate his own daughter. Chapter 30. Feeding Zhang Yang held a deep disdain for this nominal father-in-law and promptly slammed the door shut, retreating back into the house. "In my household, he has yet to wash her hands. Who has the time to observe your true colors here? Just wait. You." Li Zongming raised his head haughtily, letting out a cold snort. After all, he is the father of Li Bing. How dare this insignificant wretch slam the door? "Just wait. Once this matter settles, and Bing Bing marries into the Xiao family, you shall see." Thus, Li Zongming maintained his lofty demeanor, waiting outside the door for a quarter of an hour without any sign of it opening, which incensed him further. "Li Bing, open the door. You ungrateful daughter. Do you intend to leave me locked out here?" Li Zongming bellowed, banging on the door in frustration. No sooner had his voice faded than the door swung open, revealing Qing Yi, her face devoid of expression as she addressed him. "Come in." Upon seeing Qing Yi, Li Zongming's composure returned, and the previously stiff expression on his face transformed into one of absurdity. There had been a time when he harbored feelings for Qing Yi, believing his charm would surely win her over, only to find himself outmatched and receiving a sound thrashing, which led him to avoid her ever since. It is little Qing, he intended to say, but noticed that Qing Yi had already turned away, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. In the dining room, Zhang Yang had washed Yi's little hands and was now guiding her to eat. Liang Jiao naturally leaned against the small girl, peeling shrimp and placing them on Yi's plate. "Baby, sister will give you shrimp. Will you let sister hold you, please?" Liang Jiao, not disheartened by Yi's refusal to be held, vowed to sneak the warm little darling home and keep her hidden away. "No, I don't want to be held." Little Yi pouted, diligently imitating her father's shrimp peeling technique. "Go on, eat your food. Don't be a nuisance, daughter. This is the shrimp head, which you cannot eat. It must be discarded." Zhang Yang instructed his daughter earnestly. Although Yi was still quite young, she had learned independence during her time at the orphanage and refused to be fed, compelling Zhang Yang to personally teach her, which he relished. Li Zongming entered the room and immediately spotted Li Bing sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a book. A curtain separated the dining area from the living room, obscuring the view within. Li Bing remained serene, clutching her book, showing no intention of rising. Since her mother's passing and her father's remarriage within a month, her heart had turned to ice, filled with profound disappointment towards her family and this father. "Bing Bing, it has been so long since you last came home. Your father has missed you dearly." Li Zongming spoke softly, cautiously taking a seat beside Li Bing in an attempt to bridge the chasm between father and daughter. Unfortunately, Li Bing immediately moved to the opposite side. Li Zongming felt a deep sense of guilt towards his daughter. He had not raised her in her childhood, nor had he shown concern as she grew. It was only at the brink of his death, when he entrusted the company to her, that he realized his shortcomings, wishing to make amends, but it was too late. "Bing Bing, your father truly misses you. When you were little, you were so joyful in my arms. And that time we picked apricots. You couldn't reach, so I lifted you up. Remember when your shoes floated away by the river? I went to great lengths to retrieve them for you." Li Zongming recounted with pride, recalling the few precious moments he spent with his daughter during her childhood, as if reliving those scenes once more. Li Bing's desire to read was utterly shattered by the interruption, particularly when childhood memories surfaced, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Were it not for her grandfather's coercive presence with a whip behind her, how many times would she have willingly played along? And yet, he still had the audacity to speak now. "Speak your mind. What brings you here?" she said, coldly shutting the book. Bing Bing, it's like this. Your mother, no, your stepmother, wants to sort out the house and is discarding many pieces of furniture. I thought a pity, especially since these are the classical pieces your mother adored. Would you like to return and take a look? Li Zongming replied. Upon hearing her mother mentioned, Li Bing's spirits lifted, especially regarding the classical furniture that held all the joys of her childhood. Each piece bore witness to her laughter and play, hide and seek, jumping rope, and many other games that those old furnishings had once participated in. It was truly a cherished time. Will it be moved out? Li Bing inquired. Tomorrow. It will be moved out tomorrow. Then I'll arrange for someone to transport it. No, what I mean is, you should return to see it. The workers are rather rough, and it would be unfortunate if anything were to get damaged. This was Li Zongming's true intent. He sought to devise a way to coax his daughter back home. Once she encountered the young Master Xiao, whether she stayed or left would depend on his capabilities. Li Bing hesitated. However, the thought of the furniture stirred her emotions, and it would indeed be a shame to part with them. All right, I will go tomorrow, Li Bing finally conceded, though she harbored a deep-seated aversion to that place. Completely severing ties was not an option. Meanwhile, in the dining room, the little one, had finally mastered the art of peeling shrimp, effortlessly producing a perfect specimen. Zhang Yang praised her joyfully, only to see the child nimbly descend from her chair, scampering towards the living room. Mommy, try the shrimp. I peeled it myself. Little called sweetly, rushing to Li Bing with her greasy little hands, offering the shrimp near her mother's lips. Having learned the virtue of sharing from her siblings, she noticed her mother was absent from the dining table and thought to let her taste the shrimp, resulting in this delightful scene. Zhang Yang observed this entire exchange with a twinge of jealousy. My dear daughter, did you not notice that your father has yet to eat? Li Bing was taken aback, but instinctively opened her mouth to receive the shrimp offered by her daughter, savoring the exquisite flavor. Whether it was the dish itself or the delightful treat presented by her daughter, whom she had only known for less than a day, Li Bing felt an overwhelming sense of joy, devoid of any nausea. Of course, this did not escape Li Zongming's notice. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was well aware of his daughter's psychological aversion to Chinese cuisine. In the past, they had consulted numerous specialists to no avail. She would vomit at the slightest taste of it, even liquid meals. Thankfully, her lack of distaste for Western food had spared her from further treatment. Yet now, this little girl, calling her mommy, had dashed over to offer her shrimp, and astonishingly, his daughter had consumed it without hesitation, showing no signs of repulsion. Was this a mirage, or was he dreaming? Who was this girl, and who was the mother she called? Mommy, it's so delicious. The little one paid no mind to anyone else. Having seen her mother consume shrimp, she hurriedly ran back. Slow down. Be careful of the table edge, Li Bing nervously cautioned, only to realize that Zhang Yang was watching nearby, even more anxious than she was, causing her to blush involuntarily. Bing, who is she? Li Zongming asked, incredulously surveying his daughter. Clearly, he struggled to believe that his daughter had concealed the existence of a child from him, her father. After all, how could the child be so affectionate otherwise? Moreover, the psychological afflictions that even specialists found challenging to treat seemed to have vanished. What else could explain it if they were not biologically related? My child, Li Bing replied swiftly, without a moment's hesitation. I don't believe it. Bing, do not deceive your father. How could she possibly be your child? You aren't even married, Li Zongming exclaimed, rising abruptly in anger. Rationality told him that none of this could be true, although he did not know his daughter intimately. He had watched her grow up and had never seen her close to a man. The notion that she could have given birth was utterly ludicrous. People can change. I have been married for over 2 years now, and having a child is a natural progression. Her name is Yi, and her father is Zhang Yang. Please leave. I wish to have dinner with my daughter, Li Bing stated, turning to walk into the dining room, leaving Li Zongming stunned on the sofa. Indeed, being married for 2 years and having a child was quite normal. Was it not? He cursed himself. Had he not gambled recklessly in his youth and accrued substantial debts, he would not have needed to seek his daughter's assistance, nor signed a 2-year freedom contract with her. None of this would have transpired. With a marriage already arranged with the Xiao family, and the eldest son of the Xiao family set to visit the next day, he pondered how to handle the revelation of his daughter's child. The more he contemplated, the more troubled he became, and he found himself at a loss as he returned home, ignoring everyone and retreating into his study. Meanwhile, After Li Zhongming's departure, Li Bing indeed settled at the dining table, gently shooing Liang Jiujiu away, and naturally took a seat beside Yi, observing the array of food before her. Her nausea had dissipated, and her appetite returned. However, she hesitated to taste anything, merely watching Yi eat. "Mommy, eat the popo." Little Yi projemit. Still clumsy with chopsticks, her hands oily from peeling shrimp. Hence, she opted to grab food directly with her hands. At that moment, her tiny hand offered a piece of white food towards her mother's mouth. "Popo." Li Bing was momentarily puzzled by her daughter's words. Yet she instinctively attempted to catch the morsel with her mouth. At that moment, Aunt Qing and Liang Jiujiu set down their chopsticks, eyes wide, eagerly awaiting a miracle. Chewing the crisp, delightful food, Li Bing found herself at a loss for words, only aware that it was delicious, slightly sour, a touch spicy, and exceedingly flavorful. A veritable culinary delight, far superior to steak and salad. "This is spicy, tangy radish strips. Tasty, isn't it?" Zhang Yang remarked with a smile. "Delicious." The little one immediately responded. Unbeknownst to her, she was not conversing with Zhang Yang directly, merely reacting instinctively. "Bing Bing, do you feel any different?" Aunt Qing inquired with a hint of concern. "Aunt Qing, I feel wonderful. There is no urge to retch," Li Bing replied. Li Bing, in order to ascertain her recovery, deliberately picked up chopsticks and took a bite of the dish, reveling in the delightful taste. It was then she became truly convinced of her healing. "Ha, that's wonderful. Xiao Yi, you truly are your mother's blessing. Your grandmother adores you." Qing Yi exclaimed with immense joy, gently massaging Yi's little head with an expression of indescribable tenderness. Li Bing's illness had been a significant concern for Qing Yi, and now that worry was lifted, filling her heart with uncontainable happiness. Naturally, Liang Jiujiu was equally elated. "Sister Bing, let's go out for drinks sometime. The ice fire 9 layers there is exceptionally delicious. I must take you to try it. You mischievous child. All you think about is going out. Aren't you going to eat that chicken leg? Hand it over." Zhang Yang playfully tapped Liang Jiujiu's head with his chopsticks. "No, that is my chicken leg. Help. Sister is being bullied by your father. I need a hug. I want to be picked up." Chapter 31. Imprisonment. "No. You must eat your meal." Little Yi insisted with a serious expression as she diligently consumed the food in her plate. "Daddy's food is delicious. I want to eat." Liang Jiujiu squatted beside little Yi, feigning innocence with a pout, and implored, "Sister, a hug, please. Sister, feed me one tea. I am an expert in all things delicious." Zhang Yang, with a playful smile, teased, "What about me, Xiao Jiujiu? Why do you keep calling her sister? What should you call me? What about Bing Bing?" "Xiao Yang, you're not being fair. I'm of the same generation as Yi. What's with your meddling? Calling such a beautiful and youthful girl aunt would only make me seem old," Liang Jiujiu retorted, tilting her head and shooting Zhang Yang a glare. Zhang Yang was quite familiar with Liang Jiujiu's personality. She had an affinity for all things amusing, living for indulgence and enjoyment. However, if you ever try to take advantage of her, you would find yourself in a predicament. She was quite shrewd. "Little Jiujiu, I have a question for you. In a child's heart, who is closer, an aunt or a maternal aunt?" "Well, that is a question I need to ponder," Liang Jiujiu admitted, genuinely uncertain. She widened her eyes in contemplation for a while before arriving at her conclusion. "I believe the maternal aunt is closest." "Why is that?" Zhang Yang inquired, somewhat perplexed. In his perspective, direct relatives held the closest bonds, and the nuances of family hierarchy had been a tradition since time immemorial. "That is because the little sister-in-law is half of the brother-in-law. I am the little sister-in-law, so you are my brother-in-law," she replied, raising her eyebrows and casting a flirtatious glance. "Oh, come on, let us not discuss such things in front of the child," Zhang Yang replied, casting her a sidelong glance. He was astounded by her audacity to tease him in front of the child's mother. It was quite audacious of her. "Daddy, Mommy's sister is called Annie." Little Yi, unaware of any flirtatious undertones, associated the familiar term with a new song she had learned. "That's right. E is indeed clever. From now on, this is your little aunt. An aunt from someone else's family." Zhang Yang praised his daughter while adding more food to her plate. "Baby, call your little aunt so she can hear," Liang Jiujio said, delighting in the moment as she gently touched Yi's soft, tender skin. "Auntie," little Yi obediently chirped. Interacting with children necessitates an element of childlike wonder. Otherwise, gaining their approval becomes quite arduous. Little Yi holds a deep admiration for Liang Jiujio. "What good baby! Auntie loves you," she exclaimed, forming a heart with her fingers. The little one found this immensely amusing and began to mimic her. "What about a star?" Liang Jiujio playfully continued. "Enough of the antics, Liang Jiujio. Let her eat." At that moment, Li Bing finally interjected. Noticing that the little one had scarcely touched her food due to Liang Jiujio's playful distractions. "How can children grow if they do not eat?" she added. "Yes. Xiaojio, hurry back and eat. It's almost cold." Qing Auntie chimed in. "You are so entertaining, dear baby. Once Auntie finishes her meal, shall we play together?" Liang Jiujio reluctantly returned to her seat. Seeing Yi nod eagerly, her heart swelled with warmth. Gazing at the array of dishes before her, she felt a ravenous desire, ready to indulge. A splendid feast lay before them, with 7 or 8 plates, which soon vanished, Liang Jiujio consuming the lion's share, while Zhang Yang ensured that Yi ate the least. Although Li Bing had not savored Chinese cuisine in over a decade, she partook modestly, demonstrating her refined upbringing. In stark contrast, Liang Jiujio devoured her food as if she were a famished spirit returned to life. Qing Auntie ate the quickest, adhering to her military dining habits, departing soon after finishing her meal. As Zhang Yang tidied up the dishes, Liang Jiujio finally achieved her wish to hold little Yi, her newly recognized niece, who proved to be delightful, soft-bodied, fragrant, and possessing a sweet, radiant smile akin to a porcelain doll, making her utterly irresistible. Once Li Bing finished her tasks and noticed the late hour, she was surprised to find that Liang Jiujio had yet to depart. The two were nestled together, both fighting off sleep, while Zhang Yang observed from the side. "Let Qing Auntie take Jiujio home. I will carry her upstairs to sleep," Li Bing stated, carefully lifting Yi and ascending the stairs. Zhang Yang, feeling helpless, stood up and guided the somewhat dazed Liang Jiujio out of the apartment. Qing Auntie seemed to have anticipated this, waiting by the car. Once everything was settled, Zhang Yang closed the door and ascended the stairs after extinguishing all the lights on the first floor. "What brings you up here?" Li Bing inquired, a sudden tension gripping her as she spotted Zhang Yang at the door after putting Yi down. "Why shouldn't I come up? I am Yi's father. How can I rest easy knowing she is upstairs? What if she needs to use the bathroom at night? What if she needs to find me?" Zhang Yang replied earnestly. "No, you cannot stay upstairs. There are rooms downstairs," Li Bing declared sternly. "She is unaccustomed to having a man upstairs. Whether you like it or not, I shall sleep upstairs." Zhang Yang insisted, stepping closer to Li Bing. How could he possibly relax, knowing his precious daughter was above? Li Bing, feeling the pressure as Zhang Yang approached, retreated against the wall, her hands crossed defensively over her chest, her expression tense. "I will not allow it. You must go downstairs." At that moment, Zhang Yang finally recognized Li Bing's unease and understood her reluctance. "Oh, are you afraid I might harbor improper thoughts?" he asked, edging closer still until they were barely 20 centimeters apart, a distance that would surely evoke a gasp of surprise from Liang Jiujio, exclaiming, "Wow." A wall slam. Li Bing remained silent, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Zhang Yang. "Rest assured, I, Zhang Yang, am not that kind of person. You have known my character for 2 years, have you not?" With a smile, Zhang Yang remarked. 2 years prior, before Liang Jiujio introduced Zhang Yang, she had deliberately tested him by feigning drunkenness and attempting to seduce him. However, Zhang Yang withstood the test, which reassured Li Bing. "People can change," Li Bing remarked enigmatically. Indeed, Zhang Yang had undergone significant transformations during this period, though these changes were far from displeasing. "People can change, but I will never waver. You are Yi's mother, and I am Yi's father. This will remain constant." With that, Zhang Yang turned and descended the stairs to fetch a blanket, seamlessly retrieving it from a room below, while Li Bing had already returned to her chamber, having prepared for this moment in advance. Waiting for Li Bing to finish her work, the night passed swiftly, with little Yi sleeping soundly without a disturbance, and all of Zhang Yang's concerns remained unmaterialized. At breakfast, Zhang Yang prepared millet porridge, fried a few youtiao, and even made steamed egg custard for Yi. Having never consumed maternal milk, little Yi required ample nourishment and was not accustomed to cow's milk, prompting Zhang Yang to devise various means to supplement her diet. To his surprise, Li Bing seemed disinclined to cook. Noticing the porridge simmering in the pot, she naturally served herself a bowl alongside Aunt Qing, relishing the meal with the youtiao. I thought my culinary skills had gone to waste. It seems that, although unused last year, they are finally being put to good use. Zhang Yang sighed with a hint of nostalgia. Zhang Yang, the porridge is quite good. Your skills have improved. Aunt Qing commented, setting her bowl down. I will accompany Bing home today. Should anything arise, I will contact you. Without waiting for Zhang Yang's response, she followed Li Bing out. Oh, the days of leisure as a father and cook are now but a memory. Yet, perhaps this is not so bad. Should I wake Yi now? No. She slept late last night. Let her rest a while longer. Yi slumbered soundly until the sun had risen high, only stirred by the sound of a little bird flapping against the window. Daodu is here. Little Yi stretched lazily, rubbing her eyes and gazing out the window, spotting a familiar bird, a small creature she had rescued from the vegetable greenhouse. The little one was delighted, standing on the bed and greeting her friend, eager to open the window to let Daodu in, but her diminutive arms and legs were insufficient to reach it. Just as she began to fret, Zhang Yang entered the room. Yi, you are finally awake. Do you wish to open the window? Yes. Daddy, please open it. Daodu has come. He pointed excitedly at the bird outside. Ah, it is indeed Daodu. Let's welcome him in, Zhang Yang said, opening the window. Instantly, the little bird flew in, perching on Yi's shoulder without a trace of shyness. Daodu, you are here. This is my toy, Liang. Little Yi giggled, introducing her friend to her plaything, and in that moment, the two became genuine friends. Zhang Yang, sensing the bird's goodwill, offered no resistance. He simply took Yi downstairs to wash up before breakfast, preparing some millet for the bird as well. Each enjoyed their meal from a bowl, savoring the delightful feast. The morning swiftly passed, and, as lunchtime approached, Zhang Yang glanced at his phone, realizing that Aunt Qing had yet to contact him. Growing anxious, he took the initiative to call, but there was no answer. He then dialed Li Bing's number, only to discover it was turned off. Could something have gone awry? Was she perhaps confined at home? Zhang Yang pondered, hurriedly leading Yi and her friend towards the Li residence. Nestled within the suburban villa area, the Li family's home was surrounded by numerous opulent villas, inhabited by affluent individuals, making entry difficult for the ordinary person. Zhang Yang and Yi were promptly halted at the gate. Yi, could you ask your friend to check if your mother is inside? Zhang Yang suggested, recalling the little bird. Sure, Daodu is a good bird. The understanding Yi responded, gently patting the little bird's head. Zhang Yang then displayed a picture of Li Bing on his phone for the bird to see. With its innate connection to the wood element, the little bird instantly grasped Zhang Yang's intent and took flight into the villa. Not long after, the bird returned, nodding vigorously at Zhang Yang. Indeed, she was confined at home. What a desperate move by the Li family. Zhang Yang's expression darkened with fury. Chapter 32. Negotiation. The scene shifted back to just past 8 in the morning. Upon arriving at the company, Li Bing and Aunt Qing were engaged in a routine meeting when Li Bing received a photograph on her phone. The image revealed a collection of exquisite antique redwood furniture haphazardly discarded in a corner, with splinters strewn about, a clear indication of deliberate destruction. Alarmed, Li Bing hurriedly concluded the meeting and, accompanied by Aunt Qing, made her way to the Li residence. The villa's gatekeeper recognized Li Bing's vehicle and allowed them entry without hindrance. However, once inside, Aunt Qing noticed through the rearview mirror that the gatekeeper was speaking into a walkie-talkie, and the main gate was secured with an additional lock. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Bing, why do I feel this is a trap? Aunt Qing remarked, her brow furrowed. Li Bing remained silent, her own apprehensions mirroring Aunt Qing's. Yet, the furniture held profound significance for her and her mother. It was her sole connection to her mother, evoking memories of her mother's warm smile from her childhood. The thought of such cherished belongings being destroyed was heart-wrenching. "Aunt Qing, we must go," Li Bing declared resolutely. "Regardless of whether it is a trap, we must confront this issue today. It pertains to our impending marriage and must be resolved." "Very well," Aunt Qing replied, her unease intensifying. She resolved that if any misfortune were to befall them, she would protect Li Bing at all costs. As their car approached the villa's entrance, they found the gate wide open. Stepping into the courtyard, they were met with the sight of the discarded redwood furniture, sending a wave of discomfort through Li Bing as she approached the familiar pieces. Aunt Qing closely followed, apprehensive of potential dangers. The pile of furniture appeared undeniably like a trap. Suddenly, the open gate slammed shut, and a group of over a dozen individuals swiftly surrounded them. "My dear sister, you finally decided to come home. Now that you're here, why not step inside for a moment?" Li Guohao sauntered over, accompanied by a large black dog. "Li Guo, have you no shame, plotting against your sister?" Aunt Qing exclaimed in outrage. "Old maid, what right do you have to speak to me?" Li Guohao sneered, his hand stroking the head of his dog. "This is the Li family. You are merely a servant. How dare you question me, the young master? Last time at the company, you managed to escape through deception. Let us see how you evade today. Where is Li Zoming? Bring him out. I demand to see him." Aunt Qing remarked coldly, secretly preparing to flee with Li Bing. However, given the current situation, success seemed unlikely. I don't know what kind of nonsense you've been fed, but to think you would shout about breaking off the engagement with the Shao family. Truly, you've lost your mind. Sister, I'll be frank with you today. The young master of the Shao family is coming to see you. There is no way for you to escape," Li Guohao declared, gesturing for his companions to surround them. "Bing Bing, stay behind me. Want to make a break for it? You get in the car and leave without looking back, understood? Be swift," Aunt Qing whispered urgently. "Aunt, don't be rash. I don't want to see you get hurt." "They wouldn't dare lay a finger on me," Li Bing replied, her expression serious. She was astonished by the extent of the Li family's ruthlessness. Was there truly no semblance of familial affection left? "Seize the old maid," Li Guohao commanded. "Sister, do not blame your brother for being ruthless. Your future is tied to the Li family's fortunes. Since you bear the Li surname, you must be prepared to sacrifice for our clan. Besides, the young master of the Shao family is quite the catch. You wouldn't be wronged." As he spoke, a dozen men surged forward. Aunt Qing, drawing from years of rigorous training in martial arts, struck out with remarkable force, knocking one assailant to the ground. Yet, these men were seasoned fighters. After rolling on the ground, they quickly regained their footing, seemingly unfazed. "I have hired the best fighters from the black market. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue you," Li Guohao boasted, confident in his hired help. They were experts from underground boxing matches, adept at avoiding confrontation unless absolutely necessary. These men had little regard for humanity or the concept of sparing the weak. They would do anything for money and prefer to fight as a group rather than engage in one-on-one combat. Realizing that they could not best a woman in single combat, they naturally banded together. Aunt Qing's grappling techniques, honed under expert guidance, were formidable, and despite being surrounded, she held her ground. However, she could not fight with complete focus, as she had to remain vigilant for Li Bing's safety. At that moment, an assailant swept his leg towards her, and Aunt Qing swiftly bent to evade the blow. Yet, just then, she felt the force of a punch coming her way, leaving her no time to dodge. She hastily raised her arm to block, only to be taken aback by the strength behind the strike, stumbling several steps before regaining her balance. "Aunt Qing," Li Bing cried out anxiously. Realizing that Li Bing had been restrained by two men, Aunt Qing's heart raced. "You bastards, let go of Bing Bing," she shouted, ready to rush to her rescue. Unfortunately, her adversaries did not afford her the opportunity. With their combined strength, they overpowered her. Ultimately, she was struck in the neck and succumbed to unconsciousness. "Old maid, you've met your match today. Lock her up, and remember to bind her tightly with sturdy ropes," Li Guohao commanded, his gaze shifting to Li Bing. "Release her. She is to be the future mistress of the Shao family. If she is harmed, you will all pay dearly." Li Guohao spoke with an expression of pride. "Release Aunt Qing," Li Bing replied coldly. Sister, do not be angry. I would not dare to harm her. It is merely uncertain whether young Master Xiao will show her mercy. Please, my sister, make yourself comfortable inside. Your boudoir has been tidied up for your stay, he continued. Li Bingbing had completely lost hope in this family, reflecting on her grandfather's steadfast spirit, contrasting it with the disgraceful demeanor of the descendants. If only grandfather were alive, she lamented, filled with sorrow for the deceased, regretting that death is irreversible. Li Bingbing was confined to her room, her phone confiscated. Meanwhile, the Li family hurriedly cleaned the courtyard, removing furniture to prepare for young Master Zhao's arrival. Soon, Xiao Hedong arrived punctually, presenting lavish gifts, including a diamond ring for his fiancée. Welcome, young Master Xiao. Please come in. Li Guahao greeted with a humble smile. Oh, Hedong has arrived. Quickly bring the tea. Serve the finest. Yuan Xuan, adorned in elegant qipao and exuding expensive perfume, attempted to grasp Xiao Hedong's arm, but was met with a cold glance, leaving her feeling awkward and compelled to withdraw. Xiao Hedong held a deep disdain for this family, with the exception of Li Bingbing, were it not for her. He would not deign to acknowledge these self-important country folk. I heard Li Bingbing is unwell. Where is she? Xiao Hedong inquired. Oh, she is upstairs. I shall summon her. Li Guahao proudly replied. It was he who had informed Li Guahao of her return. Otherwise, Li Guahao would not have bothered to come. No need. Just tell me which room. I will go myself, Xiao Hedong asserted, thinking the one I desire cannot escape my grasp. The old man still enjoys manipulating people's hearts. He said that even if one does not compete, opportunities will present themselves, and here it is. Brother Xiao, please follow me. I will lead the way, Li Guahao said with a smile as they ascended the staircase. You have done well. Where is that old woman? The old man taught not to hesitate in offering praise. For the more one praises, the more one can win hearts. Brother Xiao, I understand your meaning. Preparations are underway. I assure you, it will be satisfying. No need for preparations. I have little interest in those of advanced age. Did you see the foreigners I brought? Give them to them. Xiao Hedong replied with a charming smile. Recently, 2 of his subordinates had been clamoring to trouble Aunt Qing again, particularly Smur, who doubted that the one he injured could possibly be unscathed. Now, the opportunity had arisen to test Aunt Qing's mettle. Understood. As they spoke, they reached the upstairs, where Xiao Hedong quickly unlocked the door and entered respectfully. Inside the room, Li Bingbing stood coldly by the window, gazing at the distant scenery, her thoughts drifting to Zhang Yang and the little one. I wonder what they are doing at home. Does the little one miss me? I am so weary. I wish I could set everything aside to be with you. After years apart, Li Bingbing had surprisingly become sentimental. This was not like her. Xiao Hedong approached slowly, his arm raised as he touched the scar on his face, saying, over the past 2 years, I have frequently fantasized about encountering Li Bing. And this scene is one such instance. Xiao Hedong, let us converse, Li Bing replied, having long been mentally prepared since the day she inadvertently injured him 2 years ago. Regardless of whether it pertained to business or personal matters, she had made ample arrangements. Converse? You actually wish to discuss this? Very well, let us indeed talk. Xiao Hedong suddenly expressed interest. He had expected his fiancée to tremble in fear, but was taken aback by her calm demeanor, eager to engage in dialogue. What will it take for you to let me go? Li Bing boldly inquired. Ha 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 ha. Li Bing, do not even entertain such thoughts. The moment you left a scar on my face, you etched yourself into my heart. In this lifetime, you shall not escape my grasp. Xiao Hedong laughed heartily. If you wish for me to let you go, forget it. Unless I possess you, I shall not be Xiao Hedong. I have been married for 2 years and have a child. Li Bing reiterata. Do not underestimate me. I am no longer the person I once was. Do you think a sham marriage could deceive me? You are overly naive. I was aware of your marriage while abroad, and I even possess your marriage agreement. Would you care to see it? Li Bing felt no anxiety. This was something she had anticipated. Given the vastness of the Xiao family, it was hardly surprising that they could uncover such matters. But was it truly that simple? Have you considered the consequences of making this matter public? Li Bing stated coolly. If you think I underestimate you, you are mistaken. I have already discussed this with the old man. He indicated that it would pose a problem concerning family reputation due to public scrutiny. It is simple, as long as we suppress the media pressure. No one would dare act against us. Over the past 2 years, Xiao Hadong had not been idle. He had bolstered his own strength and learned to gauge people's hearts. Initially, he could not fathom why Li Bing would marry a gigolo. Believing a contractual marriage could alter her fate was quite naive. However, after the old man's analysis, he realized the complexity of the situation. The marriage was a fade. The true objective was to create public discourse, especially regarding the Xiao family. The media was eager to report on them. If news of the Xiao family forcing Li Bing to divorce and remarry were to surface, the family would find itself in the eye of a storm, leading to negative implications for their reputation and potential harm to their enterprises. As the media pressure escalated, the Xiao family would be compelled to clarify matters, resulting in not only the dissolution of any potential marriage with Li Bing, but a tarnished reputation as well. Very clever. Indeed, Xiao Hadong noted, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 33. Threats. Li Bing, you are truly astute. No wonder you have expanded your enterprises so significantly over the past 2 years. To be honest, I am somewhat impressed. However, all of this effort is futile. Once I possess you, the Li family's assets will inevitably become mine. What is Li Guahao in comparison? Xiao Hadong scoffed. This has always been your true intention, hasn't it? Li Bing had long seen through Xiao Hadong's motives. Acquiring her was merely a pretext, while seizing the family fortune was the genuine aim. Do not misunderstand. My affection for you is genuine. I cherished you since childhood. Do you know why my family chose to assist yours? It was because my mother believed that your modest background was unworthy of our family. Thus, I persistently urged my father to help your family rise, as only through your success could you be deemed worthy of us. Look at us now. Our families are indeed well matched. In this moment, Xiao Hadong felt no desire to conceal his feelings. He was beyond the need for pretense, for ultimately, Li Bing would be his. Are you truly unwilling to let me go? Li Bing inquired, her brow furrowed, unwilling to sever ties completely. This was not her final move. She had other strategies in mind. Ah, now you understand fear. Is this all you have? Allow me to enlighten you. While public opinion may be formidable, as long as it remains undisclosed, there is no pressure. My father is quite astute in this regard. He has already discovered that the only trustworthy individuals in your circle are an old woman and a maid from the Liang family. Unfortunately, the old woman has been captured, and that maid is under house arrest, ensuring that your wedding news remains concealed. No one will know. They will only be aware that you, Li Bing, are to marry me next month. Xiao Hadong's expression was one of triumph. Do you think you can single-handedly control the Chanel group? Let me inform you. My father has already placed his people within. Your schemes have long been seen through. It must be said that age brings wisdom. Resign yourself to this truth. And concerning your little pretty boy, truth be told, his complexion is strikingly fair, yet he is utterly useless. I cannot fathom where you found such a wildling. And your delight in him is truly repugnant. Xiao Hadong remarked disdainfully. What do you intend to do with him? Li Bing asked, her anxiety evident. Though she recognized Zhang Yang might be formidable, unease still gnawed at her. He is doomed. To dare touch my woman, he will meet his end. Li Bing, as the fiancé of the Xiao family, has been living with a mere pretty boy for 2 years. Only by killing him can I quench my rage and silence him, Xiao Hadong replied coldly. Li Bing's heart tightened, yet she forced herself to remain composed. Since the conversation had reached this critical juncture, she was unperturbed about revealing more. After all, a confrontation was inevitable. Xiao He Film, Xiao Sure Real Estate, Xiao Sure Security. Wanhua Group. These should be familiar to you, she declared, listing a plethora of enterprises. These are my family's assets? What do you mean? Xiao Hadong sensed an ominous premonition. I hold shares in all these enterprises, and substantial ones at that. You may verify this, Li Bing replied coolly. Over the past 2 years, she had leveraged Chanel's renown to connect with numerous affluent women, using their influence to acquire significant shares in the Xiao family's enterprises, all executed discreetly, unbeknownst to anyone. Xiao Hadong was bewildered by Li Bing's insinuations, hastily retrieving his phone to consult his father. Upon investigation, he discovered that numerous shares across various sectors had been acquired by an unfamiliar name. Though individually they seemed modest, collectively they amounted to a considerable sum. Li Bing, What is your true intention? Xiao Hedong pondered, perplexed by her motives, while his father remained equally in the dark regarding her purpose. The old man commanded to first stabilize Li Bing, waiting to ascertain her intentions before responding. If I do not appear at the company for 2 days, these shares will be instantly liquidated, Li Bing asserted, gazing unwaveringly at Xiao Hedong. Liquidation? Xiao Hedong was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning, and thus contacted his father. It was then revealed that the Xiao family's shares were highly coveted within the city. Should a mass liquidation occur, it would undoubtedly cause turmoil in the stock market. If a consortium stirred the waters, the Xiao family's entire enterprise would suffer significant repercussions, consequences that were unfathomable. Xiao Dong, I underestimated Li Bing. You cannot act against her now, nor in the future. Heed your father's advice and do not set your sights on her. There are plenty of good girls out there. I'll find one for you. This woman is deep-minded. You cannot outmatch her. The voice of Xiao Jinjia, his father, echoed through the phone. The usually composed and calm elder now displayed a hint of anxiety. No, I will not give up on her. Tell me, is there another way? Xiao Hedong coldly fixed his gaze on Li Bing. Yes, find a way to uncover which consortiums she has employed. Once we identify them, we can manage the situation. Furthermore, I will arrange for the retrieval of the lost shares, minimizing the damage, Xiao Jinjia declared. A man of his caliber, having survived this long, had never been duped before. It was precisely this overconfidence that allowed a mere girl to exploit a gap, inciting his considerable ire. Even if his son relinquished Li Bing, he would not permit her to leverage this situation to threaten the Xiao family perpetually. Very well, wait and see. I will make her speak. Xiao Hedong hung up the phone, his eyes narrowing with a growing malice as he regarded Li Bing. She, however, remained unperturbed. Recognizing the same look in his eyes as she had 2 years prior, she was not afraid. I can return all the shares I have acquired, free of charge, provided you annul the engagement and cease troubling me henceforth. How does that sound? How does it not sound? Li Bing, emboldened, responded. You are quite audacious, daring to scheme against the Xiao family, believing you can coerce us in this manner? Not a chance. Simply divulge the names of the consortiums you have employed, or else I will not hesitate to show you the consequences of defiance. Xiao Hedong was resolute in his desire for Li Bing. He could not simply relinquish her. Although he was not well-versed in business matters, he was not one to be cornered into resorting to violence. Are you not going to call your father? Li Bing inquired, her brow furrowing. In truth, all of this needed to be discussed with the president of the Xiao Corporation, Xiao Jinjia. However, time had not permitted, and the moment was inopportune. She had anticipated that the Xiao family would at least approach her, but to her astonishment, her own family had betrayed her first, leaving her no choice but to negotiate with Xiao Hedong. Yet, despite her meticulous calculations, Xiao Hedong was wholly unfazed by her tactics. An unexpected turn of events for Li Bing. There is nothing more to say. Since we have reached this juncture, let us proceed. I will compel you to provide me with that list. With that, Xiao Hedong began to unfasten his shirt buttons. Li Bing felt a wave of panic wash over her, though she maintained her composure. Fine. Give me the list. Provide me with paper and pen, and I shall write it down. I doubt you will dare to play tricks. Xiao Hedong had secured his hold over Li Bing, although he harbored intentions of eliminating her. The potential risks to his family's business compelled him to exercise restraint for the time being. Once he had completed his writing, the moment to act would naturally present itself. As Li Bing took the paper and pen to begin her task, she remained oblivious to a small bird that had alighted outside her window. It tilted its head for a brief glance before taking flight once more. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Zhang Yang cradled his daughter Yi as he approached a secluded corner, shielded by a row of drooping willows. My dear daughter, let us take to the skies, but do remember not to blink, Zhang Yang said with a smile. Fly, fly. Daddy, little Yi exclaimed, joyfully wrapping her arms around her father's neck. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang summoned his strength and leapt onto the wall, settling among the dense willow branches. You're such a good girl, Yi. Here, take this willow branch. When I have the time, I shall craft a bow and arrow for you to play with, he said, breaking off a slender branch and handing it to her. Though the leaves had fallen, the branch was remarkably resilient and delightful to handle. reminiscent of his own childhood when he fashioned bows and arrows from such twigs. Yes, Daddy is amazing. Hee hee. The little one was blissfully unaware of how they had ascended, only knowing that her father possessed remarkable skills. Oh, how lovely! Zhang Yang was quite pleased by his daughter's praise, and he planted a tender kiss on her forehead. As they leapt down from the wall, guided by the small bird Dodo, Zhang Yang soon found himself in the backyard of the Li family villa. However, upon scaling the wall, he was met with the sight of a large black dog, half-crouched and poised to attack in the distance. A Tibetan Mastiff? Zhang Yang squinted, realizing that he was facing one of the most ferocious breeds, known for its singular loyalty to its owner. Unfortunately for the dog, it had crossed paths with Zhang Yang and Yi. Doggy, are you angry? Yi mistook the dog's aggressive stance for displeasure, waving her tiny hands. No, it's not angry. It wants to eat us. Are you scared, Yi? Zhang Yang inquired. No, I'm not scared. Doggy won't eat us, she replied, undaunted. Possessing an innate affinity for animals, Yi had yet to encounter one that posed a real threat to her. Neither are we afraid. Let us go greet the doggy, Zhang Yang declared, carrying Yi toward the Mastiff. At that moment, the Mastiff was perplexed, wondering who this man was, especially with a small child in tow, one so tiny that it could hardly fill its jaws. Was he really approaching? Did he dare come closer? Suddenly, it felt an inexplicable urge to roll around. Its heart was aflame with curiosity, and it found the little girl irresistibly sweet. As Zhang Yang drew near, the Mastiff relinquished its aggressive stance, lying down, tongue out, and tail wagging, rolling in a natural display of friendliness. Good doggy, he exclaimed as Zhang Yang set her down. She rushed over to the Mastiff, patting its head. Though her small frame was dwarfed by the dog, she exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, she radiated joy. The Mastiff, excited to lick Yi, was gently thwarted by Zhang Yang, who used the willow branch to redirect its attention. Please retract your tongue, dare to lick, and I shall sever it. You, a wretched creature, dare to covet what even a father cannot bear to cherish. Truly, you are living on borrowed time. The Tibetan Mastiff lowered its head, feeling wronged, too intimidated to make a sound. At this moment, however, the focus was no longer solely on the dog's head, but rather on its body, contemplating the thrill of riding atop it. Chapter 34. The Rescue. While you frolic with the dog, I shall fetch your mother. Dubehavi. Zhang Yang crouched down, gently stroking his daughter's head. Yi's attention was fixed on the large dog, but upon hearing her father's words, she obediently nodded her head, urging him to hurry. Little Yi was perched upon the back of the Tibetan Mastiff, her small hands gripping its lush fur. Yes, Daddy will be swift. Zhang Yang intended to carry Yi up, as 2 stories posed no challenge for him. However, he considered the safety risks involved, and since Yi's mind was not on the ascent, he opted to wait below. After all, she was within his sight, and no mishap could occur. The swimming dragon lizard technique serves as the foundational climbing method in the post-apocalyptic martial arts. In such a world, animals have grown immensely, and their vulnerabilities often lie in their backs, necessitating an ascent to deliver a fatal blow. Thus, this technique is essential for survival. With legs tensed, Zhang Yang swiftly pivoted and leapt, scaling the wall with the grace of a dragon. Within mere breaths, he reached the window, standing atop the security grill, peering inside. As time progressed, within the room, Li Bing feigned writing a list for a consortium, merely stalling for time, her true intent being to escape. Once free, she would gain leverage to negotiate with the Xiao family. However, this was easier said than done. With Xiao Hidong watching like a hawk, opportunities were scarce. Xiao Hidong, leave? You cannot right here, Li Bing stated coldly. 2 years had passed without a word. She missed him dearly. Such beauty, wasted if not properly admired. I shall observe. What can you do to me? Xiao Hidong felt a restless itch within, increasingly drawn to her with every glance. His body burned with a desire he had to suppress, which only fueled his irritation. You leave? Her icy gaze bore into Xiao Hidong, resolute. Damn, woman, write properly, or I shall devour you. I have long been on the edge of impatience. Xiao Hidong despised the look in Li Bing's eyes. It had been the same 2 years ago. He had dared to take her then, and he would dare again. With that old hat gone, who could save you now? As he spoke, he began to undress, but at that moment his phone rang. Frustrated, he considered hanging up, only to discover it was his father calling. At such a time, it must pertain to matters of the corporation. He could not ignore it. Woman, when I return, you shall experience my true essence, Xiao Dong declared, striding out of the room. As the door clicked shut, Li Bing sprang to her feet. The escape plan had long been devised, to tie together sheets and garments, transforming them into a makeshift rope to descend from the window. Thus, she dared not pause for a moment, hastily gathering the linens and clothing. After much effort, she managed to fashion a rope, but upon opening the window, she was dismayed to find a security grill obstructing her exit. Li Bing's brow furrowed in frustration. The grill not only prevented intruders from entering, but also confined her within. Assessing the width of the grill, she realized she could not squeeze through. Then an idea struck her: a towel. Recalling her childhood lessons on self-rescue imparted by her Aunt Qing, she felt this knowledge was finally applicable. Though she could not locate a towel, a scarf would suffice. Yet, as she turned, she was confronted by an unforgettable sight. "Hey, Mom, where you playing? Let me join." Zhang Yang stood atop the security grill, grinning at the sheets dangling from the railing and the scarf in Li Bing's hand. "My wife isn't foolish. She knows how to save herself. Very good. What are you doing here?" And her? Li Bing was utterly taken aback by Zhang Yang's unexpected arrival. In her perilous situation, she had thought only of self-rescue, neglecting to call for help, an embodiment of the urban strong woman's character. Her? She's down below playing. "I've been waiting for you for ages. Didn't you think to ask for help?" Zhang Yang replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. Not used to it. Move aside." Li Bing responded quickly, signaling for Zhang Yang to step back so she could open the security grill. "You truly are a determined woman. Well, you'll get used to it. You want to pry open the rebar? Just say the word and I'll assist." Zhang Yang, without a second thought, gently tugged at the rebar, as if it were as pliable as tofu, effortlessly dislodging a bar from the security grill. "Come out. I'll help you down." With the rebar removed, Li Bing, with her slender figure, could easily escape. At that moment, Li Bing blankly discarded the scarf, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Yang. She could not bring herself to embrace him. Such an act was contrary to her nature, so she silently retrieved the sheets instead. "Do you intend to descend alone? I must warn you, there's a large black dog down there. A Tibetan Mastiff. It could tear you to shreds," Zhang Yang said with a playful smile. Li Bing froze, her mind racing to the large black dog owned by Li Guohao. Could it be that conveniently tethered beneath her window? Unbeknownst to her, Li Guohao and his mother had conspired throughout the night to thwart Li Bing's escape, ensuring every possible route was blocked. The Mastiff was deliberately tied there for this very purpose. "You left her down there?" Li Bing's concern for Yi now eclipsed her own peril. "Look at you scared. Yi is fine. She's quite obedient, and the dog is gentle. See? She's riding on its back." Zhang Yang stepped aside to let Li Bing see, but she hesitated, still wary. Suddenly, Zhang Yang feigned a loud shout, causing Li Bing to tense up, fearing that Yi had been bitten. In a panic, she vaulted through the window, squeezing through the security grill to peer down. To her relief, she found Yi joyfully perched atop the dog, clutching its fur as if riding a steed. "Hey, come on out." Zhang Yang gazed at Li Bing, who was half leaning out of the window, a smile illuminating his face. In an instant, he enveloped her in his embrace as they exited through the security window. At that moment, Li Bing's body tensed, rendering her motionless, and she found herself held tightly in Zhang Yang's arms, a peculiar sensation flooding her heart. It was not quite dislike, yet it was an unfamiliarity she struggled to reconcile. "Hold on tight. We're descending." Last time, their impassioned embrace and kiss were clouded by the haze of alcohol, leaving little memory in their wake. However, this moment was starkly different. He held her authentically, a fragrant living being nestled against him, filling Zhang Yang with uncontainable joy. Like a deity descending from the heavens, he gently lowered Li Bing to the ground. Yet in that very instant, panic surged within Li Bing as she pushed him away and hurriedly adjusted her clothing. Zhang Yang lingered in the afterglow of their embrace, wishing the floor had been higher so that he could have held her for just a moment longer. "Mom, come quickly. Where's the dog?" At this moment, Xiao Yi, unperturbed by her mother's arrival from above, joyfully exclaimed. The little one was entirely covered in dog fur, except for her upper body, her small face radiating pure happiness. "No, the dog is covered in bacteria." Li Bing swiftly approached Xiao Yi, lifting her into her arms while brushing off the fur that clung to her. Meanwhile, the Tibetan Mastiff was less than pleased. "Who dares to steal my little treat? This is pushing me to my limits. Let me tell you, when I lose my temper, even I am afraid." With its body tense and poised to attack Li Bing, the Mastiff was thwarted by Zhang Yang, who wielded a willow branch to pull it back. "Get away. Behave yourself. That's your mother. What are you thinking? Look at all the fur you've shed. If you keep shedding, I want to let Xiao Yi play with you. Now go away," Zhang Yang exclaimed, giving the Mastiff another swat as it attempted to approach him. The Mastiff, with a face full of grievance, lowered its head, forlornly retreating to its doghouse where it lay down. Xiao Yi also felt a bit wronged, nestling into her mother's embrace and remaining silent, watching as Li Bing busily plucked the dog hair from her own clothes, uncertain if she had done something wrong. There was simply too much fur, and it was impossible to clean it all in one go. Li Bing's thoughts drifted to her Aunt Qing's safety. "Is Aunt Qing in danger?" Zhang Yang inquired, perplexed by the tension etched on Li Bing's face, sensing that something was amiss. "She's been knocked unconscious. I fear that Xiao Hadong may resort to extreme measures against her." Li Bing expressed her concern, worry evident in her tone. "I see. Do not fret. I will rescue her," Zhang Yang reassured her. "But first, I must ensure your safety. Come here, Xiao Yi. Let Daddy carry you," he said, opening his arms wide. Li Bing relinquished her resistance and handed Xiao Yi over to Zhang Yang, following closely in his footsteps as they hurried outside. However, she struggled to keep pace with him, prompting Zhang Yang to pause after every few steps to wait for her. "Hey, should I carry you? You're running so slowly, like a turtle," Zhang Yang remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Li Bing, slightly out of breath, shot him a glare before dashing ahead, disregarding his words entirely. "Had it not been for your deceit, I wouldn't have allowed you to hold me. Now you wish to carry me? I'm not accustomed to this. You'll have to wait." Zhang Yang gazed helplessly at Li Bing, noticing that Yi in his arms was beginning to feel drowsy, nearly succumbing to slumber on his shoulder. Thus, he dared not hasten his pace, trailing behind Li Bing. "Hey, the wall is over there. You're heading in the wrong direction." Zhang Yang observed that Li Bing had no intention of exiting the villa walls, instead sprinting toward another path. Li Bing remained silent, her focus unwavering as she continued her run. Soon, they arrived at a cluster of lush willows, within which stood an unexpected house. Upon entering, Zhang Yang discovered that this was a hidden stronghold prepared by Aunt Qing in her earlier years, cleverly concealed from prying eyes. Inside the room were photographs of Aunt Qing from her youth, taken during her time in the military. So, Aunt Qing was once a scout? No wonder she could appear and vanish at will. Zhang Yang mused that once he returned to the apartment, he would explore to uncover the locations of Aunt Qing's strongholds. Prompted by Li Bing, Zhang Yang reluctantly placed Yi in her embrace before they ventured out to rescue Aunt Qing. However, just before leaving, Li Bing unexpectedly tossed him a women's scarf. "What is this? I don't need it. Put it on." Li Bing raplia sumawet irritably. "Wear it? You want me to cover my face? How amusing. Why didn't I think of that? My wife is quite clever. Take care, I'll be back soon," Zhang Yang said with a beaming smile. Chapter 35. A desperate situation with the scarf covering his face. Zhang Yang hurried towards the Li family villa, which was now in utter chaos. The furious roars of Xiao Hadong instilled fear within the Li family. "Damn woman, playing tricks on me again. Li Guo, where are your men? Go after her. I refuse to believe a woman can escape." After receiving a call from the elder, Xiao Hadong realized that the consortium behind Li Bing was beginning to reveal itself. Given the immense influence of the Xiao family, which could easily uncover her recent dealings with those financial groups. With this knowledge, Xiao Hadong felt unburdened, determined to make Li Bing pay, unaware that she had managed to escape. Li Guohao was filled with rage. The duck that was nearly within his grasp had suddenly flown away, and he was unwilling to accept this. He stormed down the stairs, seizing Li Guahao and bellowing, "Brother Xiao, do not be angry. She cannot have gone far. I will have someone search immediately. I've already informed the security. As long as she remains within the villa district, we will surely find her," Li Guahao said, trembling with fear. "Let me make this clear. If Li Bing is not found today, I will ensure that your family is erased from this city." Xiao Hadong understood the cunning of Li Bing all too well. If she were to truly escape, it would pose a significant threat to the Xiao family. Moreover, her intellect was formidable. If she was intent on evading capture, it could very well be a lifetime before she was found. Unbeknownst to anyone, Li Bing had instilled a profound sense of dread in Xiao Hadong. All affection had faded, leaving only animosity. Her elimination was imperative for his peace of mind. Yet, before that could occur, he could indulge in rectifying years of regret and take his time. "Brother Xiao, please calm your anger. Rest assured, she cannot escape. I will lead the search. Please, do not lose your temper." Li Guahao was petrified, having just been contemplating his position within the Xiao family, only to find himself transformed into an adversary in a matter of moments. A stark shift that left him reeling. "Oof. Hurry and go." Xiao Hadong, in a fit of rage, cast Li Guahao aside. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Li Guahao scrambled to his feet, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and dashed out. "Oh, Ice Boulder! Oh, Ice Boulder! Are you determined to send the Li family to their doom? If you do not wish for me to have peace, neither shall you find solace. Let us see where you can flee." Li Guahao mused to himself, promptly retrieving his beloved dog from the backyard. With it by his side, he felt emboldened. However, he failed to notice that at that moment, the Tibetan Mastiff was rather disinterested. If not for the occasional kindness shown by its caretaker, it would not have moved at all. "Boss, is your dog even capable?" "What nonsense, this is not just any dog. It is a Tibetan Mastiff, do you comprehend? Its name is Dahe, and with it leading the way, let us see where she can escape," Li Guahao proclaimed, leading Dahe as they commenced their search. One must not underestimate Dahe. It instinctively followed the scent of Li Bing, racing ahead, only to collide head-on with Zhang Yang midway. "Who are you? Get out of the way. Do not obstruct my path." Li Guahao, noticing Dahe had halted, became furious upon seeing a figure obscured by a scarf standing in front of him. "Good dogs do not block the road. Are you a good dog? Scram. Do you wish to be beaten?" Zhang Yang glared at the Mastiff. Unbeknownst to others, the Tibetan Mastiff recognized the formidable presence before it. The puny caretaker was indeed not to be trifled with, and it thought to itself, "I must flee." Dahe charged forth. "How dare you look down upon you? Bite him to death, and I shall reward you with an extra meal tonight," Li Guahao urged. Yet to his astonishment, the dog he had raised began to retreat, displaying none of its usual ferocity, resembling a lost and forlorn creature. "Dahe, what is wrong? Do not retreat. Charge. Why are you running?" Li Guahao stared in disbelief as Dahe, tail tucked, ran away, leaving a bewildered crowd in its wake. "Boss, your dog might be a fake." "Silence. If it runs, you all take action. This masked individual is surely in league with the Ice Boulder. Seize him." Li Guahao angrily shot a glance at Zhang Yang. His frustration stemmed from his dog's cowardice, frightened away by an unknown assailant, and thus he resolved to vent his ire upon the masked figure, intending to strike first and ask questions later. Little did he realize that his blind assumption had fortuitously hit the mark. "Do not worry, boss. We shall handle this matter." The henchmen, fully aware of their employer's sentiments, would have burst into laughter had they not been bound by professional integrity. After all, had this individual not displeased their boss, they would have had no qualms about enjoying a good chuckle at his expense. Yet, since he had incurred their employer's wrath, his misfortune was well-deserved. Why must he loiter here, only to stumble into trouble? "Brothers, who will step up?" As soon as the words left his lips, one man boldly emerged, without hesitation, lunging at Bunch Ed Zhang Yang. Just as the fist was about to connect with Zhang Yang's face, he swiftly retaliated, raising his palm to meet the incoming strike, simultaneously kicking the assailant's ankle with force. In an instant, the attacker was sent sprawling to the ground, lying askew, his body trembling momentarily before falling silent. He had not perished, merely succumbed to unconsciousness. The sudden collapse of their comrade startled the onlookers, causing them to retreat a step, their bodies tensed with apprehension, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Who are you? Which faction do you belong to?" The brother, with a tense throat, said slowly, "I apologize for any offense caused. Please leave." Just a glimpse of the man's prowess made it clear to them that he was a master, swift and powerful, rendering them utterly outmatched. They had no desire to provoke such an individual, nor did they dare to. "What are you afraid of? It's just one person. Charge at him. We have numbers." Li Guahao exhibited no fear, believing he could subdue even a master like Qing Pozi, so a masked man posed no threat to him. "Young master, this man is indeed formidable. It would be wise not to provoke him. We must focus on the matter at hand." The henchmen wished to retreat, but Zhang Yang denied them the opportunity. "Oomph. A group of villains, lie down." Zhang Yang was determined not to let them escape. If they happened to find Li Bing and the young one, it would spell trouble, so he aimed to incapacitate them all. He charged into the fray, using both fists and feet, and in the blink of an eye, several men fell under his assault, rendered silent and unconscious. The henchmen, gripped by fear, abandoned all resistance and fled, but Zhang Yang caught up to one and delivered a swift kick. In a mere 10 breaths, all the henchmen lay scattered, thoroughly unconscious, unlikely to awaken for a day. Li Guahao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if trapped in a dream. "Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Wait, don't come any closer. I'm from the Li family. Do you know the Xiao family? I'm their brother-in-law. You cannot kill me. Oomph. You're no saint either. Just lie down." Zhang Yang cast a cold glance at Li Guahao, swiftly delivering a kick to his face, causing him to slump into unconsciousness. Without further delay, Zhang Yang hurried towards the Li family villa, wondering about Qing Ai's situation. Inside the villa, Qing Ai was bound to a chair, while 2 foreign men had been observing her for some time. They were perplexed as to how such a seemingly frail woman could withstand a full-force punch without so much as a flinch. Smur remembered all too well that he had exerted his utmost strength. Such a blow would have instantly taken the life of an ordinary person and severely injured a fellow martial artist. How could this woman remain unscathed? This left him in deep suspicion. Had Qing Ai not been feigning unconsciousness, she would have surely engaged him in combat. The two exchanged glances and whispered briefly. Then, Smur reached for Qing Ai's head. In that instant, she suddenly opened her eyes, freeing her hands and seizing Smur's arm, executing a joint lock that twisted his wrist. Qing Ai had long been awake, merely biding her time for the right moment to strike. "Damn it!" Smur winced in pain, his body instinctively spinning like a top. Despite his towering physique and muscular strength far exceeding hers, Qing Ai utilized her cunning, but was still pulled along by Smur's force, rendering the joint lock ineffective. However, seizing the opportunity, she let go just as she was spun around, using the momentum to propel herself toward the door. "Curse it! How'd I run into this foreign brute again? No, I must escape." Aunt Qing pondered, just as she was about to reach the doorway. She was obstructed by another foreigner. Amornai, despite his diminutive stature, was a master of Muay Thai, his speed astonishingly swift. This was dire. Damn it! Aunt Qing had no choice but to halt her advance, forcing herself to remain composed. As a seasoned scout, she understood profoundly that panic would only afford the enemy an opportunity. You! Smur stood behind, exuberantly shouting, striking a combat pose that was unmistakably inviting. "Come on, let us fight again." Aunt Qing wore a serious expression. She had no interest in engaging in combat with the hulking figure and was acutely aware of her disadvantage. Her only chance lay in devising a means of escape, and this diminutive foreigner presented a potential avenue. Amornai discerned Aunt Qing's intentions and shook his finger, clearly indicating, "You are no match for me. Where is your opponent?" At that moment, Aunt Qing gritted her teeth, launching a punch with sudden ferocity. Amornai swiftly defended his face with both fists, blocking her strike, and in a heartbeat, retaliated with an elbow strike. Aunt Qing was caught off guard by his rapid response. She hastily raised her arm to shield against the blow, but in that instant, she realized her error. The force behind that strike was utterly terrifying. As contact was made, Aunt Qing felt a searing pain in her arm, followed by a sickening crack. Her arm had been broken. How could this be? How could this person possess such strength? Terror flooded Aunt Qing's features. She understood that escape was no longer an option, unless Aunt Qing thought of Zhang Yang, wishing he were present. Although this adversary was formidable, she was not entirely without the means to resist. Yet, facing Zhang Yang, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. Zhang Yang, what could you possibly be doing? And the young lady, what has become of her? Is she safe? Chapter 36. The Battle. Hey, is anyone in there? Step aside, or don't blame me for the consequences. Zhang Yang breezily entered the Li residence, immediately sensing the sounds of a struggle emanating from the villa's annex. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Aunt Qing he had been searching for. Inside, upon hearing the voice of the newcomer, Aunt Qing instantly recognized Zhang Yang's arrival and hurriedly retreated to a corner of the wall. The two foreigners, however, remained oblivious, their understanding of the language lacking, leaving them frozen in place, their eyes gleaming with disdain. With us here, anyone who dares approach is merely courting death. With a resounding crash, a hole appeared in the door, a foot thrusting through from outside, its white sneaker dusted with splinters of wood. Oh dear, what a blunder. The quality of this door is atrocious. I applied too much force. Let us try again. Zhang Yang awkwardly observed as his foot protruded through the door. He had hoped this kick would suffice to break it open, but momentarily losing focus, he had exerted too much strength, leaving only a gaping hole. Retrieving his foot, Zhang Yang gathered his resolve once more, this time opting for a gentler approach. He shifted his position and delivered a light kick. In an instant, the door exploded open like a bomb, splintering into pieces, with shavings flying into the room. Amona stood not far from the door, and, at that moment, when the entrance burst open with a sudden force, he instinctively dodged, yet a splinter grazed his face, leaving a wound that oozed blood. He touched the injury on his face, and upon seeing the crimson streak on his fingers, rage surged within him. Never before had he borne a scar upon his visage. This trip abroad, intended merely for leisure, had unexpectedly resulted in such an indignity, particularly upon his face, a grievous affront, unforgivable. Smur, however, paid little heed to Amona's plight. Upon witnessing the blood streaming down his companion's face, he erupted into laughter, as if mocking him. He pounded his chest with excitement, reveling in his own numerous battle scars. A true man's testament. At this juncture, Aunt Qing finally beheld the newcomers, only to be taken aback by the sight of Zhang Yang, his face obscured by a scarf. Gazing at the fabric, she recognized it as the one she had discarded years ago. How had he come by it? The location of her hideout was known only to the young lady. What could this mean? Had he sustained injuries? Zhang Yang stepped into the room and cast a glance at Aunt Qing, noting her arms crossed, a sign of distress, her complexion pale. It seemed her injuries were severe. I am fine. What of the young lady? Aunt Qing's primary concern lay with Li Bing, her own safety a distant thought. She is unharmed. Give me your hand. Let me see your injury, Zhang Yang said, approaching Aunt Qing with an air of urgency, grasping her wrist. As he channeled his wood-based energy, he discovered the extent of her injuries, a comminuted fracture in her arm. With the current state of medical practice, amputation would be inevitable. Who did this? Such brutality. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, swiftly directing his energy. In a decisive motion, he straightened Aunt Qing's arm, mending the shattered bones and realigning the dislocated joints. A sharp pang of pain caused Aunt Qing to inhale sharply, yet within moments, the agony subsided, and she regained mobility in her wrist. The restoration was indeed formidable. All done. You should leave now. She is at your usual spot, waiting for me. I will join you shortly, Zhang Yang instructed calmly. Be cautious. Those two are formidable. It was that short foreigner who inflicted my injuries. Aunt Qing cautioned. Rest assured, I shall avenge you, Zhang Yang declared, turning his gaze towards the two foreigners. Remember, those not of our kin harbor ulterior motives. I sense their intentions are far from pure. We must strive to keep them within the country, Aunt Qing advised, her years of military experience alerting her to the gravity of the situation. These two clearly had an agenda upon entering the city, though the specifics remained undisclosed to her. Keep them here? Are you suggesting we kill them? Zhang Yang questioned incredulously. casting a glance at Aunt Qing. While taking a life was trivial for him, especially that of two foreigners, he pondered the necessity of such an act. Fool! Besides killing them, can we not incapacitate them? Aunt Qing retorted, playfully tapping Zhang Yang's head. At that moment, she regarded Zhang Yang as a trusted junior, akin to Li Bing. Oh, that makes sense. You should hurry. Do not keep her waiting. Zhang Yang exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Aunt Qing nodded slightly, turning without hesitation towards the door. At that moment, Amoni was unwilling to let her go. The two had been murmuring for a while, seemingly indifferent to his presence, which was an utter affront. How could they disregard me so blatantly? It was unforgivable, utterly intolerable. They dared to walk away in my presence. That was simply unacceptable. Noticing Aunt Qing's vulnerable and unguarded stride, Amoni's temper flared. He launched a swift kick, renowned for the speed and ferocity of Muay Thai, aiming directly at Aunt Qing's chest, a lethal intent. Get lost. I am here, and you dare to act so brazenly. Are you tired of living? Zhang Yang retorted coldly, countering with a precise kick that landed squarely on Amoni's thigh. Caught off guard, Amoni felt an immense force strike him, his body uncontrollably crashing against the wall. The impact reverberated through the room. Serves you right. Aunt Qing glanced back, feeling a surge of satisfaction. However, she quickly redirected her focus and hurried outside. Meeting with the young lady was now her utmost priority. A spurt of blood erupted from Amoni's mouth as he collapsed on the ground, his face paling in fear. Yet, he still retained his fighting spirit, struggling to rise while warily eyeing Zhang Yang. His physical prowess was commendable. Many others would have already succumbed to incapacitation. Seeing his companion injured, Smur felt a wave of dread wash over him. He was well aware of Amoni's formidable strength, and it astonished him that a mere encounter could lead to such a bloody outcome. Clearly, the seemingly frail individual before him was quite formidable. However, Smur felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting fervor, filling him with excitement. With a primal roar, Smur charged at Zhang Yang, pounding his chest like a frenzied gorilla. What a massive brute. This reminds me of a film where brawn meets cunning, though the ending is often regrettable. Let me see how much power your fists truly possess, Zhang Yang declared, bracing himself as he extended his palm, barely enveloping Smur's fist. In that fleeting moment of contact, Smur's punch came to an abrupt halt. His seemingly ferocious strike felt as though it had collided with cotton, yielding no response. What the? Smur gazed at Zhang Yang in terror, disbelief etched across his face. Foreigner, unable to comprehend my words? Yet your punch is rather unimpressive. It appears your strength merely grazes the peak of external force. Allow me to demonstrate the might of internal energy, Zhang Yang proclaimed, channeling his inner strength into his palm. With a sudden recoil of internal force, Smur was propelled backward, crashing against the wall, leaving a sizable dent in its surface. Fortunately, the wall held firm. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. Nonetheless, it bore the strain, developing several cracks. Blood trickled from the corner of Smur's mouth, which he hastily swallowed. In that instant, he lost all will to fight, clutching his chest as he stood alongside Amoni, both resembling forlorn brothers contemplating their retreat. Given their decent physical condition, he realized he would need to escalate his efforts. Zhang Yang, with clenched fists, charged towards the two individuals. The commotion was too loud to go unnoticed. However, most people had been escorted away by Li Guahao, leaving the remaining servants of the Li family too intimidated to approach. Xiao Hedong, who had been waiting in the main hall for his chance to disappear, rushed over upon hearing the noise, only to find his two friends cornered and being viciously assaulted by a single assailant. Stop! Who dares to harm my people? Xiao Hedong shouted in fury, instantly sprinting towards Zhang Yang. To outsiders, it appeared as though he had been sent abroad for studies over the past 2 years, yet in truth, he had been training in a youth combat camp. In just 2 years, he transformed from a novice into a formidable fighter, showcasing remarkable talent. Another one? Zhang Yang, already aware of the newcomer, swiftly turned and delivered a kick. Xiao Hedong, taken aback by the speed of the response, retaliated with a kick of his own. Get lost! He bellowed, channeling all his strength into the blow, determined to make an impression. However, as their legs collided, Xiao Hudong was struck by fear. The seemingly casual kick from Zhang Yang held an unimaginable force. His full strength dissipated into nothingness, and the backlash sent him tumbling to the ground, lying shamefully with his limbs sprawled upward. Xiao Hudong? Zhang Yang called out the name of the fallen fighter, surprised to encounter him here. Truly, fate had brought rivals together. Who are you? Do you know me? Xiao Hudong, regaining his composure, gazed with trepidation at the stranger cloaked in a scarf. What confounded him was the youthfulness in the voice, yet the strength was astonishing, deeply enigmatic. Who am I? That is of no concern to you. As this is our first encounter, allow me to present you with a parting gift. It would be wise to tread carefully, or you shall face dire consequences. Zhang Yang, though indifferent to the news, was well aware that the Xiao family intended to marry Li Bing, his own fiancée, in an affair that he would not allow to be scrutinized by others. Since you know who I am, don't you fear the Xiao family's retribution for your threats? Xiao Hudong queried, uncertain of the stranger's identity or intentions, yet sensing hostility towards the Xiao family. What is the Xiao family to me? Accept your gift, and do not underestimate its significance. Zhang Yang proclaimed, swiftly launching an attack aimed at Xiao Hudong's leg. Fear etched across Xiao Hudong's face. He attempted to evade, but it was futile. Despite his innate talent, having only trained for 2 years, he lacked the strength of an experienced fighter and was no match for Zhang Yang. My leg! My leg! Xiao Hudong lay on the ground, clutching his injured limb in terror. Cease your cries. It is but one leg. Good fortune often comes in pairs. Zhang Yang exhibited no sympathy, immediately stomping down on Xiao Hudong's other leg. No matter who you are, the Xiao family will not spare you. Xiao Hudong's terrified protest faded into unconsciousness, his legs suffering from catastrophic fractures, leaving him unable to stand for the rest of his life. I have looked into your past. 2 years ago, your reputation was abominable. Consider this retribution for the girls you tormented. Zhang Yang concluded, turning to leave. Who are you? Stop. You cannot escape. I have already called the police. Li Zongming finally emerged, having been confined to the study by Yuan Xiu. He was outraged that someone would dare to withdraw from the engagement. Concerned that he might cause trouble, Yuan Xiu had no choice but to lock the study. However, the situation took an unexpected and serious turn, leaving Yuan Xiu frightened. And in a hurry, she released him. Zhang Yang paid her no mind and walked straight out of the Li family residence, unimpeded by anyone. Chapter 37. News. Qiming Yang, a seasoned journalist at the Rapid News, had been in the industry for 7 or 8 years, cultivating a rich network. Whenever significant events occurred, he was always among the first to receive the news. He had earned a reputable standing in the industry. Despite having offended many, he had, conversely, garnered the trust of numerous others through his commitment to journalistic integrity. With a gaunt physique adorned with thick glasses, Qiming Yang savored a bowl of wontons from a roadside vendor, costing 5 yuan, a simple yet fulfilling lunch. As a member of the drifting class, most of the money he earned over the years had been allocated to repaying his mortgage and car loan. His aspiration was to own a home and a car, believing that such possessions would attract the admiration of women. The aroma of wontons drizzled with chili oil was utterly delightful. Qiming Yang slurped a spoonful of wonton soup, relishing the moment. Suddenly, a text message pinged on his phone, capturing his attention. A homicide had occurred at the Li family villa. A large contingent of police had sealed off the scene. This was big news. Qiming Yang jolted with excitement, hastily leaving a 10 yuan bill behind and sprinting away. Hey, little brother, your change. No need for change. Just bring me 2 servings next time. Qiming Yang paid no heed, heading straight to his car and driving towards the Li family villa. In today's society, celebrity scandals dominate the mainstream media, yet tales of prominent families draw even greater interest, presenting lucrative opportunities. If one could uncover the private affairs of a notable family, one could simply wait for the monetary rewards to roll in, particularly with the Li family, who had recently announced their engagement with the Xiao family. They were undoubtedly the focus of media attention. The car swiftly entered the confines of the Li family villa area. But as anticipated, the entire vicinity was under police lockdown, Entry was restricted to authorized personnel only. Zhang Yang brandished his press credentials in an attempt to gain access for an interview, but the police coldly denied him. Just then, dozens of ambulances emerged from the villa compound, invigorating Zhang Yang's spirits as he quickly retrieved his camera to capture the scene. Goodness, 12 ambulances. Had a terrorist attack occurred? Zhang Yang speculated, his camera clicking incessantly. Following closely behind the ambulances were several sedans. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as vehicles belonging to the Xiao family. Why were they following the ambulances? Was someone from the Xiao family injured? As a seasoned journalist, he had memorized the license plates of various prominent families. The Xiao family S-plate etched in his memory. However, speculation was not fact. To uncover the truth of the matter, he needed to inquire about what had transpired. This was the essence of news. Zhang Yang set his sights on the security guard stationed at the villa entrance. "Excuse me, what has happened inside?" he asked, pocketing his camera and producing a pack of premium cigarettes as an offering. "Who are you?" the security guard inquired, his northern accent evident. The villa area was under strict lockdown, with police stationed at every corner, and the guard, naturally, felt uneasy about the security of his job. When he saw the cigarette being offered, his demeanor softened. "Ah, a fellow villager. It's a tearful reunion," the guard exclaimed. "Which village are you from?" Zhang Yang was taken aback to discover that the security guard hailed from the same hometown as he did. With a shared enthusiasm, he inquired, "Are you from Shanga village?" "Which part exactly?" The young security guard, equally elated at encountering a fellow villager, responded, "I'm from Xia village." What a remarkable coincidence. In an effort to foster camaraderie, Zhang Yang deliberately exaggerated the proximity of their hometowns, despite the fact that his family resided in a different county altogether. "You must be doing quite well, to be smoking such fine cigars. I've never even seen anything like it," he exclaimed. "Oh, there's no fortune here, just making a living. A friend gifted these to me. If you want one, feel free to take it. Thank you so much, brother," the security guard said with a broad grin as he accepted the cigarette. "What is all this commotion about?" Zhang Yang sensed it was time to steer the conversation toward the main topic. The security guard, noticing that no one was paying attention, pulled Zhang Yang down beneath a weeping willow and said, "Let me tell you, something significant happened today." The guard's tone was grave. "What happened?" Zhang Yang's interest was piqued, and he activated his recording device. "Have you heard about the Li family? Young Master Li Guahao was assaulted. His face is swollen like a pig's head." The security guard whispered, cautious of the implications. The Li family issued a gag order. He dared not speak too loudly, lest the Li family hear and his job be at stake. The Li family? A prominent clan? Who would dare to strike him? Zhang Yang asked, astonished. It is said that he was attacked by a masked man wearing a scarf, and all his bodyguards were taken down, over 10 of them. I witnessed it myself. I thought they were dead, but fortunately, they merely lost consciousness and no lives were lost, the security guard recounted, visibly shaken. So that's why the ambulance was there. But why did I see a vehicle from the Xiao family? Keep it down, the security guard urged, crouching even lower. Let me tell you, the troubles of the Li family are minor compared to what happened with the Xiao family. What kind of trouble? The young master of the Xiao family was also attacked, and his legs are swollen to the size of tree trunks. I overheard a doctor saying they might have to amputate. Otherwise, his life is in jeopardy. The security guard's eyes widened in fear. What? How is that even possible? That's the young master of the Xiao family. Zhang Yang exclaimed, incredulous. In the city? Who would have the audacity to harm the young master of the Xiao family so severely? It's absolutely true. I caught a glimpse outside. I saw it quite clearly. There were even 2 foreigners involved, bloodied and moaning. They probably won't survive either, the guard added disdainfully. Foreigners? Who are they? Zhang Yang asked, perplexed. How would I know? And let me tell you, the Li family S-guard often found Li Guahao insufferable, always strutting around. Just as he was about to share some embarrassing tales, someone called out to him, Brother, don't move. I'm off. You stay put. The security guard nervously finished, hastily rising to attend to the call. At that moment, Zhang Yang remained crouched, his expression grave. He understood that if the security guard's words bore truth, the situation was indeed dire. But he is the esteemed eldest son of the Xiao family. Just a few days ago, The patriarch of the Shao family entrusted him with the management of the financial authority, and within 2 days, he has been rendered incapacitated, his legs shattered. The Shao family must surely be enraged. It is likely that the entire city will be thrown into turmoil. After squatting for a while, Zhang Yang rose to his feet and noticed a security guard in the distance being questioned by 2 police officers. Thus, he feigned ignorance and departed. When one is injured, a visit to the hospital is imperative. It seems I shall be meeting an old classmate. Zhang Yang had numerous friends in the hospital, one of whom was a former university mate, albeit in a different field. He studied medicine, while Zhang Yang pursued journalism. The hospital was bustling with activity, and after quite some time, Zhang Yang finally located his old friend, clad in a white coat and donning a mask. Had it not been for their 4 years of camaraderie in university, he would have been difficult to recognize. "Old friend, what brings you here?" Zhang Yang inquired. "While you may have leisure, I am still quite occupied. I get to have my lunch." "Perfect. I haven't eaten either. Let us dine together, and I shall sample the culinary offerings of your esteemed hospital." "Very well. Today I shall treat you." They shared a rare moment, linking arms as they made their way to the cafeteria. At the dining table, Zhang Yang intentionally broached the subject of whether there were any unusual patients that day, and his friend brightened, launching into a narrative. "Strangely enough, today has been peculiar. The ambulance brought back over a dozen individuals, all of whom exhibit no symptoms and merely suffer from minor cartilage contusions. Yet, for some unknown reason, they remain in a deep coma, unresponsive to any calls, which has left the director quite distressed." "Oh, such occurrences? Who are these individuals?" Zhang Yang queried with intrigue. "Who they are is unknown. It's better for you not to know." The doctor hesitated, aware of the directives from above. Anyone who divulged information would face repercussions. "My field is journalism, and regardless of how tightly the information is concealed, there will inevitably come a day when it must be reported. Given our years of friendship, surely it is better for you to confide in me than for others to learn it first. I understand your concern. However, you are well aware of my integrity. The incident with the campus bell was not something I let you shoulder alone. Do I not trust you? Rest assured, when the news breaks, your name will not be associated with it." Zhang Yang reassured, patting his friend's shoulder. "Very well. I did not mean to imply any distrust. To be candid, these individuals were all brought back from the Li family. Notably, the eldest son of the Li family has severe facial swelling, making his features nearly unrecognizable. Yet, for some reason, he cannot seem to reduce the swelling or awaken. Is there truly such a phenomenon? The old professor claims it is poisoning and is hastening the development of an antidote. Yet, all of this pales in comparison to the plight of the Shao family's eldest son, who suffers from shattering fractures in both legs. It is likely they cannot be saved. He is currently in critical condition. Is it indeed true? And what are the 2 foreigners?" Zhang Yang pressed on. "You seem well informed. It appears my old friend's prowess is substantial. While the conversation may be casual, you are clearly probing for information. Forgive me, my fault entirely. Old friend, do not take offense. I shall treat you lavishly at a grand hotel another day. That is more like it. As for the 2 foreigners, their injuries are quite severe. Multiple fractures throughout the body, visceral damage. Yet, these 2 individuals remain the only ones conscious, presently under strict surveillance by the police. Old classmate, I truly appreciate your help today. May I request to delve further into this news?" He added, "One matter should not trouble 2 parties. Could you possibly provide me with a few photographs? Rest assured, I shall not take advantage." Zhang Yang understood that in this society, even the closest of acquaintances cannot be easily summoned without some vested interest. "Old classmate, you are putting me in a difficult position. Nevertheless, who could deny the bond of our school days? I shall await your news." His old classmate responded readily. With excitement, Zhang Yang watched his old classmate depart, springing to his feet in a silent cheer. Just then, his phone chimed again with a message. Upon reading it, he was left utterly astonished. This was indeed a significant scoop. "Goodness, I am on the brink of fortune," Zhang Yang exclaimed, leaping in joy, drawing the curious gazes of patients and doctors alike, who regarded him as if he were a lunatic. Chapter 38. The break this day proved to be extraordinary. Shortly after Zhang Yang returned to the newspaper office, An article concerning the Li family was published, complete with images that left no room for doubt. With the news breaking, discussions surrounding the Li and Xiao families surged to the forefront of all news platforms, their crimson headlines strikingly prominent. The news spread to every corner of the streets, even reaching the most remote villages, where those unaware of the details merely treated it as a topic for casual conversation. Conversely, those who grasped the gravity of the situation were left in utter shock, scrambling to ascertain the truth behind the unfolding events. Was it truly that severe? As the situation escalated, by evening, another major news story erupted. The headline read, Li family Li being secretly married for 3 years, with a 2-year-old child. Upon its release, a wave of traffic surged on larger media platforms, intertwining with the ongoing Li family saga and dominating the entire front page. Then, with the involvement of sensationalist media, the narrative shifted dramatically. The Iceberg CEO's secret husband exposed, carrying a child while dining at KFC. Evidence provided. The Li family's daughter's marriage incites outrage from the Xiao family, leading to a violent clash resulting in serious injuries to both heirs. Shocking. Jealousy breeds turmoil. A certain heir, displeased with his fiancée's marriage, resorts to self-harm as a threat. Unrequited love for a goddess, yet yearning for her presence. A certain heir endures another beating. How tragic. Time flows relentlessly. The goddess remains indifferent. How can such a promising youth resort to such despair? A certain heir's shameful exposure. Was it deliberate or accidental? A prominent figure reveals that the Xiao heir's legs are in jeopardy. His future dim. Another notable source disclosed that foreign nationals were severely injured, potentially inciting international discord. Various media outlets continued to disseminate the news. The following morning, as news continued to unfold, another report emerged unexpectedly. The morning news at 8 o'clock announced that a mysterious figure had entered the stock market, intending to sell a substantial amount of Xiao shares, prompting an influx of eager investors and threatening market stability. Breaking stock market news: mysterious individual sells off Xiao shares, causing price inflation. In the news studio, why has the previously stable market suddenly fluctuated? Who is orchestrating these events behind the scenes? Let us uncover the truth together. In the apartment, Zhang Yang whistled leisurely while stirring the congee in the pot with a spoon, creating ripples that danced upon the surface. He was barefoot, clad in loose shorts, an apron tied around his waist, and his upper body bare, presenting a rather comical sight, akin to a frail chicken. Zhang Yang, do you not care about your appearance? Can't you wear a shirt? Aren't you worried about spitting into the pot while whistling like that? Aunt Qing, dressed in a sleek black professional outfit, appeared ageless in her demeanor. This is not a lewd whistle, Aunt Qing. I am merely practicing the art of vocal mimicry. Zhang Yang vehemently denied the accusation. It was a bright, refreshing day, and how could such a simple act of cultivating one's spirit be misconstrued as something inappropriate? Absolutely not. He would not concede to such a characterization. How could they forget to invite you to the talent show? Aunt Qing mused, enjoying the freshly baked cornmeal buns. Having grown accustomed to modern fast food, she found the wholesome flavor of these traditional buns quite delightful. Invite me? Could they possibly afford me? Well, clearly not. You are now quite the internet sensation, an enigmatic figure, a bane among men. Recently, an admirer has offered a bounty of 100,000 for your name and photograph. 100,000, indeed a considerable sum. Aunt Qing fiddled with her phone, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Hey, Aunt Qing, would 100,000 suffice? Surely, it should be at least 1,000,000. Zhang Yang, stroking his smooth face, felt an inexplicable sense of pride. After all, he was married to the renowned beauty, the ice queen of the city, with a marriage certificate to prove it. Enough flattery. The congee is burning. Just kidding. My culinary skills could never fail. He replied with confidence. Now, you enjoy your meal while I check if my little darling is done with her bath. The thought of his little one made him itch with anticipation. He had forgotten to bathe her after their playful escapade yesterday. 2 days without a wash left her hair in disarray and her face smeared with dirt. She had transformed from a sweet child into a little imp. This was unacceptable, so he hurried to run water for her bath. However, Halfway through, his wife intercepted him, claiming it was inconvenient. Inconvenient? My child is still so young. What does she know? Yet, upon seeing his wife's disapproving glance, he decided it was best to let the matter rest. Instead, he returned to preparing a meal for his little one. Time passed, and it had been over half an hour. Surely, she must be done by now. Zhang Yang peeked through the door, his nose pressed against the frosted glass, a rather comical sight. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, revealing two beautiful figures, one large and one small. What a stunning pair of mother and daughter, emerging like fresh lotuses from the water. Zhang Yang, caught off guard, swallowed hard, his gaze fixated in astonishment. "Daddy, I'm playing with my ducky," the little girl exclaimed, her tiny hand clutching a rubber duck that squeaked with each squeeze. She was wrapped snugly in a large towel, her head adorned with a drying wrap, her cheeks flushed with cuteness. Meanwhile, Li Bing maintained her icy demeanor. Though her professional attire had transformed into a floral bathrobe, also crowned with a towel. "How did you end up bathing the child too? Aren't you supposed to be at work?" Zhang Yang inquired, perplexed by the turn of events. Li Bing, dismissive of Zhang Yang's confusion, ascended the stairs with Yi in her arms. When she emerged again, she had changed back into her professional attire, while little Yi donned an adorable rabbit onesie, complete with two perky ears atop her head, exuding cuteness to the heavens. During this time, Zhang Yang tidied up the bathroom, only to discover that Li Bing's work clothes were soaked and resting atop the washing machine. It was then he realized that bathing a child is not merely a matter of one's own desires, but rather a reflection of what the child wishes. The disarray of the bathroom bore witness to the fierce battle that had ensued. "Wow, whose adorable little darling is this? A father's heart is on the verge of melting," Zhang Yang exclaimed shamelessly. It's from Daddy's house." Little Yi's eyes squinted into slits as her milky face blossomed into a radiant smile. "My sweet daughter, how can you be this adorable?" he declared. "It's undoubtedly from the Zhang family. From now on you shall be called Zhang Yi." Zhang Yang laughed with immense pride. "Zhang Yi? Zhang? What does that mean?" Little Yi, still unaware of the significance of surnames, was puzzled by the sudden addition of a character. "You cheeky child. Remember to buy baby formula today. She's still so young. Her nutrition must not fall behind." Li Bing shot an annoyed glare at Zhang Yang, grabbed her briefcase, and headed to the office. The Xiao family had crossed a line this time. Had it not been for the extensive preparations Li Bing had undertaken over the past 2 years, the situation could have been dire. The 2 years of preparation had initially aimed to secure her freedom at the negotiation table, but to her astonishment, Xiao Hidong had shown no mercy. What was most unexpected was Zhang Yang's audacity to break Xiao Hidong's legs. Though Li Bing did not blame Zhang Yang, a flicker of joy stirred within her. This long-standing nightmare was finally drawing to a close. Yet, it also signified a complete severance from the Xiao family, extinguishing any hope for negotiation. With this realization, Li Bing fully released her grip. Given the current circumstances, it was time to unveil the truth. The first step was to apply public pressure, and yesterday's news report was merely the beginning, a means to establish a firm foothold through public opinion. The second step was to disrupt the stock market, delivering a crushing blow to the Xiao enterprise. Employing an element of surprise, Li Bing's strategy was already bearing fruit. The Xiao family's position in public opinion had become precarious, and their commercial reputation was plummeting rapidly. As the stock market opened, a mysterious figure began to sell off large quantities of shares, causing the Xiao family's stock prices to drop swiftly. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, those holding Xiao shares, fearing losses, began to sell off as well, plunging the market into chaos. Within less than 2 hours of trading, the Xiao family stock had hit the floor limit. At this moment, the Xiao company was engulfed in a frenzy. Yet, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Jianxi, seemed utterly unfazed by the turmoil. He remained outside the hospital ward, clad in sterile garb, his frail body resembling that of an elderly man, his hair turned white overnight. Mr. Xiao, you have been here all night. You should rest." The hospital director sighed. The plight of parents everywhere is indeed a poignant one. Regardless of wealth or status, in this moment, one is merely an ordinary person, powerless in the face of fate, even if one possesses unparalleled authority and wealth. Outside the critical care unit, all one can do is watch. Doctor, I just want to know when my son will be out of danger. Xiao Jianxi's weary face appeared aged beyond its years after a single night of vigil. Mr. Xiao, rest assured, once we endure the next 24 hours, the danger will be averted. We have engaged the finest experts, ensuring that your son will certainly remain out of peril. The hospital has exerted every effort to preserve the life of the young master of the Xiao family, not only summoning specialists from various regions overnight, but also investing substantial sums to import numerous renowned medications. His life has been safeguarded, yet his legs remain beyond salvation. The specialists deliberated throughout the night, engaging in video discussions with esteemed physicians nationwide. None could devise a means to secure both the life of the young master and the preservation of his legs. After all, he suffers from a comminuted fracture. If amputation is not performed, unforeseen complications may arise. The most favorable course of treatment involves amputation followed by the implantation of artificial limbs, prosthetic legs. Is it truly impossible to save my son's legs? Xiao Jianjia could scarcely fathom the moment his son awakens, only to find himself bereft of his legs. Such a revelation would be an unbearable blow for anyone of sound mind. In the prime of youth, yet to establish a family. How will he face the world without his legs? I apologize, Mr. Xiao. We have done our utmost. The director shook his head with a sigh. At that moment, he wished he could emulate the miraculous figures from television dramas, effortlessly healing the young master's legs with a mere flap of a fan. Alas, the realm of medicine allows no room for such mythos. Chapter 39. Inquiry. The security personnel at the Chanel building have been utterly overwhelmed these past few days. Since noon yesterday, a throng of journalists has besieged the premises, eager to gain entry for interviews. The guards have been compelled to erect barriers to deter these individuals while also remaining vigilant against any clandestine infiltrators during the night. What was once a leisurely security department has been thrown into disarray. How could our esteemed president marry without any prior indication? My dreams have been shattered. Time to abandon your delusions of being pampered. How utterly embarrassing. Our president could only consider you if the heavens were to reverse and time itself were to shift. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am unworthy? Spare me your lofty rhetoric. Have you ever seen weeds paired with flames, cockroaches with poison, or mice with pythons? Such ideas are preposterously fanciful. Hey, you're really hitting me hard here. Enough. After your rest, hurry back to work and relieve your fellow colleagues. Otherwise, if they ignite in frustration, I shan't be able to intervene. With the announcement of Li Bing's marriage, Chanel Company has become the darling of the press, inundated with journalists clamoring for interviews. This frenzy has necessitated the security department to implement a 3-shift rotation to manage the relentless reporters. What these journalists did not anticipate was that Li Bing had long since ascended to the top-floor office. From the glass-paneled heights, she gazed down upon the throngs gathered at the entrance. Bing, everything is proceeding smoothly, though the matters concerning the other families in the alliance remain unresolved. Presently, the other families are in a state of observation, their positions still ambiguous. However, in due course, they will undoubtedly align with us. After all, who would desire a share of the bountiful Xiao family legacy? Aunt Qing remarked nonchalantly. Aunt Qing, I feel as though things are progressing too smoothly. Li Bing expressed her trepidation. Although events are unfolding in accordance with her expectations, a lingering sense of apprehension gnawed at her. After all, this is the Xiao family, a venerable lineage spanning centuries. If it could be so easily overturned, it would not have been preserved until today. There is nothing to worry about. As long as I draw breath, no one shall lay a finger on you. Thank you, Aunt Qing, Li Bing sincerely expressed. Silly child, what nonsense are you speaking? Why thank me? Aunt Qing discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes when Li Bing was not paying attention. For so many years, being able to accompany her and witnessing her find her rightful place was her greatest aspiration, with no other desires. As for herself, once this matter is resolved, it will be time to let go. I wonder if the wildflowers in my hometown still exist. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Li Bing to return to her desk. President, Captain Wang from the Municipal Criminal Police wants to ask you a few questions. Should I let them in? Inquired the secretary. Yes. Li Bing had long anticipated this, and it was all as expected. Before long, a middle-aged policeman and a young female officer approached. Coincidentally, these two were the ones handling the Zhang Yang case. One was Captain Wang De, and the other was a young officer named by Xiaolu, whose youthful appearance belied her age. Presently, I apologize for interrupting your busy schedule. Wang De, dressed casually and carrying a briefcase, spoke. Modern technology has long supplanted paper and pen, yet Wang De preferred to document everything by hand, black ink on white paper, which gave it a certain charm. Thus, his briefcase was filled with notebooks. What brings you here? Li Bing replied, slightly raising her head. At that moment, Bai Xiaolu, upon seeing her countenance, felt a pang of comparison, albeit reluctantly conceding defeat. There was no basis for comparison. She was merely a budding flower, while Li Bing was a vibrant bloom renowned throughout the city. Presently, may I ask where you were yesterday at noon? Wang Yida, oblivious to the young woman's inner turmoil, directly posed the question. I was home attending to some personal matters, she responded. Could you tell me when you left? And is there anyone who can vouch for you? Around noon, I lingered at the KFC on Square Street. You may review the surveillance footage. Li Bing had already planned this, knowing that the exposed photos were also taken there, which she had anonymously sent to Qiming Yang, thus revealing her marriage. While at home, did you notice any suspicious individuals? Wang De inquired, well aware that this person before him might be the mastermind behind all the recent news, yet lacking evidence. It remained mere conjecture. I was upstairs and saw no suspicious individuals. Are you truly certain? A violent attack occurred against the young master of the Xiao family, who happens to be your fiancé. Did you notice nothing at all? Wang depressed, furrowing his brow. He is not my fiancé. I have been married for 3 years. At this moment, Li Bing displayed no hint of anger, which took Wang De by surprise. Whether he is your fiancé or not is of little importance now. He has sustained severe injuries and may be permanently disabled. Our superiors have ordered us to solve this case within 3 days. I hope President Li can provide clues to the perpetrator, so we may apprehend them. Wang De started. I'm sorry, I cannot assist you. Li Bing raplia coldly. Aunt Qing, please show them out. Please, both of you. Aunt Qing gestured invitingly. Alas, one can only hope that Mr. Li will cooperate with our endeavors. Xiaolu, let us depart. Wang De remarked as he led Bai Xiaolu away. On their journey back to the police station, Bai Xiaolu remained lost in thought. Her gaze cast downward. What could be captivating her so deeply? Wang De inquired as he drove. Captain, I can't help but think that perhaps Li Bing genuinely does not know who the culprit is. Bai Xiaolu expressed with a hint of hopefulness in her tone. But then tell me, why did the tragedy occur right after she returned to the Li residence? And why did she vanish without a trace after the incident? Hardly anyone witnessed her departure. Moreover, it is even more suspicious that negative news regarding the Xiao family began to emerge immediately after her exit. This morning, the Xiao family's shares plummeted. All of this is no mere coincidence. Someone must be orchestrating events from shadows. Could it be that someone is simply unable to tolerate the Xiao family's actions? What are you thinking? Discontent alone is not a sufficient motive. Just how intolerable must it be? Such thoughts are mere flights of fancy. But still, we can't dismiss the possibility entirely. Perhaps this city harbors a superhero. At that moment, Bai Xiaolu's imagination was wholly consumed, envisioning a masked avenger clad in armor leaping across the rooftops of the dark, wind-swept city. A superhero? Have you been watching too many Marvel films? Any hero must abide by the law. Should they transgress, they cannot escape accountability. As a seasoned detective, Wang De believed firmly in upholding the dignity of the law. I shall not engage with you further. Bai Xiaolu huffed, pouting in indignation. Chapter 40. Awakening. Wang De, accompanied by the young policewoman, turned back toward the Li residence while en route to the station. Upon re-evaluating the scene, he was nearly certain that Li Bing had escaped through the window, albeit her method of flight was rather perplexing. The technique used to fashion the rope was remarkably skilled. Why, then, was it not employed? Wang De mused, observing the discarded bedsheet rope left behind. Captain, Could it be that she found a rope? Bai Xiaolu suggested. No, not at all. Even if this room lacked a rope, it would still have left traces behind. Furthermore, look at this rebar. What kind of force would be required to pry it from the security window? That necessitates considerable strength, which Li Bing evidently does not possess. Wang De approached the window with the rebar in hand, comparing it to the undisturbed piece nearby, while applying force to test its stability, discovering it immovable. The security bars are welded securely. I cannot bend them, and I am certainly Bing could not either. Come, let us descend and investigate further. Wang De instructed as he led the young officer downstairs to the backyard. At that moment, Li Guahao's Tibetan Mastiff had already been relocated elsewhere. Captain, there are scattered dog hairs here. Could they possibly belong to Li Bing? Bai Xiaolu inquired, picking up the stray fur. Unlikely. Li Guahao's mother mentioned that he kept a Tibetan Mastiff. It stands to reason that it would have been here. But if Li Bing had descended, she would undoubtedly have encountered the Mastiff. How then did she manage to escape? Moreover, according to the servants of the Li family, there were no reports of barking, which is quite peculiar. Wang De pondered aloud as he diligently searched for footprints, yet the traces were too chaotic to yield anything conclusive. Ah, little dear, as a girl, do you think you could jump down from a height of 7 or 8 meters without any tools? It's quite high. I certainly cannot do it. Even if I managed to jump down, my legs would surely be injured. Bai Xiaolu shook her head and remarked, Indeed, such a height is daunting even for me. However, I find myself puzzled as to how Li Bing managed to descend. Could someone have caught her below? That seems unlikely. The force of impact from such a height would leave profound footprints, yet none exist here. Wang De speculated on various possibilities, yet none aligned with the facts. Leaving him perplexed, the two continued to inspect the scene of the altercation and discovered even more outrageous details. Captain, it seems this place has been bombarded. Look at the cracks on the wall. Bai Xiaolu pointed at the fissures in the wall. No, these are the result of a collision. Although those two foreigners remain tight-lipped, their muscular build suggests they are formidable fighters. I have heard of martial artists in my years as a detective, yet I have never witnessed one firsthand. This case with the Li family is truly unprecedented. Isn't that astonishing? Look at this door. It's been reduced to fragments. The force must have been tremendous. Bai Xiaolu, still naive to the world, was unusually exhilarated by the bizarre scene. The battle here must have been intense. However, I suspect that 4 individuals were involved, 2 foreigners, a mysterious figure, and the last to arrive, the young master of the Xiao family. Most crucially, there is the person bound to the chair. We must investigate, but it's unfortunate that Li Guahao shows no signs of awakening just yet. Wang De pondered that Li Guahao should be aware of the details and the identity of the person who was originally tied up. Captain, the hospital just called. The injured individuals have awakened. Bai Xiaolu announced. Oh, that's splendid news. Let us go. I'm eager to discover who this mysterious figure is. Wang De replied, leading the young officer toward the hospital. In the hospital's special ward, the henchmen summoned by Li Guahao gradually regained consciousness, only to exchange bewildered glances, staring blankly at their surroundings. It was only with the nurse's gentle reminder that they realized they had been asleep for a day and a night, mistakenly believing they had merely dozed for a short while. Wang De quickly returned, finding these individuals relatively cooperative. Through inquiries, he learned that the mysterious figure was indeed a masked man of extraordinary skill, instilling fear and panic in all who spoke of him, clearly leaving an indelible impression. They recounted the encounter with Qing Yi. Captain, I told you so. There truly are superheroes in this world. I wonder what a superhero looks like. Could he be handsome? Perhaps a scarf hero. Yes, let us call him Scarf Hero. Bai Xiaolu mused excitedly. Wang De could only shake his head in exasperation, lamenting the influence of Marvel on the innocent girl. Captain, where are we headed next? Shall we seek out your hero? Bai Xiaolu inquired playfully. Of course, why not? She added, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. The two set off once more to the Chanel building, this time not in search of Li Bing, but directly to find Qing Yi. Ms. Qing, it has been reported that you were present at the scene of the incident involving the Xiao family. Please enlighten us as to who inflicted harm upon Xiao Hedong, Wang De inquired. I have no idea what you're talking about. I know nothing. Aunt Qing vehemently denied. Wang furrowed his brow, taken aback by Aunt Qing's lack of cooperation. However, he could not afford to relinquish his pursuit. The Xiao family awaited answers, and he had received strict orders from higher-ups. Failure to resolve the case within 3 days could lead to disciplinary action. Ms. Qing, we urge you to cooperate. Should you choose not to, we reserve the right to detain you. Very well, I shall tell you this. You must be aware of the actions of the Li family. I served as a reconnaissance soldier in my youth, and I certainly possess my means of escape. As for who injured Xiao Hedong, I am at a loss. When I fled, no one was aware. Now, if you will excuse me, I have matters to attend to. With that, Aunt Qing turned and walked away, leaving Wangda in deep contemplation. Aunt Qing's explanation was quite suspicious and lacked coherence. According to his knowledge, the 2 foreigners had been guarding the premises, ensuring she could not leave so easily. However, the foreigners refused to divulge any information, and there was no evidence to confirm Aunt Qing's presence inside. Captain, what shall we do? Bai Xiaolu queried. Alas, there is little we can do if she refuses to cooperate. This is all the fault of the Li family. How can Li Bing force such a marriage when she is evidently dissatisfied? I suspect the mysterious figure took action precisely because of this. First, he heroically rescued Li Bing. Then he punished the wrongdoer. Although his methods were rather heavy-handed, I support his actions, Bai Xiaolu remarked. Xiaolu, your conjecture is not without merit. This complicates matters. We cannot rule out the possibility of transient populations being involved. Let us return and discuss this further. Wanda thought of this possibility, feeling overwhelmed. If it were indeed the work of transient individuals, the investigation would become exceedingly arduous. In the hospital, Li Guahao awoke, his head resembling that of a swollen pig, unable even to open his mouth. Yu Wanqiu gently caressed her son's face, her eyes ablaze with fury. My dear, tell me who harmed you. I shall avenge you. Mama, I don't know. Will my face ever return to normal? Li Guahao had not clearly seen who had attacked him, and his primary concern now was whether his appearance would recover. If he had to endure this pig-like visage, he would rather perish. Do not fret, my son. The doctor assures me it is merely swelling from bruising, and it will subside in a few days. Yu Wanqiu reassured him. But what of that ice-cold person? Have you found them? Li Guahao asked again. My dear, for now, it is best not to speak of anything. I must inform you of grave news. Xiao Hedong has been incapacitated, and the Xiao family is in disarray. You must not mention your sister, if anyone inquires. Say you know nothing. Yu Wanqiu felt an indescribable unease, with the eldest son of the Xiao family in peril at his own villa. The Li family could not escape culpability. Yet, should the situation escalate, the Li family's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. How is that possible? Who did this? Li Guahao asked in terror. We do not know. The perpetrator has yet to be apprehended. My son, for now, feign ignorance. Say you know nothing. Once you have healed, we will retreat to the countryside for a while, Yu Wanqiu whispered. Though she claimed to be unafraid, the truth was far from it. They would hide for a time, waiting for the storm to pass and the culprit to be found before returning. Li Guahao nodded repeatedly, feeling a sense of dread. Ever since Xiao Hedong returned, he realized that his days of ease had come to an end. Not only did he have to bow down before him, but he had also endured 2 beatings on his behalf. Now, with Xiao Hedong incapacitated, he found himself in a similar predicament, utterly perplexed as to which formidable deity he had offended. The awakening of Li Guahao did not stir any ripples, yet the revival of Xiao Hedong caused quite a commotion. The director busily attended to him, even summoning the best physicians for his care, exhibiting a level of anxiety surpassing that of a father for his own son. Xiao Jianxi, clad in sterile attire, sat beside his son's bed, gazing upon his pallid and weary form with profound sorrow. Xiao Dong, are you awake? Don't move. What do you need? Tell your father, and I shall assist you. Xiao Jianxi spoke with palpable tension. Dad, where are my legs? I can't feel them. The remnants of the anesthesia left Xiao Hedong in a daze, prompting him to ask instinctively. Xiao Dong, do not think foolishly. Your legs are fine, they are fine. Despite his assurances, Xiao Jianxi did not prevent his son from reaching down to touch his lower limbs, for he understood that the harsh reality must eventually be confronted. Dad, how can my legs be gone? No, No, no. Dad, you must save my legs. I cannot lose them. I am a genius, a prodigy in martial arts. My master said I was to inherit even more profound techniques. I cannot be without legs, Dad. I cannot. At this moment, Xiao Hudong utterly broke down, his hands gripping Xiao Jian's tightly after failing to feel his legs. Xiao Zong, please do not be agitated. I will find a way. I promise. Xiao Jianxi spoke swiftly, trying to pacify him. Dad, we must find that person. They must be found. Kill him. We must kill him. Very well. I have already instructed others to investigate. Whoever harmed you will not escape. I will ensure he stands before you. Xiao Jian's words were not mere comfort. He was engulfed with a thirst for vengeance. In this city, how could someone brazenly harm his son? Even the mightiest would not evade retribution. Kill him, kill him. Xiao Hudong muttered in despair, his voice diminishing until he succumbed to slumber. Doctor, what has happened to my son? Mr. Xiao, this is a normal reaction. He was too agitated earlier and requires rest. He is merely asleep now. That is good to hear. Please keep a close watch on him. I shall take my leave. As Xiao Hudong exited the ward, he felt a sense of relief knowing his son was no longer in peril. The moment he discarded the sterile attire, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. With Xiao Jian's return, the counteroffensive in the business realm commenced. Chapter 41. Domineering the sweltering summer had receded, and the afternoon sun no longer blazed so fiercely. A father and daughter, having satisfied their hunger, strolled with an air of indifference around the apartment complex. The square stone pavement, verdant foliage, and meticulously trimmed shrubs, along with a fountain encircling a statue of Prometheus, occasionally erupted in sprays of water. Dad, what is that? Little E, with her two crooked braids, tilted her head and pointed at the statue. That is an indecent foreigner taking a bath. Come, E. Shall I take you to see a good fishing spot? Zhang Yang was determined not to tarnish his daughter's eyes, swiftly picking her up and heading toward the artificial lake behind the apartment. The villa represented status, while the apartment was a sanctuary for retirement. The surroundings were resplendent, equipped with fitness facilities, pathways, and pavilions, exuding an air of elegance. Moreover, the two residences were merely separated by a wall, making it exceedingly convenient for the elderly to visit one another, engage in leisurely games of chess, and enjoy tea together. The apartment's most renowned feature was its fishing opportunities. The discerning developers had thoughtfully designated an area, investing considerable resources to construct an artificial lake for the residents' recreational fishing, entirely free of charge. The caught fish could either be taken home for a delightful stew or returned to the lake. A gently sloping grassy area led down to the lakeside, where a fence, standing a meter tall, had been erected to ensure the safety of the elderly. Nearby, security personnel patrolled to prevent any unforeseen incidents. At that moment, several elderly gentlemen with graying beards were already fishing by the lake, donning sun hats and reading glasses, adeptly holding their fishing rods. Zhang Yang approached one of the old gentlemen with his daughter in his arms, pointing at the bobber in the water, exclaiming, "Look, E, they're S.A. fish. They're S.A. fish." Little E, with a puzzled expression, looked closely but saw nothing. "Daddy, where's the fish? The fish is underwater." "Hey, old gentleman, the bobber has disappeared. It's time to lift the rod," Zhang Yang kindly reminded him. However, the old gentleman showed no response, gazing intently at the water's surface as if nothing had occurred. Old gentleman? Oh, is he asleep?" Zhang Yang observed closely, noticing the old man's eyes were shut beneath his sun hat, softly snoring. "You stay here and watch as Daddy catches a big fish." With that, Zhang Yang gently set the little one down and took the fishing rod from the old man's hands. "Fish, come to me," he declared, suddenly lifting the rod. In that instant, he felt a notable weight, leading him to believe the fish must be substantial. Yet, just as that thought crossed his mind, the rod felt weightless, and he raised it without any resistance. Did I miss the catch? How did it get away? Zhang Yang pondered, staring at the empty hook. "Daddy, where's the fish?" Little E ran over and inquired. Don't fret, watch as Daddy fishes." "Oh, why is this hook straight?" Zhang Yang examined the hook, discovering it was indeed straight, devoid of any curvature. How can one catch a fish with this? Hey, youngster, what are you doing with my fishing rod? The old gentleman, now awakened, noticed Zhang Yang and the little girl encircling his rod and promptly asked, Old gentleman, why is your hook straight? I thought I had a fish on. No wonder I couldn't reel it in. Zhang Yang questioned, puzzled. The old gentleman scrutinized Zhang Yang, recognizing him as a resident, albeit one he had never interacted with due to their generational differences. You might not understand this, but fishing is not merely about the catch. It serves to cultivate one's character and nurture the soul. The elderly gentleman rose from his chair, picked up a rod from the ground, and cast it into the lake. He then remarked, Some fish for the thrill of the catch, while others seek the joy of reeling in a big one. For me, those days are behind. Though the moment of lifting the rod brings joy, my aging limbs can no longer endure it. My interest has waned. What we older folks truly do when we fish is mostly to feed the fish. He continued, Life has 3 stages. The first is invincibility, when one feels they are the master of the universe, with the heavens first and oneself second. The second stage is one of humility, where one recognizes their place among the multitude, realizing there is nothing remarkable about oneself. The third stage is decline, where nothing goes right, and one merely drifts through life, stealing moments of leisure. This stage often corresponds to old age. Zhang Yang couldn't help but admire the old man's open-mindedness. He too had once shared such thoughts. But back then, he bore no burdens. Now, observing the timid little child clinging to his leg, he smiled softly. Let us not disturb Grandpa. Let us say goodbye to him. Goodbye, Grandpa. The little one timidly called out, encouraged by her father to peek out and speak quickly. What a delightful girl. Just as charming as my daughter was at her age. Come here. Grandpa has a special gift for you, the elderly man said, pulling out a small bottle from his pocket, containing a lovely blue plant. Instantly, it captured Yi's attention. Do you like it? Quickly thank Grandpa. Zhang Yang thought it was not a precious item and did not wish to refuse, for it was the old man's heartfelt gesture. Little Yi shyly accepted it, her small hands clutching the gift, her eyes narrowing in delight. She adored the little trinket, which exuded a pleasant fragrance. Thank you, Grandpa. Ha ha ha. No need to thank me. What a sweet girl you are. The elderly gentleman chuckled with joy. Yi smiled and showed it to Zhang Yang, who also grinned as he lifted her into his arms. After a brief twirl, it was time to return home. The little one needed her afternoon nap. Indeed, on the way back, Yi soon dozed off in Zhang Yang's embrace, as children of her age often do. Meanwhile, at the police station, Wang received a call from his superior, instructing him to keep the Xiao family updated on the progress of the case. Should any significant discoveries arise, they were to be reported to the Xiao family first. Chief, this seems inappropriate, Wang protested, knowing that if the Xiao family learned the identity of the murderer, they would likely resort to vigilante justice. A blatant violation of the law. Do not question my orders. Follow them. Chief Chen Qianhe, who had been promoted through connections with the Xiao family, felt indebted to them for his career. For him, this minor issue was still within his control. Very well, but for now, there are no significant findings. I suspect Li Bing from the Li family and her bodyguard, Ms. Qing, may know something about the situation, but I currently have no evidence. Wang understood that the Xiao family was beginning to take matters into their own hands, and as a mere police captain, he could only relay what he knew. Good. You're doing well. Chen Qianhe concluded the call and hung up. Listening to the dial tone, Wang couldn't help but lament the Xiao family's dominance. I cannot help but wonder if I'm being somewhat loquacious. Alas, everything now hinges on your fortune, Li Bing. Chapter 42. Power at the Liang family's residence on Dongshan Road. Liang Jujio had not eaten for 2 days, which greatly distressed Liang Bai. With disheveled hair, he leaned against the door of her room, weakly calling out, Jujio, please open the door. Father feels an unbearable ache in his heart. I fear it may be a heart condition. My head is spinning, and, oh dear, my lower back is in pain. Am I on the verge of paralysis? Jujio, please, open the door, or you may never see your father again. Liang Bai had only one daughter, whom he cherished like a fragile treasure. He accepted her rebelliousness, as she was his little cotton-padded jacket. However, there must be limits to such defiance. Was it not merely a day of confinement? Why resort to starvation? What would become of his precious daughter if she were to grow thin from hunger? I would rather you perish. Once my elder brother becomes the head of the family, he would never treat his sister this way. My second brother would be better. He dotes on me. In her chamber, Liang Juju savored her self-heating hot pot. As a foodie, how could she deprive herself? Her 2-day fast was merely a performance for her father, while her brothers had secretly prepared an abundance of food. Juju, I implore you, come out and eat something. Your mother has stewed a hen, and there are pork knuckles and braised meat. Can you not smell how delicious it is? Liang Baiple desperately. Upon hearing of such delectable dishes, Liang Jojo's resolve wavered, and she looked at her self-heating hot pot, suddenly finding it less appealing. I might venture out, but you must tell me why I am confined. What have I done to deserve such punishment from my father? Oof. Oh, dear daughter, it is my fault, all my fault. I only fear that you may become entangled in the affairs of the Li family. What can I do? You have grown so close to Li Bing. Liang Bai Get. He was already aware of the events of the past few days. In the realm of business, who could remain unscathed? He merely sought to consolidate his enterprises and avoid involvement. As for Li Bing's audacious actions, he felt it unwise to comment. For each individual must choose their own path. All he could do was lament. Ah, the fearless youth who dares to confront the tiger. Hearing her father's words, Liang Juju became quite displeased and abruptly opened the door, her face stern. What is wrong with my closeness to Sister Bing? Who does it affect? Has Sister Bing done anything wrong? Is it a fault for her to pursue her own happiness? Must a woman endure a life of compromise? Indeed, you are absolutely right. You are never wrong. Whatever you say is correct. Now let us go and enjoy the pork knuckles. I promise I will never confine you again. Liang Bai, as if soothing an ancestral spirit, finally persuaded Liang Juju to the dining room. In the dining room, upon seeing the lavish spread of delicacies, Liang Juju's excitement surged, and she rolled up her sleeves to dig in. Observing his daughter eat with such abandon brought Liang Bai great comfort, though Liang Ma stood by, quite worried. Who does our daughter take after? She has been well fed since childhood, yet maintains such a fine figure. I wonder to whom she will ultimately belong. To whom will she belong? My little cotton-padded jacket belongs to no one but us. I intend to keep her close, for our family has nothing to fear when it comes to food. The saying that son-in-law and father-in-law are natural adversaries rings true indeed. The mere thought of a man embracing his daughter and calling him father sent an uncomfortable shiver through Liang Bai's heart. This scenario must never transpire. No. Do you wish for my daughter to become an old maid? Quickly tidy up that hair of yours. It's beginning to resemble a bird's nest. Liang Ma nudged her husband and proceeded to the kitchen, bringing forth a pot of stewed chicken soup. Thank you, Mom. You're so wonderful, Liang Jiu exclaimed, her mouth full of food, swallowing hard before continuing. After a hearty feast, Liang Jiu finally felt satisfied, her slightly distended belly leading her to her father's side. Dad, may I ask you a favor? What is it? Liang Bai replied, his heart warmed by his daughter's rare request. About Bing Jie, you are aware of her situation, right? Can our family lend her a hand? Despite having remained at home, Liang Jiu had not been idle. She frequently scrolled through updates on her phone. Upon discovering the severe suppression of the Shao family business by Bing Jie, she could not help but express her disdain. Not a chance. Liang Bai promptly rejected. Why not? Liang Jiu was puzzled. Her father possessed keen business acumen, and with the current turmoil in the marketplace, it seemed evident that the Shao family was doomed, a golden opportunity to usurp their position. Jiu, you are no longer a child. There are some truths you must comprehend. We cannot afford to offend the Shao family. Though it may appear that Li Bing currently holds the upper hand, it is only because the Shao family has yet to retaliate. Just wait and see. They will soon strike back, Liang Bai explained. What is there to fear about the Shao family? They are merely a long-standing clan. Many royal families from ancient times have been usurped. My dear daughter, you do not understand. Usurping a royal family is not an endeavor that occurs overnight. It costs the lives of many. Although the Shao family has shown signs of decline in recent years, the strength they possess is beyond your imagination. Just let it go. I have faith in Bing Jie. She will surely prevail against the Shao family. An old man with a disabled son, How long can they maintain their arrogance? Liang Jiao retorted defiantly. Be quiet. Such words should only be uttered within the confines of our home. Do not speak of this outside. The Xiao family is actively seeking the perpetrator. And you, for the next few days, refrain from wandering aimlessly. Instead, persuade Li Bing to back off. Liang Bai advised kindly. Are you going to imprison me again? Humph. I'll go find my brother. Liang Jiao pouted, angrily standing and retreating upstairs. Watching his daughter, who seemed not to have matured at all, Liang Bai felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. When will she grow up? No. Perhaps it is better if she never does. What bliss it would be to remain free of worries. At the headquarters of the Xiao family under Wanda Group, Xiao Jian, she sat coldly at his desk, his expression impassive as he reviewed the documents presented before him. Sir, the second elder from overseas has requested a video call. Shall we connect? Wei Kanan, one of Xiao Hedong's trusted aides and the current steward of the Xiao family, known in the world as Nan Ge, inquired. Connect it. Xiao Jian, she replied in a frosty tone. As the words left his lips, a black curtain descended from the office windows, and a projector emerged from the ceiling, casting an image onto the dark fabric. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in black athletic attire appeared on the screen. Brother, Xiaodong, what has happened to your hair? The individual in question is Xiao Jianjun, the second son of the Xiao family. After leaving the country over a decade ago, he has not returned. However, he remains attentive to the news from home. Yesterday, upon hearing of a distressing incident involving the Xiao family, he felt compelled to inquire about the situation. He firmly believed that the media was exaggerating the events, convinced that Xiaodong was under protection and could not possibly be in danger. In an instant, the elderly man's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of anguish. Second brother, Xiaodong's leg is crippled. What? Impossible. Brother, are you jesting? Halloween has yet to arrive. Do not frighten me. At this moment, Xiao Jianjun's face was a mask of terror. He desperately wished that his elder brother was merely teasing him, but upon witnessing the tears glistening in his brother's eyes, he slumped despondently into a chair. He was perfectly fine when I left. Brother, do you understand? Xiaodong is a martial arts prodigy with exceptional talent. How could this happen? What transpired? Who was responsible? Xiao Jianjun inquired, his expression laden with frost. I do not know who it was, but within 3 days, I will ascertain their identity. As he spoke of the perpetrator, Xiao Jianjun's elder brother displayed an unusual intensity of fury. Are you saying the assailant has yet to be identified? What of Smil and Amon? Second brother, did you not assert that they could adequately protect Xiaodong? Why have they also been incapacitated? Reflecting on this, Xiao Jianjun felt a pang of regret. The two foreigners were utterly unreliable. Had he known, he would have insisted that the family's bodyguard accompany them. How could this happen? What enemies has Xiaodong made? Those two are formidable. It should be nearly impossible to subdue them without firearms. Xiao Jianjun's disbelief was palpable. It was not firearms, they were beaten by hand. I have serious doubts about their capabilities. Brother, I assure you their skills are undoubtedly high. They likely encountered a formidable opponent. Could it have been someone from a martial arts family? But that does not seem plausible. Do not worry, I will return to assist you immediately. No, you must not return just yet. I'm not old. I can manage this. Very well, I shall not return, but I will dispatch some personnel back. Await my call. Furthermore, Smil and Amon must not fall into the hands of the police. Understood. We shall proceed with that plan. With that, Xiao Jianjun concluded the video call, and the dark curtain lifted, restoring light to the office. While many assumed that Xiao Jianjun would rush back to the company to take charge, his mind was far from corporate affairs. Before him lay reports concerning Li Bing, Qing Yi, and Zhang Yang. Kainan, the information on this woman is insufficiently comprehensive. I require a detailed account of her life from childhood to the present, Xiao Jianjun declared, casting aside Qing Yi's dossier. After contemplating for some time, he concluded that Qing Yi was the most likely candidate to have harmed his son. Sir, this poses a challenge. She is a former scout, and her records are classified by the military. Moreover, my analysis suggests she could not be the assailant, but she certainly knows who is. Regardless of her culpability, bring her to me. I wish to interrogate her personally. Yes, sir. After Bai, Kainan departed. It was not long before the Food and Drug Administration commenced a large-scale inspection of the products at the Xiangnai Company. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Xiangnai Company. Numerous products, initially labeled as compliant, were now marked as substandard, particularly everyday items. This unforeseen shift left Li Bing and Aunt Qing utterly flabbergasted. They had anticipated a commercial skirmish, yet found themselves ensnared in political machinations. Is this the extent of the Xiao family's influence? Such underhandedness is beyond reproach. Little did they realize, this was merely a tactic. No matter how brilliant the scheme, if one severs its roots, it will inevitably collapse. The Xiao family wields this power. Their seemingly unscrupulous methods are, in fact, the most formidable, serving as a testament to their stature. If one possesses the capability, one may utilize it. Li Bing, as the head of Xiangnai Products, your merchandise has encountered quality issues, and you must accompany us, declared the Quality Inspection Department, brandishing a seal. What evidence do you have? On what grounds do you insist I follow you? Aunt Qing retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Madam, please be mindful of your language. We would not be here without evidence. Kindly refrain from obstructing our duties. You conniving old fox, resorting to underhanded tactics. What shall we do, Bing Bing? At that moment, Li Bing, overwhelmed with confusion, contemplated every conceivable countermeasure, yet none prepared her for this predicament. Deep down, she had always believed that in a harmonious society, no government could harbor corruption. She had underestimated human nature, elevating it to an unrealistic pedestal. Chapter 43. The darkness after Li Bing was taken away by the Quality Inspection Bureau. The reporters congregated outside the company building were the first to receive the news, which swiftly transformed into articles and videos on media platforms. It was as if a light-speed accelerator had been activated. In an instant, the entire city was aware. Is this Li Bing? She is truly stunning. No wonder they call her the Ice Queen, murmured bystanders, brandishing their smartphones. I believe this Ice Queen is about to become the Barbecue Queen. The Xiao family is not to be trifled with. The Xiao family? Isn't she the fiancée of one from that clan? Ah, you fail to grasp the nuances. Those in the know discern the subtleties, while the uninitiated merely revel in the spectacle. This incident targeting the Xiao family is likely orchestrated by Li Bing herself. No way. Why would she do such a thing? The Ice Queen and the dandy heir. Consider the implications. Ponder them deeply. Li Zongming from the Li family sat despondently in the living room, his eyes bloodshot and his complexion ghastly pale. Before him, 2 teacups lay askew on the coffee table, while countless others lay shattered on the floor, porcelain fragments strewn everywhere. It's over, utterly over. Our Li family is doomed. All my fault, he lamented. Father, is this truly the person you chose? A wave of regret washed over Li Zongming. He wished he had prevented that girl from taking the helm of the company, from acting recklessly. I should never have allowed her to be born. Who will come to rescue our Li family? He wept, his face a mask of sorrow. When the Li family had been betrothed to the Xiao family, many had sent their congratulations. Even those unknown to them sought to forge connections. Now that the Li family faced calamity, reaching out to these individuals resulted in either refusal to answer or abrupt disconnection, with some even resorting to mockery. Such is the fickleness of human nature. When poverty strikes, no one inquires. Yet when wealth abounds, they come knocking at the door. At this moment, a group of individuals clad in black suits approached the Li residence, striding directly to Li Zongming and addressing him. Li Zongming, our master requests your presence. I will not go. I refuse. This has nothing to do with me. It was all that wretched girl's doing. Li Zongming trembled with fear, acutely aware that these were members of the Xiao family, and he feared that if he complied, he might never return. Your wife and child have already been taken. It would be inappropriate for you not to accompany us. Li Zongming's eyes widened in shock. And no, I have no connection to their affairs. Please, do not harm them. I will go with you. Very well, let us proceed. Li Zongming felt as though his bones had shattered. His legs weak as he was supported by 2 men into the vehicle, the group hurriedly departing. With the company sealed, Aunt Qing watched helplessly as Li Bing was taken away, and she had no choice but to return to the apartment to await Zhang Yang's words. To save time, She called Zhang Yang from the car, briefly recounting the events. However, just as she ended the call, her vehicle was intercepted. 2 black sedans pulled up, and 6 young men in black suits emerged, standing coldly beside Aunt Qing's car. Although she did not recognize these individuals, she was aware of their attire, which bore the insignia of Shao security. "Step out of the vehicle." Aunt Qing furrowed her brow and lowered the window halfway. "Move aside. Do not obstruct the road." "Ma'am, we are aware of your status as a veteran, as we all here. We do not wish to resort to force, but should you refuse to cooperate, we will not hesitate to take action. We are bound by duty to enforce compliance," one of the men stated coolly. Aunt Qing was taken aback. It was clear these individuals were also veterans, which explained their formidable presence. "As soldiers, you should comprehend the law. Are you aware of what you are doing? This is kidnapping. It is illegal," she retorted sharply. "No, our Shao security is registered with the Public Security Bureau. We possess permits to carry firearms and the authority to apprehend anyone we deem a threat. Do not attempt to resist," he replied, subtly revealing the grip of a firearm at his waist. "You are truly audacious. I will accompany you." Although filled with indignation, Aunt Qing found herself powerless. A legitimate security company possesses nearly the same rights as the police, akin to a convoy that may call upon law enforcement if necessary. Any act of resistance would be futile, and she was taken into their vehicle. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Zhang Yang had just hung up the phone when he heard his daughter's voice calling out, "Daddy, em Haydn, come catch me." Little E peeked out from behind the sofa, her small head barely visible. Daddy is coming," Zhang Yang said, squinting his eyes and groping about as if blind. "I see you, Daddy," she giggled, emerging from behind the sofa. Her tiny frame barely reached the height of the sofa. "Ha, Daddy has caught you," Zhang Yang exclaimed, lifting high into the air. "Daddy is so tall." She laughed. This innocent playfulness was the world Zhang Yang yearned for, yet there were those intent on shattering this bliss. After incapacitating Shao Hedong, Zhang Yang assured Li Bing that he would manage everything. However, Li Bing insisted on handling matters in her own way. Observing Li Bing's resoluta gaza, Zhang Yang had no choice but to relent. However, he was taken aback by the tyrannical and unreasonable actions of the Shao family, resulting in Li Bing being taken away by the Investigation Bureau and the Shanghai group being sealed. It was evident that the Shao family was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. His wife, in her naivety, sought to employ legitimate means to bring them down. Yet they chose to combat her with despicable tactics. Thus, he thought, one should not blame him for resorting to extraordinary measures. Though his heart was tumultuous, he maintained a facade of calmness, continuing to play joyfully with the child. As dinner time approached, he anticipated the return of Aunt Qing, but her absence lingered. An attempt to reach her by phone resulted in a deadline. It seemed that Aunt Qing had also been taken by the Shao family. The Shao family, what a formidable force they were. While others may fear them, he remained undaunted. The evening meal concluded amidst their cheerful play, during which he sent a message to Liang Jiujiu, hoping she might join them to entertain the child. Before long, Liang Jiujiu arrived, her visage obscured by a mask and clad in a black trench coat, rendering her unrecognizable upon a cursory glance. "Zhang Yang, I sneaked out. Something has happened to Sister Bing's company. I pleaded with my father, but he refused to assist. What should we do?" Liang Jiujiu, upon learning of Li Bing's predicament, was restless, eager to help but uncertain of how. Upon receiving Zhang Yang's message, she had clandestinely slipped away. "Fear not, for I am here. Now, I entrust you with the task. Entertain E. You both had such a delightful time last time. Of course, if I return late, you must take responsibility for putting to bed. Can you manage that?" Zhang Yang inquired. "Absolutely. You adore Yi," Liang Jiujiu replied enthusiastically. "Isn't it Annie Guohua?" Little exclaimed, recognizing Liang Jiujiu and recalling the previous playdate when the latter had playfully snatched her candy, promising to return it. "Annie Guohua? No. You should call her Annie Jiujiu. We must avoid confusion with Uncle. You should refer to her as Little Auntie, understood?" Zhang Yang instructed. Auntie Guohua. Little nodded in agreement. Initially perplexed, Liang Jiuzhou soon comprehended the situation upon noticing the candy on the coffee table, realizing she still owed the little one a treat. Come here for a hug. Auntie has something important to share with you today, but you mustn't tell Daddy. Okay, Liang Jiuzhou said as she embraced little snuggling close. They appeared as two children, whispering secrets to one another. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang stepped outside, noticing Liang Jiuzhou's discarded attire. An idea sparked, and he donned a black mask and trench coat, confident that those unfamiliar would not recognize him. Chapter 44. Taking action in the city illuminated by neon lights, Zhang Yang, clad in a black trench coat and mask, boldly made his way to the airport road. The Shao family resided not far from there, atop a hill. Though referred to as a hill, it was merely a mound of earth excavated during the airport's construction. Recognizing the advantageous terrain, the Shao family established a resort there and subsequently relocated. As winter had already set in, the night breeze carried a hint of chill. Zhang Yang stood at the foot of the hill, gazing at a nearby house with a sign, before striding purposefully towards it. This is the signboard house established by the Shao family at the foot of the mountain, featuring a central mountain gate flanked by 2 bedrooms. In front of the mountain gate stand 2 imposing lions, baring their teeth. Who goes there? Depart immediately. You are trespassing on Shao territory, shouted 2 security guards from the Shao family, rushing out of the house with flashlights aimed at Zhang Yang. Ikome bearing gifts. Zhang Yang replied slowly, hands buried in his pockets. To be honest, Liang Jiuzhou's trench coat was quite fashionable. Not only did it fit impeccably, but it also provided warmth. He contemplated acquiring one for himself. Deliveries can be made tomorrow. It is currently a restricted time, and no one is permitted to enter the mountain without orders. The guards coldly asserted. They had seen many gift bearers, but it was their first time encountering someone delivering at night, wrapped so tightly as if fearing recognition. This grand gift shall indeed be accepted by the Shao family at this moment. One guard scoffed. What audacity! Let me see which fledgling artist believes delivering gifts can pave their path to fame. As he spoke, he made a move towards Zhang Yang's face, eager to unveil the identity concealed beneath the mask. Oof! Zhang Yang scoffed, swiftly retaliating with a punch. The blow was delivered with such speed that the guard barely registered it before plunging into darkness. Damn it! Seeking trouble, are we? Kid, do you possess the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard to come here? The remaining guard, witnessing his partner incapacitated, remained unfazed. Where are we? This is the Shao family. Seeking trouble here is tantamount to courting death. You shall join him on the ground. Zhang Yang swiftly sidestepped and struck the second guard with a precise hand chop, rendering him unconscious before striding purposefully towards the mountain gate. Beyond the gate lay a series of ascending steps, flanked by layers of shrubs. The autumn insects had yet to fully enter hibernation, chirping from their hiding spots in the foliage. Little creatures, it's time to stretch your legs. Zhang Yang paused beside the shrubs, snapping his fingers, channeling a surge of wood energy into the plants. The insects fell silent, followed by a rustling sound as if someone were traversing through the undergrowth, visibly heading towards the distant Shao residence. This was an army composed of insects and ants, utilized by wood practitioners to scout in the post-apocalyptic world. Naturally, these creatures were nurtured by him. As in the apocalypse, wild insects had grown immensely and became uncontrollable. A moment's negligence could result in becoming their prey. Unlike now, these insects were abundant and easily controlled. A mere exertion of wood energy sufficed to command them. Zhang Yang proceeded leisurely up the steps, dispatching a portion of the insects along the way. Before long, after traversing for a little over 10 minutes, he reached the summit, where a brilliantly illuminated fountain awaited him, surrounded by 4 stone dragons spouting water. The Shao family certainly had an air of grandeur. Was this the legendary 4 dragons playing with pearls? Truly magnificent. Wealthy families often revered the concept of feng shui, believing it could ensure the prosperity and longevity of their lineage. However, Zhang Yang was skeptical of such beliefs. Today, he intended to see whether feng shui could indeed safeguard the Shao family. A multitude of insects, those wretched creatures. How did they find their way into the house? It is already winter. Why do these pests refuse to perish? At that moment, a figure leaped out from the security room behind the fountain, exclaiming while simultaneously swatting at his body with both hands. "Oh, come now, it's just a grasshopper. Look at how frightened you are." Another individual hurried out, chiding him. "You don't understand. I have been terrified of insects since childhood." Suddenly, noticing the presence of an outsider, the man grew wary, his hand instinctively moving to his waist, fingers gripping the gun holster. Should the intruder make any sudden movements, he would be ready to draw his weapon. The other individual also recognized Zhang Yang, adopting a defensive stance while commanding, "Stop! Don't move! Put your hands on your head and crouch down." Both men had previously served in the military and were now employed by the Xiao family, receiving a decent salary, thus feeling obligated to protect the household. "Oof! You cannot stop me," Zhang Yang declared, swiftly sidestepping to stand beside the two. They were taken aback, almost simultaneously drawing their firearms, only to find the intruder had vanished in an instant. In that moment, darkness enveloped their vision, and they collapsed to the ground. At that juncture, alarms blared from the security room. There was another individual present, engrossed in a game and oblivious to the commotion. As the game concluded and he glanced over, he was met with the sight of his two comrades lying unconscious on the floor. Instantly, he activated the alarm and retrieved his handgun, taking cover behind the door, vigilant against the intruder. "So this is the source of your confidence, Xiao family? Firearms? Conventional weaponry?" Zhang Yang mused, glancing at the gun at his feet with a sigh. Though formidable, in a post-apocalyptic world, such weapons were akin to using a water pistol against a dragon. A mere knife would be more effective. This is because in the end times, creatures abhor anything that produces sparks, often targeting those wielding firearms first. As the alarm echoed, a dozen individuals surged from the Xiao residence, armed and rushing towards the scene. Zhang Yang, wishing to avoid a direct confrontation, slipped into the shadows. "Strongzy, what is happening?" Upon arriving at the security room, the newcomers found only one person present. Captain Yazi and Haizi had been knocked out. Their an intruder. The group approached the two prostrate companions, checking for breath and discovering they were merely unconscious. "Strongzy, did you see who it was? How many were there?" The bodyguard captain. He appeared very robust and imposing. "I only saw one person, and then he vanished when you arrived. This is a diversion," the bodyguard captain exclaimed, swiftly retrieving his walkie-talkie. "Security room reporting. Security room reporting. An intruder has breached the premises. Prepare for engagement. Prepare for engagement." As he spoke, he led his men back along the path they had come, departing as swiftly as they had arrived. Meanwhile, in the Xiao family hall, Xiao Jianjie sat in the center, coldly regarding Qing Yi before him. "What benefits has the Li family bestowed upon you? I can offer you double. Now, tell me, who injured my son? Is wealth all that matters? I know nothing." Jing Yi responded immediately. Xiao Jianjie narrowed his eyes, his face, lined with wrinkles, now emanating an extraordinary chill. What does it matter if one takes the law into their own hands? In this city, even a mayor dares not offend the Xiao family. "Canaan, I leave it to you. Let her speak. I wish to hear the name of the murderer before dawn." For the sake of his son, Xiao Jianxie cares for nothing. Why do these families fear the Xiao clan? It is merely because the Xiao family once emerged from the underworld. Since their reformation, they have seldom resorted to their former means to resolve matters, and gradually, people have come to believe the Xiao family to be legitimate merchants. Who would have thought that the Xiao family forged their empire through blood and steel? "Rest assured, sir, Canaan understands," Wei Canaan declared, just as he was about to command his men to take Aunt Qing for interrogation. At that moment, a figure approached from outside. No need for trouble. It was I who struck him. That was a gift I presented to Xiao Hedong. Sometimes, when one looks down upon another, they feel compelled to intervene. You, the Xiao family, have dominated for so many years. It is time you humbled yourselves. Zhang Yang strolled leisurely into the hall. Chapter 45. Compromise utilizing the army of insects as his scouts. Zhang Yang easily evaded the guards, slipping into the living room as though in an unguarded territory. Before he entered, he heard Aunt Qing's voice. Thankfully, she had not been harmed. "Who are you?" "Guards, bind him." Wei Canaan anxiously regarded the newcomer while stepping back to protect the family head. As the conversation unfolded, The guards in the living room sprang into action, 3 of them swiftly drawing their firearms and aiming at Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, those who had just fled outside now rushed back, brandishing their weapons and surrounding Zhang Yang. The Xiao family truly commands respect. With so many guns, it is no wonder that ordinary folk find it difficult to enter or exit. Zhang Yang displayed no signs of concern. Though firearms are formidable against absolute strength, they are mere scrap metal. An imprecise firearm is less effective than a fruit knife. What bravery! In all my years, this is the first time I have seen someone face a gun without flinching, Xiao Jianxie remarked as he pushed past Wei Kanan. Confronting Zhang Yang, you claim to have injured my son. Thus, I must ask, how has my son offended you? Why such severity? The Xiao family, born from the underworld, has long been acquainted with the ways of the world. Xiao Jianxie, having been a local tyrant in his youth, is adept at reading people. Noticing that the newcomer shows no signs of fear, he suspects adequate preparation on Zhang Yang's part. He refrains from acting recklessly and seeks clarity on how his son has wronged him. Offense is perhaps too strong a word. It was merely a matter of disdain. You know better than I what kind of person your son is. In his youth, he was a notorious scion, responsible for the suffering of countless innocent young women, not to mention coercing a woman who did not reciprocate his affections into marriage. When met with refusal, he resorted to force. Truly remarkable upbringing, Zhang Yang replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. At this moment, Aunt Qing had already recognized Zhang Yang and remained silent, making no overt gestures, pretending not to know him. Since this young man possesses the heart of a hero, she is pleased to play along. So, you are acquainted with Li Bing? Xiao Jianxie pondered the injury to his son, considering personal vendettas, but his thoughts were overly simplistic. The most likely scenario was that of familial enmity, the grievances of the past manifesting in the suffering of his son. This perplexed him for some time. All of their old enemies had been eradicated, leaving him bewildered as to where a remnant might still lurk. However, what I did not expect was that the simplest answer was indeed the true one. I know her, yet she does not know me. I have long admired her, the icy beauty, a being to be revered rather than desecrated. Many have harbored secret affections for her. And to be honest, I am but one among many. Zhang Yang spoke slowly. His words were a blend of truth and falsehood. His admiration was overshadowed by a deeper fondness. Zhang Yang cherished her personality, her indomitable spirit. Nonsense. Are you willing to harm my son merely for your unrequited love? Can you withstand the wrath of the Xiao family? Xiao Jianxie exclaimed, his face contorted with fury. People speak in human tongues, while spirits converse in their own way. He held little faith in the words of the newcomer. Yet he had no choice but to confront this matter. After all, he sought to assert his strength. Such a captivating beauty, though her face rarely kissed by sunlight, was a flower of ice that I could not help but admire. Should anyone dare to touch her, they would face my wrath. Zhang Yang uttered coldly. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the population had dwindled severely, with women becoming an exceedingly scarce resource. Battles for women raged on, for survival was but a secondary concern. Procreation took precedence. You are quite audacious, young man. You have injured my son, and now you dare to trespass into the Xiao family's domain. I am curious to know on what grounds you stand. Reveal your trump card, or else you may find yourself silenced by a flurry of bullets. Xiao Jianxie, ever astute, noted that the stranger was alone. Yet he was certain there was a hidden power behind him. He needed to ascertain just how formidable that power truly was. Should he act recklessly, even if it meant avenging his son, he risked the entire Xiao family's downfall if the stranger's backing was substantial. His son's life could very well hang in the balance. A trump card? I wonder if this might suffice. Zhang Yang declared, lifting his foot gently before bringing it down forcefully, leaving a deep imprint on the granite floor. The action was silent, yet the impact was profound. My lord, is this a master of internal martial arts? Wei Kanan exclaimed, taken aback. Xiao Jianxie's eyes narrowed in astonishment. The newcomer appeared youthful, yet the ability to wield internal energy indicated exceptional talent. Such individuals were not only coveted by families, but sought after by the state for cultivation. Very well, I concede. However, I am not easily intimidated. I have encountered such masters before. I simply do not know whether you belong to the state or a family, Xiao Jianxi remarked, his expression icy, pondering whether this grudge should indeed be settled. If the man belonged to the state, he could not afford to offend him. If he belonged to a family, the implications were equally daunting, for any household capable of nurturing such a master must be extraordinarily powerful. Rest assured, I belong neither to the state nor to a family. I am merely a wanderer, devoid of formidable skills. I shall confront whatever you have to offer. Zhang Yang asserted, not wishing to engage in further banter, as he had a child awaiting his return to share stories. Young man, do not be hasty. Your confidence is commendable. Regardless of whether you belong to the state or a family, I am not easily cowed. Since you dare to come, prepare yourself. However, I am not without compassion. Since my son has been injured, killing you will not mend his wounds. Since you do not belong to the state or a family, how about joining mine? Xiao Jianxi said, glancing at the only part of Zhang Yang visible, his eyes. Serve my Xiao family for 10 years, and after that, your freedom shall be restored. This will also absolve you of the debt for injuring my son, and thereafter, we shall harbor no animosity. What say you? Zhang Yang gazed in surprise at Xiao Jianxi, astonished by his magnanimity in attempting to ally with an adversary who had harmed his own son. No wonder the Xiao family had thrived until now. Such a broad-mindedness should not be underestimated. Dream on. I possess no interest whatsoever. However, I am quite fond of the warmth of my wife and children at home. Let us cease this idle chatter. Grievances have their origins, and debts their rightful claimants. If there are issues, let them be directed at me, without harming the innocent. And you, of such an age, should not be neglecting your rest at home. Aren't you afraid of waking up with age spots? Zhang Yang remarqued, guesting asidalong glanja et aunking. Aunt Qing recognized that she was the subject of his words. Although her face bore signs of anger, her heart felt a sense of satisfaction. Previously, she had looked down upon Zhang Yang, rating him in the single digits. Yet, he had recently transformed remarkably, and her internal score soared, surpassing even 100. Very well. Since you refuse to recognize the good before you and choose not the path to paradise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Canaan, take action, life or death. It matters not. From this day forth, whether it be the state or family seeking vengeance, I shall accept it. Xiao Jianxi had refrained from acting out of concern that the intruders might possess hidden cards, perhaps with assassins lurking outside. Just moments ago, Canaan had secretly gestured to indicate that the outside was quiet, with no outsiders present. Now, Xiao Jianxi felt reassured. Regardless of whether the visitors hailed from home or state, as long as the matter did not leak out, he had no cause for worry. In the remote mountains, it would not be difficult to bury one or two individuals. Upon hearing their master's command, the crowd promptly prepared, their guns aimed squarely at Zhang Yang, ready to pull the triggers. At that moment, however, the bodyguards suddenly felt an insistent itch creeping up their legs from their ankles. What on earth? One bodyguard could no longer contain himself, hastily reaching down to discover a black beetle, its formidable pincers clamped tightly onto his finger. Ah, Captain, I can't take it anymore. My leg itches terribly. Another soon followed suit, unable to resist the urge to remove his trousers. To their horror, they found their thighs infested with ants, crawling from their knees to the very roots of their legs, a terrifying sight indeed. At this moment, the crowd was taken aback, hastily shedding their own trousers only to find similar infestations. What is this? A snake? No, it's worms. When did they even get here? Faces filled with terror, they retreated, dropping their guns in fear of harming the writhing creatures on their bodies. One or two might be manageable, but the sheer number created a shocking visual impact, particularly in such sensitive areas, leaving them no room for complacency. Xiao Jianxi's expression shifted dramatically as he looked at Zhang Yang, his composure slipping away. Canaan, bring me my sword. Having not wielded a blade in over a decade, he realized that these bodyguards were likely incapacitated and would be of little use. Reluctantly, he had to rely on his own abilities. Old man, save your effort. You are no match for me. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yang had appeared directly opposite Xiao Jianxi, their distance scarcely half a meter. At that moment, Zhang Yang rested a hand on Xiao Jianshi's shoulder. Wei Kanan snatched a gun from a bodyguard, aiming it at Zhang Yang, only to be halted by Xiao Jianshi. Kanan, do not fire. At this moment, Xiao Jianshi felt an invisible weight pressing down on his shoulders, rendering his entire body immobile. A commendable choice. Should anyone fire a shot, you would serve as the finest shield. Zhang Yang's calm words sent a chill down Xiao Jianshi's spine. Chapter 46. Fairness in the City Shrouded by Night. No one was aware that a negotiation threatening the Xiao family was underway. In the living room, the bodyguards had been dismissed, and Zhang Yang and Xiao Jianshi sat opposite each other in their respective chairs. What do you want? Xiao Jianshi's expression fluctuated. The young man before him was exceedingly formidable and enigmatic. To claim he was not afraid would be disingenuous. Yet his long-held demeanor as a figure of power prevented him from displaying any fear. I do not desire much. If I wish to kill, Xiao Hedong would have already met his demise, and you would have faced Yama. At that moment, as Zhang Yang spoke, a palpable aura of menace enveloped him, and Xiao Jianshi felt a chilling breeze sweep through the air, penetrating to his very bones. Of course, murder is ultimately not a solution. I had anticipated a grand commercial battle between the Li family and the Xiao family, but alas, my hopes were dashed. Your Xiao family possesses remarkable capability, transferring the blame for my errors onto Li Bing. What began as a commercial contest devolved into a bitter vendetta, and you resorted to the most despicable means by directly sealing off Li Bing's company. As he spoke, Zhang Yang crossed his legs. This is something I find quite unsatisfactory. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their masters. My actions have no connection to her, Li Bing. She is merely a pitiful woman seeking her freedom. Xiao Jianshi listened in silence, utterly perplexed by the intentions of the young man before him. He perceived enemies as enemies. The solution was simply to eradicate them. Moreover, given the severity of the grievance, how could it be spoken of so lightly? He found himself bewildered, considering himself not yet too old to adapt to the times. What do you truly desire? This time, the Xiao family concedes. Huh, you call me impatient, yet you, old man, are equally hasty. Fine, I shall speak candidly. I seek fairness, a commercial fairness between Li Bing and the Xiao family, Zhang Yang declared. Fairness? Xiao Jianshi tightened his fists. What sort of fairness do you seek? What justice should my son receive? What right does Li Bing, a mere woman, have to discuss fairness with me? I stand with Li Bing. I wield strength, and I can obliterate your Xiao family at any moment. Shall I continue? Zhang Yang retorted coldly, releasing an overwhelming aura of menace that seemed to solidify the very air around them. You, Xiao Jianshi was rendered speechless. The young man's assertion was accurate. Might makes right. The fact that he had not yet obliterated the Xiao family was already a concession. However, fairness? Is there truly absolute fairness in this world? ISN, it simple for you. Immediately unseal Li Bing's company and declare that everything was a misunderstanding. Although your company currently finds itself at a disadvantage in the market, I am certain that, being the cunning old fox you are, you have prepared accordingly. Thus, you may engage in a fair competition to see who prevails. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Is this what you call fairness? Then, when I am in a position of power, I shall return here, and we shall start anew, correct? Xiao Jianshi squinted, observing, this is what you consider fairness. In the face of absolute power, even when on the verge of triumph over an adversary, one must bow their head and commence anew. The young man before me is merely an onlooker, his origins unknown. Ah, you have seen through it all. The old fox truly lives up to his reputation. Fear not. As long as it is within the bounds of legitimate business practices, I am disinclined to intervene, Zhang Yang remarked with a smile. The old fellow is indeed quite cunning. I fail to comprehend. What is it that you stand to gain? Ah, therein lies the mystery. I intend to emulate the ancient heroes who rescued damsels in distress, with the maiden pledging herself to the hero in return. A tale for the ages, Zhang Yang declared. So, you are certain that Li Bing is destined to lose. Whether in victory or defeat, I possess a method to win the affection of the fair lady. You, my old friend, do not grasp the essence of romance. Zhang Yang spoke softly. In that moment, Xiao Jianxi realized the true identity of the individual before him. Such painstaking effort, such intricate scheming. Who else could it be but Zhang Yang? Only Zhang Yang, the legal husband of Li Bing, would arrive just as she was taken away, with her subordinates brought in by himself. Yet, it was surprising that the investigation report presented indicated him as an utterly mediocre individual. How then does he possess such formidable martial prowess? There is more to this than meets the eye. Very well, I can offer you the fairness you seek. However, let me be clear, business is akin to warfare. In this small company, I cannot guarantee anyone will emerge unscathed. Xiao Jianxi warned. President Xiao certainly exudes confidence. We shall see. Zhang Yang reminded unperturbed. The line between loss and gain is but a step apart. To acquire, one must understand the necessity of relinquishment. It may seem that the company has been lost, yet freedom has been attained. I believe Li Bing harbors similar sentiments. Thus, the decision was made amicably. Master Xiao, I hope we shall not cross paths again. Your son may have lost his legs, yet he retains the ability to procreate. Do take good care of him. Otherwise, the Xiao lineage may face extinction. This was a threat, a menacing warning delivered face to face. Xiao Jianxi understood that this was no idle threat. With this man's skill, taking his son's life would be a mere trifle. Even the strongest defenses may falter. With that, Zhang Yang rose and departed. In the pitch-black night, a figure gradually merged into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, Wei Kanan rushed in with a group. Master, that person has left. Are you all right? Kanan, immediately send someone to the hospital to bring He Dong out and take him abroad. Do it at once. Xiao Jianxi, now unconcerned for his own life, prioritized his son's safety. But master, the young master's condition is still unstable. Moving him now could be perilous. Wei Kanan expressed his concerns. Xiao Jianxi pondered for a moment, realizing he may have been overly anxious. Since the individual had spoken, he would likely not act hastily, at least not before the business conflict concluded. Very well, once he stabilizes, we will send him abroad immediately. Also, dispatch more personnel to ensure our presence around the clock. You may all leave now. Yes, master, Wei Kanan replied, leading the others away. In the darkness, 3 sedans sped toward the hospital. Meanwhile, Xiao Jianxi, restless in the living room, reluctantly took out his phone and dialed a number. Is this old Xiao? I was just about to call you when I was surprised by your call. A commanding voice resonated through the phone. I deeply regret the situation concerning your son. As a public servant, I have failed in my duties. Rest assured, I will ensure that the perpetrator is swiftly apprehended and that you receive a satisfactory explanation. However, I kindly ask that you refrain from taking drastic actions. A pleading tone emerged from the other end. The annual Rare Gem exhibition has been decided to be held in our city. Guests from various provinces and overseas Chinese will gather here. I hope our city can foster a welcoming atmosphere for them. Do you understand? The matter concerning brother, he is also my concern. Coincidentally, I have something to tell you. Xiao Jianxi is currently preoccupied and has no interest in the gem exhibition. At the foot of the Xiao family mountain, Zhang Yang emerged from the bushes. Standing beneath a streetlight, he observed the grass and leaves that had inadvertently clung to the hem of his trench coat, feeling rather speechless. How on earth did this get on my clothes? He squatted down, grasping handfuls of the foliage. Just then, a distant beam of light approached, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Aunt Qing's car. The sedan quickly drew near. Aunt Qing, I thought you had left. Were you waiting for me so kindly? Zhang Yang exclaimed as he stood up. Kid, enough chit-chat. Get in the car. Bing Bing just called, and I need to pick her up. All right then, off to fetch my wife. Chapter 47. The injection after being taken for investigation for 3 hours. The president of the Li Corporation was unexpectedly released without charges, and the quality inspection issue regarding their products was clarified as a baseless accusation. This news instantly silenced numerous onlookers eager to witness Li Bing's downfall. Media reporters were left perplexed, aware that there was more to the story, yet none could discern the truth behind it. Some speculated it was a scheme orchestrated by the Xiao family, while others conjectured that Li Bing's backing was even more formidable than that of the Xiao family. However, The reality remained elusive. The following morning, the Xiao family issued a press release addressing the decline in stock prices and commercial pressures. They stated that this was merely a routine market competition, and the Xiao family was fully committed to confronting this business battle. Regarding the moral and public opinion backlash, they explained that they were entirely unaware of Li Bing's marriage, which led to such misunderstandings, and that the Xiao family disapproved of the union, severing any familial ties henceforth. Simultaneously, answers regarding Xiao Hudong's injury emerged, with the official narrative simply stating that he had accidentally fallen from a building, dismissing any mention of a perpetrator. With the Xiao family's press release, the Xiangnai group was completely unshackled. Li Bing, accompanied by Aunt Qing, arrived early at the company, observing the demoralized employees. Li Bing refrained from grandiloquent speeches, stating simply, "Anyone who fears the Xiao family may leave. A battlefield does not require timid soldiers, and business remains just as fierce." The battle against the Xiao family had initially been conducted discreetly, without public acknowledgement within the company. Now that the Xiao family had released their statement, it was only a matter of time before the situation would be made public. Li Bing understood that most of her employees were young individuals striving for their livelihoods, fearful of losing their jobs. Engaging in a conflict with the Xiao family could lead to victory, but defeat might result in widespread unemployment, potentially reducing the company back to its humble beginnings. They're concerned about their livelihoods, which is a natural instinct, and Li Bing can empathize. Qing, instruct them to offer 3 months' salary to those who choose to leave. For those who wish to stay, gather in the conference room. With that, Li Bing departed. Qing cast a cold gaze upon the crowd, having already noticed several individuals eager to make a move, albeit lacking a leader at present. Damn it. The Xiao family's impressive, huh? I shall be the first to voice my dissent. A young man suddenly stood up and bellowed, charging into the conference room with his briefcase in hand. The impassioned youth, undeterred by peril, inspired a few others to rise and follow suit. However, there were still those who weighed the pros and cons, and several departed. Nevertheless, the majority chose to remain. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Zhang Yang sat at the dining table with Yi, enjoying breakfast. Today, he did not indulge in a late slumber. She opened her eyes at dawn, squinting in bed for a while before finally getting up. "Come, eat your egg. It's a delicious egg," Zhang Yang exclaimed, holding up a peeled egg before the little one. "Daddy, is the egg a baby chicken?" Yi asked with a puzzled gaze. "Not quite. Only the eggs from hens can become baby chickens," Zhang Yang instinctively clarified, completely oblivious to the fact that all eggs are indeed from hens. Given Yi's tender age, she was unaware of such nuances. "Then, will the egg's mother miss it?" she inquired cautiously, taking a careful bite of the glistening egg. "Of course. Just as you miss your mother, she misses you too," Zhang Yang replied, irritation flickering within him as he recalled that last night. He seemed to have had a nightmare, crying for her grandmother and refusing to be comforted. At that moment, Li Bing appeared in her pajamas, took Yi into her arms, and retreated to her room, locking the door behind her. Strangely, once Yi entered Li Bing's room, she ceased to cry. Zhang Yang stood outside, straining to listen for a long while, but there was no sound from within. This filled him, as a father, with jealousy. Was Ti supposed to be her little cotton jacket? Why does it seem like her mother is the one? This is not fair. For a brief moment, Zhang Yang contemplated barging in to join his wife and child in slumber, but he ultimately decided against it, realizing he was not yet ready. "Daddy, I want some sweet milk. It's so tasty," the little one exclaimed, feeling a bit parched after the egg and suddenly recalling the sweet milk she had yesterday. "Sweet milk? You mean porridge? Here, drink your millet porridge," Zhang Yang said, pushing the nearly cold millet porridge toward his daughter, with a small spoon resting in the bowl. "No, I want sweet milk, the white sweet milk." She pouted, shaking her head. "White sweet milk? You must mean formula." "Oh dear, how could I forget?" Zhang Yang exclaimed, rushing to the kitchen to prepare a cup of formula for his daughter. This was the formula he had bought yesterday. The little one was unaware of what it was, so Zhang Yang simply told her it was delicious sweet milk. She took a sip and found it delightful, finishing the entire bottle in one go. He was astonished that she remembered it all. With fervent enthusiasm, The little one eagerly sucked from her bottle, a blissful smile gracing her cherubic face, while Zhang Yang watched with delight, tilting his head in admiration. At that moment, the orphanage director, Aunt Gu, called, reminding him not to forget the vaccination. Had she not mentioned it, he might have completely overlooked it. The vaccination was essential for the infant to develop a robust immune system. However, he was confident that his daughter's immunity was already formidable. With her presence, no one could harm her. Thus, the vaccination matter slipped from his mind entirely. After ending the call with Aunt Gu, Zhang Yang tidied up, dressed in a lovely outfit, and carried her out the door. Driving was unnecessary. It was rush hour, and he feared the traffic would impede their progress. Plus, the pediatric hospital was within walking distance. A stroll after a meal would serve as a pleasant outing. Dressed in a charming floral dress with warm leggings, was well protected against the chill. She wore a little vest on top, which should keep her warm. Yet, her hair, styled by Zhang Yang into two lopsided pigtails, looked rather untidy. He had done his utmost, but alas, his skills were limited. Braiding a child's hair is not a skill one acquires overnight. As for why women excel at it, perhaps it is simply an innate talent. "Daddy, the car has stopped," exclaimed as her father carried her across the crosswalk. Her curiosity piqued by the cars lining either side. "Look, it's a red light. Those cars must watch this signal. When it turns green, they can go. That is how it works. Red means stop, green means go. You'll learn all this when you start school," Zhang Yang explained. Although it was a tad premature to discuss such matters, he could not help but wish to impart all his knowledge to his daughter. As he spoke, he gazed up at him with wide eyes and a tilted head, seemingly perplexed yet enchanted, not interrupting but absorbing the wonder of it all. The father and daughter walked merrily into the pediatric hospital, where many parents had already gathered. Some families emerged from their cars with four adorable quadruplets in tow. "Daddy, look at all the big sisters," he exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with amazement. "Indeed, there are many big sisters," Zhang Yang remarked, approaching the father of the quadruplets with admiration. "Don't even mention it, my friend. You have no idea the challenges of managing everything times 4. It's tough." The other father, though visibly weary from a sleepless night, radiated a sense of pride. Having quadruplets is not something one can simply wish for. While waiting for their turn, little unable to contain her energy, hopped down from Zhang Yang's arms and dashed over to the check-in nurse, calling her sister in the sweetest manner. The young nurses, charmed by the children, responded to her every inquiry as if they were old friends. "Sister, why is the baby crying? What is the matter?" He wondered aloud, puzzled by why the little ones inside were upset. "It's because babies are often afraid of getting their shots." "Are you afraid of needles, sweetheart?" one nurse asked. "I'm not afraid." "Il dejaret confidently. The injection may sting, but let us not shed tears." The little one, perhaps accustomed to receiving injections since childhood and undergoing regular checkups, is not particularly fearful of the process. "Truly remarkable, my darling." A gentle kiss from the little nurse graced the child's cheek. Chapter 48. The bad in stark contrast to the calm demeanor of our little one. The other children exhibited far less composure. Observing their tearful faces as they emerged, many sought refuge in their parents' embraces, unwilling to lift their heads. Some children even fled in fright, and had it not been for their fathers pursuing them, they might have bolted out of the hospital. Zhang Yang arrived with his child not too late. They drew a relatively early number, and soon it was their turn. "Would you like me to hold you?" Zhang Yang inquired, guiding his child toward the vaccination room. "No, I'm not scared," the little one replied, displaying no hint of fear as they walked in hand. The vaccination room was quite simple, featuring a desk and a chair. Parents would seat their children on the chair, securing them to prevent any movement, leaving the rest to the doctor. The little one, determined to manage on their own, sat down and obediently extended their arm. "Sister, I'm not afraid of the injection. It doesn't hurt," they proclaimed with an enchanting smile that could melt hearts. Their large, fearless eyes sparkled with bravery, creating a rather amusing sight. Truly, the child resembled a little adult, remarkably composed. The doctor had already prepared the vaccine, and, while conversing, lifted the child's shirt to expose their small shoulder. At that moment, Zhang Yang could no longer bear to watch. He rushed forward to embrace his child. gently ruffling their hair. "Shall I cover your eyes, dear one?" Sensing her father's warmth, the little one nestled her head against his chest in silence, vigorously nodding. In her heart, she recalled her grandmother's frequent reassurances that injections were nothing to fear, yet she still felt a flicker of apprehension. "Sir, the vaccine for whooping cough can be quite painful. Your child is remarkably strong. She hasn't cried at all," the doctor remarked in surprise, noting that she was the first child today who remained tearless during the injection. The little girl was not only beautiful, but also incredibly resilient. One could hardly doubt the admirable genetics bestowed upon her by her father. "Indeed, my child is exceptionally strong." Zhang Yang declared proudly. "All done, my dear." He gently released his hand from covering his daughter's eyes. At that moment, tears welled in the little one's eyes, and her lips quivered with suppressed emotion. "Daddy, it hurts." Wah! She finally succumbed to her feelings, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhang Yang's heart ached for her. He lifted her into his arms, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. "Do not cry, my brave one. Daddy will take you for a treat. How about some delightful snacks or toys?" He comforted her, understanding that her tears were the softest of cries. He recalled his grandmother's words from years past, stating that children must cry to grow. While he had once been perplexed by this sentiment, it suddenly resonated with clarity. The tears and cries are an inseparable part of childhood. Even the strongest child has moments of vulnerability. Conversely, being overly composed can evoke a sense of sorrow in the hearts of those who care. Upon exiting the children's hospital, Zhang Yang promptly hailed a cab to the grand shopping mall. At this moment, Yi had ceased her tears, although glistening droplets still danced in her large eyes, her small face displaying profound distress. Daddy will take you shopping. Be sure to stand properly." With that, Zhang Yang placed the little one into the shopping cart, ensuring she held on tightly as he pushed the cart into the bustling mall. It was Yi's first experience of being in a shopping cart, and she gazed in wonder at the myriad of goods, her bright eyes sparkling with delight as she giggled. Meanwhile, at the police station, Xiao Jianxi had dismissed the case and simultaneously arranged for the two foreign nationals, whose injuries had stabilized and were prepared for interrogation, to be taken away. Wang De observed the departing Xiao family in silence, feeling utterly powerless. The Xiao family had chosen not to pursue the matter, and the police chief dared not utter a word. However, he was perplexed as to why the Xiao family was so hastily retracting the case. Was the enmity towards Xiao Hedong left unavenged? Wang De entertained two theories in his mind. The first, with a 70% likelihood, suggested that the Xiao family had discreetly located the perpetrator, exacting revenge through torture, or it was quite possible that the assailant was already deceased. The second theory, albeit highly improbable, posited that while the culprit had been found, the Xiao family was powerless against him, perhaps even coerced into an action. In light of the Xiao family stature, who would dare oppose them? "Captain, we discovered unusual tattoos on the two foreign nationals. We are unsure of their significance," a police officer approached, presenting a report. Wang Gida, intrigued, received the document and was taken aback upon its revelation: a bat tattoo. Amir bore it on the inner muscle of his arm, where the bat's eyes faintly revealed the number 18. Amornai displayed a similar bat tattoo on his thigh, marked with the number 17. The Night Bat Thieves Guild? An international criminal organization? Wingda exclaimed in alarm. The Night Bat Thieves Guild is renowned worldwide as a notorious band of thieves, shrouded in mystery, with an unknown number of members and leaders. Their methods of thievery are so extraordinary that they earn the moniker of Thieves of Magic. Just last year, the guild suffered a setback when a member was apprehended, revealing a bat tattoo with the number 31, a discovery that was immediately disseminated to law enforcement agencies globally. Wangda had stumbled upon this information during his studies at the provincial department. "Captain, what is the Night Bat Thieves Guild?" "Do not inquire further. This matter is exceedingly grave. I will retain this document. Do not disclose it to anyone," Wangda stated with utmost seriousness. "Why? That is an order." Wangda's demeanor turned icy in an instant. Witnessing the captain's unprecedented gravity startled the officer, who snapped to attention and saluted. "Yes, sir." As Wangda approached the director's office, he overheard Director Chen Xianhe conversing. "Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I can still manage the two individuals. Yes, indeed. It will remain confidential. It's merely a trivial matter, but do not concern yourself. No need for a meal. However, I would appreciate it if you could speak kindly to Secretary He on my behalf. Very well, let us leave it at that. As the phone call ended, Wang De realized that his superior was likely biased towards the Xiao family. He felt a surge of relief that the document in his possession had not been placed on the director's desk. Otherwise, the Xiao family would have arrived within a mere quarter of an hour. Alas, such is the state of the world. Wang sighed, then swiftly turned away. Outside the police station, the young officer by Xiaolu, with a lollipop in her mouth and a bag of snacks in hand, crossed paths with Wang De Captain. I bought you some coffee. It's really delicious. By Xiaolu, I need to step out for a few days due to an urgent matter. If the director inquires, please inform him that my child is ill, and I have gone home. Wang De stated, not pausing for further discussion, and exited promptly. Captain, but you don't have any children after your divorce, Bai Xiaolu pondered, tilting her head in confusion. Chapter 49. The haircut. Another tranquil day dawned. Since the onset of winter, the city had seen little cloud cover. The sun rose high in the sky, and the weather was splendid, perfect for a day of exploration. The temperature was reasonable, albeit slightly warm in the morning. It being the weekend, Zhang Yang rose early to engage in some outdoor exercise. He also entertained his friend, the little sparrow Dodo. Curiously, ever since Dodo learned of Yi's residence, it had taken to visiting with a flock of small sparrows every few days. Unable to shoo them away, Zhang Yang decided to build a few birdhouses outside the apartment for them to rest in. Yi had been living here for over a week, and the child adjusted remarkably well, waking each morning without a fuss. One morning, unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, little Yi climbed out of bed and dressed herself. I want to wear a floral dress, the little one exclaimed, standing on the bed as she attempted to pull the dress over her head. However, it became stuck at her crown. The little one flailed her arms, finally managing to unfasten the button at the neck and successfully slip into the dress. Yay! At this moment, her cheeks flushed with excitement, she pouted her lips high, brushing aside the hair obscuring her vision before searching for her pants. Before bed, Zhang Yang had neatly folded the child's clothes for easy access. But among the several pairs of pants, the little one found it challenging to choose. This one has flowers, she declared, seizing a pair of floral pants. With her tiny hands clutching the fabric, she desperately tried to get her legs into them, but for some reason, she struggled to fit them. Ugh! Growing increasingly anxious, she twisted the pants, and suddenly, her legs slipped into them. Overjoyed, she stood up, pulling the pants at her waist, only to realize her legs were stuck together, rendering her immobile. Frustrated, she plopped back down on the bed, pouting once more. At that moment, Zhang Yang ascended the stairs and was greeted by the sight of an exasperated Yi, resembling a sulky little princess. Yi, you can't wear your pants like that. You must place each leg into its respective pant leg, not both into one. Daddy, Yi needs to pee, she exclaimed, urgency evident in her voice. All right, Daddy will take you right away. Zhang Yang corrected Yi's pants and led her to the restroom. The restroom was equipped with a specially purchased small toilet for her, allowing Yi to manage on her own without needing Zhang Yang's assistance. Upon exiting, the little one emerged with a face full of delight, racing around barefoot like a little whirlwind, her hair all askew. Yi, shall we trim your hair today? Your bangs are covering your eyes, Zhang Yang suggested. 6 what? The little one queried, puzzled by her father's words. Is 6 something edible? Bangs refer to the hair that falls over your forehead, right here. Look, it's already at eye level. Can you see anything? Zhang Yang spread his large hand over Yi's forehead. Woo, I can't see. Yi pushed her father's hand away. Exactly, you can't see. Therefore, we need to cut it. Zhang Yang gently stroked his daughter's head. Let us cut it. Yi agreed enthusiastically. Zhang Yang smiled and began to tidy her hair. Despite her young age, Yi had a considerable amount of hair, which had grown down to her shoulders. Unable to braid her hair into 2 neat plaits, she reluctantly settled for a single ponytail, which still ended up a jumbled mess. But fortunately, Yi did not mind. Father and daughter finally descended the stairs, ready for the day. Yi's breakfast was simple, a bottle of milk, a bowl of egg cake, and a bit of vegetables. It was quickly finished. Before heading out, Zhang Yang packed a bottle of warm water in his bag along with some snacks, as they planned to be out for an extended period. The day's agenda included accompanying Yi for a haircut, then visiting Li Bing at her company, as she had been away for 2 days, and Zhang Yang was curious about her busy schedule. If Li Bing had time, he hoped the three of them could visit the zoo, as Yi had seen lions and tigers on television the day before and had been clamoring to see them. Dudu, come here. Be good. As Yi emerged, she spotted the little sparrow, Dudu, flying over and landing on her shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against her cheek. The little bird chirped excitedly upon seeing Yi, as if sharing a secret. Zhang Yang did not understand, but Yi did. Daddy, Daoda's sister and Daoda Mama are here too. The little one exclaimed with joy. Oh, so this entire group is a family. No wonder they appear so coordinated. Zhang Yang realized. Daddy, Yi also wants a sister. Inspired by Daodu, the little one suddenly yearned for a sister. Zhang Yang was momentarily speechless. Wanting a sister might be beyond her mother's capability. Perhaps he could only manage to give her a little brother or sister. The thought of Li Bing one day, cradling Yi while pregnant, filled him with excitement, though he wondered how long he would have to wait for that day. Goodbye, Daodu. Be good. After bidding farewell to her friend, Yi was carried out of the apartment by her father. Once on the street, they hopped into a taxi and soon arrived at a large salon. Yi sat patiently in the chair as the stylist, a young handsome man with earrings, draped a cape around her. Sir, your daughter is truly beautiful. Are we cutting her bangs? The barber gently supported Yi's head and said, just a trim for the bangs will suffice. Your daughter can decide whether to cut or keep her hair when she grows older. Zhang Yang, sitting beside his daughter, added, all right. The barber wore a professional smile, first loosening Yi's hair before deftly combing it. Then, with a few swift snips of the scissors, he removed the bangs that obstructed her view, leaving them at eyebrow length. Throughout the process, little Yi remained remarkably well-behaved, quietly gazing at her reflection in the mirror with a sense of wonder. Daddy, where's the big sister? Little Yi pointed at the mirror, inquiring. Silly Yi, that's you. Zhang Yang replied, filled with pride. Oh, Daddy isn't there too? 2 daddies? At that moment, the little one was even more perplexed, realizing Zhang Yang also appeared in the mirror. She thought her father had entered the reflection and turned to look at the real Zhang Yang, discovering that there were indeed 2 daddies, which left her utterly bewildered. Zhang Yang chuckled and playfully tapped his daughter's nose. Just then, the barber removed the cape and skillfully tied Yi's hair into a neat little braid. As if by magic, Zhang Yang intended to learn the technique, but barely had a chance to observe before it was complete. All done. Thank you for your patronage. 50 yuan, the barber said with a smile. Zhang Yang, momentarily taken aback, fumbled for the money, astonished that such a simple trim cost 50 yuan. It was indeed rather pricey, though the braiding did require some skill. Nevertheless, he decided it was worth it as long as Yi was happy, and chose not to quibble over the price. Chapter 50. The outing across the street from the Chanel group, a father and daughter walked hand in hand. The little girl carefully balanced herself along the curb, which was slightly elevated, transforming it into her playground. With her father's hand guiding her, she cautiously traversed the edge, her little face glowing with excitement. Daddy, I'm so high. Little Yi exclaimed with a sweet smile. Then I shall let go. Zhang Yang joked. After exiting the barber shop, the father and daughter had made their way here, and crossing the street would lead them to the Chanel group. Coincidentally, just moments ago, he had witnessed a similar scene of a girl around her age being led by her father along the curb, which piqued her interest, prompting her to imitate the girl. Zhang Yang, with no other option, enacted the scene as well. The other father was dressed in tattered clothing, pulling a cart loaded with numerous beverage bottles, while his daughter looked slightly better, though her clothes were oversized. Despite their humble circumstances, the father and daughter shared joyous smiles. One could imagine that the father was indeed happy, for he had his daughter by his side, finding joy even in the act of scavenging. Zhang Yang observed the departing pair with a sense of reflection. Daddy, we can't do that. I might fall. Little Yi said, gripping her father's hand tightly, a hint of fear in her voice. Girls by nature tend to be timid, and Yi was no exception. In contrast, if it were a boy her age, he would likely be eager for his father to let go. Huh, he understands about falling. Don't worry, Daddy would never let go. I want to hold on to my precious little girl's hand forever, he replied with a grin. Little E looked up and smiled at her father, her innocent face radiating a tender satisfaction. Just then, Zhang Yang's phone rang abruptly. He quickly scooped E off the curb and fished out his mobile device. Hello, Aunt Qing. I was just about to come find you. Where's my wife? He said as he answered the call. Your wife is busy with a meeting. Why are you wandering around with E over there? Aunt Qing's voice came through the line. Initially, she had been daydreaming by the window, but upon noticing Zhang Yang and E across the street, she decided to call. Another meeting? Aren't weekends supposed to be for rest? I was hoping to take her and our daughter to the zoo. Zhang Yang replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. Isn't this all your fault? What could have been resolved with a single blow? You insisted on fairness. Don't you secretly wish for Bing Bing's downfall? Battling that old fox is no easy task. Aunt Qing responded, her voice tinged with indignation. At that moment, Zhang Yang gently ruffled his daughter's hair, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's easy to talk about resolving matters swiftly, but the consequences are far from simple. Although Zhang Yang lacked Li Bing's business acumen, he was not naive. If he had indeed resolved matters with Xiao Jianxi, the repercussions would have been severe. The police would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly, and Li Bing's company would face retaliation from the Xiao family. Now, however, things were looking up. Li Bing had regained her freedom, and the case against Xiao Hidong had been dismissed. Yet, it was unfortunate that Li Bing had to contend with that old fox, Xiao Jian. In truth, this was precisely the scenario Li Bing had hoped for. Naturally rebellious, she was now in a position to showcase her true capabilities. Aunt Qing reassured him, this is the best outcome we could have hoped for. Did you forget the sparkle in Li Bing's eyes? They shone as brightly as two luminous bulbs. This reminded him of the night when he and Aunt Qing had picked Li Bing up from the Quality Supervision Bureau. Ah, that's true. But it's a pity that Bing Bing hasn't had a proper rest in 2 days. I'm worried about her health. Aunt Qing expressed her concern, treating Li Bing as if she were her own daughter. Don't worry, she'll be fine. I'm here for her. It's just a bit of fatigue, and she'll bounce back in no time. Zhang Yang couldn't help but picture Li Bing lying in bed, asking him for a massage. What a delightful scenario that would be. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Li Bing's voice cut through the phone. She had just concluded her meeting and stepped out of the conference room when Aunt Qing handed her the phone. Instinctively, she answered, hearing Zhang Yang's words. Under Aunt Qing's gestures, she also spotted the father-daughter duo below. Oh, isn't that my wife's voice? How lovely. Come on, call Mommy. Zhang Yang awkwardly placed the phone near his daughter's ear. Mommy? Little puzzled, gazed at the phone. Mommy's on the phone. Zhang Yang explained it. Thinking, how could Mommy fit into such a small phone? Zhang Yang, seeing the confusion in Yi's eyes, reluctantly took back the phone. Bing Bing, it's the weekend. Wouldn't you like to take a break and join us at the zoo? We could use your support as our esteemed CEO, Zhang Yang said with a smile. I don't have time. Maybe next time. Just remember to take videos. Li Bing Raplia, a rare parent-child activity. How could Li Bing not be tempted? Yet, with a plethora of responsibilities awaiting her at work, she found herself embroiled in a fierce battle with the Xiao family. Leaving the company would result in chaos, and she was uncertain of the outcomes. Perhaps it was best to endure for a little longer. Very well then, we shall go ourselves. Zhang Yang declared, his expression tinged with regret. Li Bing acknowledged over the phone before abruptly hanging up. That simple utterance sparked an inexplicable excitement within Zhang Yang. Why did it seem as though his wife was harboring a hint of displeasure? Should he have pressed a little harder? Alas, he lamented not having encouraged Li Bing a bit more. With the call concluded, he decided to let it be. Unaware of whether Li Bing and Aunt Qing were watching from a window, Zhang Yang lifted and waved to the entire building, a gesture of farewell. At the window, Li Bing gazed at the departing father and daughter, lost in thought, silent for an extended moment, captivated until they vanished from sight. Breaking news. In celebration of the Rare Treasure Expo taking place in our city, the Forest Zoo is offering significant discounts. Adult tickets are half price, and children under 1 meter enter for free. Zhang Yang ambled through the zoo with stopping and playing, until they finally arrived at the Forest Zoo, the largest animal park in the city. However, before they even reached the entrance, they encountered a long line of excited children, the atmosphere buzzing with noise. The staff were diligently working to maintain order amid the chaos. Such an unprecedented discount at the zoo, coupled with a rare weekend, was bound to attract crowds. Hey, could you grab some snacks? Once we get in, if the child starts asking for food, it'll be a hassle. I've heard the prices inside are outrageous. A young mother beside Zhang Yang remarked. Sure, I'll go to the supermarket, he replied, preparing to leave, only to be stopped by another father. Buddy, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't bother. They don't allow food inside. Whatever you bring, they confiscate. Are you serious? Why would they do that? Do you really think this promotion is free? It's all a trap. While they've waived part of the ticket price, the inside prices are exorbitant. Did you know a single lollipop for a child is $5? It's practically theft. And when the child cries for more, you're stuck. Really? That harsh? Can't we report them to the Consumer Association? The father looked skeptical. The Consumer Association has no jurisdiction over them. They operate within the law with all proper documentation. So, my friend, don't buy anything outside. Just save your money for the inside. What do you think we should do? The father asked his wife, looking troubled. Look at your lack of initiative. I refuse to believe we can't even get a bottle of water. You watch the child. I'll go buy the water. The determined mother handed the child over to the father and hurried away. Chapter 51. The animals due to the excessively long queue outside the Forest Zoo. A second ticket booth was established to alleviate the situation, much to the satisfaction of the crowd. However, several parents expressed their dissatisfaction regarding the prohibition of outside food and drink. Just like the resourceful mother from earlier, one parent began to argue with the staff, a dispute that lasted half an hour. Fortunately, Zhang Yang was ahead of them in line. Merely being ostentatious, Zhang Yang harbored a profound aversion to such coercive behavior. Regardless of the amusement facilities, the essence lies in being people-oriented and prioritizing service. Those who believe that monopolizing the market affords them the power to impose additional charges will inevitably incite customer disdain over time, leading to a collective outcry that will surely spell their downfall. Upon entering the zoo, little E was filled with excitement, nestled in her father's embrace. Her cherubic face raised in curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Zhang Yang, refusing to be swept along by the tide, stood before the park's flat map. Realizing that the zoo was quite expansive, the entire layout formed a circle with enclosures lining the perimeter, housing various mammals. At the center stood a grand aquarium, a sanctuary for aquatic creatures, accompanied by a comprehensive service area for food, entertainment, and leisure. Shall we go in? Would you like to see the monkeys? Zhang Yang said, lifting and following the throng into the zoo. Before them lay a picturesque scene enclosed by tall barriers, where numerous monkeys frolicked upon an artificial hill. Many young animal enthusiasts gathered at the fence, eagerly waving at the monkeys inside. The monkeys, accustomed to the daily spectacle of curious children, continued their playful antics, only deigning to acknowledge those bearing treats. Look, the little monkey is offering you a banana. At that moment, a young boy around 5 or 6 years old stood at the fence, extending a banana into the enclosure. Be careful, little one. You must not feed the animals. A staff member hurried over to intervene, halting the boy's actions. Monkeys, when in a group, could be quite unruly, and any unforeseen incidents could lead to trouble. It's none of your business. If you touch me, I'll have my father expel you. The boy, clad in suspenders, retorted indignantly. Recognizing the boy, the staff member had no choice but to step back. Contented monkeys are inherently peaceful and rarely engage in food snatching. Although the boy's feeding attempt was against the rules, it was deemed not overly serious, and even the staff did not take it to heart. Moreover, the boy was flanked by 2 bodyguards in suits, indicating his privileged status. Yet, an unforeseen incident occurred. As Zhang Yang approached with in his arms, the entire assembly of monkeys suddenly fell silent. Even the bewildered little ones ceased their chatter. The atmosphere became remarkably eerie, leaving the staff momentarily dumbfounded by the abrupt change. Daddy, why are they looking at Little perplexed by the monkey's gaze, wondered why these creatures were fixated on her, given that she did not recognize them. They look like such strange animals. Yee, these are monkeys. The very ones you saw on television yesterday. Zhang Yang elucidated. Monkeys? They climb trees. He could only recall the monkeys from the screen, weaving through branches, a sight she found enchanting. However, upon witnessing the real monkeys, she was struck by their lack of the animated charm displayed on television, staring blankly back at her. Asi spoke. Several audacious monkeys leapt from the artificial hill to the fence, their eyes fixated intently on little Yi. As the monkeys approached, an unexpected chaos ensued. In the blink of an eye, they surged forth, filling every inch of the enclosure's interior. The little boy, who had initially reached out his arms, appeared utterly stunned. And in a sudden collision with the rushing monkeys through the iron bars, he fell onto his bottom and began to wail. "Daddy, the monkeys are bullying me," he cried, his voice filled with distress. The two bodyguards, momentarily taken aback by the commotion, swiftly lifted the boy in response to his cries, and sensing the peculiar situation, they hastily maneuvered through the crowd to disappear from sight. The onlookers, too, snapped back to reality, instinctively pulling their children a few steps back. Some children protested with tears, unwilling to leave, yet their parents, overwhelmed by the bizarre scene, paid little heed to their lamentations. The strangeness of the occurrence was too unnerving to ignore. As the crowd retreated, Zhang Yang, holding Yi, stood out amidst the throng, feeling an extraordinary sense of uniqueness. The monkeys are quite friendly. Let's greet them." Zhang Yang realized that the monkeys were drawn to Yi, as if her very essence beckoned them. The closer they drew to her, the more invigorated they felt, as if she were their sovereign amidst the wilds of nature, inspiring a desire to worship her. "Yes, be good little monkeys," Yi giggled, waving her tiny hand. And in that instant, the troop of monkeys erupted in exuberance, raising their limbs and swaying them in the air as if performing a collective dance. A chorus of howls and whines filled the air, seemingly celebrating Yi's arrival. Zhang Yang felt a surge of happiness, although the spectacle had caused quite a stir. Yi's joy made it worthwhile. "Come, Yi, look here," he exclaimed, capturing the moment on his phone, forever preserving the memory. At that juncture, the staff finally arrived with reinforcements, striving to maintain order while urging the crowd to move along and continue their exploration. Zhang Yang, cradling Yi, followed the throng deeper into the venue. The staff were thoroughly occupied that day. Wherever Zhang Yang and Yi went, a ripple of excitement ensued. Lions, tigers, leopards, and other creatures grew increasingly animated in Yi's presence, resting their forelimbs on the barriers and emitting a cacophony of roars. When they reached the elephants, several of the gentle giants approached, eager to greet them with their trunks. Everyone knew that elephants were remarkably docile, which is why their enclosure was relatively low, allowing children to reach out and touch their trunks. Among the crowd was the little boy who had previously cried at the sight of the monkeys. Under the guardianship of his bodyguards, he finally managed to sit atop an elephant's trunk, but when Yi appeared, the elephant suddenly tossed the boy aside, causing him to tumble and scamper towards Yi. Once again, he landed on his bottom, bursting into tears. "I'm going to tell Daddy that the elephant is bullying me," he wailed. After spending a considerable time at the zoo, Yi grew hungry, prompting the father and daughter to wander into the concession area for a meal. The prices here were exorbitant, truly exorbitant. What would normally cost a couple of dollars outside was priced in the tens here, a veritable ripoff. Zhang Yang ordered a pizza and 2 cups of warm milk, spending nearly 100 yuan. Little Yi gazed at the colorful array of food before her small hands unhesitatingly reaching out to grasp it, taking a bite without even using the small fork handed to her by her father. Such a spirited little temperament. "Oh, my dear daughter, please do not emulate your aunt, the glutton. We must strive to embody the grace of a lady. Do you understand? A lady. Look, you've already spilled food on your dress." Zhang Yang quickly fetched a tissue to help the little one clean up. At that moment, Yi paid no mind to such trivialities, savoring the sweet delicacies with her eyes alight with delight. Chapter 52. Humiliation in the children's dining area. Little Yi, sat comfortably on her small chair, her back pressed firmly against the chair's backrest, her little mouth chewing on food with a look of pure enjoyment. Zhang Yang sat nearby, occasionally wiping the corners of her mouth and offering her warm milk, transforming into a competent caregiver. With keen eyes, Zhang Yang noticed a little girl peering curiously into Yi's plate from just outside the dining area. To be precise, she was fixated on the food Yi was enjoying. The girl had unkempt hair and a dirty little face, with clothing that was far too large and ill-fitting. This girl looked remarkably familiar, Zhang Yang mused, furrowing his brow. In a society where the gap between the rich and poor was gradually narrowing, it was increasingly rare to encounter such children. At that moment, a father suddenly appeared beside the girl, quietly guiding her into the dining area and settling into a corner. From deep within his coat, he cautiously retrieved 2 steamed buns and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a bottle of water. The father and daughter began to eat together, laughter filling the air. Given the strict regulations in place, Zhang Yang found himself puzzled as to how the father had managed to smuggle in the food. Perhaps this was merely a poor man's resourceful solution. Zhang Yang held no contempt in his heart. Everyone has their own way of life. At that moment, Zhang Yang recalled that this father and daughter were the same ones he had encountered earlier on the sidewalk. What a coincidence! Daddy, I'm all full, Lily exclaimed, having finished her meal. However, upon looking at her sticky little hands, she frowned in discontent. Let us go. It's time to wash your hands. Zhang Yang replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone, as he picked up Yi and headed outside. The little one complied obediently, mindful of her dirty hands and doing her best not to touch her father's clothes. After washing her hands, Zhang Yang returned with his daughter to the dining area, only to find that the remnants of their meal had vanished. Just then, the scruffy father approached with an apologetic expression etched on his face. I'm so sorry. I thought you weren't eating anymore, he said, his countenance filled with embarrassment. In that instant, Zhang Yang understood. It seemed that the father had assumed they had finished eating when he saw them leave, and had taken the food for his daughter. He was taken aback by the father's willingness to admit his actions. It's quite all right. I actually wasn't going to eat anymore. Please take it. Feel free to take it. And what about this warm milk? My daughter had a little. There's still plenty left. As a fellow father, Zhang Yang bore no trace of derision in his voice. Everyone faces difficulties at times. He believed that if it were just this one individual, he would never consider taking another's food, even if it meant going hungry himself. Even the toughest of individuals must lower their guards when they become parents, not for themselves, but for the sake of their children's well-being. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. The father before him did not anticipate how amiable Zhang Yang would be, so he cheerfully accepted the warm milk and hurried to the corner where his daughter was seated. Daddy, I want to play with my sister. At that moment, little Yi also spotted the girl in the corner, seemingly drawn to her as if they were kindred spirits, eager to engage in play. Yi, could you wait a moment? Once your sister finishes eating, we can go join her. Zhang Yang wished to spare them the awkwardness, suggesting they wait until after the meal. After dining, Zhang Yang led Yi to the girl and her father. The girl, with her somewhat dirty little face, politely stood up and greeted, Hello, uncle. Hello there. Zhang Yang promptly replied. At that instant, Yi released her father's hand and stood beside the little girl, laughing joyfully as if they were 2 inseparable sisters. Sir, thank you so much for earlier. I'm at a loss for how to express my gratitude. The girl's father, a bit embarrassed, remarked. Oh, it was nothing, just a trivial matter. My daughter felt a bit lonely and wished to play with yours. Why don't we enjoy our time together? Zhang Yang suggested, casting a glance at his delighted daughter. The father hesitated, contemplating the disparity in their circumstances, judging by appearances. He assumed Zhang Yang was affluent, while he himself was merely a scavenger. However, seeing his daughter's happiness, he acquiesced. Soon enough, the 2 girls became fast friends, holding hands and chatting merrily. As the restaurant grew increasingly crowded, Zhang Yang proposed a venture to the nearby amusement park, and the girls, filled with joy, skipped ahead hand in hand. Observing the friendly duo before him, Zhang Yang struck up a conversation with the girl's father, discovering that his surname was Wang, and his name was Wang Tai. His daughter, Wang Yao, was over 3 years old but appeared of similar height to Yi due to some nutritional deficiencies. The small amusement park featured merry-go-rounds, rocking boats, and trampolines, though many attractions required fees, which were not inexpensive. Fortunately, there was a free slide, and the two little ones gleefully took turns sliding down. Wang, you seem quite young. How did you end up in such a situation? Zhang Yang inquired, standing beside the slide, keeping a watchful eye on his daughter while also guarding the little girl. Please, just call me Tai Z. Alas, it is rather embarrassing to recount. We hail from a rural background. Years ago, the mother of my child abandoned us, claiming she was going to the city to earn money. But she has been gone for over a year without a word. I took our daughter to search for her. In this vast world, with my daughter in tow, I cannot engage in labor on construction sites, and factories do not permit children, so I resort to scavenging for a living, Wang Tai lamented. The current state of rural life is indeed disheartening. Women who genuinely strive to make a living, no matter how difficult, seldom forsake their children. However, those who do not share the same commitment will find ways to leave, even if one provides lavishly. Such occurrences are no longer surprising in the countryside. Moreover, with societal advancement and the rise of social media, everyone now knows of the allure of city life, thus aspiring to migrate. But is it truly as splendid as portrayed? Only those who venture there can truly comprehend. Yet, this cannot be a solution, can it? Indeed, I have contemplated returning to my rural home by the end of this year, if I cannot find her. The child will soon need to attend kindergarten. I tend to my modest plot of land, and as long as she can endure, that suffices. Wang Tai has come to a realization. If a woman has no desire to return home, even if you find her, she remains unmovable. While the two were conversing, a little boy, who had been startled twice, approached with an ice cream cone. At that moment, young Wang Yao was descending the slide and, by unfortunate coincidence, collided with the boy. The ice cream splattered all over his face, causing him to tumble to the ground in dismay. The little boy began to wail, "Wah wah. I'm so sorry." Wang Yao gasped in surprise and quickly apologized. At that moment, Wang Tai rushed over. "Little friend, are you all right? It was unintentional. Let me wipe your face," he said, pulling out a relatively clean towel from his pocket, intending to clean the boy's face. "Stop. Who is this country bumpkin daring to bully my son? Get away from me." At that very instant, a portly middle-aged man in a suit strode over, shouting as he shoved Wang Tai aside. Wang Tai, taken aback by the man's unreasonable behavior and substantial strength, was knocked to the ground. Wang Yao, frightened, squatted beside her father, her face pale. Zhang Yang witnessed the entire scene, lifting the bewildered Yi into his arms, a frost of displeasure on his face. "Is it necessary to be so agitated over a child's innocent mistake?" he remarked. "Son, are you all right? Who has been bullying you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you," said the rotund man. "Wah, daddy. It was her. She bullied me. She pushed me." The little boy, barely 4 or 5 years old, cried while pointing at Wang Yao. "Oof. Where did this little wildling come from, daring to bully my son?" The boy's father glared and raised his hand, aiming to strike the girl's face. The girl, paralyzed with fear, stood motionless by the side. With a resounding slap, the blow was delivered, but did not land on the girl. Instead, Wang Tai shielded her with his body. "Sir, it is all my fault, entirely my fault. I did not supervise my daughter properly. I apologize. I sincerely apologize," Wang Tai said, bowing his head earnestly. "Get away, you filthy scavenger. How dare you obstruct me? Know this. If you bully my son, you shall pay the price. Make your daughter bow to my son." Zhang Yang could no longer tolerate the situation. The man was being utterly unreasonable. "This was merely an accident, and your son is unharmed. Is it necessary to bully others in such a manner?" He stated coldly. "Oh, you are that brat who has emerged to meddle. Do you wish to involve yourself? Let me warn you, this zoo belongs to my family. Be careful, I don't make you regret it." The boy's father dismissed Zhang Yang with utter arrogance. No. It is all my fault. I shall bow. Wang Tai, not wanting to drag Zhang Yang into this conflict, especially after receiving their kindness earlier, pleaded, with a face full of anguish. He suddenly knelt and bowed his head to the ground. It is said that a man bows to heaven, the earth, and his parents, yet when children err, If bowing can resolve the issue, a parent would not hesitate for a moment. Oof. At least you know your place. Begone, you filthy scavenger. I shan't tolerate your presence. Should I see you again, you shall regret it. The boy's father raised his head with pride, leading his son away. Alas, everything is for the sake of his daughter. Wang Tai, brother Wang, I empathize with you. Zhang Yang sincerely admired this father, willing to relinquish everything for his child, even his own dignity. At this moment, an indescribable sorrow etched itself upon Wang Tai's face as he cradled his daughter and stepped outside. Thank you today, little brother. Farewell. Watching the departing father and daughter, Zhang Yang sighed deeply. Truly, he was a man of unyielding spirit. Chapter 53. Retribution in today's society. The chasm between wealth and poverty is glaringly apparent and remains a pressing topic. Why are there fewer girls now? And why do rural youths find it increasingly difficult to marry? This unfortunate trend is largely the result of the misdeeds committed by the affluent in cities. The wealthy can indulge their whims, maintaining mistresses and engaging in extramarital affairs without consequence. Such is the stark reality, stripped of its ostentatious facade, revealing a gruesome truth. With the departure of Wang Tai and his daughter, Zhang Yang lost interest in further amusement. With such a proprietor in existence, it is no wonder the zoo is rife with oppressive regulations. If this continues, closure is inevitable. Due to not having the chance to bid farewell to his sister, his spirits dampened. Yi lay against Zhang Yang's shoulder, her arms tightly wrapped around her father's neck, her little mind lost in thought. In that moment, Zhang Yang comprehended why literature speaks of the environment's influence on a child's character. In a nurturing and uplifting atmosphere, children blossom into vivacious beings. Conversely, in a setting steeped in darkness, their personalities become distorted. The propensity for crime is often deeply rooted in one's formative environment. Watch a child at 3, and you'll see the adult at 7. The wisdom of our ancestors rings true. On their journey home, Yi could not resist the pull of slumber. Zhang Yang adjusted his hold, cradling her in his arms, and she promptly drifted into a deep sleep. A single, glistening tear slipped from beneath her gently quivering eyelashes. The little one was indeed saddened, though she did not show it. Zhang Yang understood that his daughter possessed a tender heart. Fear not, no matter the circumstances. Your father shall always stand before you, shielding you from the darkness this world may bring. I shall strive to dispel the shadows that encroach upon your life. He kissed Yi's forehead, silently resolving to protect her. Upon returning home, Zhang Yang carefully laid Yi down on her bed and gently closed the door behind him before heading downstairs to turn on the television. The ongoing commercial battle between the Li and Xiao families had been a constant topic of media coverage, and he was eager to ascertain the current situation. Good evening, viewers. We interrupt our programming for an urgent announcement. Just moments ago, Mr. Jean Rimu, the legal representative of our city's forest zoo, had his son kidnapped within the premises. Upon discovery, the assailants attempted to flee by vehicle but were thwarted by a scavenger who obstructed their path with a handcart. Please direct your attention to the live report. As the broadcaster's words faded, the screen revealed footage of a van that had overturned. What you see now is the vehicle driven by the criminals. The obstruction of the handcart caused the van to flip. The assailant was apprehended on the spot. It was reported that Jean Rim's 5-year-old son was severely injured and was urgently transported to the hospital. As the camera panned, Zhang Yang discovered Wang Tai amidst the crowd with his daughter, and it seemed that the handcart had been pushed by him. To repay kindness with kindness. This is the true essence of such reciprocity. Upon switching to another channel, Zhang Yang was gratified to hear business news. Though it was not favorable for Li Bing, the financial channel reported that the Xiao family, in collaboration with various prominent families, signed a commercial contract today. This contract pertains to the future direction of urban commercialization and the development of new industrial projects. The specifics remain to be seen. As the news segment concluded, Zhang Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow. There is indeed some rationale behind the Xiao family's dominance. Why would one not relish a fine melon alone, instead opting to share it with others? Such magnanimity is no wonder they hold a position of power. It is, alas, not to be underestimated. Zhang Yang mused. My dear wife, your capabilities are now under scrutiny. The day passed quietly. In the serene apartment, Zhang Yang awaited Li Bing's return, but she did not come home until late at night. After a phone call to confirm, he learned she was still up late reviewing materials for a meeting. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Little Yi appeared to have had a sweet dream, drooling in her sleep. Amidst the chirping of the small sparrow dodo, the little one finally awoke. "Daddy, you want to wear something pretty." Girls have an innate love for beauty. Although she was merely 2.5 years old, she knew what attire was appealing and clamored for a floral outfit. That floral dress got dirty yesterday when you were eating. I washed it, but it's still not dry. How about we wear this one today instead? Look how lovely this Pikachu outfit is, Zhang Yang said, presenting a Pikachu onesie. Whereas Pikachu? All right. Though somewhat reluctant, the little one did not throw a tantrum. In fact, he was quite an obedient child, sometimes obedient to the point of heartache. Clad in the Pikachu onesie, little instantly transformed into a real-life Pikachu, complete with perked-up ears, a hat, and a short tail. Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel at how sophisticated today as children-as clothing designers are, creating outfits that are not only stylish but practical. For instance, this cartoon onesie featured a tail design that could be opened, greatly facilitating the child's restroom needs. After breakfast, Zhang Yang took Yi for a stroll outside the apartment. Having failed to locate Aunt Qing's hideout last time, he was determined to search thoroughly this time. The father and daughter circled their apartment complex, but found no suspicious signs. Zhang Yang Sigit, acknowledging how well Aunt Qing concealed herself. On their way back, Yi was captivated by a cluster of flowers planted in front of a house. With the arrival of winter, most flowers had wilted, leaving behind bare branches, yet a patch of lowly was still thriving. This evergreen plant could flourish remarkably well during winter, provided the temperature was maintained. Among the blossoms, an elderly man was diligently using a small shovel to remove weeds from the soil. The old man's courtyard wall is crafted from iron railings, designed to bask in sunlight, and at present, it is overrun with withered vines. "Father, what is this?" The little one has already learned a multitude of words, no longer struggling to articulate as she did upon their first encounter. This is largely due to Zhang Yang's constant companionship and guidance. If I am not mistaken, this is the tendril of wisteria, Zhang Yang remarked after a brief examination. "Impressive observation, young man. Even without blossoms, you can identify it," the elder said, rising from the garden to appraise Zhang Yang. Having seen much, one naturally learns to recognize. Zhang Yang replied, "In the aftermath of the apocalypse, various climbing plants have become weapons for wood-based practitioners, capable of both offense and defense, proving to be quite formidable. Zhang Yang once possessed a rare species of climbing plant known as stone heather, with exceptionally hard vines, capable of ensnaring and lifting, even enabling one to ascend great mountains using vine shields. Well articulated. Indeed, familiarity breeds recognition. But alas, this wisteria shall never bloom again," the elder lamented. "The roots of this wisteria have been damaged. It is unlikely to survive for much longer," Zhang Yang observed as he brushed against the dried vines. "Plants are most vulnerable when their roots are compromised, for that is their stronghold. Once the roots are destroyed, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. While some may possess robust vitality, restoration may take several years, and the energy of wood is synonymous with a plant's life force. Zhang Yang possesses the capability to revive this plant. Years ago, my son married a woman who is unfortunately allergic to pollen. Without a second thought, he severed the roots of the wisteria. Had I not intervened, he might have razed the entire courtyard." The elder sighed. As the elder spoke, he exited the garden and approached the main entrance, opening the gate and gesturing for Zhang Yang and the little one to enter. "Little one, would you like to play with a shovel?" Noticing her keen interest in the small spade, he inquired. The little one eagerly nodded. Here, take it, but do not harm the plants," the elder cautioned, somewhat apprehensively. "Rest assured, she is very well behaved and adores plants." Zhang Yang assured him. "That's wonderful. Nowadays, not many children take an interest in plants. Come, little one, let us prepare the soil for the potholes. Winter is approaching, and we must cover it well," the elder said as he led the little one into the garden. Chapter 54. Wisteria. It is said that as people age, their demeanor may resemble that of a child. At this moment, the elder appeared to transform into a youthful spirit, joyfully playing with the little one. The two seemed like the best of friends, laughing and engaging with the soil, entirely forgetting about Zhang Yang. "Grandfather, where are the little worms?" exclaimed the little one as her spade unearthed a small red earthworm wriggling upon its surface. "This is an earthworm. It improves the soil structure and is a beneficial creature. We must bury it back in the soil, and by spring, it will grow into a larger earthworm." The elder, donning a straw hat, kindly educated her. "Soft little worm, be good." The little one obediently placed the worm back into the earth, where it wriggled and soon disappeared beneath the soil. "Little one, you possess a tender heart, and when you grow up, you shall undoubtedly become a kind young lady." The elderly man praised with genuine delight. He had only one son throughout his life. In his youth, he longed for a daughter, yet his wife's health did not permit it. Moreover, during that era, the strict enforcement of family planning policies, combined with his position as a cadre, left him with no choice but to comply, resulting in the birth of only one child and leaving him forever devoid of a beloved daughter. In contrast, the current society has moved beyond the constraints of family planning, with the two-child policy now in effect, yet few seem inclined to have more children. The realities of life deter many from expanding their families, as raising a single child is tantamount to an additional 20 years of toil. If it were a son, the burden would be even heavier, with matters of transportation, housing, and education all presenting formidable challenges. Compared to the coercive nature of family planning, this reluctance feels far more voluntary. "Thank you for your kind words," Zhang Yang responded with a smile. The elderly man turned to glance at Zhang Yang, nodding appreciatively. A young person capable of raising such an exceptional child must surely possess a kind spirit. At the very least, he was far superior to his own son. Despite being in his 30s and married for several years, had yet to bring a grandchild home, let alone a granddaughter. After playing with the little girl for a while, the elderly man rose and returned indoors, emerging shortly with a potted plant. The plant was merely a root system that had just begun to sprout a small bud, appearing quite frail in its pot, as if it were ailing. "This is a root I transplanted from the wisteria this year. I believe it has the potential to thrive, but it requires tender care. Little one, this is a gift for you. Take good care of it." The small girl, unable to grasp the pot with her tiny hands, was swiftly assisted by Zhang Yang, who crouched down to take it from her. Observing the resilient nature of the young wisteria, he felt hopeful it would survive, though it would need ample time to flourish. "Hee, Daddy, this is so much fun," the little girl exclaimed, delighting in the tender bud with her delicate fingers, as if she could sense its life force. Almost instantaneously, the tiny bud sprouted two slender tendrils that gently entwined around her fingertips. Zhang Yang gasped, swiftly lifting the girl to free her from the pot. He glanced at the elderly man, relieved that he had not witnessed the extraordinary occurrence, for he would have found it difficult to provide an explanation. "Little one, you mustn't touch it just yet. It is still very fragile. Once it has grown stronger, you can play with it," Zhang Yang calmly advised. As the wisteria was removed from her grasp, the two newly sprouted tendrils retracted in an instant. Would have been a mere half-bud transformed into a fully formed bud, exhibiting an astonishing rate of growth. "Hee, when it grows, we can play together," the little girl giggled, her eyes gleaming like crescent moons. "Now, let us say goodbye to Grandpa. It's time for us to head back." Zhang Yang dared not linger any longer, fearing the emergence of further peculiar phenomena. "Are you leaving? Don't forget to care for it diligently, ensuring it gets plenty of sunlight and not too much water," the elderly man said, a hint of reluctance evident as he watched them depart. Yet this was not his home, and parting was inevitable. "Yes, I understand," Zhang Yang replied, turning to exit through the gate. The little girl waved her dirt-covered hands joyfully, bidding farewell to the elderly man. On the journey back, Little E once again reached out to touch the tender sprout of the wisteria. This time, Zhang Yang did not intervene, and the tiny sprout extended two tendrils to entwine around the little one's fingers. The child felt a ticklish sensation, finding it quite amusing. "Daddy, it tickles. It's so fun," she exclaimed. "Yes, this is E's gift, but you must never do this in front of others. Otherwise, they might take you away," and you may never see your father again," Zhang Yang said with a serious expression. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, and Yi's peculiar physique should not be exposed prematurely. "Don't go, Daddy. I want you." Little Yi seemed frightened and immediately clung tightly to her father's neck, her little face looking pitiful. "Don't worry, Yi. Daddy is here. No one will take you away," Zhang Yang reassured his daughter as they entered their apartment. After placing Yi in the living room to watch cartoons, Zhang Yang stepped out onto the balcony, where he set the wisteria plant down. Now, the small pot of wisteria had grown to the size of a bean sprout. "Not bad, not bad. You've grown quite quickly. I'll give you a little extra care, hoping you grow up fast. But I also hope I one team need to use you." Given Zhang Yang's current martial prowess, he was at the peak of his internal strength, making it difficult for anyone to challenge him, though he was not entirely invincible. When the time came for a real battle, the wisteria would serve as an excellent weapon. Zhang Yang hoped he would never have to resort to it, as using it would mean a serious confrontation. Just as Zhang Yang was placing the wisteria, his figure appeared in the crosshairs of a sniper rifle from a building 1,000 meters away, perfectly aligned with his head. What a flawless headshot performance! The sniper's finger was already poised on the trigger, ready to unleash a bullet that would instantaneously result in a fatal blow to the target. "Wait, Lao Chi," the old man Xiao said, "we can only monitor for now. We cannot act yet," the sniper's observer stated through binoculars. "Sorry, I can't hold back." Bang! Hee. The sniper disregarded the warning and pulled the trigger with force. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Hee. "The safety is on. Don't worry. I know the second and the eldest are plotting something big," the sniper, Lao Chi, said with a silly grin. "Thank goodness. My poor heart can't take this." The observer, codenamed 19, replied. 19, you said 17 and 18 fell into this person's hands. I find it hard to believe. Look at that delicate appearance. One shot and it would definitely be a headshot. I don't believe it either, but old Xiao insists this person is highly suspicious. And I see that this person's silhouette resembles the one in the Xiao family's surveillance footage. Don't forget, I'm an observer with exceptional observational and memory skills. I could spot someone from a kilometer away with binoculars. 19's capabilities were indeed extraordinary, which is why he had earned his title. Stop bragging. When danger strikes, you're the one who panics. That time wasn't me pulling the trigger. Lao Chi said proudly. Hey, that's not fair. If I hadn't provided you with the accurate location, could you have shot so precisely? Just so, you owe me half the credit for being a sharpshooter. All right, fine, half credit for you. What is the current situation? Is this individual indeed the masked person? I am certain that this person is the masked figure. Perhaps emboldened by their skills, their demeanor betrays no effort to conceal their identity. The two have been under surveillance for several days, and it is now abundantly clear that Zhang Yang is the very masked individual from that fateful night. With such intriguing claims from 17 and 18, I find myself yearning for a chance to test my skills. My hands itch with anticipation. TCH, just focus on your own weapon. Do not afford me the opportunity to replace you. 19 turned away, concealing his presence deeply. A fleeting glimmer of bloodthirst flashed in his eyes. Chapter 55. Treasures in the latest development zone of the Outer Ring. A clandestine transport warehouse built by the Xiao family is filled with shipping containers. At a certain hour past midnight, several figures draped in black robes and cloaks gathered within one of the containers. The rare gem exhibition is but 10 days away, and I possess a catalog of the showcase jewels for everyone to peruse. A voice emerged from beneath a black cloak, and as he spoke, he activated his phone. Utilizing the latest projection technology, he cast images of the treasures onto the metal wall of the container, the projections remarkably vivid against the night. The painted wooden sculpture of Manjushri from the Northern Song dynasty, valued at 80 million, yet priceless in the market. The jade flute of Li Yu from the Southern Tang, worth 90 million, again, without a price in the market. As the presentation continued, a plethora of jewel images dazzled the onlookers, each more resplendent than the last, and undeniably valuable. After 5 minutes, the projection concluded. While these treasures are indeed precious, they are not particularly rare, and their sale poses a challenge. Thus, they do not align with our interests. We have 5 specific items to focus on, Remember these 5, for they're truly extraordinary artifacts, the likes of which an ordinary person may never encounter in a lifetime. As the speaker finished, an image was projected onto the wall. The first item, Tear of the Ocean. This jewel may not be widely recognized, yet you have surely heard of its sister, the Heart of the Ocean. Both masterpieces belong to the same creator, and their value is self-evident. Before us, on the wall, appeared a necklace resembling a teardrop. The second item, Horn of Heaven. It is said to be a stone collected from the summit of Mount Everest, the highest peak. Though it is a stone, it shines with a crystalline clarity and emits a glow at night. Legend has it that holding this stone can cure all ailments. This is a treasure of astronomical worth. The Horn of Heaven resembles an ordinary stone, yet its form is irregular, akin to a failed crystal creation. The third item, Deep-sea Meteorite. Despite its dreary appearance, Western lore claims that it holds captive mermaids, while Eastern tales assert it is a stone that suppresses dragonkind. Surprisingly heavy, it weighs 56 kilograms, resembling a black egg. Its surface even less smooth than that of a typical egg. The fourth item, Eastern Divine Wood. Legend has it that this wood is a treasure left behind by the ancient master craftsman Liu Ban. Capable of transforming in size and shape, this is merely a legend. However, after researching its forms over the past few years, I discovered it indeed possesses the ability to metamorphose. 5 years ago, it took the shape of a wooden bird, and 5 years later, the wooden bird unfurled its wings. Quite marvelous, is it not? The Eastern Divine Wood, a rare treasure shaped like a wooden bird, crafted by the esteemed Liu Ban, exhibits a somewhat exaggerated transformation, yet it can indeed spread its wings. Old Xiao, are you bored? We are not children. What use do we have for such trinkets? You play with it. A voice, tinged with impatience, emerged from beneath the cloak. Hold on, old San. We haven't reached the crux of the matter yet. Here comes the highlight, the fifth item, Immortal Blood. Immortal Blood? What on earth is that? I've never heard of it. Immortal Blood, the blood of Western deities. This time, the Western delegation has truly invested heavily, presenting their prized possession from the White Year at this exhibition. Western divine blood? Don't tell me it's the blood of a god. That sounds utterly fantastical. Believe it or not, you've hit the nail on the head. This was discovered during an archaeological dig in the West, where they unearthed a millennia-old tomb containing a vial of this substance. It is said that consuming it would elevate one to divinity, though no one has dared to attempt it thus far. What a ridiculous notion. I'd rather play with the bird. Old San replied, visibly unimpressed. Old San, it is worth far more than that bird. Our principal employer has stated that the price for acquiring immortal blood is negotiable. You would possess a fortune that could last not only your lifetime, but the next as well. Wow, count me in. Old San was evidently intrigued. Whatever it is, as long as it is valuable, I'm in. The immortal blood is contained in a small skull-shaped vessel, with a vivid red liquid visible through its eye sockets. Our targets are these 5 items, with the 5th being paramount. The preceding 4 are mere accessories, intended to create chaos and obfuscate the truth. All right, disperse. Let us reconvene here in 5 days to discuss our plans. Old San, you're responsible for explaining everything to those who do not understand Chinese. No slacking off. As the last words echoed, a few individuals rose and exited, leaving Old San standing alone. What about Olda? Why haven't I seen him? Where is he off enjoying himself? Old San expressed his dissatisfaction. You need not concern yourself with that. He will naturally appear when the plan commences. Just as those words left his lips, a phone rang abruptly in the stillness of the night. Hello, is that you, Old Air? Are you back? I have a feeling it's you. Came the voice of Xiao Jianxi, while the one answering the call was none other than his brother, Xiao Jianjun. Elder brother, your intuition is indeed spot on. I have returned. I'll come to find you shortly. Xiao Jianjun removed his cloak, revealing the visage of a man in his 40s. Old Air? Hey. Old Air, you truly are the perennial second. It seems you shall always be the second wherever you are. Old San laughed heartily at this amusing revelation. Enough with the laughter. Go indulge in your women. Xiao Jianjun retorted coldly. Need you say it? Women are my greatest passion, came Old San's echo in the dark, within the confines of Xiao family manor. Xiao Jianshi sat in the living room, a chilling unease enveloping him. He had been restless these past few nights, unable to sleep soundly. Although old heir had dispatched 2 individuals from abroad, one of them exuded an aura of danger, akin to having a gun pressed against one's temple. Xiao Jianshi sensed that matters were far from simple. These 2 individuals were anything but ordinary. He had merely instructed them to monitor Zhang Yang, refraining from any aggressive actions. Until Zhang Yang's background was thoroughly investigated, he could not act recklessly, for any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, the situation had returned, and he pondered whether this return was a blessing or a curse. With a sigh, Xiao Jianshi set down his phone, reflecting on the situation. Half an hour passed, and an announcement was made at the mountain gate that someone was ascending. Recognizing it was his brother, he instructed not to impede his entry. Before long, after 2 decades of separation, the brothers finally reunited. "Elder brother, I've missed you dearly. It has been 20 long years," exclaimed Xiu Yinyun, embracing his elder brother with palpable excitement. "Brat, you truly dare to come back," Xiao Jianshi retorted, albeit playfully, though they video-called each other every few days. The coldness of a screen could never compare to the warmth of their present embrace, as if they could sense the shared blood coursing through their veins. "Brother, how is Xiao Dong? Is he feeling better?" Xiu Yinyun inquired. "Alas, it remains the same. Ever since he awakened, he has been consumed by thoughts of death, insisting that I avenge him." But Xiao Jianshi sighed. "Brother, what are you afraid of? With me here, it's merely one person. I'll send my men. No matter how skilled, they fear a knife. A single bullet would suffice," Xiao Jianjun asserted confidently. "You remain as rash as ever. What if he has powerful allies? Do you wish for the Xiao family to face annihilation? Have you forgotten the troubles that befell you?" Xiao Jianshi replied coldly, at the mention of his own past tribulations. Xiao Jianjun fell silent, his head bowing in embarrassment. That was merely youthful folly. Besides, who could have known her family held such influence? Indeed, who would have guessed that a ragpicker would be related to a minister? Xiao Jianshi continued. "This is precisely why I dare not act hastily. I have dispatched individuals to investigate that fellow's origins. Should he lack any formidable backing, he is as good as dead," he said through gritted teeth. "Now, that is my elder brother." Chapter 56. Family Matters. 2 decades prior, the dashing Xiao Jianjun was known for his flirtations, and somehow became entangled with a woman from the capital, resulting in her pregnancy. Xiao Jianjun was never one for commitment, and upon learning of her condition, he abandoned her without a second thought. Little did he know, the woman hailed from a prominent family, and upon discovering Xiao Jianjun's abandonment, she unleashed a devastating attack on the Xiao family's influence. At that time, the Xiao family had only recently established itself. They were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught and scrambled to understand that it was a direct order from higher authorities. Panic ensued within the Xiao family, leading Xiao Jianjun's father to personally travel to the capital to apologize, yet he was met with indifference. In a desperate bid to redeem his ungrateful son, the father knelt at the woman's doorstep for 3 days and nights until her ire was quelled, allowing the incident to pass. However, that peace was short-lived. Months later, news reached them that the woman had succumbed to an asthma attack during childbirth, reigniting her family's fury. They demanded Xiao Jianjun's life in compensation. Terrified, he fled, while his father once again ventured to the capital, but this time, the negotiations would not be so easily won. The old man exhibited remarkable fortitude, offering his life in exchange for peace, thereby conveying to Xiao Jianjun that he must never return. Otherwise, it would spell his doom. In the blink of an eye, 2 decades have elapsed, and now, Xiao Jianjun faces a formidable adversary whose true capabilities remain shrouded in mystery, rendering him hesitant to act. He fears a repetition of the tragic events from 20 years prior. Until he comprehends the full extent of his opponent's strengths, any action would be perilous, for the Xiao family might indeed face insurmountable calamity. This adversary is not merely a martial artist. Such a young master of internal energy surely possesses the backing of a significant power. In truth, Xiao Jianjun's apprehensions are unfounded. Zhang Yang stands alone, without any substantial backing. "Welcome back, my second son. Please pay your respects to your father," Xiao Jianjun said softly. "I have wronged you, father, and brought you trouble. Rest assured, this time I return to elevate the Xiao family to new heights, to become a true prominent clan." Xiao Jianjun knelt before his father's memorial tablet, respectfully lighting 3 incense sticks. "Father, your unfilial son has finally returned. In due time, I shall avenge you, no matter how powerful those in the capital may be. With my current strength, annihilating a family will be effortless." Kneeling before his father's tablet, Xiao Jianjun bowed deeply 3 times in resentment. "Do not act recklessly, my younger brother. We cannot afford to offend those in the capital," Xiao Jianjun expressed with concern. "Have no fear, elder brother. I am confident." Xiao Jianjun stood and faced his brother, his fists clenched tightly. "Sai, I hope your confidence is not misplaced. By the way, what is your true intention in returning so clandestinely? And who were those 2 individuals?" I sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility. "Elder brother, do not concern yourself with that. Is there any food at home? I have longed for a taste of our family meals. It makes my mouth water. And what the wine I collected. I crave it immensely. Indeed, all of it has been reserved for you." The night wore on in silence, under a sky speckled with stars. The following noon, Li Guohao, donning a hat to shield his face, arrived at the Shanghai group building with his mother, Yu Wanxiu, accompanied by a throng of reporters. The security personnel, daunted, did not obstruct their entrance as they surged into the reception hall. Upon learning of their arrival, Qing Yi hastily descended from the top floor. "What do you intend to do, Yu Wanxiu? This is a company, and why have you brought such a crowd?" Qing Yi's weariness was evident, her complexion pale. "Why do you have to question me? This is a matter for the Li family. Sun Libing. I wish to confront her. Does she intend to squander our family's fortune? Does she wish for us to scavenge and sleep on the streets?" Yu Wanxiu shouted furiously, pointing at Qing Yi. In the tumult of corporate warfare, Li Bing ultimately could not withstand the united front of several prominent families and suffered repeated defeats. Not only did the stock prices plummet, but her enterprises were also systematically squeezed out by competitors, leading to the depletion of most resources and clientele. Banks ceased lending, resulting in severe unsold inventory, leaving Shanghai Company in dire straits. Upon realizing this, Li Guohao, despite his bruised visage, took his mother to confront the situation, determined to halt Li Bing's reckless spending. After all, this was the Li family's enterprise, and as an outsider married into the family, how could she act unilaterally without the family's consent? "She is busy and cannot be disturbed," Qing Yi replied coldly. Faced with the audacious mother-son duo of Yuan Xiu and Li Guohao, there was no semblance of courtesy to extend towards them. "What are you so busy with? Are you engaging in infidelity? Are you conceiving illegitimate children? Li Bing, come out. Come here." At this moment, the true nature of the shrewish Yuan Xiu was laid bare. Is this the manner of speech befitting a mother? Qing Yi, seething with rage, clenched her fists tightly. If it weren't for those bothersome reporters, she would have longed to silence this harpy with a single blow. "What? Do you wish to strike me? Come then, strike. You shameless harlot attempting to seduce men. And now you wish to usurp my family's wealth. You are nothing but an old witch. And as for Li Bing, she is a calamity, a vixen. You dare to hit me? I shall retaliate." "Ah." Yuan Xiu was taken aback when Qing Yi truly struck her across the face. This was intolerable, and she leapt forward to pounce on Qing Yi. Having endured all she could, Qing Yi had long desired to physically confront Yuan Xiu, and upon hearing such foul language, she could no longer restrain herself, delivering a resounding slap. How could Yuan Xiu, ever so cunning, stand a chance against Qing Yi? Before she could even approach, she was swiftly knocked to the ground by a kick from Qing Yi. "Oh no! Help! Murder! Li Bing has committed murder. The audacious Li Bing has laid hands on her stepmother. Help!" Yuan Xiu was unharmed, as Qing Yi had not exerted much force. Yet, the shrewd Yuan Xiu feigned injury, collapsing theatrically and clutching her abdomen while wailing. "Mother! Oh mother! Are you all right?" Li Guohao knelt anxiously, his face contorted in despair, his feigned concern eliciting nausea. It was evident that they had devised this scheme together. Qing Yi remained unfazed, but the reporters were captivated, snapping pictures, and even setting up cameras for a live broadcast. Everyone come and see. This Li Bing is inhumane, bringing ruin to the Li family and squandering their fortune. How are we to survive in the next life? Oh woe. Please, adjudicate this. Is it not true? Yuan Xiao squeezed out a few crocodile tears, seizing the reporter's cameras to voice her grievances, as though she were the victim of a grave injustice. At this juncture, Qing Yi's face was a mask of frost, her teeth clenched in frustration. She regretted not having struck harder, for had she done so, Yuan Xiao would surely have been rendered speechless for days. With the media coverage and swiftly spreading short videos, the uproar at the Shanghai company rapidly made its way to television screens. News spread like wildfire, and those in close proximity flocked to the scene, while others farther away set aside their tasks to watch the live stream on their phones. Chapter 57. Despair in Modern Society. One cannot find a shortage of onlookers. This is precisely why reality shows, such as matchmaking and family disputes, garner such popularity. They are grounded in authenticity and realism, compared to the melodramatic love-hate scenarios portrayed in dramas. These real-life spectacles resonate far more with the audience. The tumultuous incident involving Yuan Xiao at the Shanghai building quickly became a hot topic of live news coverage. It was far more entertaining than any blockbuster film. By the time Li Zoming arrived at the Shanghai building, it was already teeming with spectators. After much effort, he finally managed to push his way inside. Before my eyes lay my wife, disheveled and sprawled on the ground, while our son stood nearby, arms crossed, observing with a cold gaze. "Wants you," I called out. "What on earth are you doing? Don't you feel ashamed? Come on, let us go home." Li Zoming furrowed his brow, attempting to lift his wife, only to find her resisting his touch. "Don't you dare touch me, you spineless coward. How could I have been blind enough to marry you? Not a single decent person in the Li family. My son is a coward, and my daughter is a wastrel. Are we destined to beg for our livelihood? Oh, my poor son." Once you sobbed, her wails echoing in the air. "Dad, you finally arrived. You must do something about Li Bing. She has squandered the family fortune. If we go bankrupt, we will all be left to starve." Li Guohao had completely lost the composure of the former young master. The dream of being a wealthy heir had evaporated, but he still aspired to maintain a semblance of that status. However, if the Li family truly fell into ruin, he would amount to nothing. The thought of returning to the countryside to toil in the fields filled him with bitterness. Why should the family's assets be entrusted to an outsider? "Father, you're the head of the family. While Li Bing has not entirely squandered the company, we must act swiftly to expel her. We can then seek forgiveness from the Xiao family. They will surely grant us a reprieve." Li Guohao had evidently plotted this course of action long before. "Guohao, you must understand, that was entrusted to her by your grandfather before he passed. I, Li Zoming, yearn to control the family business. But the thought of my father weighs heavily on my conscience." "Dad, you're being foolish. Grandfather has been gone for decades. His bones have long turned to dust. What do you fear? Besides, Li Bing is married now. It's time she relinquished her claim to the family assets. The law cannot bind us in this matter." Upon hearing these words, Li Zongming's brow relaxed. Indeed, his father had long since departed. Why should he be afraid? Moreover, Li Bing was wed. It was indeed time for her to surrender her inheritance. Instead of allowing her to squander it, preserving the assets for future security seemed prudent. With newfound resolve, Li Zoming straightened his back and declared, "Bring Li Bing out." "I'm coming out. What is it?" A chilling voice emerged from the crowd. Instantly, the crowd parted, revealing Li Bing, clad in professional attire, her complexion pale, followed closely by Qing Yi. Exhausted from a sleepless night, Li Bing's lips were tinged with purple, and her face was ashen, accompanied by uncontrollable coughing. She appeared utterly worn. Yet, no one cared, save for Qing Yi, who wore a pained expression. Just as Li Bing managed to lie down for a moment of rest, she was abruptly roused. "Look, it's that shameless hussy. Everyone quick, take pictures and expose her. It's her. She has not only brought ruin to the Li family, but has also plundered its wealth. She forsakes her role as the young mistress of the Xiao family to pursue infidelity. Who knows how many lovers she has outside? Bah, a disgraceful harlot, a jinx. Once you fully embrace the role of a shrew, springing to her feet to vehemently berate Li Bing. Be quiet. You are the one who is scheming to seize the Li family assets while playing the role of a mistress, becoming pregnant before marriage. What right do you have to speak? Qing Yi retorted, her face aflame with indignation. I am a matriarch of the Li family, the lawfully wedded wife of Li Zhongming. Should he seek divorce, he is entitled to half of my assets. Furthermore, my son is the eldest. The family fortune rightfully belongs to him. And what are you? A discarded woman, believing yourself capable, yet unable to attract even a single man. What a disgrace it is for you to call yourself a woman. I spit. In her quest to reclaim her family's legacy, Yuanqiu disregarded all reservations, speaking her mind as a means to vent the pent-up resentment of these past years. You are courting disaster. Qing Yi, uninterested in insults and contemptuous of such trivialities, preferred to let her fists do the talking. In that moment, she yearned to obliterate Yuanqiu's tongue. Qing Yi coughed, and Li Bing, slightly shaking her head, restrained her from acting out. Such individuals were not worth the effort. Not in the slightest. Li Zhongming recognized that he could no longer remain aloof. With circumstances having escalated to this point, it was time for him, the nominal head of the Li family, to step forward. Bing Bing, do not hold it against your mother for her harsh words. She speaks for your brother and for our family. Do not be willful any longer. You stand no chance against the Xiao family. It is not too late to concede. Li Zhongming said, his face etched with concern. He often found himself unable to harden his heart in front of his daughter. Concede? No, I refuse to yield. As long as I am here, I shall not capitulate, Li Bing declared, her expression resolute. A prodigious talent in business, she had already reached the pinnacle among her peers. Yet ultimately, she faltered in the face of power. Were it not for Zhang Yang, she would have had no opportunity to fight back at all. Listen, everyone, hear this. Are these the words of a person? You are leading the Li family to its demise. You are forcing us into the streets to scavenge. Is there no reason left? Yuanqiu lamented, collapsing onto the ground in despair, wailing for her unfortunate son. Li Bing, you ice cube. I have long been fed up with you. I am the true heir of the Li family, and you, a married woman, have no right to control our family's enterprises. Hand over the company immediately. Otherwise, I, Li Guahao, in a moment of desperation, will rise to the occasion. He raised his fist, only to be deterred by Qing Yi's icy glare, causing him to lower it once more. Alas, Bing Bing, do not be obstinate. While you disregard your own future, consider mine as well. I am of an age where I can do nothing, and your brother is equally inept. Do you wish to see us truly reduced to scavenging for survival? Show some compassion and spare the Li family. Li Zhongming's face was a portrait of genuine anguish, pleading with his daughter as if he were on the verge of kneeling. At that moment, Li Bing was suddenly overcome by a fit of coughing. Covering her mouth with her hand, her head bowed in contemplation. She found herself enveloped in a profound sense of powerlessness, not merely physically but spiritually as well. What is family? Shouldn't family be those who stand unwaveringly behind you in your darkest hour? Shouldn't they share in your triumphs? Shouldn't they defend you against harm when you are wronged? Why does my family show no compassion, only coercion and sycophancy? They revel in my misfortune. Indeed, I should have relinquished all hope long ago. Cough very well. I could transfer the company to you. But cough Li Bing, suppressing her cough, continued, I wish to know, when my mother encountered her misfortune, where were you? Li Zhongming was taken aback by his daughter's inquiry into the past, just as he was about to respond. Yuanqiu interjected, of course, I was with him. Have you forgotten, Li Zhongming? We were together. Suddenly recalling something, Yuanqiu seized Li Zhongming's arm, her eyes wide with intensity. Cough. I demand the truth. This is the transfer contract. Once I sign it, the company will belong to you. Cough. Li Bing discerned that this was not the answer she sought. She yearned to hear her father's reply directly. Li Zhongming's Razulbabarat. He had never harbored much hope of controlling the Li family's enterprise. Yet, he had not anticipated that their confrontation would yield such an effect. Gazing at the opportunity before him, he felt a stirring within. Late autumn. It has been decades. There is little left to conceal. At that time, I was at the racetrack. Yuanqiu could hardly believe that her husband would betray her for profit. Li Bing finally heard the truth, and in that moment, a wave of relief washed over her. She shook her head weakly and collapsed onto the floor. Aunt Qing rushed to support her. Indeed, it was you. Li Zhongming's eyes widened as he recalled the events surrounding Bing Bing's mother's tragedy. Many in the kitchen had attested to having seen this woman, and your mere assertion of being with her has completely exonerated her. Let me tell you, Bing Bing's mother was poisoned by her. You fool. Aunt Qing gritted her teeth, her frustration palpable. Li Zhongming was momentarily bewildered, observing his wife's anxious demeanor as if she were a different person. His mind had been consumed by gambling at that time, leaving him oblivious to the unfolding events. When Yuanqiu sent the message about being together, he simply affirmed it, never suspecting that the one responsible for his first wife's demise was she. You slander me. What evidence do you have that I did this? Present it if you dare. Yuanqiu feigned calmness, her eyes glaring. Aunt Qing was filled with rage, but alas, there was indeed no evidence. So many years had passed, and witnesses from that time were impossible to locate. Cough gag, Aunt Qing handed Li Bing a pen as she endured both emotional and physical torment, laboriously signing her name. Bing Bing, I am so sorry. I truly had no knowledge of it. Forgive me, father. Li Zhongming, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, spoke with a face full of shame. No, do not apologize. You have sacrificed your life for this. The company is yours. Cough from this moment forth. I sever all ties with the Li family. A sudden spurt of blood erupted from Li Bing's mouth, her hair cascading around her. The droplets of blood rendered her hauntingly beautiful, a moment that none could comprehend the depth of her sorrow. At this instant, the gathered journalists and onlookers were taken aback, their gazes fixated upon Li Bing. In that moment, the entire world fell silent. Bing Bing, please wake up. Li Zhongming lamented. Is this the outcome you desired? Everything is yours, all of it. Aunt Qing's eyes brimmed with tears, her anguish unspeakable. At this moment, she cared for nothing but the well-being of Bing Bing. Everyone, get away. A sudden roar erupted from the crowd, and as the words echoed, a figure dashed into the throng and swiftly reached Li Bing's side. The newcomer abruptly lifted Li Bing into his arms, holding her tightly against him. At that moment, Li Bing slowly opened her eyes. Zhang Yang, I have failed. Tears of frustration streamed down her face in a continuous line. Silent weeping is the most devastating. Don't cry, don't cry. I am here, I am here. I'm taking you home. She called out. Mommy. She said Mommy is ill. Mommy needs rest. She said Mommy is working hard. Mommy is so tired. As Zhang Yang spoke, his tears flowed uncontrollably, merging with Li Bing's, indistinguishable from one another. Home. Chapter 58. Lazing in bed, the first chill of winter quietly descended at midnight, the howling north wind blowing throughout the night, dispersing the remnants of summer warmth, stripping stubborn leaves from trees, and waking young people still clad in light clothing, reveling in the night. Daddy, I am thirsty. I want water. The voice of little E echoed from the second-floor bedroom. Zhang Yang, downstairs, set aside the spatula, wiped his hands on an oilcloth, filled a bottle with warm water, and hurried up to the second floor. The insulation in the upscale apartment was quite effective, just as the temperature dropped last night. The heating was activated early in the morning, enveloping the entire apartment in a warm embrace, reminiscent of spring. In the second-floor room, a big and a little beauty snuggled under a thin silk blanket. Little E nestled entirely in Li Bing's arms, while Li Bing read a fairy tale book, reciting the story line by line. Her standard Mandarin revealed no trace of emotion, as if she were merely a machine reciting from script. Yet the little one thoroughly enjoyed it. Her imagination sparked. Upon hearing exciting parts, she would cheer and clap her tiny hands. Here you go, my little darling. Zhang Yang, with a face full of adoration, presented the warm water to the little one. Hee. Thank you, Daddy. The little one beamed, her face blossoming like a flower. Her big, bright eyes seemed capable of melting the chill of winter. Drink well, don't spill on the bed. I'm going to stew some braised meat. The price of meat is on the decline. If we don't eat it now, we might miss out on such expensive meat later. Zhang Yang teased, hurriedly heading downstairs. Bye-bye, Daddy. Little E, having learned to throw flirtatious glances from somewhere, put to good use at that moment. With her pacifier in her mouth, she quickly blinked one eye. Playful. Zhang Yang returned a wink from stairway. Li Bing, leaning against the headboard, had been hiding her face behind the book. As she saw Zhang Yang go downstairs, she abruptly tossed the book aside and looked at Yi. Mommy wants water. Little Yi's pacifier poked at her mother's lips. But Li Bing hesitated for a moment, feeling shy about taking the pacifier. As an adult, how could she shamelessly compete with a toddler for a pacifier? Although her daughter was considerate and obedient, no one was watching. The barrier in her heart was insurmountable. How embarrassing. Yi, what should mommy do if she want water? Li Bing raised her crescent-shaped brows and gazed at the little one. Oh, Yi understands. The little one, attempting to mimic her mother, endeavored to raise her eyebrows. Alas, her tender age rendered her incapable, resulting only in a slight movement of her forehead, leaving her brows unmoved. Yet, in the child's innocent perception, she believed she resembled her mother. Zhang Yang, I'm thirsty, the little one shouted, her voice imbued with an adorable, slightly fierce tone. As her words echoed, the sounds of footsteps ascending from below prompted Li Bing to hurriedly grab a storybook, concealing her face once more. Here you go, my precious little communicator. A cup of warm water was placed steadily on the table. The two had already been bedded in for 24 hours, a full day and night. The familiar cries reverberated repeatedly, and even the dimmest of minds would grasp that his daughter had, rather shamefully, become a mere conduit for messages. When desiring something for herself, she would sweetly call for her father, yet when requesting items from her mother, she would address her by name directly. How infuriating! Zhang Yang suppressed his irritation. For after all, her mother claimed to be ill and in need of rest. Yet Zhang Yang knew that her ailment had been cured on their journey home yesterday. A severe cold, coupled with a tempest of emotions. A hint of what energy had effortlessly restored her. It seemed likely that her reluctance to rise was due to the shame of having wept in his embrace yesterday, avoiding his gaze since their return. One might think her face bore some ailment. With no recourse but to indulge her, he diligently brought warm water, and at last, the upstairs fell silent for a brief moment. Li Bing's mechanical reading resumed once again. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang began preparing braised pork. Tender slices of pork belly boiled before being steamed, and after several meticulous steps, the delectable dish was finally ready. The rice in the electric cooker was also done, leaving only a soup to be prepared, a tomato and seaweed soup, a rare delicacy, tangy and appetizing, perfect for a bedridden patient. Zhang Yang, I want to eat oranges. The little one chimed in once more. Zhang Yang set down the knife, grasped the freshly washed oranges, and hurried upstairs. The oil was already heating in the pan. He placed the oranges down and dashed back downstairs, aware that leaving the oil unattended could lead to a fire, and fortunately his speed was commendable, causing little delay. Just as he finished slicing 2 tomatoes, another call emerged from above. Ye wants fruit. Coming, my little ancestors, he lamented, setting the bowl of egg whites aside as he raced upstairs. Zhang Yang, I want bananas. Daddy, I want peaches. With no other choice, Zhang Yang turned off the heat and hurried once more upstairs. On the desk, in Yi's room, an array of fruits had amassed, as if hosting esteemed guests. Banana peels, orange skins, and apple cores littered the floor. My dear little treasures, are you hosting a peach banquet? Zhang Yang shot a glare at the 2 occupants of the bed, skillfully picking up a broom to commence the cleanup. Daddy is naughty, the little one giggled, shyly burrowing in her mother's embrace. Her tiny head inadvertently knocked the book from her mother's hands, revealing Li Bing's charming face to Zhang Yang, her mouth occupied with a segment of orange. The atmosphere turned instantly awkward. Didn't I tell you not to eat in bed? Stifling the urge to burst into laughter, Zhang Yang endeavored to maintain a serious expression. I didn't see anything. Li Bing's eyes darted about as she spoke to herself, pulling the blanket over her entire body, enveloping the little one within as well. Mommy, are we playing hide and seek? Under the blanket, Yi was anything but still, her short legs kicking and wriggling. Shh, don't speak. Quiet. Li Bing, feeling utterly embarrassed, held her fidgeting daughter close, urging her to remain still. Should we whisper? Zhang Yang, busy tidying up, could no longer contain himself. Suppressing laughter was an arduous task. his abdomen contracting with the effort. However, out of consideration for his shy wife, he refrained from laughing aloud. Instead, adopting a standard wolf howl posture from the movies, his head tilted at a 40-degree angle, mouth agape, exhaling silently. Daddy, what are you doing? At some point, little E had crawled from one end of the blanket to the other. As she poked her head out, she caught sight of her father in a peculiar stance. Hic. The abrupt intake of breath caused her to hiccup. Zhang Yang rubbed his belly, crouching down in front of Yi, cradling her small head and resting their foreheads together. Yi, are you hungry? I am. What shall we do if you're hungry? Do you want to get up and eat? There's braised pork and fragrant juju rice. I want to eat. I want to eat. All right, then let us get up. Do you want Daddy to help you get dressed? Yes, I want to wear the pretty flowers. The lovely floral attire that his daughter adored was indeed a must. I'm going to lift the blanket now. Zhang Yang's eyes, unbeknownst to him, sparkled with an unusual light as he fixated on the alluring silhouette beneath the blanket. What could lie beneath? A mermaid on a beach? A fairy draped in gossamer by the ouchie? Or perhaps a bewitching beauty? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he struggled to restrain his hands from lifting the blanket. Just then, Li Bing's cold voice pierced through. Don't move. Go away. The allure of beauty. Yet alas, reality had its constraints. The warmth of the blanket and the cozy heat could not shield him from her icy tone. Zhang Yang, feeling somewhat defeated, lowered the blanket, patting Yi's little head. Be good, Yi. Snuggle back in. Don't get cold. Let your mother dress you while I go downstairs to make you some soup. The little one hesitated, struggling to rise, but at that moment, her ankle was seized beneath the blanket, pulling her back inside. Mommy, this is so much fun. Hee. Don't move. Your little pants are slipping. Beneath the blanket, the two beauties, one large, one small, were engaged in their playful antics. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and turned to head downstairs to prepare the soup. Chapter 59. The Foodie Hey. Handsome, have you missed me? Outside the door, Liang Jiao perched one leg on the other, playfully flashing two fingers with a flirtatious glance. TSK, where did she learn that move? Zhang Yang scoffed before retreating back inside. Just as the tomato seaweed soup was nearing completion, the doorbell chimed. As the door swung open, it revealed the gluttonous Liang Jiao. In that moment, Zhang Yang felt a sudden urge to close the door. With a foodie entering the house, it was clear that lunch would not suffice. Earlier, on the way here, a young lady was amusingly gesticulating at her phone, and Liang Jiao decided to mimic her, finding it quite delightful. Isn't it beautiful? Did it not tempt you? Liang Jiao, feeling as if she were in her own home, shed her mink vest and reclined languidly on the sofa, simultaneously switching on the television to find a soap opera that was nauseatingly sweet. Not feeling it. Is that considered nausea? Came Zhang Yang's voice from the kitchen. Go away. Little Liang. You're being naughty. All right, I brought a gift for Yi. Where is little Yi? Auntie is here. Is she upstairs? Liang Jiao rose from the sofa, just as Li Bing descended, cradling Yi. From above, Li Bing appeared in cozy cotton slippers and a delicate pink nightgown. Her hair cascading around her face, devoid of any makeup, embodying natural beauty. However, the loose-fitting nightgown failed to accentuate her figure, contrasting sharply with her usual professional attire. The sight was refreshing, evoking a sense of homeliness. Little Yi, nestled in her mother's arms, was dressed in an adorable Pikachu costume, complete with a fluffy hat. Her small hands rubbing her large, sleepy eyes as if just awakened. In reality, her mother's hair had merely brushed against her face. Wow, who is this? Which village does this girl hail from? Is she available for marriage? Look at how lovely she is. Let us build a life together, Liang Jiao exclaimed, circling around Li Bing in astonishment, feeling as if she barely recognized her. It was her first encounter with Li Bing in such attire. Usually, clad in formal wear that kept others at bay, today she appeared far more approachable. Stop your banter and take Yi. Li Bing shot Liang Jiao a glare before handing over the little one. She then gathered her hair into a bun, subsequently styling Yi's hair into a petite top knot that perfectly complemented her big, bright eyes, resulting in an utterly charming appearance. Little maid, how would you like to return home with this young master? My abode is filled with delightful candies. Liang Jujio gazed at Yi, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of bringing her home to introduce her to her grandparents. The mere thought thrilled her. Candies? Were S&ES candies? The little one looked intently at Liang Jujio, hope sparkling in her eyes. Just a moment. Watch as Annie performs a magic trick. Ding, ding, ding. Here are some candies for you. Liang Jujio placed the little one on the floor, then turned around, revealing a lollipop in her hand, the kind wrapped in alpine packaging. Thank you, Annie, the little one exclaimed, joyfully reaching out. With a determined tug, she discovered more behind it, her excitement escalating as she pulled harder. Mo. The little one became increasingly earnest, exerting all her might to pull, almost stumbling in the process. A cascade of colorful lollipops spilled from Liang Jujio's sleeves, and the sight of the vibrant treats brought sheer delight to the little girl. Candies, so many candies. Hee hee. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie is amazing. Isn't it impressive? Can Annie have just one? Well, Annie can only have one. Last time, I consumed so many, and they all disappeared. Oh dear, that was just an accident. We promised to keep a secret. Only Liang Jujio would dare to snatch candy from child. As a foodie, seeing delicious treats makes one want to devour everything. Zhang Yang has already set the table beautifully. He witnessed the earlier scene with the lollipop and had originally planned to surprise his daughter, only to find that Liang Jujio had beaten him to it. Little tricks. Huh, how many short videos have you been watching? It seems you are quite absorbed. This trend is almost outdated. Being confined at home by dad, with nothing to do, I had no choice but to watch short videos. I'm telling you, I'm preparing for a live stream. How about an eating broadcast? Does a hold promise? Feeling stifled at home, Liang Jujio found short videos amusing and decided to create one herself, surprisingly garnering quite a following. This could work. I believe you are quite suited for it. An eating broadcast, traversing the universe of foodies, eating wherever you go, spreading the joy. Zhang Yang is exceptionally optimistic about Liang Jujio's decision. An eating broadcast is indeed fitting for her, especially since they are well off and she has an insatiable appetite. A natural-born eating broadcaster, right? You truly understand me. What do you think, ice sister? Liang Jujio gazed at Li Bing with hopeful eyes. Li Bing was unaware of what an eating broadcast entailed, but she knew that anything coming from Liang Jujio's mouth was unlikely to be a legitimate business venture. Given her fleeting enthusiasm, she might forget her ambition in a few days. Not so. Little Yi cannot have too many lollipops. They can cause cavities. Li Bing retrieved a large bunch of lollipops from the little one's grasp and placed them out of reach. Little Yi's face fell immediately, and the lollipop in her mouth seemed utterly flavorless as she looked up at her aunt. Liang Jujio lowered her head, hesitant to speak, for those lollipops were indeed her contribution. The little one then turned her gaze to her father. Daddy can't win against Mommy, Zhang Yang said helplessly. Indeed, lollipops are not suitable for children in excess. They can lead to cavities and are not good for health. Without support, the little one became anxious, her mouth quivering as tears threatened to spill. At that moment, Li Bing intervened. If you behave, you can have one each day. Let us see how you perform. Mommy loves you. Little Yi did not grasp the meaning of having one a day. She simply understood that she could have candy, and her spirits lifted instantly. She formed a heart gesture with her hands and winked. By the way, Yi, tell Daddy, where did you learn that move? Zhang Yang was curious. Having not gone out these past few days, he wondered from whom she had learned such a flirtatious gesture, knowing her mother would never teach her, as she herself was unfamiliar with it. Annie taught me. Little Yi pouted, pointing at Liang Jujio. What? It's just a wink. Little Yang. Why are you so flustered? Watch me throw in your way. Liang Jujio displayed no sense of adult propriety. This action emanated allure when performed by her. However, when placed upon a child, it appears rather indecorous, particularly when considering the tender age of the little one. If such behavior were to be exhibited in the presence of others, who could possibly endure it? Oh, a video from last night. Li Bing suddenly recalled the lengthy video chat she had with Liang Jujio, wherein Yi was nestled in her embrace, still awake. Most of the time, it was just the two of them conversing. Perhaps that is when she learned it. The true culprit is indeed you, Liang Jujio. I must inform you that my Yi is still very young, and you must not impart upon her any nonsensical ideas. Can such flirtatious glances be learned so frivolously? What if she were to wander into the street, and someone were to snatch her away? Are you prepared to take responsibility for that? Zhang Yang's serious demeanor left Liang Jujio momentarily stunned. Had it not been for his final remark, she might have nearly admitted to her fault. I dare anyone to try. Yi is mine. If anyone is to snatch her, it shall be me. I will ensure her safety. Liang Yu firmly kulesput yi closer to herself. Ha! Spare me your bravado. All you ever do is eat. The braised pork is ready. Would you care to indulge? Zhang Yang remained skeptical of Liang Jiuzhou's assertions. For aside from her love for food, she was hardly dependable in other matters. Of course, she was also a rare and cherished friend. I want to eat. I want to eat. At that moment, Liang Jiuzhou mirrored the previously lethargic Yi as if carved from the same mold. Little Yi, Sawadink Hadsendi, gazed at Zhang Yang with eager anticipation, her expression nearly identical to Liang Jiuzhou's. Could it be that Yi possesses a latent appetite? Surely not. This must be a reflection of her imitation of Liang Jiuzhou. How could such a delightful daughter possibly be a glutton? Moving forward, it would be prudent to limit her interactions with Liang Jiuzhou. Being in the company of such a person could lead her astray. Zhang Yang pondered, while his hands worked deftly to serve 2 dishes and 4 bowls of rice onto the table. Chapter 60. The confinement period man is made of iron, and rice is steel. One meal skipped leads to a gnawing hunger. Liang Jiuzhou appeared as though she had missed 3 consecutive meals. She seized a braised pork with fervor, and fortunately, there was an ample supply, lest a single platter of braised pork would scarcely suffice for her appetite. As a true gourmand, her dignity demanded not only an affinity for vegetables, but also the inclusion of soup and rice. 2 bowls of dry rice and 2 bowls of seaweed soup were essential. Had she not noticed the pot was empty, she might have indulged in yet another bowl. Zhang Yang could not help but raise a hand in admiration. He was thoroughly impressed. After lunch, Liang Jiuzhou and Yi habitually sprawled on the sofa, indulging in their mobile devices and animated shows, with Liang Jiuzhou not forgetting to savor a lollipop. Little Yi's yearning was palpable. Alas, her mother had decreed that she was permitted only 1 a day. Li Bing sat nearby, sipping her afternoon coffee, engrossed in her own book. Behind her loomed a large bookshelf, filled from top to bottom with a plethora of tomes, predominantly focused on business. Zhang Yang found himself puzzled as to how his wife managed to immerse herself in such dreary literature. Surely, with her time, she could pursue other interests, such as following popular dramas or watching short videos. The busiest of them all was Zhang Yang, who busied himself with clearing the table and washing the dishes. Once everything was tidied up, he took the trash from the 2nd floor down, along with the refuse from the 1st floor, and headed outside to dispose of it in the trash bin. On his way back from discarding the garbage, Zhang Yang received a flyer. A young girl distributing the pamphlets, her face alight with excitement, handed the flyer to him before hastily covering her face and running away, as though she feared being caught. What could this be? Oh, this seems intriguing. Zhang Yang cast a glance and returned with a promotional flyer. Observing Liang Jiuzhou sprawled on the sofa, he handed it over, exclaiming, "Here is something entertaining for you." As he spoke, he lifted his daughter into his arms. The little one stared at her father in bewilderment, gently nuzzling his cheek with her tiny nose before returning her attention to the phone. It is ill-advised for children to gaze at screens for prolonged periods. Watching television is certainly preferable to staring at a phone. However, Li Bing was engrossed in a book, and the cacophony from the television would undoubtedly disturb her concentration. What on earth is this? Liang Jiuzhou lay on her back, holding the flyer before her eyes. Upon closer inspection, she bolted upright. The renowned American magician Robert David's International Magic Tour will be launching in our city. Is this for real? She gazed at Zhang Yang in disbelief. How would I know? Someone handed it to me on the street. It's just a magic show. Why are you so excited? Zhang Yang shot her a sidelong glance, laced with a hint of disdain. You call yourself a woman, and yet you're thrilled over a mere magic performance. This is Robert David, an international magic maestro. Do you know the Flying Man? Are you aware of the Great Escape? Have you heard of the Vanishing Act? Those are his signature tricks. Truly impressive. Liang Jojo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she examined the flyer. It detailed the performance venue and schedule, a trial show at People's Square in 2 days, followed by the official performance at the sports hall in 5 days. This is fantastic. I must go. Let me quickly ask my brother to secure tickets for me. The suddenness of this announcement caught her off guard. She pondered why there was no news online. Her foremost concern was acquiring tickets. No one would dare miss a show by a renowned magician, and securing entry would surely prove challenging. Yet, one peculiar detail lingered in her mind: the abruptness of the announcement. Typically, when a famous artist or singer holds an event, notifications are disseminated at least a month in advance, with tickets available for purchase beforehand. Yet, this situation seemed rather unusual. "Isn't it strange?" Li Bing, who had been reading, interjected. "Are there any major events happening soon?" "Indeed, the Rare Treasures exhibition is just days away," Liang Jujio instinctively responded. "Exactly. It seems this magician is participating in the exhibition rather than planning a performance of his own." Li Bing's insight illuminated Liang Jujio's thoughts. No wonder the announcement was so sudden. He must be attending the exhibition. But why would he perform then? Hey, aren't you being a bit nosy? Perhaps he simply felt inspired and wanted to showcase his skills. Stop overthinking it. If you wish to see it, just go. Do you think it's like playing mahjong? One could just play at will. This is an art, a performance. Without further ado, Liang Jujio declared, "I must find my brother and snag 10 or 8 tickets. If you decide to join, remember to contact me." With that, she hurriedly dressed and rushed out, only to return moments later, having forgotten that her phone was still in the little one's hands. Little E pouted and looked towards her father, her meaning unmistakable. "Where's your phone? Show it to me. The little mouse is so adorable, always bullied by the cat." "My dear, the phone can't be watched for too long. Your eyes need rest. Those round, big eyes of yours already seem quite weary. Let's look later, shall we? Daddy will play with you using building blocks." However, E protested, "I'm not tired. I'm perfectly fine here." The little one had grown, becoming less easily entertained. She covered her eyes with her small hands, signaling that she was healthy and not tired at all. "Sweetheart, listen to me. The phone emits radiation that can harm your delicate skin and cause blemishes." Zhang Yang attempted to persuade once more. One must not indulge children, for spoiling them is a parent's folly. "Blemishes? What are blemishes? Is it that blemish?" E was completely baffled by her father's words, unable to comprehend why he mentioned the name blemish. Wasn't blemish happily fluttering outside? Zhang Yang suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about a little sparrow named Blemish. What a blunder. "E, let's go. It's time for bed." With no outsiders around, Li Bing felt somewhat uneasy in Zhang Yang's presence, especially since he had witnessed her most embarrassing moment, despite being incredibly moved at that instant. Yet afterward, she felt a bit unsettled. It was quite a dilemma. Upon hearing her mother's call, little E sprang up and dashed to her mother, her small hand tightly clasped in hers, as if to declare, "We are the true family. You are the stepfather. Still sleeping? You've been asleep for a whole day and night. Aren't you done yet?" Zhang Yang wore a face of distress, utterly exhausted. The two of them lying in bed had caused him quite the trouble. Being a porter was no easy task. If he failed to serve well, he would earn disdainful glances. "Well, I've heard that women have a special period called sitting the month." Li Bing, recalling a term she had come across, suddenly uttered it. This was quite remarkable. The icy, pure beauty of the iceberg had shown interest in the mundane matters of ordinary women. Was this a sign that an angel was about to descend to earth? "Do you know what sitting the month means?" Zhang Yang asked, somewhat uncertain. Liang Jujio replied, "It means you can lie down for a month." After saying this, Li Bing scooped up Yi and headed upstairs. Indeed, it was Liang Jujio again. Zhang Yang was left in a state of confusion. Although sitting the month is a significant time for women, it hardly seems like a valid excuse for laziness. Furthermore, while it may be nice to lie down and remain idle, one seems to have overlooked the arduous 10 months of pregnancy, neglecting the most crucial part of the process. Chapter 61. Aunt Qing on another blustery night. Zhang Yang, nestled in his blanket on the second floor, tightened it against the inevitable chill seeping in. The temperature had plummeted rapidly over the past couple of days, dropping several degrees overnight, approaching a near-freezing state by evening. It wouldn't be surprising if the next rain turned into falling snow. Huh. While lost in slumber, Zhang Yang suddenly heard a noise from downstairs. Instantly, he sprang up and peered over the railing. He sensed someone was watching him, always vigilant, making it difficult to sleep soundly. He wasn't afraid for himself, but his wife and child were his soft spots. It was Aunt Qing. The shadow on the first floor suddenly stood still, as if it had glanced upwards before moving to the wall to illuminate the bright light. Still awake? I do not wish to intrude upon you. Under the harsh light, Aunt Qing appeared utterly exhausted, her eyes bloodshot and her complexion pale and ghastly. On the morning when Li Bing was brought back, Aunt Qing had left, claiming she had matters to attend to, and this absence extended over 3 or 4 days. Zhang Yang observed Aunt Qing's weariness, as if years had been added to her age. She simply draped herself in a garment and descended the stairs. What intrusion! We are family, after all. Family? Indeed. If that is the case, could Zhang Yang prepare a bowl of noodles for me? Aunt Qing was truly fatigued, both in body and spirit, lacking even the strength to move. She reclined on the sofa, her posture starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor. She was simply too drained. How about egg noodles? Zhang Yang expressed no complaint. Aunt Qing's departure undoubtedly involved significant matters. Otherwise, she would not have left Li Bing alone for several days. That's fine. Add plenty of scallions. I enjoy them. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. In the kitchen, the noodles were ready, eggs were available, and he chopped a scallion. In no time, a bowl of noodles was prepared. When he brought it out, Aunt Qing was nearly dozing off, her head bowed as if on the verge of collapsing into sleep. Aunt Qing, please eat before you rest. As soon as Zhang Yang's voice fell, Aunt Qing abruptly lifted her head. Despite her exhaustion, a spark of alertness remained. Upon seeing the bowl of noodles adorned with scallions before her, vitality returned to her eyes, and she grasped the bowl, devouring the meal swiftly. In less than 3 minutes, the bowl was empty, and had it not been for the heat of the freshly cooked noodles, she might have devoured it even faster. Aunt Qing, where have you been these past few days? Zhang Yang poured a glass of water and placed it before her. The matters at the company had reached a temporary conclusion. Having entrusted them to Li Zongming, it was now his responsibility, and the outcome would hinge on his capabilities. Li Bing understood this clearly. Ultimately, the affairs of the Li family belonged to the Li family. Since it was not related to the company's dealings, what exactly was the nature of her business? Alas, I want to find witnesses regarding Bing's mother's murder from years past. Aunt Qing had been persistently investigating this matter, struggling due to the lack of evidence. Although a witness had seen Yu Wanxiu's presence in the kitchen, Li Zongming had dismissed this with a mere word, rendering the witness's testimony invalid. You cannot restrict his freedom. He has long returned to his hometown to farm. Aunt Qing had hoped to locate him on this trip, believing that if he could testify, Li Zongming would no longer change his stance. Perhaps then, the case might be reopened for investigation. Did you find him? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow and inquired. Alas, I did find him, but regrettably, he is unwilling to come forward. His parents are elderly, and his descendants are young. The entire family relies on him for care, and he simply cannot spare himself. With resignation, she had him prepare a written statement and a video testimony, hoping they might prove useful. Aunt Qing closed her eyes, shaking her head. At this moment, she felt no glimmer of hope. How could a case from over a decade ago simply be revived at a whim? There was still no direct evidence linking Yu Wanxiu to the murder. Do not overexert yourself. The wicked will ultimately meet their fate. Those who commit wrongdoing must inevitably pay the price. Zhang Yang also sensed that the matter was far from straightforward. There remained a significant gap in evidence for legal recourse. Perhaps other means could be explored. It is often said that kind-hearted individuals live long lives. Yet the memory of Li Bing's mother weighs heavily on my mind. Tears streamed down the closed eyes of Aunt Qing. Just as Zhang Yang was about to offer some words of comfort, Li Bing came rushing down from the second floor, throwing herself into Aunt Qing's embrace. Stop investigating. Li Bing's voice betrayed no hint of joy or anger. The death of her mother was a deep-seated sorrow. How could she not yearn to uncover the truth? Yet, time had passed, and the evidence was all but lost, rendering it impossible to bring the perpetrator to justice. Aunt Qing's frantic efforts seemed utterly futile. It's my inadequacy, and I owe your mother an apology. Reflecting on the moment when Li Bing's mother entrusted her daughter to her care, Aunt Qing felt a profound sense of having betrayed that trust. Although Li Bing had grown up healthy, her personality set her apart, making it difficult for her to integrate with others. Fortunately, she had found someone who could embrace her for who she was. Do not say that anymore. You are my mother. Li Bing's heartfelt declaration caused Aunt Qing to choke up again, their bond transcending mere maternal ties as they held each other tightly. Sighing, Zhang Yang rose to tidy the dishes. Unlike Li Bing, who had someone who loved her even more than her mother, he had never even laid eyes on his own parents. Raised by his strict grandparents, he had never felt a shred of affection, existing as if he were an unwanted child. Only in the quiet of night would his grandmother sneak in to tuck him in. In the vast house, there was hardly a place for Zhang Yang to call his own, prompting him to abandon his studies at the tender age of 15 to seek work elsewhere. It had been nearly a decade since he last returned home, and he had received no news from his family. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit. Had he not known that in his past life his grandparents had been waiting for his return, he might not have felt the urge to go back. Upon returning to the living room after clearing the dishes, he found Aunt Qing had already retired for the night, and Li Bing had gone upstairs. After turning off the lights, Zhang Yang ascended to the second floor, and just as he settled down, he heard Li Bing's door creak open. If it's cold, you can come in. The rest of her words faded, but he faintly discerned an invitation to sleep in her room. Instantly, he sat up, incredulous, and exclaimed, "Really?" A resounding slam of the door was his only answer, causing his expression to fall. "I thought it was true. Oh well. One day, she will willingly let me hold her while we sleep," he mused with a chuckle. Lost in pleasant thoughts, he soon drifted off, hoping to continue the dream in slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Li Bing had been anxiously standing behind the door for quite some time, only feeling relieved enough to lie down when he did not enter. The notion of sharing a bed was a far-fetched idea for Zhang Yang. Li Bing merely wished to invite him in to sleep on the floor, hoping to share some warmth. She was not yet ready for more. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. While preparing lunch, Zhang Yang heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the delightful sight of Liang Jiujio, the food enthusiast, standing before him. Surprised? Unexpected? With a loud thud, the door swung shut once more. "Hey, I haven't even stepped inside yet. Little Yang, open the door. I brought you a gift." Outside, Liang Jiujio pounded on the door, demanding, "Tell me, did you time your arrival to coincide with mealtime? You glutton." Zhang Yang, with a stoic expression, once again opened the door. Liang Jiujio giggled, suddenly bent down, and darted into the room beneath Zhang Yang's arm. Not seeing anyone of interest downstairs, she scampered upstairs. "I just mopped the floor. Xiao Jiujio, come down here." Zhang Yang glared at the series of footprints, exasperated that she hadn't even changed her shoes, oblivious to the urgency of the situation. Chapter 62. Temptation on the second floor. Li Bing stood before the balcony, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the azure sky while contemplating a significant decision. It had been quite some time since she had engaged in such deep reflection. Traditionally, she reserved this mode of thinking for moments of great importance, and this occasion was no exception. A businesswoman of formidable strength, a workaholic, these descriptors encapsulated Li Bing, who unabashedly acknowledged her passion for her career. Observing the gradual growth of her small company filled her with a profound sense of pride. Yet, looking at her present circumstances, sleeping, tending to her child, reading, she felt a stark contrast to her former self. Was it truly impossible to pursue her passion without the company? She questioned herself repeatedly, pondering whether this was the life she truly desired. Nurturing a family? Was she genuinely content with such a fate? As she contemplated the sky, two choices loomed in her mind: work or life. Starting a business was not insurmountable. She had some savings to begin anew. Conversely, embarking on this path would mean sacrificing precious time with her daughter, jeopardizing the bond they had painstakingly built. It was a dilemma of conflicting desires. "Mom, you're sighing. Where's my new dress?" Little E exclaimed, holding her doll close. The doll, once clad in a pink frock, was now adorned with a brand new red dress. "It looks lovely." Li Bing stroked her daughter's head, her impassive face betraying a hint of affection. This was the most progress she had made in 2 days. Yay, Mommy! Look! The little one's face beamed with delight, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with joy, as Li Bing gently ruffled her daughter's hair. She recognized the praise directed towards her. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs, and before long, Liang Jujio appeared at the door. Sister Bing, I have news to share. Come here for a hug. I've missed you so much. Liang Jujio rushed over and scooped up showering her with affectionate kisses. Yay, Auntie, you smell so nice. The little one, overwhelmed by the kisses, pushed Liang Jujio's face away, scrunching her nose and sneezing adorably. Humph, you little rascal. Liang Jujio wiped the drool from her face and playfully tapped E's nose. After some playful antics, Liang Jujio finally remembered her purpose, setting E down on the bed to entertain herself. Sister Bing, I have news. The Li family has gone bankrupt. Liang Jujio raised her eyebrows. Oh, in the days of respite, Li Bing had neglected to follow business affairs, having not even glanced at her phone or television. I knew it. Sister Bing, you must be unaware. The Li family is left with just a cosmetic store. And guess what? Li Guohao and his mother are actually setting up a stall at the entrance. Li Guohao's expression was utterly hilarious. Liang Jujio burst into laughter, her decorum forgotten. Li Bing fell into a pensive silence. She understood the company's situation better than anyone. Although the predicament might seem dire, they were still far from bankruptcy. As for why Li Zhongming went bankrupt so swiftly after taking over, that remains a mystery. My father remarked, this is akin to a sycophant being kicked by the very dog they sought to please. Serves them right, exclaimed Liang Jujio dramatically. It turns out that upon assuming control of the company, Li Zhongming immediately sought reconciliation with the Shao family. But unfortunately, they utterly disregarded him, refusing even to grant him an audience. Coupled with his complete lack of business acumen, it wasn't too long before the shops and clientele under the Xiangnai Group were consumed, leaving only a solitary cosmetic store, a remnant spared by the Shao family's mercy. After a lengthy TTE upstairs, Liang Jujio heard Zhang Yang calling for dinner from downstairs. Her ears perked up instantly. She was unabashedly eager for the meal, having timed her arrival precisely for a delectable bite. Upon tasting Zhang Yang's culinary creations, she found them to be remarkably delightful, far surpassing the offerings of any restaurant. Naturally, she wasted no time at the dinner table, indulging heartily. Zhang Yang suspected that beneath that exquisite exterior lay a boisterous spirit. Have you ever ridden a wooden horse? After a sumptuous meal, Liang Jujio set her abduction plan in motion. She had awaited this day for far too long, and the opportunity had finally presented itself. A wooden horse? Young was utterly perplexed, tilting her head in confusion. Oh, it's immensely fun. The wooden horse spins around and around. So entertaining. There are also pirate ships, roller coasters, and trampolines. So many thrilling attractions. Fun, is it? Felt a flicker of excitement. Though she had never experienced it herself, the exhilaration on her aunt's face assured her it must be delightful. And there are ring toss games. So many beautiful toys to win if you can throw the rings just right. Would you like to go? Annie can take you. Yes, I want to go. But will Daddy come with us? Lacked the courage to make a decision on her own. If her father disapproved, she would undoubtedly refrain from going. Zhang Yang, observing Liang Jujio's intentions, finally revealed his suspicions. You think you can abduct my daughter? How naive. My precious little girl is not so easily swayed. My dear, if you truly wish to go, your father will surely take you when he has the time. Do not be deceived by anyone. Who knows, you might end up being sold for buns along the way. How could you think that of me? Am I that kind of person? Buns, no matter how fragrant, cannot compare to E. With that, she planted a kiss on E's cheek. The little one grimaced, wiping her face in distaste, causing Liang Jujio to feel deeply wounded. Oh no, I have been rejected. Even a kiss from a super gorgeous girl can be met with disdain. Do you know what today is? It's the day the magician is performing a preview at the People's Square. I just checked, and the square is already bustling with crowds. And many are conducting business. It's quite lively. Little Yang, please allow me to take I promise to return her to you in tears of joy. Liang Jujio implored earnestly. Listen to yourself. Is this what an aunt should say? You'll bring her back in tears? And you expect me to let you go together? Zhang Yang scoffed, having never encountered such a woman in his life. That is splendid. Your daddy has agreed. Let us set off. Wait. When did I agree to that? How could I take charge of this matter? It ultimately depends on whether your sister agrees. Only her approval can pave the way. After being cooped up at home for several days, he longed to take out for a stroll, but alas, Li Bing had been quite strict with Yi, not permitting her to step outside at all. She would often take her bed, and they would sleep the day away, all under the guise of postpartum recovery. Zhang Yang, I never would have guessed you were under the thumb of your wife. Liang Jiu wore a mocking expression. I have never denied it. Wherever I am, I proudly acknowledge my status as a henpecked husband. Is that not true, my dear wife? Zhang Yang displayed not an ounce of shame. Rather, he was brimming with pride, as if this were a matter of course. Li Bing, absorbed in her reading, cast a frosty glare in his direction. She was unaware that, at some point, the term wife had become synonymous with her identity, and intriguingly, she felt no aversion to it. Sister Bing, let us go for a stroll. You stay at home every day, completely oblivious to the lively world outside. Let us go, shall we? Liang Jiu's charm was undeniable, and Zhang Yang was taken aback to discover her talent for coaxing, executed with such finesse. Grasping Li Bing's arm, she swayed playfully, her lips pouting, her head shaking side to side. Coupled with her utterly adorable voice, it was as if Zhang Yang had been struck with an overwhelming force. What to do if I feel like vomiting? Help! I need assistance right away. All right, you can nap first. Li Bing seemed to be succumbing to Liang Jiu's charm, though she did not fully acquiesce, merely suggesting after the nap. This statement effectively delayed their outing by 2 or 3 hours. Does E still need a nap? It's winter now, not summer. Liang Jiu assumed that only summer warranted napping. Winter is for playing all day. Without children, one might overlook the importance of ample sleep for a child's growth. E wants to sleep. The little one nodded in response. Very well. Annie will keep you company while you sleep. Liang Jiu chuckled mischievously, as if she had conjured up a delightful thought, and scooped up to head upstairs. Chapter 63. Ring toss at 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Yang and his family, accompanied by Aunt Qing and the just-awoken Liang Jiu, finally stepped out of their home. He had awoken after a little over an hour of napping, while Liang Jiu, who had not enjoyed such a comfortable sleep in ages, especially while cradling the soft little had indulged in a full 3 hours of slumber, thus their late departure. Zhang Yang, why didn't you wake me? Honestly, Liang Jiu exclaimed, still basking in the joy of her restful slumber. Who could rouse you? You were sleeping like a log. Zhang Yang retorted immediately. You're the pig. Liang Jiu shot back defiantly, gazing at little Yi, who was resting on her father's shoulder, her tiny nose wrinkled adorably. Yi's little tongue playfully flicked about in her mouth, producing a teasing sound. Liang Jiu, not one to back down, immediately retaliated. The two seemed like perpetual children, engaging in a delightful banter that was quite amusing. Aunt Qing stifled a laugh behind her hand. As for Li Bing, she was clad in a white trench coat and a black mask, concealing herself thoroughly. This was both a measure against the cold and a precaution due to her high profile, fearing recognition from others. Zhang Yang presumed that Li Bing would likely abstain from joining them. However, to his astonishment, she exhibited an unparalleled enthusiasm as she stepped out of her home ahead of everyone else. This sudden transformation left Zhang Yang momentarily bewildered. The group of 5 boarded a car and proceeded towards People's Square. Upon entering People's Road, they were halted by a traffic officer who informed them that due to the throngs of people, both People's Road and the square were off-limits to vehicles that day, necessitating a pedestrian entrance. Reluctantly, they sought a parking spot and commenced their walk to the square. I told you we should have come earlier. Look, we can't even drive in. Liang Jiu complained slightly, with over a mile still to traverse. She realized it had been quite some time since she had walked such a distance. And you have the audacity to say that? Isn't at all, because you were sleeping like a log? Zhang Yang shot her a sidelong glance. Auntie is still snoring. Xiao Yi chimed in from her father's arms, not missing the chance to add a playful jab. Snoring? Who? Me? I would never. Sweetheart, don't spread falsehoods. Liang Jiao glanced around, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Annie's a little piggy. Daddy said so. Liang Jiao shot Zhang Yang a fierce glare before swiftly moving to Li Bing's side, linking arms and striding ahead. For Zhang Yang and Qing, the distance posed no challenge. They ambled along calmly, while Liang Jiao and Li Bing, evidently unaccustomed to such exertion, fell behind swiftly. Oh dear, I'm so tired. Wait for us. Let's take a break. Liang Jiao was already perspiring, panting for breath. Li Bing was in no better condition. Yet her stubborn pride compelled her to maintain a composed, if not aloof, pace. Along the way, numerous families were also making their way to the square. The cold weather necessitated heavy clothing, causing these individuals to move at a leisurely pace, reminiscent of the 1970s when foot travel was the norm for market excursions. Modern individuals have grown far too comfortable. Qing sighed, shaking her head. As they neared People's Square, they spotted a vendor squatting by the curb, with a box before him divided into several compartments, the last of which contained a small ball. What do you call this? How do you play? Zhang Yang inquired, crouching down with Xiao Yi in his arms, intrigued by the peculiar contraption. This is called Little Ball into the Hole. Each compartment has a price tag, 50 yuan, 100 yuan, 200 yuan, and the highest is 10,000 yuan. It's simple. Pull the spring to launch the ball, and if it lands in a compartment, you win the corresponding amount. Would you like to give it a try? The vendor, a man in his 50s or 60s, demonstrated, and the small ball rolled into the 10,000 yuan slot. Is it truly that easy? How much does it cost to play? Not expensive at all, just 10 yuan per attempt. We also accept mobile payments. The vendor eagerly produced a payment sign, exuding an air of confidence. Such a bargain. I'll try. Here, SA 100 yuan. Just then, a young man crouched down and handed the vendor a 100 yuan note. Zhang Yang, holding Xiao Yi, observed from the side, sensing that there must be some trickery involved. It couldn't be that straightforward. The young man forcefully pulled the spring and then instantly released it, causing the small ball to be propelled forward. It ricocheted back and forth above the grid, seemingly on the verge of rolling into the 100 yuan square, but narrowly missed, fortunately landing beside it in the 50 yuan square, which was still acceptable. However, to his astonishment, the ball maintained its velocity and bypassed the 50 yuan square, returning to the starting point. What a pity it was so close, lamented the vendor. Try again. The young man pulled the spring once more, seemingly having found the right approach. Although he exerted less force this time, the ball bounced fewer times but ultimately returned to the starting point again. Try again. Again and again, he restarted, yet the ball never once landed in a prize square, always falling just short. In a fit of frustration during the final attempt, he yanked the spring a little and released it, but alas, his strength was insufficient, and the ball merely ventured out a bit before returning, squandering yet another opportunity. How could this be? Are you deceiving me, boss? How is it possible that it hasn't gone in even once? I would never deceive you. It's your technique that's lacking. Observe closely. It's all about a gentle touch. Just like this, the vendor demonstrated again, and this time the ball effortlessly entered the largest prize square. It felt as though the young man had been struck across the face, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He hesitated to leave, unwilling to concede, yet fearful of failing again. By this point, a crowd had gathered, intrigued by the spectacle. At that moment, Liang Jiao, panting and trailing behind Li Bing, arrived. Upon seeing the intriguing toy, her spirits lifted, and her fatigue vanished. What is that? Let me see. Liang Jiao squeezed in, captivated by the game box. Under the vendor's demonstration, she found it immensely entertaining. I want to play. Can I pay with my phone? Yes. Of course. The vendor replied cheerfully, producing a payment sign. Oh dear, my arms are sore. Zia, stop playing for a moment and hold EE for me. I need a break. Zhang Yang said, shifting EE into Liang Jiao's embrace and pulling her away from the crowd without further ado. Why are you dragging me? I want to play. Liang Jiao pouted, reluctantly being pulled away. What is the point of playing? It's all a scam. Zhang Yang observed keenly. While the vendor's hands remained still after the young man pulled the spring, his feet had moved subtly. Although he couldn't decipher the mechanisms at play, He was certain that some trickery was involved. Winning was more challenging than ascending to the heavens. How could it be that simple? There's no way to scam. Liang Jujio protested, a hint of defiance in her tone. This is an ancient sleight of hand, Zaya Jiji. You're still too young to comprehend. Qing Yi, having seen much, quickly identified the underlying issue. Initially intending to dissuade Zhang Yang from playing, she was taken aback when a young man intervened. Choosing to remain silent, she settled for a front-row seat to the unfolding farce. Noticing Liang Jujio's eagerness to play, she began to persuade her. Oh, I see now. I believe you, Qing. Shall we try the ring toss instead? Liang Jujio had faith in Qing Yi. Recognizing that while this game might be unplayable, the ring toss was certainly an option worth exploring. Anticipating the imminent encounter with the captivating ring toss game, I felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, prompting me to trot along with Yi, my breath steady and my body unburdened by fatigue. Ah, the vigor of women. Just moments ago, I was unaware of who had lamented exhaustion. Zhang Yang, with a slight pout, attempted to keep pace, only to find Li Bing standing motionless like a wooden post, gazing at the vendors in the crowd, lost in contemplation. My wife is gone. There's nothing to see. Approaching Li Bing, Zhang Yang yearned to grasp his wife's arm like Liang Jujio, but upon extending his hand, he was met with an eye roll, prompting him to awkwardly withdraw. Oh dear, look, he has wandered far. That little one might be sold off by Liang Jujio. Oof, you think too much. Li Bing retorted with a cold snort, gracefully turning to pursue Liang Jujio. The ring toss game is said to have been recorded as early as the reign of Emperor Qianlong. During his incognito travels to the south, he developed a keen interest in this game and even participated personally. This game epitomizes the concept of small stakes yielding large rewards. A copper coin S-ring, if successfully tossed, could secure items worth far more than the cost of the ring, a rather lucrative endeavor. Over the years, however, the essence of the game has shifted. Though the rings remain inexpensive, the object to be won have lost their value. Despite their colorful and ornate appearances, they're hardly worth anything. Take, for instance, the ring toss stall where Liang Jujio has arrived. The seemingly smooth and vibrant ceramic items are merely plaster molds, devoid of any genuine ceramic quality. Statues of Guanyin, Guangong, money turtles, and various small animal piggy banks are all filled with plaster, merely coated with a layer of paint. Chapter 64. The Ring Toss Boss. I deal like 100 coins worth of rings, Liang Jujio announced, standing at the enclosure of the ring toss stall, cradling Yi without hesitation in her payment. With a swift motion, she handed over 100 coins. All right, I'll get that for you right away. The proprietor, elated at the transaction, pocketed the money and began counting the rings draped over his arm. 1, 5, 20, 25, 30, exactly 50 rings, all accounted for. Young lady, you seem generous. I'll give you a few extra. Noticing Liang Jujio holding the child, the proprietor fetched a string and strung the rings together before handing them over. Thank you, boss. Sweetheart, Ani will teach you how to toss the rings. First, hold on to this ring. Liang Jujio removed one ring and passed it to the little one, then took a handful for herself, tossing them with a flourish. The rings flew through the air, yet unfortunately, none landed on a prize. Yi se vidinit invandet. Her hands clutching the ring, perplexed by her aunt's antics, yet intrigued nonetheless. Observing the round object in her hands, she playfully compared it to her head and effortlessly slipped it onto her own, resembling a collar. Hee, auntie, the ring is so much fun, Yi exclaimed, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Indeed, the ring toss is delightful. Watch as Ani aims for that Barbie doll. Liang Jujio targeted the toy nestled among the prizes, launching another handful of rings, but alas, even this time, she failed to graze the target. Yi's gaze was drawn into the lively scene, her excitement palpable as she observed the array of delightful items. With her tiny fingers, she pointed at a charming rabbit-shaped piggy bank, exclaiming, Annie, I want that one. That one. Which one? The rabbit? Came the response. Simple. Let me show you how it's done. Liang Jujio, undeterred, flung out a ring, attempting to encircle the prize. She threw several rings, yet they failed to graze the edges of the target. Once more, I refuse to believe I cannot succeed. With a defiant glint in her eyes, she cast another ring, this time managing to land one at the rabbit's feet, though still falling short of encircling it completely. The rules of the game dictated that the ring must fully encompass the object to count, perhaps influenced by Yi's presence. Liang Zhujiao quickly pushed her towards Zhang Yang as he approached, seizing another ring to toss. "Daddy, this ring toss is so much fun," little Yi chirped, her voice sweet and innocent, as she tilted her body to watch Liang Zhujiao. "All right, let us cheer for your aunt." Zhang Yang, following his daughter's lead, stood beside Liang Zhujiao, observing the dwindling number of rings, now reduced to a mere handful. With a keen eye, she launched several more, but once again, they fell short. "Xiaojiu, you truly are quite wasteful. Is this how one plays ring toss?" Zhang Yang cheated. "Wasteful? How am I wasteful? I've seen it done like this in videos." Liang Zhujiao retorted, perplexed. "Those are the wealthy, second-generation elites, idly tossing rings for amusement. Some do it for videos to gain attention. The true art of ring toss requires precision and one ring at a time. How infuriating. I, too, belong to the affluent class." Liang Zhujiao exclaimed defiantly. "I want to play my way. Boss, I'll take another 100 yuan's worth." With an extravagant flourish, Liang Zhujiao reached into her pocket, only to find a solitary 100 yuan note. Fortunately, the proprietor accepted mobile payments, simplifying the transaction. Upon receiving the payment, the vendor respectfully offered another generous string of rings. Li Bing and Qing Yi were witnessing the ring toss for the first time. Li Bing had never even heard of it, while Qing Yi had only heard whispers of the game without ever seeing it in person. Now, standing behind Liang Zhujiao, they observed with keen curiosity. The 100 yuan worth of rings quickly vanished under Liang Zhujiao's lavish spending, leaving her with just 2 rings, which filled her with dismay. "How frustrating. Why can't I succeed?" she huffed. "That's because you're tossing blindly. Ring toss requires skill. If you just throw without aiming, it's sheer luck if you succeed." Zhang Yang interjected, removing the ring from his daughter's neck, finding it inappropriate for a child to wear such a thing. "Daddy will toss something fun for you. What do you want?" "I want that one, the rabbit." The little one pointed once more at the piggy bank. "All right, watch closely," Zhang Yang declared, casually tossing the ring. Despite its seemingly casual trajectory, it flew directly towards the rabbit, landing perfectly on top. The ring spun around the rabbit a few times before settling securely in place. "Wow, it's a hit. You did it. How impressive." At this moment, Liang Zhujiao leaped with excitement, grateful that someone else had won. Had it been herself, she might have gone wild with joy. "Hey, young man, impressive. This is the prize you won." The owner wore a benevolent smile, even if it was merely a trinket worth a few cents. He wouldn't feel a loss in giving it away. Little Yi joyfully accepted the piggy bank from her father, noticing it felt quite rough and gritty in her hands, lacking any smoothness. Nevertheless, it was not light, being made of plaster. "Oh, it's discolored. Shall we not keep it? Father is getting you something fun." Zhang Yang looked at the white dust in his hands with disdain, simultaneously brushing off the residue from his daughter's fingers. Aunt Qing handed over a wet wipe, diligently cleaning the little one's hands, reminiscent of a young Li Bing. "Plaster, they say, is toxic." Liang Zhujiao soon realized the prize was not worth keeping and promptly called the owner to exchange it. The owner, amiable as ever, agreed that one item could be exchanged for 2 rings. "Is this really worth 2 rings? I used dozens to win it." Liang Zhujiao's face fell in disappointment. "Did you win it? That was my win, you know. Hand over the rings, and watch me snag the most beautiful prize," Zhang Yang declared as he brought over the last 2 rings along with the exchanged ones. The best items were positioned in the center, perched upon a high stool. Generally difficult to win, yet this proprietor had encountered Zhang Yang. With his perfect control of strength, tossing rings was mere child's play. "This doll set of 4 Barbies is yours." Zhang Yang aimed for the central Barbie doll, deftly flinging the ring, which arched gracefully through the air, landing perfectly atop the doll's box. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Even the owner looked stunned. He truly suffered a loss this time. This was the most valuable item, retailing at several tens of yuan. "A doll, a big doll, how lovely!" Yi exclaimed, clutching the Barbie box, her face radiating excitement, holding it tightly as if fearing it might slip away. "Next, let us win a helicopter." Zhang Yang took aim again, flawlessly securing his desired prize. A remote-controlled helicopter toy, housed in a splendid box. Little Yang Yang, you're incredible. You must teach me sometime. Liang Jiujiu mirrored Yi's expression, equally exhilarated with the toy. With 2 rings remaining, Zhang Yang made another attempt, this time for a remote-controlled car. At this point, the owner looked utterly defeated, his face a portrait of despair, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, only 1 ring remained. Regardless of the prize, this maestro should finish up and leave, he thought, overwhelmed. Observing the owner's expression, Zhang Yang felt reluctant to push them further. After all, they were just business people trying to make a living. He decided to forego the last ring. While Zhang Yang spared them, Liang Jiujiu was relentless, insisting they provide another 100 rings for Zhang Yang to win. The owner appeared on the verge of tears, remaining motionless. If another 100 rings come, I fear this little brother will take everything. All right, enough is enough. We have come to witness magic, not to play. Let's proceed. Under Zhang Yang's persuasion, Liang Jiujiu relinquished her desire for revenge and moved forward clutching a toy. During this interval, Aunt Qing suddenly retreated beside Zhang Yang and whispered, I believe I have spotted an acquaintance. Keep an eye on Bing Bing. I shall return shortly. An acquaintance? Indeed, I will. Zhang Yang was perplexed as to how Aunt Qing could recognize someone familiar in this place. It must be someone of significance, otherwise she would not have departed. Chapter 65. The instructor. As the hours of work drew to a close, the bustling People's Road became increasingly crowded. Aunt Qing cautiously trailed behind an individual sporting a baseball cap, gradually moving away from the street and into a residential area. Most of the residences here were dormitories provided by companies, modest in size and densely populated. This cylindrical-style housing was filled with a diverse array of young individuals, each striving for their dreams and livelihoods. Living in such conditions did not elicit complaints. Rather, they felt fortunate to have a place to stay in this vast city. Following a long corridor, Aunt Qing maintained a calm demeanor as she delved deeper alongside the figure ahead. Years of experience as a scout enabled her to navigate the chaotic environment of the dormitory with ease, rendering her presence undetectable. The cap-wearing individual appeared oblivious to the pursuit. Walking steadily into another corridor, Aunt Qing hesitated at the corner, her instincts warning her of potential danger beyond. Yet, the sense of familiarity brought forth by the figure compelled her to abandon her hesitation and turn the corner. Upon entering, a shadow suddenly materialized before her, launching an immediate attack. Startled, Aunt Qing swiftly evaded while simultaneously executing a powerful kick. The assailant, not to be outdone, raised an arm to block her maneuver while delivering a punch with the other, employing formal military combat techniques. Aunt Qing instinctively thrust her palm to intercept the incoming fist, seizing the assailant's arm and instantly applying a joint lock, forcing the person towards the ground. Joint locks and counterlocks are essential skills within military combat training. The assailant caught her grasp, bent, and executed a countermove. Aunt Qing, taken aback, prepared to evade but was swiftly overpowered and pinned against the wall. Who are you? Aunt Qing felt no trepidation, instead overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The technique and silhouette unmistakably indicated a military background. Xiao Qing. Even after all these years away from the military, your skills remain sharp. Truly a testament to my training. The individual released Aunt Qing's arm and stepped back, slightly lifting his head to reveal the face of a middle-aged man beneath the cap. Instructor, is it truly you? Aunt Qing exclaimed, elated. In the midst of the crowd, Aunt Qing recognized the figure immediately, quietly following at first with uncertainty. Yet, after their brief encounter, the familiarity intensified. Now, upon gazing at the man's face, who else could it be but her former instructor? After all these years, I am surprised you still remember me, he replied with a shy smile, his deep dimples leaving a lasting impression. Although aging, one does not exhibit the signs of old age. How could I possibly forget you? The dimpled instructor, Aunt Qing, with a rare hint of shyness, remarked. The dimpled instructor? Is that the moniker you bestowed upon me? It was not I who named you. It was our entire cohort that referred to you in such a manner, for you left an indelible impression upon us. Is that so? Hee. The individual, rubbing the dimples on his face, smiled with a touch of embarrassment. By the way, are those 2 lovely young individuals your children? They seem quite well matched. I never imagined that you, so youthful, would already have grandchildren. You must be truly happy. The visitor sincerely expressed her well wishes. No, you misunderstand. The girl wearing a mask is more like my goddaughter. I have remained single all this time. Aunt Ching, her demeanor somewhat awkward, hurriedly shook her head in denial. If only I truly had such grown children, but alas, I have yet to find someone special. I see, my apologies. However, have you recently offended someone? Aunt Ching's brow furrowed instantly. It was certain they had made enemies, but how did the instructor know? There has been a pair of shadows trailing you. Though they maintain a considerable distance and conceal themselves quite professionally, they cannot escape my keen observation. You must exercise caution. Trusting the instructor implicitly, Aunt Ching did not doubt his words, yet she had also conducted her own reconnaissance and found no anomalies. Could it be that these individuals are so adept that they eluded her scrutiny? Zhang Yang should be aware of this. I apologize, instructor. I need to make a phone call. Aunt Ching stepped into a corner and dialed Zhang Yang's number. Amidst the cacophony of the bustling market, the phone rang for an extended period before being answered. Zhang Yang, are you aware that we have someone tailing us? Yes, I've noticed. A couple of bored individuals have been watching us for several days. As long as it does not disrupt our lives, let them be. You truly are carefree. Be a bit more cautious to avoid any major issues. Understood. Over the phone, Aunt Ching heard the sounds of children playing, likely engaged in a game, and Zhang Yang hastily ended the call. Turning around, Aunt Ching looked for her instructor, only to find that he had vanished. Instructor? Instructor? Just like before. He left without a word. Alas, after such a difficult reunion, he didn't even leave a means of contact. Men are truly unreliable. Aunt Ching stamped her foot in frustration, her demeanor reminiscent of a young girl in her first love. Little did anyone know, her first love truly was him, upon their initial acquaintance. He was an instructor and she a student. The military maintained strict discipline, leaving no room for development, and after the training concluded, the instructor disappeared without so much as a farewell. Thus, many years were lost. Finally encountering one another again, they exchanged only a few words before he vanished once more. Alas, I understand you. As a soldier, you must be bound by duty. Who knows if we shall ever meet again in this lifetime? I wish you a good homecoming. Gazing at the empty corridor, Aunt Ching sincerely offered her blessing, feeling certain that the instructor could hear her. In a bedroom across from the courtyard, two individuals sat facing each other at a desk, each with a computer displaying images from various corners of People's Square. Before long, a figure entered from outside, holding a steaming cup of milk tea. This individual was none other than the person who had just met with Aunt Ching. "Thank you, Director. You are truly thoughtful," exclaimed a young woman with a vibrant ponytail, cradling the warm tea in her hands. "What flavor is this, Director? I want the original." A girl, embodying the essence of youth, stood up and complained. "Just having something to drink is already a blessing, and yet you're being so picky." She added, "Let me remind you, I'm treating you all out of my own pocket, so appreciate it." Aunt Ching's superior, currently the Deputy Director of the National Security Bureau, bore the plain name Dong Dalei. These individuals were his subordinates. We all understand. This is a directive from our esteemed director. But they felt this modest offering was insufficient. "What directive? I know nothing of it." Dong Dalei replied candidly. "Director, weren't you just out meeting that person?" "Nonsense." Dong Dalei shot a glare at his subordinate. "Don't deny it. We heard everything. And she is single too." "Director, why don't you mention that you're single as well? You two would make a perfect match." "Yes, Director, do you need her contact information? I can easily obtain it, even her home address." The group of young people, unfazed by the gravity of their superior's position, playfully urged him to pursue romance, concocting elaborate schemes of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress and serendipitously encountering love. They were well aware that despite the director's seemingly stern demeanor, he possessed an exceptionally amiable nature, never having raised his voice against them, except for during rigorous training sessions. He showed genuine concern for their well-being, allowing them to jest freely. "Enough of this chit-chat. Focus and get back to work." "Understood, Director." Despite their playful banter, they took their duties seriously. Matters of national security were of utmost importance. Chapter 66. gratitude. As night fell, People's Square became increasingly lively, normally bustling. The square attracted even more attention tonight due to a renowned magician's performance, drawing a large crowd. With a surge in people came the potential for incidents. Thus, the police and traffic officers began patrolling the area, and food stalls were strictly prohibited from entering. The likelihood of accidents involving open flames was notably high, necessitating vigilance. Not being able to indulge in street food became a significant regret for Liang Jiujiu, reluctantly munching on a hamburger, which he found far less delectable than the meals prepared by Zhang Yang. However, for the sake of enjoying the festivities and witnessing the magician's show, he could not justify returning home to cook. Li Bing, on the other hand, was content sitting with her daughter, enjoying fried chicken and warm milk, their expressions relaxed, occasionally punctuated by the cheerful laughter of the little one. Today, the child was overjoyed, having received numerous toys and even riding on a wooden horse, which spun around delightfully. "Oh, my dear daughter, I can't reach. Would you share a bite with your father?" Zhang Yang found himself surrounded by a multitude of toys, with several fuzzy happy dogs and an array of toy cars and guns. The largest among them was a plush bear, one from a dart game, towering at approximately 1.5 meters, larger than the little one. "Daddy, eat. The meat is delicious." The little one offered Zhang Yang a piece of fried chicken, her hands greasy and her voice sweet. So tasty. The food for my darling is simply delightful." It was Zhang Yang's first experience of being fed by his daughter, filling his heart with immense joy. Li Bing, who had been the recipient of such feeding numerous times, could not fathom this sentiment and merely rolled her eyes in response. "Annie wants some too. Give Annie a piece." Liang Jiujiu, her eyes filled with longing, opened her mouth in anticipation of being fed. "No way. Annie has already had plenty." The little one retreated her hand, clutching a few pieces protectively to her chest, her lips pouting defiantly. "Stingy. Annie has money. I'll just go buy more." Liang Jiujiu huffed, rising to her feet, eager for another serving of fried chicken. Alas, the crowd had swelled significantly, with the line stretching far beyond 100 meters, suggesting that even if she were to buy some, it would be well past midnight. "Excuse me, sir, do you have children?" Just as Zhang Yang was reluctantly swallowing the chicken his daughter had fed him, a lady beside him, holding a flyer, politely inquired. "Yes." Zhang Yang looked up at her, finding her somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, though he could not quite place it. "Ah, it's you. Sir, I've been looking for you for ages." AI Xiaoli exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Zhang Yang, waving her hand in the distance. "Xiaomei, come here. I've found your savior. Right here, right here." Savior? Zhang Yang suddenly recalled the incident when he had rescued someone on his way to the Anshin orphanage, who appeared to be a kindergarten teacher. He had not thought much of it at the time. Where? I'm coming." The woman named Xiaomei was indeed the girl who had suffered from epilepsy. Had it not been for Zhang Yang's fortuitous intervention, her fate could have been dire. It's truly him. Xiaomei could never forget the person who had saved her life. The memory of their first encounter lingered in her mind, where she had nearly mistaken him for a villain, but ultimately found him to be her savior. Most importantly, since that day, her condition had ceased to manifest, as if it had been rooted out entirely. Xiaomei adjusted her shoulders, smoothing her clothes, and tidied her hair to appear presentable. She then handed the flyer to AI Xiaoli, wishing to convey her respect. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving me." Xiaomei bowed deeply, her hands clasped at her waist in a gesture of gratitude. "Oh, please. There is no need for such formality. It was merely a coincidence. Get up, get up." Seeing her sincere demeanor, Zhang Yang hastily assisted her to her feet. In today's world, such reverence for etiquette seemed increasingly rare. Many prefer to substitute genuine gratitude with material wealth, eschewing even the simplest acts of appreciation. One could only ponder whether this was a sign of progress or regression in society. No, the public has taught me that saving a life deserves a lifetime of gratitude. My life was saved by you, sir. Should you have any commands, please feel free to express them. I am entirely at your service." Xiaomei spoke earnestly. This was no jest. The ancient tradition of repaying a life-saving grace has persisted through the ages. This custom is still upheld today, particularly among venerable martial families. "Xiaomei, are you serious?" AI Xiaoli's surprise was palpable. She had previously inquired several times about how to properly express gratitude upon meeting a benefactor, and Xiao Mei had always responded with the notion of repaying in kind. AI Xiaoli had thought it a mere jest, believing such customs to be antiquated in modern society. Yet, upon witnessing this turn of events, her astonishment was undeniable. Looking at Xiao Mei's sincere and solemn expression transported her back to a bygone era, making it feel as though this were not merely a dream. Zhang Yang's reaction was one of sheer bewilderment. He stood frozen, staring blankly at Xiao Mei, unable to process the situation. Li Bing, standing nearby, also appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, handing a piece of chicken to her daughter, saying, "Go give this to your father." Okay. The little girl, oblivious to the unfolding drama, scampered over to her father. Noticing that her small hands could not reach his mouth, she tugged at his pant leg, anxiously calling out, "Daddy, Daddy, eat the meat." Zhang Yang, finally snapping back to reality, picked up his daughter and took the food from her hands, turning his gaze back to Xiao Mei. "I apologize, I didn't quite catch that. The notion of repaying a life-saving grace seems somewhat exaggerated. I merely lent a hand. It was the doctor's expertise that truly made the difference." At this moment, both Xiao Mei and AI Xiaoli comprehended the implications. He was already married with children, and the idea of offering oneself in gratitude seemed rather inappropriate. "Indeed, you are quite right, sir. Your daughter is truly adorable. And is that your wife? She is quite beautiful." AI Xiaoli hurriedly intervened, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Yes, my daughter is indeed lovely. Earlier, you inquired if I had a daughter. Was there a specific reason?" Zhang Yang deftly shifted the subject, wanting to avoid any misunderstandings before his wife. "Oh, we are teachers from Sunshine Kindergarten. We will be enrolling students come spring, and your child should be approaching 3 years old. It seems an opportune moment to consider enrollment." As she spoke, she handed over a brochure. Ai Xiaoli, perceptive as she was, noticed Xiao Mei's daze and nudged her with her shoulder. "I apologize, sir, for any inconvenience. That was not my intention. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. I am earnestly seeking to repay this debt. Here is my ID and work credentials. May I inquire where you are employed?" Xiao Mei displayed unwavering determination. In her family, the principle of repaying life-saving kindness was sacrosanct, and she was resolute in her convictions. No, please, listen to me. I was not the one who saved you. It was the doctor. Furthermore, I do not require any repayment. Let us pretend we have never met, shall we?" Zhang Yang exclaimed, feeling quite distressed. This woman was remarkably obstinate. "No, I'm acutely aware of my condition. A fortune teller once informed me that my 13th illness would herald my demise. The last episode was indeed my 13th. You saved me, and I am certain it was you," Xiao Mei asserted with remarkable conviction. "How did we veer into superstition?" Zhang Yang lamented, shaking his head in resignation. "Epilepsy, though notoriously difficult to treat, should not be subjected to superstition. Those fortune tellers are mere charlatans, unworthy of belief. No, this is not superstition. It is a statement of our family's enduring legacy. It is a curse. This is the history of our lineage, not a curse. Enough. Allow me to be candid. Young lady, I have children and a wife. Quite lovely indeed. I am not lacking in financial means, nor in sustenance. I truly do not require your gratitude. If such a debt of gratitude could be transferred, I would wish for it to manifest as a passion for your career and a love for children. I hope you become an excellent teacher, for my children are soon to enter kindergarten. Do you understand?" Zhang Yang could hardly endure the girl's obstinacy any longer and urged her with earnestness. This tradition may benefit a bachelor, but for a family man, it becomes quite cumbersome. Such traditions ought to be discarded. "Yes, indeed, the gentleman speaks wisely. Xiao Mei, do not be foolish. Come, follow me. We still have many flyers to distribute." Xiao Mei, having yet to obtain Zhang Yang's contact information, was reluctant to leave, despite AI Xiaoli's entreaties falling on deaf ears. With no other option, Zhang Yang reluctantly provided her with his contact details, which finally coaxed her to depart willingly. "Do you not feel a twinge of regret? The girl is quite charming. Since you have pledged yourself, why not accept?" Aunt Qing, having arrived unbeknownst to anyone, witnessed this unfolding drama. Enough of this. That girl is clearly unhinged. What were you doing just now, Aunt Qing? Zhang Yang retorted. I was merely taking a stroll. Aunt Qing casually turned to walk alongside Li Bing. Little Yi nestled closely, sharing her treats. How did you come to know about the tale? With your capabilities, you should not have been able to discern it. Could you elucidate this for me? Aunt Qing, Zhang Yang, perplexed, felt an insatiable curiosity to uncover the truth. Explain what? Who I am allows me to know what I wish. Do not ask so many questions. Aunt Qing lowered her head, concealing her unease, and took a hearty bite of chicken. Zhang Yang sensed that Aunt Qing harbored a secret. He gazed up at the unmanned aerial vehicle hovering above, feeling that it too concealed mysteries. Zhang Yang's suspicions were well-founded. Behind these drones lay a vast organization. The Night Bat Bandit Guild, at this moment, was under the watchful eye of its second-in-command, Xiao Jianjun, who fixated on Zhang Yang with malevolent intent. Old 7, how confident are you in eliminating him with a single shot? Old Xiao, do you underestimate me? Once you give the order, I assure you, I can take him out with one shot. I could do it right now. Despite the throngs of people in the street, as a master sniper, he could accurately hit his target amidst the bustling crowd. It was merely a matter of practice skill. Excellent. In a few days, when I give the command, I want you to finish him off with a single shot. Xiao Jianjun's sinister gaze inspired fear. Chapter 67. Magic has a long history, tracing back to the Xia dynasty as a form of illusion. With the passage of dynasties, illusion, also known as sleight of hand, became a staple of acrobatic performances. Most often, it is street performers showcasing their talents in public, referred to as busking. As time progresses, this form of expression has acquired a new definition known as artistic performance, gracing the grand stage. Magic has also been classified into close-up magic and outdoor magic, the latter often being grand spectacles. Robert David stands out as a luminary in the realm of large-scale magic, renowned for his most famous acts, such as the aerialist and the levitation illusion. As nightfall enveloped the sky, people began to gather at the heart of the square, where the magic show was set to take place. Little Yi, cradled in her father's embrace, was swept along with the crowd towards the square. The curious child fidgeted restlessly, gazing about with wide eyes. Suddenly, she spotted a nearby child, each hand held by a parent, advancing forward and was intrigued. "Daddy, I want down," she exclaimed, squirming in her father's arms. "Why do you want to come down? There are so many people here. What if you get lost?" Zhang Yang inquired, perplexed, having already ensured that she had visited the restroom. No, I want down. I want to come down," Yi insisted, shaking her head with a frown. "All right, you can come down, but you must hold on to Daddy's hand tightly, understand?" Zhang Yang relented, unable to resist his daughter's wishes, and set her down. Once on the ground, Yi immediately grasped her father's hand, but was eager to catch up with her mother ahead. Li Bing, with her hands tucked in her trench coat pockets, felt a tug on her clothing and looked down to find Yi. Instantly, she reached out to pat her daughter's head. However, Yi had other intentions. She shook her head to avoid the touch while simultaneously seizing her mother's hand, which brought her immense joy. De holds Yi, and Yi holds mommy. A radiant smile illuminated Yi's face. Zhang Yang finally comprehended his daughter's desire. This was her intention all along. Indeed, this was delightful. This was what it meant to be a family, with a child between them. Li Bing did not resist, and in fact, found the sensation quite pleasing, as it allowed her to maintain her maternal role without direct contact with Zhang Yang. Very good, she thought, delighted. Little Yi bounced joyfully between her parents, eliciting envy from the onlooker Liang Jiao. How unfair. No one is holding my hand. She pouted in frustration. Jealous, are we? You should hurry and get married and have one. Aunt Qing teased from the side. Not having any. Absolutely not. I can't stand children, Liang Jiao retorted, her lips pursed in indignation. Aunt Qing chuckled softly and remarked, "You say one thing, but mean another." Large-scale magic requires a captivating setting, and the organizers had erected an elaborate stage in the central square, illuminated by powerful floodlights. Tall iron pillars stood at each corner of the stage, with steel wires faintly visible between them, as he joyfully approached the center of the square with her parents. Her small stature allowed her only to see the legs of the crowd, prompting her to gaze up at her father. "What's wrong? Want to see? Cool me. Sit on Daddy's shoulders," Zhang Yang offered, lifting and placing her atop his shoulders. The little one perched upon the shoulder felt her perspective broaden significantly as a grand stage unfolded before her. As the commencement time approached, the host ascended the stage, extravagantly introducing the illustrious magician, David Roberts. For ease of reference, the host casually referred to him simply as David. The magician, with his golden hair and azure eyes, unmistakably bore the hallmarks of a foreigner. He stood at an average height, neither stout nor slender, donning a tailcoat and wielding a magic wand, exuding the aura of a true master. David's command of Chinese was somewhat limited. However, the host's proficiency in English was commendable as he facilitated the explanations for the audience. David expressed his delight in performing at this venue and announced that he would commence with a traditional magic act, serving as a warm-up performance. He urged everyone to pay close attention. As the host's words dwindled, David raised his magic wand at center stage, and with a swift flick, it transformed into a ribbon. Straightening the ribbon, he flicked it once more, and it metamorphosed into a bouquet of flowers. Cradling the flowers, David spun around, and they magically transformed into 2 decks of playing cards. The ensuing card act was nothing short of spectacular, with cards soaring into the air, resembling a downpour of playing cards that lasted over a minute. The cascade of cards far exceeded 2 decks, marking the end of the warm-up magic. The audience erupted into fervent applause. Liang Jiujiu squealed with delight, bouncing around as if she were an unworldly village girl witnessing wonders for the first time. Mimicking the crowd, clapped her tiny hands, oblivious to the concept of magic, merely echoing the joy of those around her. The stage was entirely devoted to David henceforth. A series of enchanting performances followed, including the transformation of a person, an escape from a locked room, and the electric saw illusion, each act captivating the audience and eliciting waves of applause. David, seasoned in stagecraft, recognized the audience's heightened excitement and unveiled his signature levitation trick. In the expansive theater, David stood serenely, hands clasped as if in deep meditation. Moments later, the audience gasped in astonishment as he began to levitate, defying gravity without any visible support. The organizers prepared a large box, leaving a door on one side, and wheeled it onto the stage, enveloping David within. Yet, even within the confines of the box, he remained suspended, hovering 20 centimeters above the stage floor. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the venue. The audience, perplexed by the mechanics of the illusion, remained undeterred in their admiration. "Hey, Zhang Yang, how do you think you did that?" Liang Jiujiu exclaimed, her mouth agape in wonder. "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. "It's merely magic. If you uncover the truth, the allure dissipates. Sometimes, ignorance is a form of bliss. Magic operates on such principles. Once the secrets are unveiled, the enchantment fades. That is the essence of its mystique." "Humph, how annoying." Liang Jiujiu shot a glare at Zhang Yang before redirecting her gaze back to the stage. The large box had been removed, yet David continued to float, seemingly liberated from earthly constraints. At that moment, the audience noticed David's body ascend once more, this time rising over a meter higher. "Wow, wow, wow." A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Before the sound had even dissipated, David's body soared once more, this time ascending to a height of nearly 10 meters above the ground. "Oh my!" Suspended in midair, David spread his arms wide, striking a pose reminiscent of Jesus on the cross, albeit one of agony juxtaposed with elation. This ethereal moment was fleeting. Suddenly, David bent forward, lying horizontally in the air, and began to whirl around the stage. "Look, everyone! It's Mr. David's magic act, the Flying Man." The audience was awestruck, utterly captivated. Who can explain how he accomplishes this? The host, positioned in a corner of the stage, exclaimed in wonder, prompting a wave of ecstatic shrieks from the crowd. As David circled the stage, he unexpectedly broke away and soared above the audience, their mouths agape in astonishment, their hearts brimming with wonder. After completing a full circuit around the stage, spectators noticed David releasing something into the air. One by one, cards drifted down like feathers. Dear friends, do you see these cards? They are Mr. David's exclusive invitations. Those fortunate enough to catch one are in for a treat. In 5 days, he will perform a grand show at the arena, and with this card, entry is free. As the hostess' words echoed, the crowd raised their arms, clamoring for the cards that floated above them. In the ensuing frenzy, Liang Jiujio joyfully held up her card, offering it to Aunt Qing and Li Bing. I can't believe there are such perks. Here you go. Sister and Aunt Qing. My brother has already secured several tickets for me, so I won't be needing this. If Zhang Yang wants it, she can feel free to ask. Huh? Asking you? I'd rather rely on myself. Zhang Yang scoffed, shifting the cards from her shoulder into her embrace, revealing 5 invitations resting in her palm. Liang Jiujio soon noticed that Xiao Yi also possessed a card. Oh, how did you manage to get one? She asked, incredulous. Get? Was there any need to snatch? Just reach out and take it. Zhang Yang chuckled, finding Liang Jiujio's surprise amusing. Indeed, just reach out and take it. I have 3 here as well. Aunt Qing interjected lightly. You guys are unbelievable. I abandoned my ladylike demeanor to seize that card, and you treat it so casually. Are you devils? Liang Jiujio pouted in indignation, feeling like a victim of circumstance. Auntie, this is for you. Xiao Yi, oblivious to the unfolding drama, assumed Aunt Qing was upset for lacking a card and promptly handed over hers. You're such a good girl. Auntie didn't dote on you for nothing. Come here, let Auntie give you a hug. Liang Jiujio's wounded expression was softened by Xiao Yi's innocent gesture. Achoo! Xiao Yi sinizit unexpectedly. Rubink herditilnose. What's wrong? Are you coming down with a cold? Li Bing asked anxiously, pulling out a tissue. Zhang Yang tossed all her cards to Liang Jiujio, assisting her daughter with her sniffles. The couple worked in perfect harmony. I knew this day would come eventually. This unexpected wave of affection has truly caught me off guard. Liang Jiujio blinked, rendered momentarily speechless. Aunt Qing did not reprimand her this time. Instead, she furrowed her brow and raised the card to her nose, discovering a peculiar aroma. A brief whiff was pleasantly fragrant, yet prolonged inhalation became somewhat pungent. Chapter 68. Darkness. David's magic rehearsal concluded triumphantly, leaving the organizers exceedingly pleased. Their reputation had flourished, ensuring that the forthcoming formal performances would attract ample spectators. However, one aspect vexed the organizers. David had generously distributed over 1,000 cards, allowing that many individuals to attend for free. Although this resulted in a slight financial setback, the organizers were magnanimous and, having given the cards, saw no reason to retract them. In celebration, they ignited fireworks after the event. The display was executed mechanically, causing no pollution, and was visually stunning, forming various patterns in the sky. The organizers had ingeniously designed their trademark into the fireworks display, ensuring that all who gazed upwards would behold their emblem. Wow, what beautiful fireworks! Daddy look, exclaimed little Wang Yao, clutching 2 empty bottles as she gazed at the fireworks illuminating the city skyline. Wang Tia pushed Akart, following his daughter's gaze toward the magnificent display. A splendid peony blossomed in the heavens above. Yao, I had intended to take you to the magic show, but I'm feeling a bit unwell. Next time, I promise to take you. Wang Tai lamented, his arm drooping. A few days prior, he had thwarted an attempted child abduction at the zoo using his card, inadvertently inviting trouble upon himself. Although the boy had been rescued, the incident had left him injured, reportedly with severe heart damage. Strangely, the boy's father, Jean Rimu, did not blame the kidnapper, but instead directed his ire towards Wang Tai. In his words, the kidnapper was motivated by money. If I had given it, there would have been no issue, for I am wealthy. However, your meddling nearly cost my son his life, and that is your fault. Jean Rimu sent henchmen to brutally assault Wang Tai, which quelled his anger. Though Wang Tai felt indignation, he found himself powerless and resigned to his fate. Daddy, it's all right. I don't mind missing the magic show. The fireworks are beautiful. Wang Yao, displaying remarkable understanding for her tender age, reassured him. You are such a good child, Yao Yao. Once we save some money, we shall return home and never venture out again. You must also begin school. Yes, I want to go to school. Daddy, let us hurry home. Wang Yao bounced ahead, while Wang Tai pushed the cart in her wake. The father and daughter resided beside a scrap yard on the outskirts, not far from the secret container warehouse owned by Xiao Jianxi. Several dilapidated containers lay idle nearby. While these containers were somewhat shabby, they provided a shelter far superior to sleeping beneath a bridge or on the roadside. Upon returning to their abode, a meticulously tidy space greeted them. Wang Tai had lined the interior of the container with salvaged newspapers, and the floor was covered with cardboard. The quilt was brought from their hometown, and most of Wang Yao's clothes, freshly washed and hung up, were salvaged as well. It was a warm and cozy home. Outside the container stands a street lamp, alleviating any concerns regarding illumination. The proprietor of the scrap yard is a benevolent soul, having provided water for them, ensuring they have something to drink upon returning home. As the night deepens and the chill seeps in, Wang Tai urges, enough play for now, come back and sleep. Leaning against the cold metal, he endures excruciating pain in his swollen arm, which likely bears a fracture. Yet, he refrains from seeking medical attention, aware that a hospital visit would render him unable to afford the fare home. Just bear with it for a little while longer, he convinces himself. Daddy, drink some water. You haven't had any all day. Wang Yao, ever so obedient, brings him a cup. Thank you, Yao Yao. Wang Tai manages a faint smile as he accepts the water, consuming it in one gulp. Though fate has dealt him a harsh hand, it has also bestowed upon him such a sweet daughter. Perhaps this is his blessing. In that moment, he desires nothing more than to swiftly take his daughter away from this city, to grant her a normal life, free from the turmoil that has plagued him. Blow on Daddy's arm, Yao Yao, and it won't hurt anymore. The little girl climbs into her father's embrace, puffing her cheeks as she blows gently. Ah, my dear daughter, your love eases my pain, Wang Tai says, ruffling her hair with gratitude. Eventually, Yao Yao, perhaps weary, falls asleep mid-blow. He carefully lays her on the bed, tucking her in with a blanket, while he remains seated, having gone 2 days without rest, the agony preventing him from finding solace. As winter sets in, the moon seems to draw nearer to Earth, casting a luminous glow even in the absence of streetlights. Amidst this moonlight, a vehicle approaches swiftly from the distance, halting beside Wang Tai's container. Who goes there? Wang Tai, wide awake, rises abruptly, grasping a stick to protect his daughter. Ah, the scrap collector. You've made it quite easy for me to find you. I see you're not pleased to see me. Jean Rimu, with his prominent belly, strides toward Wang Tai, flanked by 3 bodyguards. Mr. Jean, what do you want? I didn't intentionally harm your son. You've already struck us. Please let my daughter and me go. Wang Tai pleads, his brow furrowed in desperation. Letting you go is possible, but I need to take a blood sample from your daughter. Jean Rimu, clad in a trench coat, lights a cigarette and gives a knowing glance to his bodyguards. A blood sample? No, absolutely not. You cannot touch my daughter. If you must, take my blood instead. Wang Tai interjects, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Get out of the way, you filthy scrap collector. One bodyguard shoves Wang Tai aside with ease. Refusing to yield, Wang Tai rises and attempts to strike back with his stick, but his injured arm falters, landing no blow. Angered, the bodyguard retaliates, kicking Wang Tai once again. In her slumber, Wang Yao suddenly feels a sharp pain in her finger, prompting her to cry out, Daddy, Daddy. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. Daddy's coming. Wang Tai, disregarding his pain, rushes to her side. Having obtained a sample of the little girl's blood, the bodyguards ignore him, allowing Wang Tai to hold his daughter tightly. Yao Yao, don't fear, Daddy is here. What do you truly want from us? He asks, his eyes filled with terror as he gazes at the men surrounding them. At this moment, he was beset by an ominous premonition. Jean Rimu's 3 bodyguards were busy nearby, and suddenly one leaned in to whisper something in Jean Rimu's ear. Jean Rimu's eyes brightened, and his lips nearly stretched to his ears. Congratulations to you, scavenger. Fortune has come your way. Here is 100,000. Do you want it? No, I do not desire your money. You should leave at once. Wang Tai understood that no free lunch fell from the sky. Not want it? Are you certain? This is money. See it? Cash. A fortune you have never encountered in your lifetime is all yours. Jean Rimu produced a handbag and poured out a multitude of bills. I do not need it. What are you truly after? Actually, it is nothing sinister. I merely wish to purchase your daughter. She appears quite lovely. Sell her to me. For remaining with you is a hardship. Jean Rimu asserted. I will not sell her. Do not dream. Wang Tai had long suspected that the man's intentions were not ordinary, but he never imagined that he sought to buy his daughter. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. Not even mountains of gold and silver would persuade him to part with her. Look at this money, Jean Rimu cautioned. Do not regret it. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone. 100,000 is a significant sum, enough for you to return home and have another child. Jean Rimu spoke coldly. Impossible. I will never sell my daughter. Wang Tai resolutely declined. To him, money held no value compared to his daughter. If you refuse, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Bring me the girl. Jean Rimu's patience had worn thin. You, a mere scavenger, what more do you desire? Do not take my daughter. Do not take her, Wang Tai cried, positioning himself protectively in front of his daughter, but his frail physique was no match for the bodyguards. Daddy, Daddy, let go of my father. The frightened girl whimpered from a corner, tears streaming down her face. Yao Yao, run, run. Wang Tai was knocked to the ground. Yet he persisted, grasping the ankles of two men to prevent them from approaching his daughter. No, let go. Please, let my daughter go. As Wang Tai saw his daughter captured, he dropped to his knees before Jean Rimu, repeatedly bowing his head in desperation, causing blood to seep from his forehead. For the sake of his child, a man's dignity became worthless. Do not exert yourself. Take the money and return home. I will take care of your daughter. Jean Rimu remained unmoved, commanding his men to carry the girl to the car. No, no, I do not want money. I want my child. Return her to me. Wang Tai was engulfed by excruciating pain as he watched his daughter being taken away, utterly powerless, tears cascading down his cheeks. Get away. Jean Rimu kicked Wang Tai aside and approached the vehicle. Struggling to rise, Wang Tai heard his daughter's heart-wrenching cries from within the car, igniting a fierce anger within him. I will fight you. Wang Tai shoved a nearby handcart towards Jean Rimu. Watch out, boss. One bodyguard warned. Jean Rimu swiftly dodged. Damn it. Do you wish to kill me as well? Today, I shall demonstrate whether your cart surpasses the prowess of my BMW. Crash into me. Jean Riri exclaimed in a fit of rage. Suddenly, a car station in the distance approached and collided with Wang Tai. The speed was moderate, and the driver harbored no intent to cause fatality. Thus, at such a pace, it was presumed that no severe harm would ensue. The bodyguards, witnessing Wang Tai being propelled forward, hurriedly turned their gaze. By an unfortunate twist of fate, Wang Tai landed amidst a heap of scrap metal, his back now riddled with sharp steel rods. Blood trickled from his mouth as he gritted his teeth, struggling to extricate himself from the debris. Return me my Yao Yao. Wang Tai could not restrain himself any longer, and a spurt of fresh blood erupted from his lips. He subsequently collapsed onto the ground. Boss, he's lost consciousness. What should we do? One of the bodyguards cautiously inquired about Wang Tai's condition. Damn it. Toss him into that container over there. Lock the door from the outside. We mustn't let anyone discover this. Jean Riri had not intended for a life to be lost. However, now that it had occurred, he felt no trepidation. After all, no one had witnessed the incident, and once disposed of in the container, it would likely take years before anyone found out. Two bodyguards hoisted Wang Tai and made their way toward the container. Amongst a multitude of containers, they deliberately ventured deeper for safety. They found a secluded spot, pried open the container, and unceremoniously discarded Wang Tai inside. Once their task was complete, they shut the door, dusted off their hands, and departed. Shortly after their exit, sounds of muffled thuds emanated from within the container. Wang Tai had not succumbed. Thoughts of his daughter propelled him to cling to life. Chapter 69. The dispute. The day following the mesmerizing magic show, Li Bing rose unusually early. Clad in an elegant business outfit, she brewed coffee while perusing a book, jotting down notes with a pen, fully embodying her former professional demeanor. Zhang Yang, though surprised, refrained from inquiries, preparing breakfast and assisting their daughter in dressing, with Aunt Qing joining them at the dining table. At the table, Li Bing maintained a serene composure, dining with poise. Yet she could not resist glancing at her book, even while eating. Zhang Yang inadvertently noticed the title, Modern Magazine, a publication documenting the forefront of urban fashion and lifestyle, where seasoned individuals sought business opportunities. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, he merely perceived it as a recreational read. Strangely, over the next 2 days, Li Bing remained similarly engrossed. As if under a spell, neglecting storytelling and late morning slumbers, engrossed in her book and meticulously taking notes. A sense of foreboding arose within Zhang Yang, prompting him to seek clarification. The following day, while their daughter napped, he descended the stairs and seated himself opposite Li Bing. "We need to talk." Li Bing lifted her gaze, unfazed by the suddenness of the statement. Rather, she had been anticipating this moment, having finally mustered the resolve to pursue her ambitions. She found herself in need of support from none other than Zhang Yang. Very well. Zhang Yang adjusted his posture, fixing his gaze upon Li Bing. "What have you been up to these past 2 days?" "Entrepreneurship." Li Bing's response was calm, yet her tone was resolute. As Aunt Qing had remarked, once Li Bing had made a decision, she would see it through to the end, much like her commitment to marry Zhang Yang. Once resolved, she would not waver. "I knew it would be something like this." Zhang Yang, filled with indignation, turned his head away and abruptly stood up, turning his back on Li Bing. "Do you realize that when you work, you seem like a different person? Do you understand that if you devote yourself to work, the bond we have painstakingly built will gradually fade? Are you aware of my feelings and thoughts?" Li Bing was taken aback by Zhang Yang's intense reaction. The rapid thumping of her heart filled her with an inexplicable tension. Did this imply disapproval of her career? "I know. So what is your perspective?" "I disagree. I firmly believe that entrepreneurship is merely a trifle for you. I am confident that you will swiftly carve out your niche in the business world. However, I remain unconvinced." Zhang Yang replied coldly. "Why?" Li Bing was perplexed by Zhang Yang's opposition. "To survive in this city, one must work. Just look at this vast apartment. The daily service fees amount to several hundred, not to mention living expenses. No matter how much money one has, it will eventually be exhausted. And there are also concerns regarding the children's education." She had examined the kindergarten brochures, and the tuition for half a semester was several thousand. Adding an extracurricular class would require even more funds. Money only holds value when it is actively circulated. Stagnant wealth is of no worth. "I have no reason. I simply disagree." Zhang Yang insisted stubbornly. "If that is the case, there is no point in discussing this further." Li Bing retorted coldly. "In this world, no one can dictate another's thoughts, not even Zhang Yang. If support leads to harmony, she would persist regardless of his stance." Neither spoke, and if memory served correctly, this was their first quarrel. Each held their ground, unwilling to yield, resulting in a heavy silence that felt stifling. Ultimately, it was Zhang Yang who succumbed. "Sigh. I understand her desire to earn money. You wish for me and Aunt Qing to lead a comfortable life, free from worries, to live peacefully. But have you considered your own desires? Or perhaps think of me. I am a man. I am meant to work outside. Must you and Aunt Qing bear the responsibility of beauty while I shoulder the burden of providing?" Men inherently possess a sense of masculinity, and although Zhang Yang had previously lacked it due to life's demands, he had reclaimed this spirit upon returning from the end of the world. He had restrained it until now, as the time was not yet ripe, and he harbored other thoughts. "Is this your perspective?" Li Bing queried, taken aback. Why did Zhang Yang harbor such notions? She had always believed that earning money was inherently her duty. After all, had they not navigated these past 2 years together? Under Li Bing's astonished gaze, Zhang Yang soon faltered, his spirit waning as he said despondently, "All right, this is my masculine pride at play. You should certainly excel at earning money more than I do." However, Zhang Yang furrowed his brows, opening his mouth to express himself, yet hesitated, unsure of whether to speak. "What do you wish to say?" This was the first time Li Bing had seen Zhang Yang in such a state, entirely devoid of his usual composure. Fidgeting and appearing both impatient and reluctant to articulate his thoughts, an altogether peculiar sight. With a deep sigh, Zhang Yang slumped back down, his head bowed as he murmured, his voice soft yet sincere, "I want to take you home. I long to take you back to my hometown. I wish to introduce you to my grandparents. I yearn for you to witness the place where I grew up. I desire to spend my days with you there, cherishing each moment together. I dream of growing old with you there. I crave your love. This is the fervent voice of Zhang Yang. When he learned that Li Bing wished to resume her work, he realized that the harmonious connection they had fostered during their brief time together was likely to dissipate once she returned to her duties. Nurturing a relationship requires time, and it is only through close companionship that feelings can deepen. Zhang Yang did not harbor much hope in this regard, as Li Bing's nature was firmly established. It is said that while landscapes may change, one's character remains steadfast. Nonetheless, he aspired to find a place in her heart, even if just a small corner, believing that in due time, she might come to accept him. Most importantly, Zhang Yang wished to return home, although the city was appealing. His true sanctuary lay in his hometown. Moreover, the profound transformations following the cataclysm had unveiled the stark realities of urban life only at the very end. This was primarily to maintain social order amidst chaos. Returning immediately to his hometown meant that Li Bing would also have to leave her familiar surroundings and her established career, plunging into an entirely foreign environment. This seemed profoundly unfair to her, which is why Zhang Yang hesitated to disclose his intentions. Initially, after losing his job, he saw it as a perfect opportunity to share his plans of returning home with her once everything was settled. However, he was taken aback by Li Bing's sudden desire to start a business, which completely derailed his plans. Thus, it became imperative to clarify the situation. When Li Bing first heard Zhang Yang express his wish to take her home, her cheeks flushed momentarily, but upon hearing the notion of spending their lives together there, her complexion paled. "You want me to return to the countryside?" The color drained from her face, revealing her shock. It was as if she had voiced her innermost thoughts. Yet, Zhang Yang remained calm, lifting his gaze to meet hers earnestly. "Indeed, I wish for you to accompany me back to the countryside. There I will build a perfect, cozy home for you and our child, one that rivals this place. In that haven, you shall know no sorrow or worry. Will you journey back with me?" Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with hope, yearning to hear her affirm that she would. It felt akin to asking, "Will you marry me?" Yet, he was met with disappointment. Although a flicker of panic crossed Li Bing's eyes, she quickly regained her composure. "No, I'm not a canary in a gilded cage, nor do I wish to be a bird confined. You are you, and I am I. If returning with you requires sacrificing my freedom, my thoughts, and my dreams, then I choose to stay." Her tone was frigid, chilling to the bone. A life devoid of worries and troubles seemed no different from that of a caged bird, a life she had always scorned. "I do not wish for you to abandon your dreams. I will not confine you. I am aware you have your own aspirations. There, you can pursue whatever passions you desire. I will not hinder you. I only hope you can spare some time for us, for the bond between father and daughter. They say that distance breeds beauty, but that is mere folly. In this modern age, despite the advancements in transportation allowing one to traverse great distances in a single day, distance is no longer a concern. But beauty? Has beauty been devoured by the dogs? The conclusion of a long-distance relationship can yield various outcomes. But what awaits in the countryside? Weeding? Tending to cattle and sheep? Or perhaps, like you, toiling away for a meager wage? If that is the case, what significance does returning hold? Li Bing's observations are indeed accurate. Modern rural life is as such. Without engaging in livestock farming, one is left to cultivate barren land, yielding only a few thousand yuan annually. Working away from home often proves more lucrative than farming. Consequently, apart from festive seasons, it is rare to encounter young people in the countryside. At the very least, there exists the company of myself and Yi. Zhang Yang understands the difficulty in persuading Li Bing to return with him. It is indeed a formidable task. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Li Bing momentarily freezes, panic flickering once more in her eyes. "Are you certain you wish to go back?" "Yes, I intend to return, along with Yi, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. I shall not venture out again. My grandparents are advancing in age, and I wish to be by their side while they are still alive. It is my duty." Li Bing falls silent, shaking her head in gentle refusal, hastily grasping her book and retreating upstairs. "Alas, must we ultimately part ways? Li Bing, do you know how deeply I care for you? I truly cannot bear to let you go." yet caught between filial piety and love. I find myself with no other choice. Chapter 70. The assassination. In the ensuing 2 days, Li Bing and Zhang Yang share no further communication. Aunt Qing is oblivious to the situation between them. The home, which had been maintained with such effort, now feels stiflingly dull. Aunt Qing consciously provides them ample space for private conversation, taking Yi out for strolls after meals, hoping they might discuss their issues. However, she is mistaken. They remain entirely disengaged, each engrossed in their own pursuits. The usually vivacious Liang Jiujiu has also been absent these days, reportedly engrossed in live streaming. Exasperated, Aunt Qing seeks a word with Zhang Yang. What is going on between you two? Aunt Qing, are you aware of Li Bing's desire to start her own business? Yes. And what of it? Isn't that admirable? Bing has her own aspirations. I fully support her entrepreneurial endeavors. You should simply stay home and care for Yi, while she earns a living for you both. What could be better? Are you still clinging to your outdated notions of masculinity? Aunt Qing finds it curious that her perspective aligns remarkably with Li Bing's. Hasn't life always unfolded in this manner? Is there truly a flaw in this arrangement? It is not a matter of masculinity. I wish to return home, to my hometown, Zhang Yang replies calmly. Return home? That is certainly feasible. Why not wait until the end of the year to bring Li Bing and Yi home for a visit? You have been married for over 2 years. It is high time you pay a visit. You can always return next year. No, once I go back, I have no intention of returning here. Aunt Qing, you know well that I grew up without parents. My grandparents raised me. They are now advanced in age, and I wish to serve them until their last days. I anticipate this will take many years. With my own abilities, I can manage both minor and major ailments. As long as no unforeseen events occur, I trust my grandparents can live to be 100. There remains several decades ahead. What do you mean? Do you not wish to return? What about Li Bing? Aunt Qing demands, her eyes wide with concern. This is the crux of our disagreement. She does not wish to return, while I must. Zhang Yang had long since made his decision, one that was immutable. In the face of love and familial bonds, he naturally chose the latter. After all, in his previous life, he had tasted the bitterness of wanting to care for his parents but being unable to do so. No, do you not understand? Bing has finally developed feelings for you. If you both continue to nurture your relationship, she will inevitably accept you. Are you truly willing to give up? Aunt Qing was perplexed as to why Zhang Yang insisted on returning. Wasn't he residing here preferable? Enough. If Li Bing does not return with me, this affection may very well remain buried in the deepest recesses of my heart. Is there truly no other way? Perhaps we could bring your grandparents here. I can arrange that. For Li Bing's future, Aunt Qing was willing to do anything, and fetching people from the countryside was indeed within her capabilities. Aunt Qing, you do not understand. My grandfather's stubbornness is something I have known since childhood. His feudal mindset is unyielding. Convincing him to leave home is akin to scaling the heavens. The memory of my grandfather's large leather whip is still vivid in my mind. At this moment, Aunt Qing had no viable solution. Changing Li Bing was difficult, and altering Zhang Yang's mindset seemed equally challenging. When two obstinate individuals encountered one another, altering either one was no simple feat. Ultimately, someone needed to change. Aunt Qing attempted to speak with Li Bing again, but alas, it yielded no results. She understood Li Bing's stubbornness better than anyone else. Alas, she sighed deeply, resigning herself to silence. This matter was beyond the help of outsiders. On the first day of November, the streets and alleys were rejuvenated, adorned with vibrant decorations. In preparation for the upcoming expo, various departments undertook a thorough beautification of the city. Banners welcoming guests were hung high, and strict measures were implemented to ensure cleanliness, rendering the city superficially beautiful. By coincidence, David's magic performance was also scheduled for this day, one taking place in the gymnasium and the other in the exhibition hall. Although the two venues were not on the same street and appeared quite distant, no one noticed that their back doors were merely separated by a street. At the same time, the Xiao family's investigators sent to Zhang Yang's hometown had finally returned. Their report meticulously detailed Zhang Yang's life and family circumstances. It was intriguing that a once great martial arts town had produced an extraordinary talent. If the traditional martial arts families were to learn of this, they would surely be left in disbelief, Xiao Jianxi remarked with a smirk. Brother, a dead prodigy is no longer a prodigy. He is merely a fool. Let us take action. I assure you, you will see his corpse today. Xiao Jianjun narrowed his eyes, his face twisted with malice. Without a backing, what do I have to fear? Let your men proceed. A single bullet would be too lenient for him. Rest assured, brother, once he is eliminated, I will capture the woman that Xiao Dong has set his sights on and present her before him. Let him indulge. Xiao Jianjun said with a sinister grin. Do not underestimate that woman. Xiao Dong has suffered a few setbacks at her hands. Xiao Jianxi retorted coldly. She is merely a woman. I have someone who specializes in binding techniques. I guarantee Xiao Dong will be satisfied. Xiao Jianjun raised an eyebrow, a sly smile on his face. Oh, you will eventually meet your demise at the hands of a woman. Will you attend tonight's Rare Treasure Expo? A seemingly casual remark by Xiao Jian, she inadvertently revealed the ultimate fate of his younger brother. Is there a way for me to join? Xiao Jianjun had returned secretly and had yet to announce his presence. Thus he could not publicly participate. It's simple. Just disguise yourself and come with me. Xiao Jian, she replied nonchalantly, fully aware that he could bring someone along without fear of opposition. Ha, then I'll go prepare. With his objective achieved, Xiao Jianjun hastened away from the Xiao residence, simultaneously sending a command to the sniper known as Old Seven. Meanwhile, on a rooftop a kilometer away from Zhang Yang's apartment, Old Seven idly tinkered with his sniper rifle, meticulously wiping it downtime and again to avoid any imperfections. Observing him was Observer 19, engrossed in a shooting game on his phone. With that terrible aim of yours, you still dare to play sniper? You wouldn't even know how you died if someone took you out. Old Seven jeered. Come on, it's just a game. What is so scary about dying? 19 retorted. Suddenly, Old Seven's expression brightened. Hey, Old Xiao has finally issued orders. 19 exclaimed, staring in amazement at the message that popped up on his phone. Oh, it's finally here. My dear, it's your time to shine. Old Seven exclaimed excitedly as he positioned his sniper rifle. 19 pulled out binoculars to assist Old Seven. Through their observations over the past few days, they noted that the target tended to appear on the balcony every afternoon to tend to his flowers, presenting an excellent opportunity. As the target emerged, the wind was blowing slightly from the southwest, a gentle breeze. P.S. truly courting death. 19 remarked, let me show you how to score a headshot. Old Seven adjusted the scope, aligning the crosshairs directly on Zhang Yang's head. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly squeezed the trigger. The recoil of the sniper rifle caused his body to tremble against the ground as a flash of fire erupted from the muzzle, sending a bullet hurtling toward Zhang Yang. At a distance of 1 kilometer, the bullet reached its target in a mere second. 19, binoculars in hand, kept a watchful eye on the target, as did Old Seven through the scope, both intent on witnessing the moment of impact. However, the next second brought an icy chill over them, mouths agape, bodies shaking in shock. Zhang Yang, while watering his flowers, abruptly looked up at the sound of the shot. In that fleeting moment, his right hand moved like a blur, and in an astounding display of reflexes, he caught the bullet between 2 fingers just as it approached. The 2 men on the rooftop felt a wave of dread wash over them, particularly from the piercing gaze of the target, which made it abundantly clear that they had been compromised. 19. Tell me this isn't happening. Old Seven stammered in disbelief. This is indeed happening. We may have stirred up trouble. We need to leave fast. 19 sensed impending doom. Who could possibly catch a sniper bullet with bare hands? Such a being transcended mere humanity. They were a deity, a divine entity. We cannot provoke someone like that. Quickly, inform Old Xiao that the situation has changed. We must flee. We cannot remain here. Old Seven observed through the scope that the target was already leaving the apartment and approaching with alarming speed. In a frenzy, Old 7 and 19 gathered their belongings, donned sun hats to shield their faces, and sprinted downstairs. During this commotion, 19 dialed Old Xiao. What's the situation? Did you succeed? I've already informed you. Once successful, proceed as planned. Xiao Jianjun's voice crackled through the phone, laden with urgency. It's not Old Xiao. We have failed. The target is far more formidable than we anticipated. What? Failed? Where's Lao Chi? Hand the phone to him. What on earth is he doing? The sound of Xiao Jianjun's furious outburst echoed through the line. There is no time to explain. Old Xiao, we might have entangled ourselves with a truly dangerous individual. 19 and Lao Chi descended the transparent elevator, affording a clear view of the bustling street below. Just then, with keen eyes, 19 spotted the target across the street from the building. He urged Lao Chi, we must find a way to eliminate him. It's integral to our plan. If we cannot kill him, we must create chaos to stall him. We cannot allow him to thwart our objectives. Xiao Jianjun remained oblivious to the particulars of the situation. But with the assassination attempt thwarted, remedial action was imperative. Let us do our utmost. Lao Chi uttered, his own conviction wavering. 19. Let's take the stairs and split up. You carry my sniper rifle while I distract him. As he spoke, Lao Chi handed the case containing the rifle to 19, halted the elevator, and stepped into the building's interior. Take care, Lao Chi. 19 hesitated not, casting a lingering glance at his companion before they parted ways, each embarking in a different direction. Chapter 71. Lao Chi. After separating from 19, Lao Chi hastily descended the building via the stairs, maintaining a low profile and blending in with the ordinary crowd. He refrained from glancing around, and upon exiting the building, he quickly merged into the throng of people. As a sniper, the ability to conceal one's movements was paramount. Lao Chi prided himself on this skill, deliberately dodging through the crowd while altering his course multiple times. He even changed his hat and clothing, believing he had secured his safety. However, a casual glance ahead sent a chill down his spine. He was horrified to realize, what kind of person have I offended? How's he tracking me? In a panic, Lao Chi lowered his head and defiantly re-entered the shopping mall. The bustling marketplace was the perfect refuge for escaping detection. He entered a clothing store, completely revamping his attire and donning a wig, to avoid leaving a trace. He refrained from retracing his steps and accessed the mall's ceiling through the fitting rooms. The ceiling connected to the fire escape, and Lao Chi swiftly reached the second level of the mall. Feeling a semblance of relief, he sought a quiet corner to rest. However, no sooner had he settled than he sensed someone observing him from a distance. Lao Chi realized he was once again being targeted. Is he a ghost? What should I do? Nervously swallowing, he dared not raise his head, fearing that if recognized, escape would be impossible. Resigned to his fate, Lao Chi acknowledged that regardless of his disguise, he could still be identified, so he opted for boldness instead. He exited the mall through the rear entrance with confidence. The back door led to a vibrant food street, bustling with weekend patrons and vendors. Lowering his head, Lao Chi ordered a serving of stinky tofu and leaned against the stall, quietly eating. At that moment, he acutely sensed the individual drawing nearer, the bamboo skewer in his hand, trembling involuntarily. Friend, what exactly do you intend to do? Old Seven could no longer withstand the overwhelming sensation and abruptly turned to glance behind him. At that moment, Zhang Yang's expressive face was right before him. Is everything all right? Is the stinky tofu delicious? Zhang Yang remarked coldly. Gulp. Old Seven struggled to swallow the foul-smelling tofu, casting a glance at Zhang Yang, his heart entirely consumed by fear. He realized he was genuinely in trouble. The stinky tofu, its smell pungent, yet its taste delightful. Is this yours? Zhang Yang extended his palm, revealing a bullet prominently displayed. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't recognize you. Please, do not disturb my meal. Old Seven's heart raced. No one knew that bullet better than he did, as each bullet bore his unique insignia. Not admitting it, are you? Very well, Zhang Yang said as he reached out to pat Old Seven's shoulder. Old Seven attempted to evade, but was powerless. Zhang Yang's hand arrived too swiftly, leaving no room for response. A piercing pain shot through his shoulder, nearly eliciting a scream. Yet he gritted his teeth and held on. Tell me, who sent you? Zhang Yang surmised it must be the Xiao family. If Xiao Jian's wits had not entirely dulled, he should be aware that the man in black that night was none other than Zhang Yang himself. Yet, he pondered why they had waited until now to strike. Zhang Yang made a point to appear on the balcony daily to lure them into action. I don't know. Although Old Seven's ranking was primarily due to his sniping talent, he was not without combat skills. Yet, in the presence of Zhang Yang, he felt utterly powerless, unable to even move, let alone resist. Let us see how long you can endure. Zhang Yang intensified his grip, and instantly, Old Seven felt a surge of excruciating pain coursing through him. A sniper's endurance is typically 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person. Yet at this moment, Old Seven felt as if he could no longer bear it. This pain transcended mere physical discomfort. It resonated through his very bones and sinews. Just kill me. I will not tell you anything. Old Seven's molars have been crushed, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Killing is not my ultimate goal. I already know it's the Shao family. Come with me to the police station. Zhang Yang was not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter, and he sensed that this individual was likely part of an organization. This man exuded an aura akin to a firearm, though he himself was oblivious to it. Zhang Yang could perceive it. Thus, despite any attempts to disguise himself, Zhang Yang could always identify him at a glance. How many bullets must have been fed to create a being like this? Handing him over to the authorities would certainly eliminate the threat altogether. Zhang Yang speculated that he belonged to a killer organization, far more formidable than the last female assassin he had encountered, albeit lacking in cunning. Learning from past experiences, Zhang Yang kept his hand firmly placed on the man's shoulder. Any slight movement would allow him to subdue him. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Zhang Yang suddenly heard a sharp sound slicing through the air from behind. Instinctively, he tilted his head to evade it, as a bullet whizzed past his ear. Standing opposite Old Seven, as Zhang Yang dodged the bullet, it naturally hurtled toward Old Seven's forehead. He had no means to escape, watching helplessly as the bullet pierced his brow. "Damn it!" Zhang Yang exclaimed in frustration, glancing back, only to find the sniper was nowhere in sight. The gunshot was unexpectedly swift, likely fired from a distance of less than 500 meters. Although Zhang Yang possessed the agility to evade, he was unable to save the unfortunate soul. Lao Chi lay there, mouth agape, his terrified eyes reflecting the horror of death's approach. A gaping wound had formed on his forehead, and the back of his skull had been completely obliterated. Behind him, a couple indulged in stinky tofu, oblivious to the unfolding chaos until they witnessed the gruesome sight before them. The man's head exploding, blood and brain matter splattering onto their food, rendering them paralyzed with shock. The woman fainted immediately, while the man fell to the ground in terror, only managing to scream after a prolonged silence. "Murder! There's been a murder! Help!" At that moment, the crowd reacted in unison, scattering in fear. Some individuals trembled as they dialed for help. Zhang Yang understood he could not linger. He was determined to discover who had fired the shot. He turned to retrace his steps, just behind where Zhang Yang stood, in a nearby residential building. A faint smile adorned the face of Jiu as he stowed away his sniper rifle. "Forgive me, Lao Chi, I've long wished to take your place. I just hadn't found the opportunity. You may think you know firearms, but you are the fool, believing that honing yourself into a weapon makes you one. Indeed, you're a grand fool." After parting ways with Lao Chi, Jiu turned back to observe him fleeing from a distance. Possessing an exceptional memory, he could navigate even the most convoluted streets with ease. Thus, he watched as Lao Chi flailed about like a headless fly, the target closely pursuing him. The scene was undeniably amusing, nearly provoking laughter from Jiu. Once the target came into contact with Lao Chi, Jiu recognized his opportunity had arrived. He swiftly positioned his sniper rifle and fired without hesitation. Should the target perish, it would be a cause for celebration. If not, then Lao Chi would surely meet his demise. In either scenario, the chaos mandated by Lao Shao would be achieved. "I am truly a genius, killing 3 birds with 1 stone," Jiu declared with pride. After tidying up, Jiu exited the residence, only to find that the 2 elderly men he had incapacitated were regaining consciousness. "In your old age, you should have perished. Your existence is a mere waste. Allow me to liberate you. No need for thanks." Without hesitation, he delivered 2 fatal blows. Chapter 72. Martial Law Chun Xianhe stood before the mirror, admiring his reflection as he turned from side to side, pleased with his tailored suit. The deep blue fabric, complemented by a striking red tie, exuded an air of festivity. Quite splendid indeed. Chen Xianhe adjusted his tie to ensure it appeared impeccably neat. This ensemble was prepared for the rare treasures exhibition. As the police chief, he understood the importance of dressing formally, conveying respect to the visiting dignitaries. Chief, it's bad. Just as Chen Xianhe was about to step outside, a police officer burst into the office, breathless. What is the matter that has you so flustered? Chen Xianhe inquired coldly. Sir, the 110 Emergency Response Center has reported a surge of heinous murder cases across various districts. We await your orders. What? Murder cases? What on earth is happening? Chen Xianhe's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. In a populous society, disputes are inevitable. However, it has been a considerable time since a homicide occurred in a harmonious community. Pondering various possibilities, Chen Xianhe, accompanied by officers, arrived at the command hall. The LCD display in the hall was marked with numerous red dots, signifying the locations of emergency calls made to 110. Director, we have confirmed one incident. A shooting occurred on Central Street, where a man was shot in the head in broad daylight. What? Shot in the street? Who are these audacious criminals who dare to act so brazenly? Ensure that the scene is secured and the news contained. Chen Xianhe commanded with a stern expression. As the exposition was about to commence, the repercussions of such news leaking could severely tarnish the city's reputation, hence the necessity for discretion. Yes, Director. There has been a home invasion homicide at a guest house on Central Street, confirming the deaths of two elderly individuals. Residents in the vicinity reported hearing gunshots, another officer reported. Furrowing his brow deeply, Chen Xianhe, having risen to the position of director through considerable investigative experience, sensed a connection between these two cases. Director, a traffic officer on the 3rd Ring Road has been shot. Director, a sanitation worker on the East Ring Road, discovered a suspicious explosive device. Director, a worker in the Northwest Development Zone has been murdered. As the information on the LCD display was validated, Chen Xianhe realized the gravity of the situation. If a single area experienced a homicide, it might be mere coincidence. However, with multiple incidents occurring across varied locations, suspicion arose. It could potentially be a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Could it be a terrorist attack? The atmosphere in the command hall was stifling, with many uncertain of how to proceed, waiting for Chen Xianhe's directives. Sumong Wangida, Chen Xianhe said coldly. Director, the captain has been absent for several days, reportedly on leave to care for his child. Bai Xiaolu replied, visibly anxious. Without the captain to lead the investigation, she felt like merely a junior officer, serving tea and running errands. This is absurd. How was I unaware of his leave? Call him immediately and instruct him to return at once. Chen Xianhe's words had scarcely left his lips when a team burst into the command hall. Led by none other than Wang the captain, you're back, Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice. Wanda, what is going on? How could you be absent without reason? Where is your sense of discipline? Chen Xianhe expressed his indignation. Had it not been for this sudden incident, he would have remained oblivious to Wang Da's absence in the office these past few days. No wonder it had been so quiet lately. Director, allow me to introduce a few individuals, Wang Da said with a faint smile, stepping aside to reveal a young woman approaching with a notebook in hand. National Security Bureau, codenamed Phantom. We suspect your involvement with a terrorist organization. I order you to return to your office immediately and await an investigation by the authorities. The girl, seemingly youthful and wearing glasses, spoke coldly. The National Security Bureau? Chen Xianhe's expression was one of disbelief. However, the credentials she presented bore the seal of a special agency, appearing authentic. The notion that he could be linked to a terrorist organization was utterly preposterous. How could he possibly be connected to such an entity? This is nonsense. This is a police station, not a place for a mere girl to spout nonsense. What exactly is going on with Wang Da? Chen Xian, seething with anger, pointed at Wang Da, but before he could respond, his phone rang. Chief, I hope you take the call before making any statements. Wang Da remained remarkably composed. His suspicions were grounded in reason. If he were innocent, he would not attempt to resist. Chen Xian fixed a steely gaze on Wang Da, expressionless as he answered the call, only to discover it was a direct communication from the highest authority. The message was succinct: submit to the investigation. Upon hearing these 4 words, Chen Xian's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly returned to his office, where two armed police officers had taken position outside. After Chun Qian left, the girl known as Ghost took charge of the command center, opening her notebook to seize control of the network. Wang De was appointed as the temporary commander, dispatching officers to various crime scenes. During this tumultuous period at the police station, changes were also unfolding across the city. Particularly, checkpoints were established at critical traffic routes, manned by armed police. Unbeknownst to the general public, a significant number of armed officers lay in wait at inconspicuous locations throughout the streets. Returning to the moment Zhang Yang was shot, the notion of catching a bullet with bare hands may seem exaggerated, yet is not a feat easily accomplished, even by true masters of internal energy. In fact, even proficient practitioners can only evade bullets, not catch them. Zhang Yang's ability to intercept the bullet stemmed solely from his mastery of wood energy. At the instant of contact, the wood energy enveloped his fingertips, effectively absorbing the bullet's high-speed impact and friction. To prevent alarming Qing, Yi, and Li Bing, Zhang Yang calmly exited the apartment to pursue the assailant. Shortly after his departure, Liang Jiu, who had been silent for several days, burst onto the scene with fervor. Scooping up the little one, Yi, who was playing with building blocks, and showering her with affection. "Yi, why am I so fond of you? Did you cast a spell on me?" "Annie, that tickles." The little one giggled, using her blocks to fend off her aunt's playful advances. "Xing Yi, where's Zhang Yang? I haven't seen him. He just stepped out. Didn't you run into him?" Qing Yi replied, sipping her tea while remaining by Yi's side. Due to the tension between Li Bing and Zhang Yang, Qing Yi took it upon herself to care for the child, naturally enjoying the role. "Did you not see him? What about Bingjia?" Liang Jiu shook her head. "She's upstairs reading. I'll go find her." With that, Liang Jiu hurried up the stairs. Li Bing sat in the upstairs hall, engrossed in her book. After the argument with Zhang Yang, she had slowed her pace, waiting for him to reconsider. Habit can indeed be a formidable force. The thought of Zhang Yang leaving conjured a distressing image in her mind. "Bingjia, I need your advice," Liang Jiu declared as she approached Li Bing, getting straight to the point. She had come to seek Li Bing's opinion on a matter she found difficult to decide. "Oh, by the way, why aren't you two going to the gym to watch the magic show? It starts tonight. You should get going," Liang Jiu asked, puzzled. "We're not going." Li Bing accompanied Zhang Yang to the magic rehearsal for what she believed would be the last time with her child, as she had resolved to commence her entrepreneurial journey the following day. That occasion served as a form of compensation. She genuinely felt out of place in the bustling city, a sense of discomfort enveloping her. Why not go? She pondered, troubled by the dilemma at hand. "I wish to attend both the magic performance and the rare treasures exhibition. It perplexes me why these two events are scheduled simultaneously. What should I do?" Liang Jiu furrowed her brow, her face etched with discontent, wavering in uncertainty over which event to choose. "Rare treasures," Li Bing answered without hesitation. "Why? The magic show is quite splendid as well," Liang Jiu queried, puzzled. "The Rare Treasures exhibition occurs once every few years, and the location is unpredictable. Magic performances are available daily." Liang Jiu sought Li Bing's counsel, as she admired her composure in every circumstance. "Oh, how did I not think of this? I must be quite foolish. My sister, you are so clever. Are you planning to attend the exhibition?" Li Bing's interest was piqued. Women possess an innate weakness for jewelry and naturally wish to witness it. However, without the proper credentials, entry seemed implausible. "Do you have a solution?" "Indeed, my father has an entry quota, and both my elder and younger brothers possess one as well. As hosts, we can bring family members along," Liang Jiu exclaimed joyfully. Li Bing felt a surge of excitement. According to online and television reports, this jewelry showcase featured truly rare treasures, items ordinary people might never encounter in their lifetimes, presenting a remarkable opportunity for enlightenment. She was determined not to miss it, and thus followed Liang Jiu downstairs. Aunt Qing, wishing to err on the side of caution, suggested waiting for Zhang Yang to return before departing. Yet Liang Jiu proposed they could call him on the way, arranging to meet him at the exhibition hall. Li Bing found this plan agreeable, and the three, along with a child, set off without waiting for Zhang Yang to arrive. Chapter 73. The Phantom Dad Help. The sound of the phone ringing disrupted Zhang Yang's thoughts on his way back, as he contemplated who had fired that shot earlier. This individual posed a serious threat, unlike the deceased, and was easily identifiable amidst the crowd. Conversely, the shooter was a perilous figure, unremarkable and seemingly ordinary, embodying the most dangerous kind of person. Typically, such individuals are deceitful and malevolent, adept at masquerading their true nature. Locating him among the throngs would be an arduous task. Zhang Yang ruminated on how to uncover this person and neutralize the looming danger. However, upon answering the call, a jolt surged through him, rendering him rigid in place. The asphalt beneath his feet appeared to sink at a visibly alarming rate. Anger, confusion, anxiety, fear, and a torrent of other negative emotions crashed into him, catching Zhang Yang off guard. Instantly, his body released a surge of wood elemental energy, causing the ground beneath him to further subside. Should anyone approach him at that moment, they would find the air around him thickening ominously. Coldness, a biting chill. If an attack were to occur then, the consequences would extend far beyond mere injury, with the potential for fatality looming. "Where are you?" Zhang Yang suppressed his mounting dread and slowly inquired, contemplating the dire possibilities. At this moment, his mind was intensely focused. Upon hearing even the faintest mention of a familiar place, he would rush there with utmost speed, regardless of how audacious it might seem. Daddy's little aunt is going to sell me. She wants to trade me for buns. The playful laughter of his daughter, Xiao Yi, resonated through the phone, completely dispelling his earlier concerns. Zhang Yang's anxiety stemmed from the recent shooting incident. Had it been someone else instead of himself, the repercussions would have been dire. What were Li Bing? Such scenarios were not beyond imagination. Zhang Yang, listen carefully. Your daughter is in my hands. You have 1 million to redeem her, or I will sell her for buns. Ha ha ha. Liang Jiuzhou's voice commandeered the line. Sigh. Liang Jiuzhou, how mischievous you are. Zhang Yang sighed, somewhat relieved that his fears were unfounded. He found himself too worn out to criticize Liang Jiuzhou's playful antics any longer. Cut the playful banter. I have already taken your daughter, your wife, and Qing Yi. If you want them safe, gather at the exhibition hall. You have 10 minutes. If you fail to arrive, the consequences are yours to bear. Auntie, you're so unfair. Mommy says it's not nice to make faces. His daughter's voice chimed in again. Just hearing her voice, Zhang Yang could almost envision her being subjected to Liang Jiuzhou's mischief at that very moment. How dare you, Liang Jiuzhou, bullying my daughter when I'm not home. If you have the guts, come at me instead. Oh, my sweet little one, Annie is the big bad wolf. If your father doesn't come to rescue you, I shall devour you. You would be quite delicious. Liang Jiuzhou's voice dripped with mock hunger. No, I don't want to. Isn't tasty. Is Auntie the wolf grandmother? Having heard numerous fairy tales from Li Bing, had retained the image of the wolf grandmother in her mind. The exhibition hall? What for? Zhang Yang inquired, perplexed. Are you foolish? Today is the Extraordinary Treasures exhibition. I brought your daughter and wife to see the sights. If you wish to join us, hurry up, or you'll miss out on this rare opportunity. The Extraordinary Treasures exhibition? He vaguely remembered it, but had completely forgotten. All right, wait for me. I shall be there shortly. Humph. You better hurry, or I will eat your daughter. Nom nom. Hee hee. The call concluded with another burst of laughter from his daughter. Others might not comprehend it, but Zhang Yang knew that his daughter was genuinely happy. Compared to her time in the orphanage, she now regarded this place as home, embracing her role as a daughter. Despite Li Bing's often stern demeanor, the little one also considered her a mother. If you were taking Yi back to their hometown, how would she part with this maternal bond? Surely, it would lead to a tearful farewell. With a sigh, Zhang Yang pocketed his phone and continued walking a few steps forward. He had intended to take a taxi to the exhibition hall, but at that moment, a police car came to a halt in front of him. 4 officers swiftly emerged from the vehicle, wielding batons and encircling Zhang Yang. Hands on your head and squat down now, the officers commanded. Confounded, Zhang Yang stared at the 4 policemen, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. It seems to be related to the recent shooting incident. However, the police response was remarkably swift, It was only a short time after I left the scene that they managed to locate me. All right. No need to be anxious. I did not intend to resist. I raised my hands in a gesture of compliance, acknowledging that the officers are merely striving for the safety of the citizens. After all, their profession is fraught with challenges. Mutual understanding is essential. Observing my cooperation, one of the officers approached and placed handcuffs on me, escorting me to the vehicle. Report to the city bureau. Report to the city bureau. Suspect apprehended successfully. Suspect apprehended successfully. En route back. The officer in the passenger seat relayed, activating the siren as the police car sped back to the precinct. At that moment, the command center's display still showed my image standing on the roadside, perfectly captured by the camera. The police system promptly matched my profile with the footage from the shooting scene, confirming my location, which led them to my swift capture. All of this was orchestrated by a young girl known as Codename Phantom. Everyone marveled at how this girl managed to infiltrate the security bureau, despite her youth. Her skills were undeniably exceptional. Before long, I was brought back to the station and confined in the interrogation room. Meanwhile, most officers, under Wang Da's command, were dispatched to various crime scenes, leaving behind those in administrative roles who lacked interrogation experience. The only one capable of stepping up was the young officer, Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu, you're to interrogate the suspect. Remember to avoid provoking him. Maintain your composure. Withdraw immediately if there are any signs of unrest. Wang Da suspected that the suspect might be affiliated with the terrorist organization behind the attack. He had been the closest person to the victims at the scene, and surveillance footage showed his hand resting on one of the victim's shoulders. Understood, Captain. I will ensure the task is completed, Bai Xiaolu declared, clutching her folder with determination as she strode confidently into the interrogation room. Yet, her stiff posture betrayed her anxiety. With her chin held high, Bai Xiaolu entered without casting a glance at me, her eyes fixed ahead. I must not be afraid. All criminals are mere paper tigers. I'm a police officer, and fear is not an option. What should I do next? At that moment, her mind was a blank slate, despite having accompanied the captain on several cases. Those experiences had shielded her from fear. Now, standing alone before a murderer, claiming to be unafraid would be disingenuous. I stared at the young officer entering the room, resembling an irate little leopard, though the image was somewhat amusing. Who has ever seen a quaking leopard? That is precisely what she appeared to be. With a sudden motion, Bai Xiaolu slammed her folder onto the table, producing a loud crash. Observing the captain's methods, she attempted to imitate him. Yet the sound startled her more than it did me. My heart skipped a beat, and I found myself collapsing into the chair. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh. This little officer was truly entertaining. What are you laughing at? No laughter allowed, Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, her face flushed as she sprang to her feet, her voice raised. Hey, open your eyes while you speak. Look at me. We are acquainted, Zhang Yang remarked, suppressing his laughter. The moment the young officer entered, he recognized her. She was the one who had poured water for his daughter at the police station, a truly compassionate young officer. How could I possibly know a suspect? Be honest. Oh, it's you, Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, startled to realize that the suspect was someone she knew. You're that father figure, Zhang Yang, right? Indeed. Your memory serves you well, Zhang Yang replied with a faint smile. With a sigh of relief, Bai Xiaolu's fear dissipated. How could such a warm-hearted father figure be a murder suspect? Clearly, there must be a misunderstanding. Chapter 74. Nightfall in the police station's interrogation room. Zhang Yang sat restrained in the chair, while Bai Xiaolu's tension began to ease. Adjusting her attire, she settled into the rhythm of a standard interrogation. After a brief inquiry into his name and gender, she swiftly progressed to the heart of the matter. Although Bai Xiaolu lacked extensive experience, she grasped the basics of interrogation. During the shooting incident, the camera captured you in close proximity to the victim, with your hand resting on his shoulder. What was your relationship with the victim? Why would you want to kill him? Hey. Are you clear about this? I did not kill him. Someone else did. How could I have killed him without any weapon? Zhang Yang replied calmly. Bai Xiaolu tilted her head, examining a few snapshots in the folder, and indeed, no weapon was visible. That is true. Without a weapon, how could one commit murder? But wait, you could have easily discarded the weapon. So don't think you can deceive me just because you know me. I'm not that gullible. Where did you dispose of the weapon? Wait, have you seen the victim's photo? Zhang Yang countered with a question. This one, Bai Xiaolu had seen it. But the scene was so gruesome that she could only glance at it before recoiling in fear. She hadn't truly examined it. I knew you hadn't seen it. Let me tell you, there was a gaping hole the size of a bowl at the back of the victim's head, blood and brain matter spraying everywhere. As Zhang Yang spoke, Bai Xiaolu's complexion turned ashen, fear evident in her eyes, prompting her to scream. Stop. This is not the point. Who says it's not the point? This is the crux of the matter. Have you ever learned to shoot? Have you fired a gun? Zhang Yang pressait furter. I certainly have learned. Don't underestimate me. I have played the game. Bai Xiaolu's final statement was barely audible, meant just for herself. It was somewhat embarrassing. In reality, she had never fired a gun. Conversely, in the gaming realm, she was a force to be reckoned with, consistently achieving victories. If you've learned, you should understand the magnitude of damage a weapon capable of such a large wound can inflict. A standard handgun would not suffice. Have you ever heard of a heavy sniper rifle? Of course. That would be the 98, right? Bai Xiaolu replied proudly. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He hadn't expected this young officer to be an avid gamer. Truly, one should never judge a book by its cover. Exactly. Indeed, it should be quite similar. What you mean to say is that the victim was struck by the 98, and it would certainly be inconvenient to fire a weapon at such close range, not to mention the likelihood of being discovered. Furthermore, no shell casings were found at the scene. Is that the essence of your statement? Yes, precisely. I am innocent. Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly, realizing that this young police officer was finally making progress. I am simply too clever. I guess you're right. Bai Xiaolu burst into laughter and began jotting down notes in the interrogation ledger. After a moment, she sensed something amiss, as if she were being led astray. No, Zhang Yang, you're trying to deceive me again. Just because you say it was the 98, does that make it so? What is your relationship with the victim? Speak honestly. Bai Xiaolu stood up, her face a mask of indignation, vowing to herself that she would not be duped again. Zhang Yang was taken aback, perplexed, and said, Hey, you were the one who said it, not me. I merely suggested it was similar to the 98. As for my relationship with the victim, would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Unaccountably, Zhang Yang felt the urge to tease the young police officer, who was adorably naive and quite amusing. After all, with nothing else to occupy his time, he figured he might as well entertain himself. Since he was already here, it was unlikely he would be leaving anytime soon. While he harbored concerns for Yi and Li Bing's safety, he reassured himself that with Aunt Qing accompanying them, they should be fine. The rare treasure exhibition. The security there must be quite stringent. Just look at how empty the police station is. Everyone must be out providing protection. There should be no issues. Do not attempt any tricks. I certainly want the truth, Bai Xiaolu declared, attempting to maintain a stern expression. The truth is, I do not know him. This is our first encounter. Who he is or where he hails from is entirely unknown to me. This is the honest truth, devoid of any deceit. Yet, Bai Xiaolu did not believe him in the slightest, glaring at Zhang Yang as if she might roll her eyes. You do not know who he is? Why were you so close to him? And your hand was resting on his shoulder. What does that mean? Don't tell me you were whispering sweet nothings. I will not be deceived again. You are mistaken. Two grown men cannot possibly be sharing whispers. We were merely discussing the merits of stinky tofu. Yes, the question of whether stinky tofu is delicious. Zhang Yang earnestly replied. This time, Bai Xiaolu was not so easily fooled. She fixed her gaze on Zhang Yang intently. I do not believe you. You must be fabricating a story. Just now, I noticed your eyes darting around. Are you improvising? Bai Xiaolu focused on Zhang Yang, suddenly recalling her studies in psychology. It is said that when one lies, their eyes cannot maintain focus. Observing someone whose eyes flit about while speaking is a sure sign of deceit. Thus, she scrutinized Zhang Yang with a clinical eye, and indeed, she began to perceive inconsistencies. Oh, how did this little police officer suddenly become so astute? Zhang Yang mused internally, his exterior betraying none of his thoughts. I assure you, everything I said is true. I genuinely do not know him. I do not believe you. Be honest, who is he? What grievances exist between you? If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. I truly do not know him. Zhang Yang had not anticipated that this young officer would prove so obstinate, and he could only lower his head, feeling despondent. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. The sound of the phone shattered Zhang Yang's subdued mood. Just as he reached for it, he realized it was tucked away in his pants pocket. Without a second thought, he extended his hand to retrieve it, oblivious to the handcuffs still encircling his wrists. With a sudden snap, the cuffs broke apart. Bai Xiaolu, startled, immediately stood up, her gaze fixed anxiously on Zhang Yang. Embarrassed, he looked at the broken handcuffs, dismissing the incident as he answered the call. "Where have you been, Zhang Yang? I've been waiting with EE for so long. We're nearly frozen. Why haven't you arrived yet?" Liang Jiojio's voice crackled with anger through the phone. "Are you foolish? If you know it's cold, why haven't you gone inside? I'll have your head for this if my precious daughter gets cold. I got delayed by something, don't wait for me." "You two go in first," Zhang Yang replied. "You are the foolish one. We were waiting for you. If you don't hurry, we're going in without you. Call me when you arrive. I'll come to get you. Just so you know, you better hurry. Once it starts, no latecomers are allowed in," Liang Jiojio concluded. Swiftly hanging up, Zhang Yang lowered his phone, only to find Bai Xiaolu cowering in a corner, clutching a folder that shielded her face, leaving only her frightened eyes visible as they peered at him. "Hey, don't be scared. I want to hurt you. It's not my fault your handcuffs are faulty. Would you like me to put them back on?" Zhang Yang tentatively attempted to reattach the cuffs to his wrists, but the quality was indeed poor. Not only did they fail to connect, but several links had also snapped. "Don't move. I'll go get new ones." Bai Xiaolu seized the opportunity while Zhang Yang fumbled with the cuffs, finally inching toward the door. In the midst of her words, she flung the door open and dashed outside. At that moment, Zhang Yang glanced through the doors opening toward the window, realizing that darkness had enveloped the outside world. A quick look at his phone revealed it was already past 6, almost 7. The exhibition was set to commence at 8 in the evening, chosen for its private nature, featuring exhibitions and dances coupled with dining and entertainment. Most importantly, it provided an opportunity for interaction, and if suitable, even transactions could take place. Hence the evening timing. Considering his predicament, Zhang Yang feared he wouldn't make it in time. The police station was easy to enter, but difficult to exit. After a considerable wait, the young policewoman timidly approached once more, carrying a new pair of handcuffs and a boxed meal. "Is this for me?" Zhang Yang inquired. "Yes, but you must be handcuffed first. It's the rule." Bai Xiaolu, though not particularly afraid of Zhang Yang, was still shaken by the sudden break of the cuffs. "Would it be permissible for me to eat before being cuffed?" Bai Xiaolu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, this man was hardly going to escape. Whether he was handcuffed or not was of little consequence. Chapter 75. Nature as night descended, the vibrant nightlife of the city began to awaken. Unlike previous evenings, tonight promised to be particularly lively. David's magic show was set to commence, and those fortunate enough to have secured a lucky card congregated at the entrance of the gymnasium, eagerly awaiting their turn to enter and witness the enchanting performance. The prospect of enjoying a captivating magic show at no cost filled them with immense joy. In contrast to those who failed to obtain the coveted lucky cards, the fortunate ones did not seem to mind the entrance fee as they gathered with their families, eagerly awaiting their turn to enter. In an instant, the street outside the stadium was filled with long queues. The bustling thoroughfare was alive with a cacophony of voices, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. It was fortunate that the event was held in a stadium. Had it been anywhere else, the sheer number of attendees might have proved too overwhelming. While the street outside the stadium buzzed with life, the avenue leading to the exhibition hall was considerably quieter. The wealthy invitees to the expo were, after all, a select few, arriving in their luxurious vehicles, each more opulent than the last, as if engaged in a silent competition of grandeur. Adorned in exquisite attire, sporting designer watches and handbags, and accompanied by stunning companions, they seemed eager to broadcast their affluence. The rare treasures intended for display had already been securely delivered to the exhibition hall, escorted by a professional security team from the bank, ensuring that no mishaps occurred. The first floor of the exhibition hall served as the lobby, while the true exhibition commenced on the second level. Upon ascending to the second floor, Visitors were greeted by a breathtaking decor that dazzled the senses. Beneath grand chandeliers, each artifact was meticulously isolated within transparent display cases, set apart by 4 pillars and cordoned off with ropes, preventing anyone from encroaching too closely. Observers were restricted to viewing the treasures from a distance of at least 1 meter, to further mitigate any potential incidents. A bodyguard from the renowned Shao security group stood attentively in front of each pillar, clad in sunglasses and exuding an air of vigilance. At the center of the exhibition hall, an unexpectedly prominent display extended its barriers to a 2-meter radius, guarded by 8 individuals in white garments and capes. A high-voltage protective net was established 1 meter inside the perimeter. Despite the grandiose arrangements, the exhibit itself was modest in size, a skull-shaped container, roughly the size of an adult fist, known as the blood of the undying, a rare treasure brought by the Western Pope. As they awaited the grand unveiling, Liang Jiuzhou donned an exquisite gown, radiating beauty. In stark contrast, Li Bing maintained her usual demeanor, clad in business attire, seemingly devoid of any alternative outfits. Qin Yi's attire was unassuming, as she accompanied Liang Jiuzhou into the exhibition hall, dressed in a charming fairy-like ensemble. Big Sister Bing, I feel so uncomfortable in this outfit. It's so awkward. Liang Jiuzhou pouted, shaking her shoulders as if plagued by an unseen irritant. One must grow accustomed to it. Li Bing raplia guli. Indeed, habit shapes nature. Liang Jiuzhou rolled her eyes. If one could easily adapt, she would have done so long ago. Such was her inherent disposition. It was no simple feat to acclimatize. Had it not been for her father's insistence on her attire, she would have resolutely refused to wear it. Upon entering the exhibition hall, the artifacts were still off-limits, and the attendees had no choice but to gather in the banquet hall. The hall was already brimming with an array of delectable foods, a standard buffet where one could take as much as desired. Upon spotting the mouth-watering dishes, Liang Jiuzhou's eyes lit up. She lifted her skirt and dashed toward the food area, grabbing a plate to fill with culinary delights. "Come on my plate, little crab." "Hee hee," she exclaimed as she carefully placed a braised crab onto her plate, treating it as if she were declaring its fate. If the crab were still alive and encountered such a gaze, it would surely flee as far as its legs could carry it. The sight is utterly terrifying. "Xiaojiu, do not overdo it. Maintain your image." Liang Bai approached with his 2 sons, and upon seeing his daughter desperately clutching food that had already surpassed the plate's capacity, his expression soured. The 2 sons behind Liang Bai were not at all surprised. With faces full of affection, they assisted their sister in organizing the food. "Ah, how delightful it is to have elder brothers. You should hurry and socialize." Liang Jiuzhou felt elated by her brother's assistance, which only fueled her pride. She urged her brothers to each take a plate and help her carry the food. Liang Bai could no longer bear to watch, covering his face. He mingled with the wealthy guests and engaged in conversation. Liang Jiuzhou's brothers adored her, fulfilling her every wish and helping her place the food on the dining table. They were all young gentlemen of remarkable stature, well established in the business world, and naturally acquainted with Li Bing. Initially, they hoped that their sister's friendship with Li Bing would pave the way for a closer relationship with him. Unfortunately, Liang Jiuzhou seemed oblivious to their intentions, completely disregarding her brother's unmarried status. By the time her brothers realized they should mention this to their little sister, the news of Li Bing's marriage broke, leaving them filled with regret. Had they foreseen this, they would have been more diligent in hinting to their Navi sister. They politely exchanged pleasantries with Li Bing and Aunt Qing, finding the little girl, quite charming, before taking their leave. What more could be said, given that he was already married? Shortly after their departure, Liang Jiuzhou eagerly dug in her meal, while little Yi, with her mother's assistance, savored the delicious food. "Excuse me, do you need anything else?" A waiter approached with a tray. Yes. What is in that tray?" Without lifting her head, Liang Jiuzhou pointed insistently. "This is a cocktail, quite strong," the waiter replied, appearing young, dressed in a white shirt with a vest, and exhibiting great politeness. However, he seemed somewhat unfamiliar with the Chinese language, speaking a bit clumsily. "It's all right, I won't drink it. I just want to rinse my mouth," Liang Jiuzhou said casually. "Then, dear little one, do you need anything?" The waiter gently crouched down, stroking Yi's head as he inquired. In that instant, the waiter trembled, his eyes sparkling, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. This entire change occurred in a fleeting moment, unnoticed by anyone, including Aunt Qing, who stood nearby. Thank you. I don't want it. Little Yi politely declined, displaying admirable manners. All right, you are truly adorable. Feel free to call for me if you need anything. The waiter replied as he stood up and walked away. Once he distanced himself from the crowd and turned a corner, he could not contain his trembling, overwhelmed with joy. The spirit of nature, the spirit of nature. I have encountered the spirit of nature. Is this a divine favor? I must possess her. As time passed, the banquet concluded, and the exhibition officially commenced. Initially, the host introduced the origins and value of each exhibit. To facilitate understanding, a beautifully crafted booklet was distributed to everyone, featuring clear, enlarged images and detailed descriptions of the exhibits. As the exhibition commenced, a magic show in the nearby auditorium also officially began. The illustrious David Roberts, clad in a tailcoat, gracefully danced through the air, showcasing aerial performers. The expansive auditorium was filled to capacity, with thousands of spectators gasping in astonishment, their exclamations echoing throughout the venue. As David's performance concluded, a momentary hush fell over the crowd. He approached the host, exchanging a few words before the host took the microphone. Mr. David announced that the audience member holding the lucky card numbered 0001 should come forward to receive a surprise gift. The audience, taken aback by the prospect of a gift accompanying the lucky card, eagerly examined their cards. Soon, a young man beamed as he stepped forward. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining card 0001. Now, let's welcome David to the stage. The young man, somewhat shy, greeted David with enthusiastic hellos. David warmly embraced the young man's shoulders while taking the lucky card from his hand. After blowing on the card, David tossed it into the air, where it suddenly billowed with smoke and ignited, only to extinguish and float gently back down. The audience gasped, and, as the object descended, it transformed from a mere card into a brand new banknote. The crowd was left in awe, and the young man stared in disbelief at the genuine currency in his hands. Ha ha! Congratulations to this audience member for receiving a delightful gift from Mr. David. Do you like this present? The host inquired as he approached. I love it, of course. Who wouldn't love currency? The host replied, indeed, who wouldn't? All right, sir, please return to your seat. Now, do not fret, as each of 1,000 lucky cards comes with a small gift. Mr. David will present them one by one shortly. With the host's words, the audience erupted into a jubilant uproar, transforming the atmosphere into a sea of joy. Those holding lucky cards stood up, excitedly waving their cards, thrilled by the unexpected fortune. As time passed and night deepened, Zhang Yang, unable to remain still any longer in the interrogation room after 8:30, felt the impatience rise within him. Although the young policewoman appeared somewhat naive, waiting idly was not an option. It was essential to retrieve the mother and daughter. Is anyone there? If someone doesn't speak, I might just leave. Zhang Yang called out loudly. Escaping from a police station was a trivial matter for him, but the repercussions would be far too troublesome. If possible, he preferred to avoid resorting to force. Such complications were undesirable. What is it? Do you want some water? The door opened to reveal by Xiaolu, her head leaning curiously against the doorframe. Why are you here again? I do not drink water. I wish to speak with your superior. I am innocent. When will you release me? I have children at home. Have you forgotten? However, the leaders are quite busy. Perhaps you could wait a moment? Bai Xiaolu replied indifferently. How long must I wait? My child will surely cry for me. Do you understand? The child is quite attached. Zhang Yang attempted to persuade the young female officer to summon her superior, although he was aware that the police station was short-staffed today due to ongoing missions. He felt it unreasonable for only one young officer to be present for such an extended period without the appearance of any other officers. Please wait a moment. I will seek permission again. Bai Xiaolu nodded, indicating her understanding of Zhang Yang's plea, and then exited the room once more. After another 10 minutes, she returned, appearing somewhat embarrassed and fidgety. Well, what did your superior say? Zhang Yang inquired. The captain is very busy. I couldn't interject. Bai Xiaolu replied with a hint of grievance. Within the police station, the chief was under house arrest awaiting investigation, leaving only Wang De to oversee operations. He was busy coordinating officers to prevent violent incidents while secretly collaborating with the Security Bureau on a covert operation. Consequently, Bai Xiaolu stood beside Wang De for quite some time without an opportunity to speak. Whenever she attempted to voice her concerns, Wang De interrupted her. "Hold on. Pour me a glass of water," he instructed. This exchange repeated several times, leaving Bai Xiaolu feeling increasingly awkward as she returned to the interrogation room. Zhang Yang Spirit Zhang. Was it truly so difficult to inquire about a simple question? How about I go ask? Don't worry, I won't run away, Zhang Yang suggested tentatively. No, absolutely not. You are a suspect and cannot leave the interrogation room. I have already allowed you to use your phone, so just wait patiently, Bai Xiaolu insisted, shaking her hands. This was certainly out of the question. What kind of suspect would be permitted to ask a superior about their release? Absolutely not. But I do not enjoy playing on my phone. What if I miss my daughter? Zhang Yang lamented. Perhaps I could keep you company instead? Bai Xiaolu offered, pursing her lips as she sat at the desk. Zhang Yang contemplated this, thinking it would certainly be more engaging than playing on the phone. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Oh, it's Aunt Qing," Zhang Yang exclaimed, answering the call, only to be met with a cacophony of noise and the piercing screams of a woman. Instantly, he straightened in his seat, his expression serious. While Liang Jujio enjoyed joking, Aunt Qing did not. Something must have gone terribly wrong. "Cough, Zhang Yang. Hurry, there are robbers at the exhibition hall stealing treasures." Aunt Qing's voice came through, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. "Stay calm. How are you all?" Zhang Yang asked anxiously, springing to his feet. The handcuffs binding his wrists proved utterly ineffective, snapping apart with a single motion. Bai Xiaolu stared at Zhang Yang in bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired. Had he become angry? "Cough, we're safe for now. The robbers used smoke bombs, and I'm protecting them in a corner. Once they secure the treasures, they likely won't harm us," Aunt Qing explained, deducing that the robbers were indeed after the treasures and would surely seek an escape once their goal was accomplished.